Lin Tian inexplicably finds himself transported onto a dilapidated vehicle, amidst billions globally thrust into a realm known as the highway survival game. An endless highway stretches forth, its destination unknown, dotted with resource points that all players must collect to survive. Congratulations, you have obtained a special attribute point, Luck 10. Your luck has come into play, and the items you acquire have been upgraded to the highest level. You have activated the Super Enhancement talent, elevating the resource chest level. While others are reveling in their acquisition of golden chests, you have already attained a divine level chest. Chapter 1. Highway Survival, Dilapidated Vehicle. My head hurts. Where am I? A highway, a car. Is it self-driving? Lin Tian groggily opens his eyes, realizing he is inside a car, which appears to be remarkably old, reminiscent of a bygone era. The vehicle sways unsteadily on the road, accompanied by an array of indistinguishable noises. Gazing out the window, he sees an endless expanse of yellow sand, not a single figure in sight, nor even a hint of greenery. Am I dreaming or still not awake? Damn, that really hurts. Lin Tian slaps himself, attempting to rouse from his stupor, and the moment his palm meets his cheek, an intense pain radiates through his face. That excruciating pain makes it abundantly clear to Lin Tian that he is not dreaming. This is a tangible reality. He is indeed inside a worn-out vehicle, a relic from the last century, with the upholstery's foam exposed, and it is, to his dismay, self-driving. But how did he come to be in this car? Lin Tian suddenly feels an overwhelming headache, utterly perplexed about how he ended up in this vehicle. It seems he faintly recalls dozing off, only to awaken in this car. Ding! Welcome to the highway automobile survival game world. Just as Lin Tian grapples with his confusion, a chilling electronic synthesized voice echoes in his ears. Before Lin Tian can react, more voices resonate within his mind. This is the highway automobile survival game world. We will now announce the game rules. Everyone, I am not the only participant in this game. From the first message, Lin Tian quickly grasps vital information. He realizes that he is not alone in this world. Others have also been transported to partake in this game. At this moment, he is uncertain how to contact the other survivors. Moreover, which production team possesses such formidable power to enable them to survive in this vast, sand-laden environment? At this very moment, Lin Tian does not believe that he has traversed dimensions. He merely suspects that this could be the work of some television production team. After all, such programs had often been seen in the past. Rule 1. Each survivor will be randomly assigned to a vehicle, which contains a control workstation. Here, one can view vehicle information and personal attributes. The vehicle is a crucial tool for each survivor's existence, bound to them for life. Please endeavor to collect resources to assist your companions in leveling up. The higher the vehicle's level, the safer the survivor will be. Rule 2. Along the journey of the vehicle, there are opportunities to encounter resource chests and abandoned vehicles. Resource chests can yield any supplies, including energy-restoring food and safety-assuring weapons, as well as possibly special vehicle components. Abandoned vehicles may provide useful automotive parts and other resources. Rule 3. Any exploration for resources may encounter dangers. Please assess the risks independently. There are no chances for resurrection. Once deceased, one is irrevocably gone. Rule 4. The exterior of the vehicle is perilous. Please refrain from leaving the vehicle without caution, especially at night. Rule 5. The toolbox within the vehicle contains beginner's tools, which can help you gather more resources and enhance your chances of survival. The rules of the automotive survival game have been conveyed. The game now officially commences. A novice task is being issued. All survivor players must travel 1,000 kilometers within 3 days. Those who fail to complete the task will be eradicated. Friendly reminder. A direct journey of 1,000 kilometers is required. Circling or turning will reset the calculation. Is this not the work of a production team? Is this truly a survival game world? Have I genuinely traversed dimensions? Listening to the voice in his mind, Lin Tian could not help but draw a sharp breath. The notion of absolute death with no chance of resurrection instinctively made Lin Tian feel that this game was anything but simple. These rules could very well be real. In a world where lives are at stake, who would dare to treat life as a mere game? It is not elimination, but direct death. Which producer would dare to be so heartless? Lin Tian forced himself to regain his composure, rising to approach the control workstation, scrutinizing the information displayed. On the battered dashboard, apart from the speedometer and remaining fuel gauge, there was only a large display screen, which was completely dark, leaving him unaware of its purpose. Is this the control workstation where one can view vehicle information and personal attributes? But how can I see anything on this dark screen? Lin Tian fumbled for a considerable time, yet the display screen remained unresponsive, failing to illuminate even once. His gaze shifted to the passenger seat beside him, which housed several tools, but only an axe and a spade appeared to be truly useful. The entire vehicle had been modified aside from the driver's seat and the passenger seat. All other seats have been removed, leaving only a large steel table, now fully welded to the vehicle. Various tools were laid out upon it, seemingly constituting the workstation. This is surprisingly not steel, but has a liquid crystal display. Approaching the workstation, Lin Tian quickly realized that it was not merely crafted from steel. It featured a substantial display screen, approximately 20 inches in size, yet it remained entirely dark, displaying no information whatsoever. Vehicle owner detected the control station is activating. Activation successful. When Lin Tian's gaze fell upon the control panel, the pitch-black LCD screen suddenly illuminated with a plethora of information. Online users, 10,000. Messages, unlimited. Holy cow, this is an actual game in the newbie zone. 10086. Just now, I actually saw a giant python over 10 meters long. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been swallowed whole. Can you guess what I just witnessed? I saw a construction shovel materialize out of thin air in the co-pilot's seat. It was like a magic trick. It scared the life out of me. Well, what kind of hellhole is this? It's uncomfortable. Even sitting up, I want to go home and lie on my ceiling mattress. Damn it. I was just about to get intimate with my girlfriend, pants down and ready to go, and then this mess happened. Survival in a car. Asking for NMLGB. What's wrong with leaving the car? Exactly, my life is in my own hands. Living or dying doesn't matter as long as I'm happy. Chapter 2. Special Attribute Luck Value. Lin Tian briefly glanced at the chat messages, which were mostly filled with boasting and banter, lacking any valuable information. The control panel can check personal information. I wonder if it's this one. Lin Tian murmured softly as he began to explore the various functions on the screen, quickly discovering the button to exit the chat page. Personal information page. Vehicle. Dilapidated car. An obsolete vehicle from the last century, prone to breakdowns at any moment, but it is your only reliance for survival. You must exhaust all efforts to collect resources to upgrade the car. Remaining fuel. 10,050, consuming 10 liters of fuel every 100 kilometers. Speed. The maximum speed is 20 kilometers per hour. Please upgrade your vehicle as soon as possible. As expected of a vehicle from the last century, this speed is barely faster than walking, and it's even slower than a bicycle. With 50 liters of fuel, I could travel 500 kilometers. To cover 1,000 kilometers in 3 days, I need to gather fuel along the way. I wonder if there are gas stations in this world. In the previous world, Lin Tian wouldn't have worried at all. Just traveling a few kilometers would lead to a gas station, making it easy to fill the tank. Moreover, it seems everyone in this world must live in their cars, meaning gas stations lack staff, and there are no fuel tankers to supply them. Even if one reaches a gas station, there's no guarantee of fuel. To travel 1,000 kilometers in 3 days, not only is ample fuel necessary, but one must also drive non-stop. Otherwise, completing the task is utterly impossible. Name: Lin Tian. Strength, 5 speed, 5 constitution, 3 mental power, 2. Detected that you are a novice player. Random attribute selection will be made. Would you like to proceed with the selection? Looking at his attribute page, Lin Tian felt a bit embarrassed. The strength and speed are rather normal, akin to that of an average individual, yet the physique pales in comparison, even falling short of that of a child. As for the mental fortitude, it is even more abysmal, likely due to the late nights spent awake. What was unexpected, however, was the possibility of extracting random attributes. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian promptly declared, "Extract attribute. I must acquire the attribute of strength. If that fails, then physique will suffice." In this unknown world, danger lurks at every corner, and only formidable strength can ensure one's protection. Furthermore, a robust physique would render one less susceptible to illness. Here, there are no medical resources. Falling ill would undoubtedly lead to certain death. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations on acquiring the special attribute Luck 10. Luck. It enhances your fortune. A special attribute? Luck. As Lin Tian beheld the suddenly acquired attribute, he found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. However, soon enough, Lin Tian was overwhelmed with joy. This attribute was simply extraordinary. With the same starting point, he was more fortunate than others, though he was uncertain how much this luck would aid him. Yet, In identical circumstances, the advantages he gained would undoubtedly surpass those of others by a considerable margin. To enhance the survival chances of all players, every player may extract a random talent. Talents are categorized as ordinary, intermediate, advanced, king, emperor, epic, legendary, mythical, and immortal. All players, please extract a talent. On the display screen, a roulette appeared, illuminating with various glimmers. It showcased 9 distinct levels of talents, and by placing a fingertip on a designated area, one could acquire the corresponding talent. Extract. Currently extracting talent for you. The lights on the roulette flickered incessantly, and Lin Tian's heart raced with anticipation. Even someone who seldom plays games like him understood that the stronger the talent, the greater the aid it would provide. An immortal level talent could undoubtedly overshadow all others. Ding! You have received the boon of luck, drawing the legendary talent Super Evolution. Super Evolution upgradable. It allows for the enhancement of items, treasure chests, etc. by 1 level, with the potential to reach legendary grade. What the hell? Is this luck truly so extraordinary? Although I did not draw an immortal level talent, a legendary level talent is already quite impressive. Observing his legendary level talent of Super Evolution, Lin Tian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This essentially meant that all the resources he acquired would elevate by 1 tier, granting him a significant advantage over others from the very beginning. Moreover, this Super Evolution could be upgraded, and perhaps in the future, it might even reach the immortal level, making it the most elite talent. If Super Evolution can elevate items by 1 tier, does that mean it can also enhance a car? Gazing at his Super Evolution talent, a bold idea suddenly sprouted in Lin Tian's mind. The car speed was too sluggish, and it was particularly uncomfortable to ride in. If it could be improved even slightly, that would be delightful. Item, worn-out car. Upgradable. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade. Initiating Super Evolution. Please wait. As Lin Tian confirmed, an invisible force swiftly permeated the car. Although he could not see what was happening, Lin Tian distinctly felt that the car's speed had indeed improved, and it no longer shook as violently as before. Upgrade complete. The worn-out car has been upgraded to a regular car. Vehicle. Regular car. A car that has been obsolete since the last century. It could break down at any moment, yet it is your only reliance. To survive better, you must exhaust every effort to gather resources and upgrade the car. Remaining fuel. 10,050, consuming 10 liters of fuel per 100 kilometers. Speed. The car can travel at a maximum speed of 25 kilometers per hour. Please expedite the car's upgrade. Upgraded, and only increased by 5 kilometers per hour. Being able to travel several dozen kilometers more each day is still commendable. Before the upgrade, covering 100 kilometers took 5 hours, but now it only requires 4 hours, saving an hour for collecting resources. Regular tool. Upgradable. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on acquiring precision tools. Everything visible inside the car has been upgraded by Lin Tian. After exhausting all possible upgrades, Lin Tian took his place in the driver's seat, actively controlling the car while enjoying the splendid scenery around him. As Lin Tian settled into the passenger seat, the small screen in the car lit up instantly, displaying all the information previously seen on the control panel. Even without returning to the control panel, transactions and conversations could be conducted right here. Chapter 3. Danger. The red-haired spider. I never imagined that this vehicle could facilitate both driving and conversing simultaneously. If a traffic officer were to catch us, we would undoubtedly be in grave trouble. The road has countless paths, yet safety is paramount. Driving recklessly can lead to tears from loved ones. After traversing over 20 kilometers, I had yet to encounter a single officer, let alone any other form of obstruction. To my astonishment, I received a golden talent that enhances my strength threefold. My own talent is also of the golden variety, albeit merely enhancing my speed, limited to a 2-fold increase. Why is it that your strength is augmented threefold while my speed is only doubled? Is everyone endowed with such remarkable talents? Why am I merely bestowed with an ordinary gift? I refuse to accept this. Someone is quite hungry. Is there a gentleman willing to share a morsel? I could even call you darling. As Lin Tian drove, he perused the messages, and time seemed to pass swiftly. An hour vanished just like that. The road presented no hindrances. The journey was smooth and steady. Along the 20-kilometer stretch, apart from the vegetation lining the roadside, there was nothing else in sight. No vehicles, no pedestrians, nor any animals were encountered. Wasn't it said that one might stumble upon various sights along the way? Why, after more than an hour, have I seen nothing at all? The monotony of the journey began to weigh on Lin Tian, and had it not been for the engaging chat, he might have felt himself teetering on the brink of madness. Driving felt akin to playing a game, with the landscape repeating endlessly. After approximately another half hour, a figure suddenly materialized about 200 meters ahead. Due to the distance, Lin Tian could not discern the details, yet upon noticing it, a flicker of joy crossed his face. At long last, an obstruction appeared on the otherwise smooth highway, though its nature remained unclear. Could it be a car? A wrecked vehicle? As Lin Tian approached, he discerned the general shape of the obstruction. Indeed, it was a derelict automobile, abandoned by the roadside, marred by stains of crimson. The former owner had evidently faced peril. Lin Tian gradually brought the vehicle to a halt, his gaze fixed upon the wreck, yet he did not exit immediately. Instead, he remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any unforeseen dangers. The area was expansive, devoid of obstructions, and there were no signs of human or animal presence, leaving him unaware of any imminent threat. Grasping the entrenching shovel from the passenger seat, he opened the door and cautiously alighted, approaching the abandoned vehicle with care. Gazing at the bloodstains, he murmured to himself, "Is this human blood? Surely, there cannot be so much." The exterior of the car was smeared with blood, with stains visible both at the front and the rear. Lin Tian crouched down to inspect the ground beneath, where similar traces of blood could be found, accompanied by unidentifiable bits of flesh. These bloodstains had long since dried, indicating they had been there for quite some time. The entire vicinity of the vehicle was awash with blood, while fragments of meat littered the undercarriage, and the ground was a dark crimson hue. Although desiccated by the wind, a pungent scent of blood still lingered. What on earth had this car endured? Lin Tian furrowed his brows in deep contemplation, his mind racing with images of the events that might have transpired, pondering why the entire vehicle was drenched in blood. It was as if it had emerged from a pool of blood, or perhaps it had collided with numerous creatures, resulting in its current state. With utmost caution, Lin Tian began to strike the car with a spade, the sound of metal clashing against steel reverberating, producing a series of sharp thuds. He listened intently for any echoes emanating from within the vehicle. Suddenly, with a crack, Lin Tian approached the driver's seat, raising the spade to smash the car's window. The glass fractured instantly, though not completely. It took him several forceful strikes before a hole was finally created. He raised his hand, ready to reach through the glass to unlock the car door. However, at that very moment, an inexplicable chill coursed through him, and a primal sense of danger surged from the depths of his being. Quickly retracting his hand, he watched in horror as a spider lunged towards him. The creature was the size of an egg, adorned with menacing red hairs that made it profoundly terrifying. The red-haired spider landed on the ground and scurried forward. But Lin Tian, quick-witted, swung the spade down, crushing it mercilessly. To his dismay, 3 larger spiders emerged from the shattered window. Without hesitation, Lin Tian struck them down with his spade, ensuring none escaped. After dispatching the spiders, he dared not linger any longer and hurried back to his own vehicle, panting heavily as he settled into the driver's seat. As a human, the sight of such hairy creatures instilled a deep-seated fear within him, an instinctive dread rooted in his very genes, compelling him to eliminate them at first sight. The mere thought of the red-haired spider sent shivers down his spine, making the hairs on his neck stand on end. Fortunate to have sensed the impending danger, he realized that had he been bitten, he would likely have faced dire consequences, even if he survived. With its large size and vibrant red hairs, it was undoubtedly a venomous spider. Terrified, Lin Tian instinctively prepared to start his vehicle and flee from this perilous situation. However, having traveled over 40 kilometers only to encounter such a wrecked car left him feeling a profound sense of loss. Who knew how many more kilometers he would need to traverse before stumbling upon another resource point? What was there to fear? He was a player, after all. Why should he fear these indigenous creatures? First, he needed to gather resources to upgrade his vehicle. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, leaped down from the vehicle once more, and extracted a small amount of gasoline from the car. He meticulously spread the gasoline around the forsaken automobile, clutching a lighter in hand, and picked up a stone to hurl at the dilapidated vehicle. After all, it was merely a collection of scrap metal. Whether it had been scorched by flames was inconsequential. If no danger loomed, he would board the car to gather resources. If peril presented itself, he would ignite the flames. Soon enough, Several diminutive, red-haired spiders emerged from the vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian set the gasoline ablaze, and soon the car was engulfed in a roaring inferno. He swiftly retreated to his own vehicle. The flames raged for over an hour before they gradually subsided. Lin Tian then descended from his car, gazing at the charred remains of the automobile, and cautiously began to collect the iron scraps. Chapter 4. Salvaging the wrecked car. Merging with the bronze engine, discovered a burned wrecked car. Would you like to salvage it? Salvage. Salvage successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 iron blocks. Regrettably, he had only salvaged iron blocks. Everything else had been reduced to ashes. Observing the severely charred vehicle, which vanished upon his completion of the salvage, Lin Tian could not help but shake his head. Under normal circumstances, he would have been able to extract a plethora of items, possibly even treasures left behind by the previous owner of the car. Perhaps some gasoline would have been among them, but alas, the presence of numerous red-haired spiders deterred him from risking his life. 10 iron blocks were a decent haul, at least better than nothing. It was unfortunate, however, that he had wasted 2 liters of gasoline. Iron blocks can be utilized to manufacture automotive parts or iron tools. Aside from the vanished wrecked car, the ground was littered solely with the charred corpses of the red-haired spiders. He returned to the driver's seat and resumed his journey. Crack! Barely 3 kilometers into his drive, Lin Tian suddenly slapped his forehead in regret, exclaiming, "Damn, I almost forgot. I can upgrade items." If only he had upgraded the car first and then burned it, surely he would have obtained superior items. Reflecting on it now, he felt truly foolish. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. He had already set the wrecked car ablaze and gathered the resources. Automobile radar has detected a treasure chest. Please check the treasure chest location. After traveling nearly 50 kilometers without discovering any resources, Lin Tian, bored and drowsy while perusing the chat group messages, was jolted awake by the sudden alert from the car's radar. His face brightened instantly as he turned his gaze to the screen, where the radar displayed expanding circles and a green dot appeared on the map, merely 30 meters away from him. Upon reaching the designated location, Lin Tian halted the vehicle, grasped his entrenching tool, and disembarked. Warily surveying his surroundings and noting the absence of any threats, he cautiously proceeded forward. The location was approximately 5 meters from the road, home to an unknown tree exceeding 5 meters in height. At the base of this tree lay a wooden box, unlatched and inviting. Approaching the box, Lin Tian refrained from immediately claiming the treasure, remaining acutely aware of his surroundings. Had it not been for his instinctive sense of danger, he might have already fallen victim to the lurking red-haired spider concealed within a nearby vehicle. This awareness illuminated the fact that the world was far more intricate than it appeared. What seemed devoid of peril could, in truth, conceal threats lurking just beyond sight. Surveying the area around the wooden box revealed no immediate dangers. Lin Tian gradually raised his gaze to the tree, its dense foliage casting a shroud over the sunlight. The leaves formed a thick, impenetrable canopy, obscuring any potential threats from view. He picked up a stone and tossed it towards the box, as well as into the leafy boughs above, hoping to disturb any hidden dangers. Some serpents prefer the shadows, lurking beneath the leaves, ready to strike fiercely if provoked. After a few minutes of vigilant waiting, reassured that no threats were present, Lin Tian cautiously approached the wooden box and swiftly retreated to the safety of his vehicle. In this world of survival, one could never predict the sudden emergence of danger. Remaining within the confines of the car was the wiser choice. Resource wooden box can yield random items, not exceeding black iron quality. Detected that your talent allows the box to evolve. Would you like to use your talent to evolve the wooden box? Use. Evolving talent in progress. You have obtained a black iron box evolve. The same item can only be enhanced once using the evolution talent. Black iron box can yield random items, not exceeding bronze quality. The system is rather meticulous, leaving no room for error. I shall open the bronze box. Opening black iron box, you receive a case of mineral water, a case of instant noodles, a black iron engine, and a black iron entrenching tool. At long last, water. My thirst is unbearable. Upon seeing the mineral water, Lin Tian swiftly unscrewed the cap and gulped down several mouthfuls. It took the consumption of 2 bottles before his thirst was quenched. Since his arrival in this world, he had neither eaten nor drunk anything, and now he was both famished and parched. After satiating his thirst, Lin Tian resumed examining the other resources, one automotive component and one weapon accessory. Item: engine, black iron level, significantly enhances vehicle speed, capable of increasing it to a maximum of 40 kilometers per hour. Item: entrenching tool, black iron level, strength 2, speed. Item: entrenching tool, ordinary, no enhancements. Black iron level items possess unique attribute bonuses. The entrenching tool surprisingly grants a boost of 2 points in strength and 1 point in speed, while the ordinary entrenching tool offers no strength enhancement. If I wield this ordinary entrenching tool, would my speed not be even greater? The black iron grade engine enables the automobile to reach a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Surely, the bronze grade must be even more formidable. I wonder if the evolution talent can still be utilized to upgrade to a black iron grade engine and a black iron grade engineer shovel. Super talent successfully activated. Black iron grade automobile engine evolved into a bronze grade black iron engine. Super talent successfully activated. Black iron grade engineer shovel evolved into a bronze grade engineer shovel. Item: automobile engine. Bronze grade significantly enhances the vehicle speed with a maximum capability of reaching 50 kilometers per hour. Item: engineer shovel. Bronze grade strength 5. Speed 2. Indeed, the enhancement is evident. Lin Tian, grasping the engineer shovel, built a fire outside to boil water for instant noodles. Simultaneously, he picked up the bronze grade engine to study how to install it in the dilapidated vehicle. Detected a compatible engine, bronze grade. Would you like to fuse? Fuse. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian opted for fusion. With his command, the bronze grade engine transformed into a luminous sphere, soaring towards the worn-out automobile. In mere minutes, the system's voice resonated once more. Fusion successful, automobile grade upgraded. Item: dilapidated automobile, car glass, ordinary, car tires, ordinary, car frame, ordinary, car engine, bronze grade, maximum speed of 50 kilometers, currently limited to 35 kilometers per hour due to other components. Car fuel tank, ordinary, steering wheel, ordinary, radar, ordinary, others, locked. Please gather resources promptly to enhance the automobile's grade. Chapter 5. Black Iron Resource Chest. It seems somewhat disappointing that the bronze grade engine, with a maximum speed of 50 kilometers per hour, can only allow this dilapidated vehicle to reach 35 kilometers per hour. Although a 10-kilometer increase in speed is commendable, Lin Tian felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. There remains a disparity of 15 kilometers. Even if he drives for only 10 hours a day, he would cover 150 kilometers less than others, falling behind significantly. However, regardless of Lin Tian's dissatisfaction, there was little he could change at this moment. He shook his head slightly and continued to cook his noodles. After consuming 2 large packets, he returned to the driver's seat with a sense of satisfaction. After taking a sip of water, Lin Tian pressed the accelerator and the automobile surged forward. Previously, the vehicle speed was merely 25 kilometers per hour, scarcely distinguishable from that of a bicycle. Now, with an increase of 10 kilometers, Lin Tian sensed a marked improvement in speed. He pondered how long it would take to reclaim the sensation of driving from his past life. Typically, on urban roads, one could reach speeds exceeding 40 kilometers, and in some areas, even 60 kilometers was attainable. On highways, one could easily exceed 100 kilometers. A mere distance of 1,000 kilometers could be traversed in no more than 10 hours. Within mere minutes of opening the chat interface, Lin Tian received a frantic message. I've been bitten by a snake. Do you have any serum? Please help me. How on earth did you get bitten? How careless can you be? I stumbled upon a junk car and thought I might find something useful inside. Little did I know a venomous snake lay in ambush. A gentle reminder. This world is perilous. One must exercise extreme caution in all endeavors, for the dangers one may encounter are unpredictable. Not only are derelict vehicles fraught with peril, but even resource chests may pose threats. It is imperative to first secure resource chests, as they contain not only tools but also food and can even yield automobile parts. I managed to procure a black iron grade engine, boosting my speed to a remarkable 25 kilometers per hour. Impressive, my friend. You've gained a significant advantage right from the start. You are bound to complete the task of traveling 1,000 kilometers ahead of everyone else. Is there anyone in need of pork? I can exchange it for water or other resources. Hey there, I'm a female college student. Can I trade for some original flavor underwear? At this, Lin Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter instinctively sensing something was amiss with this individual. This world is fraught with danger. Who in their right mind would trade food for such items? Not to mention, even in the previous world, such occurrences would be rare. Xing Xing, I will be willing to make a trade, but I have no pork. Would beef suffice? I enjoy that as well. Lin Tian was utterly dumbfounded. Is this world truly that insane? There are people who desire such things? I've spotted a bronze chest, but it's guarded by a wild dog. Is there anyone willing to lend me a weapon? We can split the loot once the chest is opened. Surely, no one could be gullible enough to fall for such an age-old ruse. Who are you calling a fraud? Speak again, if you dare. Did I accuse you of being a fraud? Why are you so defensive? As Lin Tian perused the messages in the chat group, he gleaned some information. While many had indeed acquired resource chests, most contained wooden tables, with the highest yield being a black iron grade. Although some had encountered bronze-level chests, they were invariably guarded by moderately stronger creatures, typically wild dogs or wild boars, known for their aggressive tendencies. As for silver-grade chests, Lin Tian had yet to see one. He wondered whether no players had discovered them or if those who had simply chose to keep their findings secret. With so many participants, there were inevitably some odd characters among them. It seemed that internet beggars had also found their way into this world, unabashedly soliciting resources, along with mentions of pure college student original flavor underwear. Xing Xing, you better come out. What kind of man are you to deceive me? And what S with the pure college student original flavor underwear? How absurd. Haha, I find this utterly hilarious. My dear brother, do you truly believe in such nonsense? What purpose does it serve? Can it be consumed or assist you in vanquishing foes? At this moment, Lin Tian instinctively conjured an image in his mind, causing his expression to shift as a wave of discomfort washed over his stomach. Without a moment's hesitation, he closed the chat window and breathed in the fresh air outside, instantly feeling a sense of relief. The car glided smoothly along the highway, devoid of any obstacles. Regardless of how Lin Tian maneuvered the steering wheel, he encountered no resistance. However, the steering wheel was rather stiff, lacking any power assist, making it quite laborious to turn. Before long, Lin Tian found himself struggling to maintain control. The vehicle continued at a steady pace on the road as he leaned back in the driver's seat. The sun descended slowly in the sky, and as the evening breeze caressed him, he experienced a unique sense of contentment. Alert! A resource chest has been detected ahead. Please reduce speed to avoid missing it. While immersed in the scenic beauty, Lin Tian was suddenly interrupted by the system's voice. Instinctively, he pressed the brake pedal, causing the car to decelerate significantly. On the radar, approximately 45 meters ahead, a small green indicated the location of the resource chest. Upon reaching the designated spot, Lin Tian jumped out of the vehicle and quickly located the resource chest. It lay nestled among a thicket of shrubs, which stood about 20 centimeters high, reaching the knees of an adult. However, the dense foliage obscured his view, leaving Lin Tian uncertain of the chest's quality. Despite the excitement of discovering the resource chest, Lin Tian did not allow himself to be swept away by jubilation. Instead, he picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it toward the bushes. The thicket soon rustled in response, accompanied by the sound of the stone colliding with metal. This brought a surge of joy to Lin Tian's heart. The resource chest was at least of black iron quality, potentially upgradable to bronze. While the prospect of a black iron resource chest thrilled Lin Tian, he refrained from rushing forward. He recalled the earlier encounter with the red-haired spider in the abandoned vehicle, which had left a significant psychological imprint on him. Until he was certain of what lay within, he would not advance recklessly. After all, every resource chest could conceal hidden dangers. Chapter 6. Upgrading to a bronze resource chest. Acquiring a golden-level weapon. Still nothing emerging? After a few minutes of waiting, the thicket remained unresponsive, with no creatures emerging from within. Doubt crept into Lin Tian's mind. Had he perhaps misjudged the situation? He fixated on the bushes, contemplating whether to proceed further. Yet, the haunting memory of the spider held him back, instilling a deep sense of trepidation that prevented him from advancing easily. His gaze scanned the surroundings, swiftly alighting upon a withered stick, not particularly long, yet measuring approximately 1 meter, just sufficient for Lin Tian to maintain a safe distance. He picked up the stick and cautiously probed ahead, soon extending it into the thicket. In that instant, an instinctive sensation coursed through Lin Tian as he felt something assault the stick, tugging it inward. Reacting quickly, he yanked the stick back, only to discover a snake coiled around it. The serpent's skin was a mottled brown and green, with its fangs embedded in the wood, the upper portion of its body entwined around the stick. Upon the sight of the snake, Lin Tian's countenance shifted dramatically, fear compelling him to hurl the stick away. The brown-green serpent, now exposed, refrained from further aggression and swiftly slithered away into the distance, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Trembling, Lin Tian retrieved the withered stick once more and struck the thicket several times, finding no signs of further threat. Cautiously parting the branches, he glimpsed a black resource chest lying quietly within, devoid of any surrounding creatures. He exerted considerable force with the stick to push the chest, inching it out from the thicket. However, the dense foliage obstructed the emergence of the black iron chest, and despite Lin Tian's utmost efforts, the stick splintered under strain, yielding no success in dislodging the chest. Faced with this predicament, Lin Tian fell silent, feeling somewhat vexed. He had squandered much time, only to find himself unable to retrieve the chest, and now left with a broken stick. Should he attempt to handle it directly? After a moment of contemplation, he steeled himself and approached, wielding a spade to strike the thicket repeatedly, ensuring no danger lurked before swiftly seizing the black iron chest and retreating from the underbrush. Such places held peril, as snakes and other venomous creatures favored hiding there. Upon returning to his vehicle, he started the engine and pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward. Almost an hour had elapsed since he discovered the black iron resource chest, and he could not afford to waste any more time. As he drove, Lin Tian examined the black iron chest, noting its considerable weight compared to wooden chests, suggesting it contained far superior rewards. Black iron chest can yield random items, with a maximum value not exceeding bronze. Clearly, resource chests possess the potential to yield treasures surpassing their own tier. Should he upgrade to a bronze chest? Obtaining bronze items would essentially grant him silver tier goods. Lin Tian murmured softly, "Evolve black iron chest." Black iron chest evolving. You have acquired a bronze chest. Would you like to open the bronze chest? Open. As Lin Tian opened the bronze treasure chest, a burst of resplendent, multicolored light appeared before his eyes. The moment this dazzling radiance emerged, it seamlessly melded into Lin Tian's very being, while a white glow scattered around the bronze treasure chest. Opening the bronze treasure chest. Your luck has come into play. Congratulations, you have acquired the special attribute. Luck 1. Opening the bronze treasure chest. Your luck has come into play. Congratulations. You have obtained the silver weapon, Silver Bearer 1. Goodness, such extraordinary fortune. Not only did he unveil luck, but he also procured a silver-grade weapon. Upon witnessing the items he had drawn, Lin Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Previously, although he had been aware that the luck attribute belonged to a special category and seemingly granted a certain enhancement, he had yet to discern its true efficacy. Thus, he had given it little thought, never anticipating that it would manifest in such a remarkable manner. Upon opening the bronze treasure chest, he had not only garnered a point of luck, but had also unearthed a silver-grade weapon. The notion of a bronze treasure chest yielding a silver-grade weapon was nothing short of astonishing. While it was indeed possible for a bronze chest to unveil silver-grade items, he had observed the regional chat channel for an extended period and had yet to see anyone procure an item of a higher tier than the resource treasure chest. In fact, instances of items at the same tier as the resource treasure chest were exceedingly rare, with most being of a lower grade. His previous chest had been a black iron chest, from which he had drawn a black iron car engine, subsequently upgraded to a bronze-level car engine. Now, however, his bronze resource chest had yielded a silver-grade weapon, surpassing the resource chest level. This suggested that his luck had enabled him to acquire items of at least the same tier as the resource chests. Yet, this was merely Lin Tian's conjecture. He could not be certain, as he had only opened 2 resource chests thus far, and there was no guarantee that future resource chests would yield items of at least the same grade. Upgrading the Silver Barret, Super Evolution talent successfully activated. Congratulations. You have obtained the Golden Barret 1. Name, Golden Barret, Tier, Gold, Power, 50, Piercing, 15 Speed, 5, Killing Range, 800, Golden Roar, inflicts 150 damage using one's own power, with a cooldown of 2 hours. A golden grade weapon, complete with a skill? With 50 points of power, it undoubtedly surpasses the bronze grade engineer shovel by a significant margin. With such an instrument in hand, one could easily vanquish even the fiercest of beasts, such as lions or tigers. In the real world, a sniper rifle could indeed take down formidable creatures like lions and tigers. However, such feats typically required exceptionally powerful weaponry aimed precisely at the head to ensure a kill, or else follow-up shots would be necessary. Moreover, this world was anything but straightforward. It was a realm shrouded in mystery and fraught with peril. Who could say whether those animals had undergone any mutations? Much like the previously encountered red-haired spider, an extraordinary transformation has occurred, enhancing its defensive capabilities and vitality. However, despite this augmentation, a weapon of golden caliber could effortlessly dispatch the adversary. Previously apprehensive, Lin Tian now gazes at the golden barret in the passenger seat, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over him, as hope for his future blossoms within his heart. Chapter 7. Slay the Lioness. Dismantle the prey. I've managed to procure a handgun. Who else can boast such fortune? Astonishing. To have drawn a pistol right at the outset places me significantly ahead of my competitors. Firearms are undeniably superior to a mere entrenching tool, granting unparalleled dominance in long-range engagements. Can you fathom what I've acquired? A doll, of all things, unbelievable. I've also drawn a cup. Is there anyone in need of it? I want to set a price. Are there any young ladies willing to engage in a video chat? I'm but a youthful lad of 20, guaranteed to satisfy your expectations. As Lin Tian navigated the vehicle, he perused the messages flooding the chat channel, seeking to alleviate his boredom while hoping to uncover any pertinent information. However, as half an hour swiftly elapsed, he found himself devoid of any useful tidbits. Instead, a red dot materialized on his radar, rapidly approaching his position. What could be happening? A collision? As the red dot neared the radar center, Lin Tian felt the vehicle jolt violently. The sensation was unmistakable. Something had collided with his car. His gaze darted toward the source of the sound, and he was met with the sight of a lion relentlessly battering the vehicle, attempting to halt it with sheer force. Having observed nature documentaries, Lin Tian instantly recognized the creature as a lioness, devoid of the distinctive mane that characterizes a male. The size disparity between the two genders was evident. The male lion was significantly larger, boasting a regal mane around its neck. What on earth is a lioness doing here? Lin Tian pondered, bewildered by the sight of the creature assaulting his vehicle. The landscape was barren, littered with yellow sand, and vegetation was a rarity. How could a lioness possibly inhabit this desolate terrain? With a resounding crash, the lioness struck again, causing the entire automobile to tremble violently. And to Lin Tian's dismay, the glass shattered upon impact. This ordinary automotive glass possessed minimal defensive capabilities, unable to withstand the force of the lion's repeated assaults. Damn it! This feeble glass can't even withstand a lion's charge. Lin Tian cursed under his breath, pressing the accelerator with fervor, shouting, "Move, you wretched vehicle! Hurry!" The lioness possessed formidable strength. Even her power far surpassed that of an ordinary human. No amount of special forces training could contend with a lioness might. Should he fall prey to her grasp, it would surely spell his doom, leaving him no chance of survival. Listening to the ferocious roar of the lion, Lin Tian felt an overwhelming sense of dread, to the point that he dared not halt his steps for even a moment. At this instant, he fervently prayed for the car to accelerate, to whisk him away from this perilous place. Suddenly, with a sputter, the vehicle succumbed to the bumpy terrain, ceasing its struggle to move forward. No matter how fervently Lin Tian pressed the accelerator, the dilapidated car had completely broken down, rendering it immobile. Soon, the vehicle gradually came to a stop, while the lioness relentlessly battered against it. Damn it, did she really think I was afraid? He continued to press the accelerator, but the car remained silent. Aware that the vehicle had indeed stalled, Lin Tian ceased his futile efforts, instinctively grasping the entrenching tool from the passenger seat for self-defense. Ready to deliver a fatal blow to the lioness the moment she breached the car's confines. Wait, don't I have a gun? Realizing he possessed a firearm, the golden barret, a terrifying weapon boasting 50 points of power, he felt emboldened. Even if the lioness possessed formidable strength, it barely exceeded 20 points, and her defenses could only withstand weapons of a lesser caliber. In contrast, his golden barret, augmented by his own 5 points of strength, could easily dispatch the lioness. Aiming at the incessantly assaulting lioness, Lin Tian steadied his aim. As the lioness leaped, preparing to clamber through the shattered glass, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Boom! The shot rang out, the immense recoil jolting Lin Tian backward, causing him to crash against the glass, the stock of the rifle smashing against the window, shattering it beside the driver's seat. The bullet soared like a meteor toward the lioness, piercing her skull before she could react. In an instant, the lioness's head was penetrated, life extinguished, her eyes wide with disbelief as she collapsed heavily to the ground, motionless. Gasping for breath, Lin Tian instinctively clutched his shoulder, the repercussions of firing the Barrett weighing heavily upon him. His arm throbbed painfully, feeling as if it had been rendered useless. The adjacent window lay in ruins, offering no semblance of protection. If only he had known the recoil would be so severe, he would have exercised greater caution. The Barrett required training to wield effectively, and Lin Tian, an untrained ordinary person, struggled to manage the immense force. Moreover, this was not just any Barrett but the Golden Barrett, significantly more potent than its standard counterparts. Enduring the pain, he opened the car door and stepped outside, meticulously examining the lifeless body of the lioness. At this moment, the lioness lay lifeless, a gaping wound on her head, her body drenched in a crimson liquid. Ding! Detection indicates you have slain a lioness. Would you like to decompose the remains? Decompose. Lioness decomposition successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 lion hide, 100 lion meat, 1 lion bone, and 1 internal organ. The system swiftly assisted Lin Tian in completing the decomposition, causing the once visible carcass of a lioness to vanish before his eyes. While his vehicle, now, contained an ample supply of lion meat, one could not help but ponder the lioness's erratic behavior. Why had she attacked his car without provocation? Did she mistake him for prey? Lin Tian cautiously surveyed his surroundings, seeking to ascertain whether other lions lurked nearby, for unlike solitary tigers, lions are social creatures. The presence of one lion implies the existence of others in the vicinity. Male lions, however, are often solitary, primarily tasked with safeguarding their pride rather than engaging in the hunt. Chapter 8. Surrounded by a pride of lions as Lin Tian returned to his car and prepared to depart, he suddenly noticed several red dots appearing on the radar, swiftly converging from various directions towards his vehicle. Goodness, could this be a pride of lions? His expression changed dramatically as he beheld the red dots on the radar. The single lioness had already exacted a hefty toll. Should a greater number of lions approach, what chance would he have? Were it not for the severe side effects of the Golden Barrett rifle, Lin Tian might have dared to confront the pride, but the damage to his vehicle's windows left him vulnerable. If lions attacked from both sides, he would be utterly defenseless. To safeguard his life, he could not afford to linger here. Blast it! He had forgotten that the car had broken down. The moment Lin Tian attempted to start the engine, he was struck by the realization that the vehicle was incapacitated and could not move. The red dots drew ever nearer in mere moments. He could clearly see the pride approaching, even from within the car. 3 lionesses raced toward him, and not far behind, a male lion observed, flanked by 2 playful cubs circling around him. This was undoubtedly the territory of the pride, and his actions had been perceived as a provocation. Furthermore, having slain one of their own, the entire pride now sought retribution. The confined space of the vehicle rendered it impossible to gauge the pride's movements. Should any lion breach the car, it would spell his doom. Lin Tian forced himself to remain calm, carefully assessing the dire situation. With 2 windows shattered, he faced the grim reality that he could only defend one side, leaving the other vulnerable to an inevitable attack. Once a lion utilizes a shard of glass to leap into the vehicle from the outside, one's demise is unequivocally assured. With his life at stake, Lin Tian resolved to abandon the automobile, opting not to rely on it as a barrier against his adversaries. He promptly lowered the window, meticulously clearing away all the shattered glass with an entrenching tool, and then deftly extricated himself through the window, scaling the roof of the car with agility. The distance from the car's roof to the ground measured approximately 3 meters. While an adult could easily leap to such heights, it posed no challenge for a lion. Perched atop the vehicle, with the entrenching tool firmly in hand, Lin Tian fixed his gaze intently upon the approaching lioness. As she attempted to leap onto the car, he acted without hesitation, bringing the tool down forcefully onto her head. The impact reverberated with a resounding thud, The combined force of the tool and Lin Tian's own strength bore down upon the lioness, who was just in midair. She was sent crashing to the ground, rolling and howling in agony. Given Lin Tian's current strength, it was nearly improbable to deliver a fatal blow with a single strike. But inflicting pain and temporarily incapacitating her was certainly within his reach. Roaring, the lioness charged toward the automobile from various angles. Although Lin Tian had thwarted one, he could not impede the others. Two additional lionesses had leapt onto the car from different sides, now poised behind him, their predatory gazes fixed intently upon him, exuding a primal instinct to attack and kill. Clutching the entrenching tool, Lin Tian remained vigilant, wary of their sudden movements. One lioness lunged at him first, swiftly pouncing forward, prompting her companion to follow suit without a moment's hesitation. With both lionesses attacking simultaneously and the limited space atop the car, Lin Tian found no avenue for evasion. Desperate, he summoned the golden Barrett rifle into his hands, aiming directly at the lioness with unwavering resolve. Without the luxury of precision aiming, he squeezed the trigger. The force of the recoil sent him staggering back a few steps. Had he not reacted swiftly to drop down, he would have been thrown off the roof. The lioness that had lunged at him was instantly pierced by the bullet from the golden Barrett, transforming her into a lifeless form. The second lioness, witnessing her fallen companion lying motionless before her, was engulfed in disbelief. With little comprehension of the situation, she could only register the terrifying sound that had echoed moments before. As her fellow lioness succumbed, could there be a beast stronger than they? Lin Tian, feeling a wave of pain coursing through his body, sensed as if his very organs had been displaced, a testament to the harrowing ordeal he had just endured. Enduring the pain, the muzzle once again aimed at the last lioness, who seemed to be acutely aware that this was the weapon that had slain her companions. Thus, upon seeing the golden Barrett trained upon her, she hesitated not for a moment, leaping from the vehicle to launch an attack on Lin Tian from another direction. How remarkable it was that this creature possessed such cunning. As Lin Tian watched the lioness leap from the top of the car and reappear behind him, he found himself momentarily bewildered. This lioness exhibited a certain intelligence, recognizing that a direct confrontation was unwise, opting instead for a more cunning approach. The lioness moved with remarkable speed, continuously drawing Lin Tian's attention while avoiding a direct duel. Consequently, the Barrett became futile, as it could not be aimed effectively at the lioness, unless Lin Tian were to leap from the vehicle and strike the lioness the moment she descended. His chances of success were slim. Yet, the unpredictability of her approach made this nearly impossible. She could emerge from any direction, perhaps even from behind him. The Barrett was heavy, its weight significantly slowing him down. While the Barrett's speed was 5, his own was barely even a fraction of that. Once he wielded the Barrett, it was as if he were ensnared in place. Stowing away the golden Barrett, Lin Tian retrieved an entrenching tool. Although its offensive power paled in comparison to that of the Barrett, it offered him a measure of increased speed, rendering him more agile than before. Suddenly, the sound of tearing fabric echoed as the lioness's claws raked across his back, shredding his clothing and leaving a gory mark upon his skin. Had Lin Tian not reacted swiftly to evade her assault, he might have already succumbed to her lethal strike. Suppressing the pain, he swung the entrenching tool against the lioness's leg. Her speed was formidable, her attacks devastating. A direct confrontation was futile. However, if he could diminish her velocity, he could then utilize the golden Barrett to finish her off. Chapter 9. Spoils of War. 2 Young Lions. Lin Tian's strength was formidable, and the sheer force of his strike compelled the lioness to retreat, stepping back several paces to maintain a cautious distance. What a splendid opportunity! As the lioness withdrew, Lin Tian promptly brandished the golden Barrett. The sight of the weapon struck the lioness with a palpable sense of impending doom as memories of her fallen companions flooded back, prompting her to turn and flee. Yet Lin Tian would not grant her the luxury of escape. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger, the bullet piercing through the lioness's body. She leaped into the air, unable to utter a cry, and collapsed helplessly to the ground. With the 3 lionesses dispatched, Lin Tian slumped atop the vehicle, his body trembling uncontrollably. The expression on his face conveyed the relief of having survived such peril. Fortuitously, the final lioness had faltered. Had she not, the outcome of their encounter might have been uncertain. After a brief respite, Lin Tian immediately set his sights on the distant male lion, the most powerful of the pride. far superior to the lionesses. Should he fixate on Lin Tian, it would undoubtedly pose a lethal threat. The territory of a lion can be quite extensive, with some lions claiming ranges of over 100 kilometers. This implies that if one were to eliminate a lion, one might find oneself in peril for the next few hours. As night approaches, the threat becomes even more pronounced. Being under the constant gaze of a male lion can prove to be a fatal danger. With the barrel of the golden barret aimed at the lion's head, the trigger was pulled without hesitation. The lion, situated 300 meters away, seemed to sense the impending doom and instinctively turned to flee, but its speed was ultimately insufficient. The cold bullet from the barret swiftly pierced its skull, resulting in a defiant roar before it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. After dispatching the male lion, Lin Tian continued to scan the surroundings through the scope, hoping to spot any survivors. Indeed, there were 2 young cubs, barely over a month old. His finger hovered over the trigger, contemplating a decisive action to eradicate any potential threat. However, he soon abandoned this thought and stowed the barret away. Having encountered numerous domesticated animals before, he had seldom seen ferocious beasts in captivity. There were no explicit regulations against raising such creatures, and if he were to adopt these 2 cubs, they might alleviate future troubles. After all, humanity has successfully raised lions. With proper upbringing, it should pose no issue. Lin Tian then stored the golden barret and proceeded to dismember the female lions, wielding his military shovel as he swiftly made his way toward the cub's vicinity. Upon reaching the site of the male lion's demise, he promptly dismantled its carcass before hastening towards the young lions. The cubs, sensing the presence of a stranger, bared their teeth in an attempt to intimidate Lin Tian, the intruder. Yet, despite their fierce demeanor, Lin Tian found their attempts rather amusing, evoking a smile rather than fear. In the face of formidable strength, no matter how ferocious one tries to appear, one may merely come across as endearing to the powerful. To Lin Tian, the 2 cubs indeed resembled playful innocence. After scooping up the cubs, he dashed toward his vehicle, tossing them inside before gazing helplessly at the car. It had broken down and was currently immobile, and he possessed no mechanical skills to remedy the situation. After examining the engine for quite a while, he could not discern the source of the malfunction. Returning to the car, he opened the chat channel, intending to inquire about the reasons behind the vehicle's failure. However, the moment Lin Tian activated the system, the source of the problem was immediately revealed. Car malfunction. Severe carbon buildup on spark plug, unable to operate normally. Please replace with a new spark plug. It is astonishing that the issue stems from the spark plug. Fortunately, the system is capable of automatic diagnosis. Otherwise, I would have been utterly perplexed about the source of the problem. Now that the root cause is identified, resolution becomes feasible. I opened the chat channel to inquire if anyone possessed a spark plug. Utilizing a piece of lion meat, I swiftly exchanged it for a spark plug, while also replacing the shattered car window. Upon installing the new spark plug, the vehicle slowly resumed its journey, and at that moment, the broken glass had been entirely restored. As dusk descended, 2 young lions curled up in a corner, warily observing Lin Tian. Whenever they caught his gaze, they bared their teeth. The cubs had yet to develop their teeth and were unable to consume lion meat, so Lin Tian could only trade for some milk and place it before them, leaving them to it. Initially, the 2 cubs were apprehensive, cautiously eyeing the milk without daring to make a move. However, their hunger ultimately overcame their trepidation, and they approached the milk to drink heartily. Night fell. Were they still driving, or had they already settled for the night? Of course, they had chosen to rest. The night posed significant dangers, and one misstep could result in a disastrous rollover. You all rest. I must continue driving. I have 3 days to cover 1,000 kilometers, or I face erasure. Indeed, the vehicle's speed was rather sluggish. Without haste, it would be impossible to traverse 1,000 kilometers. If you find a higher-grade engine, the vehicle's speed will increase and fuel consumption will decrease. My black iron engine boosts speed by 5 kilometers per hour. I have solar panels for sale. Does anyone need them? A female university student announced the availability of original flavor underwear. Were there any young men interested? Hurry to purchase. You up there? Stop trying to deceive people. Do not believe him. He is a colossal fraud. Solar panels? Now, that is a valuable item. Although cars do not require electricity, and the control panel does not either, Lin Tian understood well the importance of energy in modern society. If he could acquire a solar panel, he could install numerous devices in the car, even an induction cooker, allowing him to safely enjoy delicious meals without leaving the vehicle. Contemplating this, Lin Tian promptly sent a message. Hello, how does one trade for a solar panel? Chapter 10. Trading Rules. Energy is a precious asset, and solar energy is equally beneficial. Perhaps in the future, fuel will no longer be necessary, and solar power will prevail. 10 gold coins. Gold coins? What is that? Lin Tian found himself momentarily bewildered by the information provided by the other party. He had opened so many chests yet had never encountered gold coins, leaving him momentarily bewildered as to what they were. After a brief pause, Lin Tian inquired once more, "Excuse me, what exactly are gold coins?" Glancing at his chat interface and personal information page, he found no mention of gold coins. The trading shop contained an introduction. Upon accessing the trading shop, Lin Tian was quickly greeted by a dazzling array of goods, including the presence of gold coins. There was an emblem resembling a copper coin, and upon a cursory glance, an introduction to gold coins appeared. Gold coin, the sole trading currency in the automotive survival world. Function, trade items, upgrade talents, etc. Acquisition, could be obtained by opening treasure chests or through the sale of goods and trading channels. Could items be sold for gold coins? Did this mean that lion pelts could also be sold to the shop? Previously, Lin Tian had contemplated selling these items piece by piece to other players, considering the value of a lion was quite significant, and most people could hardly consume such a bounty. Moreover, as everyone had just entered this game, their resources were scarce. They could not possibly consume all that material. To his surprise, selling to the game shop was indeed an option, adding a true sense of gaming experience. Lion pelt, priced at 1 gold coin. Lion bone, priced at 1 gold coin. Lion meat, priced at 1 gold coin per 100 pounds. Were they this inexpensive? A whole lion, at most, would fetch 5 gold coins, while a solar panel demanded 10 gold coins. Upon encountering the seller, Lin Tian found it increasingly difficult to contain his frustration. It felt as though the system was deliberately deceiving him. When did the value of a solar panel surpass that of a lion? In the real world, not to mention a solar panel, even a supercar could be acquired without issue. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian chose not to sell, but instead turned to the players selling the solar panel and said, "This is far too expensive. Would you consider selling it for 1 gold coin? Brother, if you're sincere in trading, I could make a concession and let it go for 9 gold coins. As for 1 gold coin, that is no different from giving it away." The seller's stance was clear. There was no way he would settle for 1 gold coin, insisting on at least 9. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian fell silent for a moment before replying, "I do not possess that many gold coins, but I can offer a complete lion in exchange." His gaze shifted to the 2 small lions, intended for the exchange of the solar panel. The current value of the solar panel was undoubtedly far greater than that of the lion cubs. Lion cubs? I would even want them if you offered them to me. At this stage, how many players could afford to raise them? Without a moment's hesitation, the seller outright rejected Lin Tian's proposal. At this stage, the players are barely able to sustain themselves. Even a vegetarian diet is insufficient, let alone when it comes to the carnivorous nature of these lions. Even if they managed to acquire one, it would still be primarily meat. However, if one truly desires meat, isn't it rather costly to exchange for other types? How much meat could possibly be found on a lion cub? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian felt a bit awkward, unsure of how to respond. He had never considered such a scenario, naively believing that the adorably cute little lions would surely attract interest. To his astonishment, the other party outright rejected the offer, even if it were free. "What about this?" Lin Tian asked, sending another photo, this time of a lioness's corpse. "That will do. Let us exchange. Congratulations, transaction successful. Lost 1 lioness corpse, gained 1 solar panel." With the completion of the trade, Lin Tian relinquished the lioness, and a solar panel appeared in the back of the vehicle. It wasn't particularly large, measuring only 1 meter in length and width, but it could still serve a significant purpose. Unfortunately, lacking the technology to manufacture solar panels, he lamented that he could have profited from it. As night fell, the outside world became perilous. Cooking outside posed great risks, but within the safety of the vehicle, he felt secure. However, without vegetarian food, he would have to resort to eating raw meat. If he were to accidentally suffer from food poisoning, it would be quite a setback. Yet, if he had access to electricity, he could utilize an induction cooker. He almost forgot about the batteries. With the solar panel, he could convert solar energy into electricity, but without a battery, he could not store that energy. Glancing at the chat page and the personal trading section, he found no one selling batteries. Disappointed, Lin Tian exited the world page and continued driving through the darkness. Despite the vast emptiness ahead, danger could arise at any moment, prompting him to proceed with utmost caution. In the night, Lin Tian carefully watched the road ahead while scanning his surroundings to prevent any sudden threats. The earlier ambush by the lioness had left a significant psychological scar, had it not been for his quick reflexes and extensive combat experience. He might have fallen victim to the lion's attack. Meanwhile, the little lion cubs behind him continued to wail incessantly. Although frightened of Lin Tian, their hunger compelled them to cry out. Lin Tian tossed a piece of lion meat in front of the cubs, who seemed to recognize it as their own kind. Yet they remained huddled in a corner, howling. What a hassle, he muttered, reopening the trading page to see if there were any edible items for the cubs, or perhaps some dog food. However, regardless of whether it was the personal page or the marketplace, there was no food available for the lion cubs. With no other options, Lin Tian had no choice but to stop the vehicle, exchange some pork, and chop it into minced meat. After pouring some milk, the little lions finally began to drink the milk and eat the pork. Once they were well fed, the cubs found a cozy spot to fall into a deep slumber. Lin Tian, feeling a bit drowsy himself, decided not to continue driving and instead sought a comfortable place nearby to rest. The night was perilous, and with the necessity of gathering supplies during the day, it was crucial to ensure ample sleep to rejuvenate his energy. Chapter 11. Giant Snake vs. Wild Boar. After a long, exhausting day, Lin Tian, having not eaten anything, succumbed to hunger and drifted into slumber. He held nothing edible in his hands. Although there was plenty of meat, it was leftover food that Lin Tian dared not consume directly, fearing it might upset his stomach. As for cooking outside, it was merely a fleeting thought. He did not dare to venture out. The system had already warned him of the dangers outside, and he would not take such a risk lightly. Despite feeling quite hungry, Lin Tian quickly fell asleep. Why is it so wet? The next day, Lin Tian awoke feeling utterly fatigued. Even in his dreams, he sensed something licking him, an uncomfortable sensation that caused an itch. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of two little lions. They were licking his cheeks, effectively rousing him from his slumber. Once Lin Tian's eyes fluttered open, the cubs stared at him with their big eyes, occasionally letting out small calls. Their message was clear. They were hungry and needed milk and meat. With a sigh, Lin Tian rose to prepare some food for the two little creatures. He opened the car door to stretch his body and breathe in the fresh air while getting ready to make something to eat. Having gone the entire night without food, Lin Tian was now ravenous. Skillfully starting a fire, he placed a pot on the stove, intending to simmer some lion chops. He had been craving this dish since the previous day, but due to the surrounding dangers, he had not dared to linger. As the meat simmered, Lin Tian set the two cubs down outside the vehicle, allowing them to relieve themselves, as it would be difficult to manage that inside the car. After placing them outside, he returned to the car and opened the chat page to see if there was anything he needed. As for the lion cubs, he was not worried about them running away. Initially, he had only thought of bringing them back, never considering the complications of raising them. Now feeling somewhat burdened by the responsibility, he was unconcerned about the possibility of their departure. If they chose to stay, he would continue to care for them. If they left, it was no longer his concern, as he had not deliberately abandoned them. What is that? As Lin Tian settled into his vehicle and opened the messages within the chat world, he suddenly caught sight of a dark figure in the distance. Due to the considerable distance and the presence of several trees in that area, Lin Tian found it somewhat difficult to discern what was happening. He leapt atop the car and retrieved his golden barret, adjusting the eightfold scope to focus on the enigmatic black shape ahead. Soon enough, he discerned that it was the silhouette of a wild boar, relentlessly battering against a large tree laden with numerous fruits. This boar appeared rather selective, attempting to feast upon the fruits. Unfortunately, the tree was far too robust to be toppled by its efforts. Lin Tian looked up at the fruit-bearing tree, estimating there to be about 10 fruits, which were not particularly abundant. Each fruit was red and resembled an apple, yet they did not quite match the apples he had encountered in his past life. He lowered the gun's muzzle, preparing to eliminate the wild boar and subsequently gather the fruits. However, just as he aimed, he noticed something stirring in the branches of the tree. Upon closer inspection, his expression shifted dramatically. It was a large black snake coiled upon the branches. The serpent was sizable, approximately the girth of an adult human's waist. And while Lin Tian could not ascertain its exact length, it appeared to exceed 5 meters. It was continuously flicking its tongue towards the wild boar perched in a tree. Clearly, it intended to swallow the boar whole. Fortunately, Lin Tian had spotted it in time, had he not taken a second glance. He might have walked straight into becoming the snake's next meal. The strength of serpentine creatures is formidable, and their constricting ability is terrifying. Once ensnared, one would undoubtedly become the prey. With the gun now aimed at the serpent, Lin Tian held his breath and cautiously surveyed the surroundings, finding no immediate threats. However, he noticed a treasure chest nestled among the branches entwined by the snake, revealing itself to be a silver-grade chest. As the sun gradually ascended, its rays illuminated the silver chest, casting a gentle white glow. Meanwhile, the wild boar continued its futile assault on the tree, blissfully unaware of the peril looming above. A silver-grade chest. This was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Lin Tian had not anticipated discovering the silver chest without the radar's assistance. Yet, without the wild boar's presence, he might never have noticed it, given the distance of nearly 200 meters. Were it not for the precision of the golden barret's scope, he would have remained oblivious to the chest's existence. Once he dealt with both the wild boar and the serpent, the silver chest would rightfully belong to him. Upgrading it to a golden chest would at least yield golden-grade items. Under Lin Tian's watchful eye, the serpent suddenly descended from the tree, launching an assault on the wild boar, which had no time to react. Not only was it struck by the massive body of the snake, but it was also ensnared within its powerful coils. The 300-pound black wild boar struggled for less than a minute before it succumbed, its bones entirely shattered. The terrifying strength of the great serpent could bend steel. How could the boar's bones possibly withstand such force? Lin Tian, who had been intently observing this scene, held his breath and focused, waiting for the opportune moment. When he had a clear shot at the serpent's head, he did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, the serpent's vital spot lay within its 7 inches. It seemed far simpler to aim directly for the head. Regardless of the creature, a shot to the head guaranteed death. As the serpent prepared to devour the wild boar, a bullet struck its head, and after a brief struggle, it lost all signs of life. Given the considerable distance, Lin Tian refrained from rushing forward, uncertain of the potential dangers. He decided to wait until he was sufficiently nourished before proceeding. By driving closer, he could swiftly retreat to the car if any threat arose. After dealing with the serpent, Lin Tian descended from the vehicle's roof, where the lion rib soup was already simmering, ready to be seasoned with a pinch of salt for consumption. The 2 young lions appeared to have accepted their fate, frolicking near the car without any intention of escape. Half an hour later, having satiated his hunger, Lin Tian tidied up and tossed the young lions into the vehicle before heading towards the location of the spoils. Chapter 12. The Space Ring resource treasure chest detected 30 meters ahead. As the car moved steadily forward, a green had appeared on the radar not too far ahead. Having previously searched numerous treasure chests, Lin Tian recognized at a glance that this was indeed a resource chest. He leapt from a vehicle, stowed his golden barret, and swiftly approached the location of the silver resource chest. However, he still clutched his entrenching tool, mindful that despite having dispatched the serpent and the boar, he could not guarantee the absence of danger ahead. For the sake of his own safety, he needed to ensure that no threats lay in wait. Drawing from his memories, he soon arrived at the battleground where the serpent and boar had clashed. The serpent's corpse was exceedingly long, larger than Lin Tian had observed through the barret scope. Its girth rivaled that of an adult's waist, and its length stretched nearly 7 meters, surpassing that of a large truck. At this moment, both the serpent and the boar lay motionless on the ground. The boar was half consumed, lodged within the serpent's throat, while a dart gun barrel hole marred the serpent's head. A testament to the power of the golden barret. Wild boar detected. Proceed with disassembly. Python detected. Proceed with disassembly. Lin Tian's fingers hovered over the carcasses of the serpent and the boar, and the system prompt flashed before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to proceed with the disassembly. Obtain wild boar hide 1, wild boar meat 100, wild boar offal 1, wild boar ribs 2, pig trotters 4. Obtain snake skin 1, snake meat 500. The python's massive form weighs nearly a ton, yielding an abundance of flesh and blood. After dismantling both the wild boar and the python, Lin Tian lifted his gaze towards the towering tree above, clearly spotting the gleam of a silver treasure chest lodged within its branches. The sight of the silver chest precariously perched in the tree rendered Lin Tian somewhat embarrassed. The treasure chest was out of reach, and he lacked the ability to climb. How could he possibly retrieve it? Suspended approximately 6 meters above the ground. Even stones would be ineffective in dislodging it. Although he possessed a Barrett rifle, Lin Tian hesitated to fire upon the resource chest. What if he inadvertently damaged it? He was reluctant to employ any conventional weapon, let alone the golden Barrett. A weapon of such caliber could effortlessly penetrate a silver-grade resource chest. Perhaps he could consider felling the tree instead. Lin Tian's gaze fixated on the imposing tree as he contemplated whether it was feasible to bring it down. In this survival game, everything could potentially serve as a resource, and timber was no exception. However, the demand for wood in the game was not particularly high. Buses were constructed of steel, predominantly comprising plastic, metal, and glass, rendering wood largely unnecessary. Were it not for the resource chest, Lin Tian would not have squandered time here. He grasped his entrenching tool and began to chop vigorously at the tree, each strike delivered with great effort. Yet, the tree was remarkably resilient, and every swing proved arduous. 80. Lin Tian exerted all his strength, laboriously hacking away for a full 2 hours before finally toppling the 20-meter-tall tree. The mighty crash echoed through the air, causing the silver treasure chest to tumble from its branch. Lin Tian swiftly dashed towards the fallen chest, seizing it in his hands before hastening back to the vehicle. As for the snake meat and wild boar meat strewn across the ground, he decided to prioritize retrieving the resource chest before addressing those. Collecting the snake meat, wild boar meat, and timber took Lin Tian nearly 3 additional hours, until he had successfully transported everything back to the vehicle. At this point, the rear of the vehicle was already brimming with an impressive haul: wild boar meat, snake meat, and lion meat, totaling over 1,000 pounds. With such a substantial quantity of meat, even if Lin Tian were to consume it at every meal, it would easily last him over a month. He needed to find time to cure it. If left unprocessed, this considerable amount of raw meat would spoil quickly. The timber would serve perfectly for curing the meat, allowing him to transform it all into preserved delicacies. However, that would be a matter for 3 days hence. 3 days prior, Lin Tian had no intention of smoking the meat into jerky. After all, a mere 3 days must suffice to traverse 1,000 kilometers. Otherwise, one risks being obliterated by the system. Achieving smoked meat within such a short span is utterly unfeasible. Thus, at this moment, Lin Tian could only offer a silent prayer, hoping that the raw meat could endure for 3 days. Should anyone express a need, he would be inclined to trade it for essential supplies. After expending a full 5 hours, the sun was now approaching its zenith, and Lin Tian began to kindle a fire nearby to roast the meat. The 2 young lions, having satisfied their hunger and thirst, resumed their playful antics beside the vehicle, eventually seeking a shaded spot to rest. As Lin Tian simmered the ribs, he cast a glance at the silver treasure chest and decided to upgrade it to a golden one. He fervently wished that this time it would yield a golden grade item, preferably one of significance. If not, even a bit of water would suffice. Lin Tian's heart brimmed with hope, for the last supply of mineral water from the previous resource chest was nearly exhausted, leaving him with scarcely 2 bottles. Without replenishment, he would soon face a dire shortage of water. Though food was currently ample, it was the vital essence of life he lacked. Opening golden grade treasure chest. Obtain silver grade space ring X1. Opening golden treasure chest. Your luck has manifested. Congratulations on acquiring special attribute luck X1. Opening golden treasure chest. Your luck has manifested. Congratulations on acquiring condensation water device blueprint X1. A space ring? What is this? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback by the appearance of a small ring before him. It was the first time he had encountered such an item. In the World Chat channel, it seemed no one had mentioned it yet. Item: space ring, grade, silver. Function: store supplies without risk of spoilage. Time within the space halts. Living organisms cannot be placed inside. Internal volume: 1,010 cubic meters. Gazing at the silver ring, Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at the raw meat in the vehicle. His mind was still preoccupied with how to manage the meat, and unexpectedly, the silver treasure chest had provided a solution. Chapter 13. Automotive Components. Condensation device. It appears that prayer does indeed hold power. Lin Tian's heart soared with joy upon beholding the space ring. His earlier supplications had borne fruit. Without hesitation, he proceeded to upgrade the silver-grade space ring. Talent activation in progress. Silver-grade space ring successfully upgraded to golden ring. As his talent successfully activated, the ring in Lin Tian's hand, which had appeared to be crafted from silver, instantaneously transformed into a golden ring. Its original silver hue now radiated a brilliant gold, resembling genuine gold in its splendor. Item: Space Ring Grade. Gold function. Store supplies without deterioration. Time halts within the space. Living entities cannot be placed inside. Internal volume: 5,050 square meters. Special skill: Deadly Guardian. Passive skill: when a player encounters danger, it can withstand a fatal blow from below the gold grade. With a cooldown period of 24 hours, this skill is astonishing. Does this not imply that I now possess a greater margin for error? Although it can only withstand attacks of gold grade or lower, at this stage, most individuals possess similar strength. How many can surpass the gold grade? Unless the opponent, like myself, is endowed with such formidable luck. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian adorned himself with this life-saving artifact. Instantly, he felt a profound sense of security, no longer troubled by the lurking threat of unknown creatures. All the raw meat in the vehicle was swiftly stored within the space ring, leaving the automobile feeling desolate, which momentarily evoked a sense of loss in Lin Tian, though it quickly faded. Lin Tian was already aware of his attribute of luck and its significance, so he did not dwell on it excessively, but rather directed his gaze towards the condensation water device. Item: Condensation water blueprint grade. Ordinary type. Automobile accessory effect. Capable of collecting moisture from the air, with a daily collection of 10 to 20 liters of water, depending on environmental conditions. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Lin Tian was overwhelmed with joy upon beholding this newfound treasure. Fortune indeed favors him. Not only had he acquired a space ring to preserve raw meat, but he had also obtained the means to secure water for sustenance. While the daily minimum of 10 liters may seem modest, it suffices to prevent him from succumbing to thirst. Required materials: 20 wood, 20 rubber, 50 iron blocks. The materials swiftly appeared before Lin Tian. He had an ample supply of wood, having previously felled a large tree, so he lacked nothing in that regard. Likewise, he had sufficient steel. Salvage from the automobile he had burned to a crisp. What remained elusive was rubber, a commodity he did not possess. To acquire it, he would need to engage in trade with others. Gazing at the steaming lion rib soup, Lin Tian remained unhurried, opting to patiently await while further examining the space ring. He would trade for rubber once he returned to the vehicle. Rubber is not considered a rare item. Its price should not be excessively high, making it relatively easy to procure. Most players likely possess rubber, as it is necessary for automobile upgrades. An hour later, Lin Tian finished the rib soup and drank an entire bottle of mineral water before setting off on his journey. Currently, there are devices capable of storing water, alleviating any concerns about hydration. Thus, one can drink as much as desired. Starting the vehicle, he opens the chat channel, preparing to announce the resources he seeks. My goodness, this game features pets, and there's a pet egg for sale. Damn it, I was bitten by a snake. What a pity for that bronze chest. Is there a gentleman around? I feel so lonely and cold. To the one above, ibuprofen is truly worth having. I am in urgent need of steel. Please message me for details. Selling original flavor stockings, pure-hearted female college student. Damn it, you deceitful person, why are you still alive? The world chat channel buzzes with chatter. Yet nothing of significant consequence seems to have transpired. It appears everyone was quite normal last night. However, Lin Tian is uncertain, for upon his recent awakening, he had encountered a great snake and a wild boar, leaving no time to check the world chat channel. Now, nearly 7 or 8 hours have passed, and the previous night's discussions have long been buried in the flood of messages. Although he did not acquire any useful information, Lin Tian still posted a request for rubber. You have a new private message. You have a new private message. Upon posting his request, numerous individuals began to message him. Rubber is a common item found in the possession of nearly every player, making it an easily attainable commodity. Likely no one else would be interested in purchasing it. After all, one could gather a bit from the abandoned vehicles encountered along the road. A piece of raw meat could be exchanged for 20 units of rubber. Lin Tian opened a message from one person and promptly communicated his desired price. No problem, let's make the trade. Rubber is ubiquitous, with each player possessing some. It serves little purpose. If someone else were to seize the opportunity, he might not even secure that piece of raw meat. Steel, on the other hand, holds its value, as upgrading vehicles requires considerable amounts. Nearly every component of the vehicle demands it, and other areas require it to some extent as well. As for rubber, aside from tires, it is largely unnecessary elsewhere. Sufficient materials detected. Do you wish to consume 20 wood, 20 rubber, and 50 steel to manufacture a condensation water device? The blueprint will disappear after use. Confirmed. Consume 20 wood, 20 rubber, and 50 steel. You have crafted a standard condensation water device. Detected vehicle accessory. Condensation water device. Do you wish to install it? Planning to install the condensation water device. Talent in use. Evolving the condensation water device. Evolution successful. You have obtained a black iron-grade condensation water device. Installing the condensation water device. Condensation water device installed successfully. Black iron-grade water condenser, capable of absorbing moisture from the air and converting it into potable pure water, depending on the weather. It can store 20 to 40 liters of water daily. Excellent. Truly excellent. As Lin Tian gazed at the rear of the vehicle, a massive iron container suddenly came into view. It was the water storage apparatus. While the condensation device, perched atop the car, collected moisture from the air and transformed it into pure water, which was then stored in the grand iron box. This container was quite substantial, capable of holding approximately 300 liters of pristine water. Chapter 14. Recycling abandoned vehicles, a resource with fixed refresh rates? Lin Tian contemplated the water reservoir before him, pondering whether it warranted a cleaning. However, upon lifting the lid and peering inside, he promptly abandoned that notion, for it was impeccably clean and required no such attention. The products of the system undeniably boasted an absolute superiority in cleanliness. At that moment, the interior was entirely empty, devoid of any pure water. It was evident that the condensation device required some time to function. Gently stroking the two small lions still in slumber, Lin Tian returned to the driver's seat and restarted the vehicle, continuing his journey along the desolate highway. After approximately 15 minutes, he engaged in idle chatter within the communication channel, yet remained vigilant, glancing at the car's radar. This device not only enhanced the likelihood of discovering resource chests, but also served as a forewarning of impending dangers, allowing him to make informed decisions in advance. Abandoned vehicle detected. A yellow dot appeared on the radar, with resource chests indicated by green dots and red dots signifying danger. The last time he encountered an abandoned vehicle, it had also been marked by a yellow dot, though Lin Tian had overlooked it then. About 30 meters ahead, he could distinctly see an abandoned car parked by the roadside. When he was approximately 3 meters away, Lin Tian parked the vehicle, took his entrenching tool, and cautiously approached, meticulously examining the abandoned car while occasionally peering through the glass. The paint on the car's exterior had completely peeled away, and the seats inside were utterly dilapidated. It appeared to have been abandoned for several years. After inspecting the exterior and taking a look inside without discovering any hazards, he raised his entrenching tool and forcefully struck the car's window. The sheer force shattered the glass. Unable to open the car door, he resorted to climbing through the window. Before doing so, however, Lin Tian tossed several stones inside to ensure there were no dangers present, and only after confirming this did he feel secure in entering the vehicle. Abandoned vehicle detected. Begin recycling. Inside the derelict car, there was scarcely anything of value, leaving him with no choice but to initiate its recycling. The abandoned vehicle offered minimal resources, primarily rubber, glass, and steel. Recycling of abandoned vehicle successful. Acquired 5 rubber, 100 steel, 50 glass. As the recycling process concluded, the abandoned vehicle vanished, leaving only faint traces upon the ground, which soon faded away. The abandoned vehicles appear to be subject to a random refresh, do they not? Observing the fleeting traces on the ground that vanish in an instant, Lin Tian couldn't help but furrow his brow, his eyes filled with profound skepticism. At that moment, he yearned to decipher the refresh frequency of these discarded automobiles. Should he uncover a pattern, it would grant him a substantial amount of steel, enabling significant upgrades for his own vehicle. Currently, many items necessitate the use of steel for their construction. While most individuals possess some steel, the demand is exceedingly high. Unlike the relatively inexpensive rubber, casting a glance around, Lin Tian noted the absence of any immediate danger or usable resources. After retrieving the steel into his spatial ring, he returned to his vehicle, starting the engine and gradually driving forward. Opening the chat channel, he curiously inquired of the others, "What do you know about the abandoned vehicles? Are they fixed in their refresh rate?" The chat channel, originally populated by 10,000 participants, had inexplicably diminished by over 100 in recent days, now numbering only 9. 867. It was likely that those missing had met unfortunate fates. Observing the fluctuation in chat participants, Lin Tian felt little emotional upheaval. Although this world bore a resemblance to wilderness survival, with caution, the dangers were manageable. Yet, many individuals lacked self-regulation, indifferent to the lurking perils. The deceased, numbering over 100, were likely victims of their own carelessness. Abandoned cars? They are everywhere. I've encountered countless. Indeed, there's nothing of value in those wrecks. Not even worth a black iron-grade treasure chest. I once saw human bones in an abandoned car. Really? Could it be that someone actually perished in one? It's not uncommon for a few to die in car accidents. Indeed, with so many people in the world, accidents are bound to occur. As Lin Tian observed the discussions unfold, his expression changed dramatically, disbelief etched across his features. He had unearthed a crucial piece of information, the presence of human bones within the abandoned vehicles. Given that the inhabitants of this world had only recently arrived, just a day prior, any incident resulting in death could not have transformed a body into bones within a mere 24 hours. Even if consumed by some creature, remnants of flesh and blood would remain. The process of becoming skeletal typically requires years, if not decades. What then? Were these bones from the vehicles? Were they remnants of the indigenous people? Lin Tian was enveloped in doubt, eager to unravel the mystery. As he scrolled through the messages, seeking the player who had made that statement, he intended to initiate a private chat to clarify the situation. The messages had been sent in the thousands, and new ones emerged with each passing moment. Despite Lin Tian's relentless scrolling, he found himself unable to locate the desired information. With a sense of resignation, he ultimately relinquished his desire to continue searching. Do you think the scrap cars are randomly refreshed, or are they remnants left by previous players? He pondered. Surely they cannot be remnants from former players, can they? With all of humanity gathered here, it seems implausible that there would be others. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could there possibly be other humans existing beyond their realm? He found it difficult to believe there were any besides them. After all, scientists have conducted extensive research and have yet to uncover any evidence of other human existence. Such notions are merely fanciful. The scrap cars should be random spawns, functioning as a fixed resource. As Lin Tian broached this topic, many began to engage in discussion, for they had all encountered scrap cars and shared a modicum of common experience. Chapter 15. Fuel low warning. Next time I encounter a scrap car, I must observe carefully. Lin Tian murmured, silently vowing to himself to ascertain whether the scrap cars were remnants of predecessors or fixed resource points generated by the system. 30 meters ahead. Resource chest detected. The radar emitted a prompt, revealing a green dot. Upon reaching the designated location, Lin Tian dismounted from his vehicle, gripping his engineer's shovel. He cautiously approached the site of the resource chest, soon discovering the chest itself, a pitch-black iron resource box, resting quietly atop a stone. A swift glance around revealed that the area within a meter of the stone was devoid of any potential threats. The only conceivable danger lay behind the stone, where hazards could be concealed. However, with the death-defying guardian at his side, Lin Tian felt a measure of reassurance. As long as he remained vigilant, he would be fine. Suddenly, he noticed a wasp nearby. How can there be wasps here? He thought, as he prepared to advance and retrieve the resource chest. To his dismay, a wasp materialized around the chest. Wasps possess formidable attack power and a potent venom. A sting to a vital area could spell life-threatening consequences. Glancing upward from the wasp's position, he spotted a large nest teeming with wasps. Realizing that the chest lay within the wasp strike zone, Lin Tian understood that he would need to eliminate the wasps to procure the resource chest, lest he become their target. His initial thought was to wield a torch. With a flame in hand, the wasps would be deterred. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, for such an action would undoubtedly provoke their wrath. In pursuit of the black iron resource chest, certain aspects were inevitably neglected. Currently, the only resources at his disposal included the golden barret, a military shovel, and some miscellaneous materials, leaving him without an effective strategy against the wasps. The wasp nest hung approximately 5 meters above the ground, unreachable by the shovel or stones. The only viable option for dislodging the nest was the golden barret. However, the black iron resource chest lay directly beneath the nest, and even if he succeeded in knocking it down, the wasps would swiftly encircle the chest, rendering it even more unattainable. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian resolved to employ a fiery assault, reminiscent of his previous experience setting ablaze a scrap car. He promptly retrieved some wood from his spatial ring and arranged it around the tree, pouring a small amount of gasoline over it before igniting the structure. Flames erupted, swiftly engulfing the wood. Thick smoke billowed upward, quickly enveloping the entire wasp nest. As the smoke proliferated, numerous wasps tumbled from the nest, struggling on the ground before succumbing to their fates. Some wasps attempted to retreat into the nest, seeking refuge from the noxious smoke, while others broke free from its grasp. Observing the dense smoke, Lin Tian pushed aside some wood and dashed towards the black iron chest. After securing the chest within his spatial ring, he hastened to escape the smoke's confines. The wasps that had managed to escape, enraged by the destruction of their home, charged towards Lin Tian, driven by a fierce desire for vengeance. Faced with the oncoming wasps, Lin Tian's expression shifted, and he wielded the military shovel to swat down two of the approaching foes. He swiftly discarded his clothing, using it to fend off the wasps and prevent them from closing in. Spotting a car about 20 meters away and a fire pit less than 5 meters behind him, Lin Tian hesitated not a moment longer. He sprinted into the smoke, which acted as a barrier against the wasps. Coughing incessantly amidst the thick haze, Lin Tian realized that while the smoke could incapacitate the wasps, it posed a threat to him as well. Within less than a minute, he felt himself on the brink of becoming smoke-cured meat. Though visibility was obscured, the incessant buzzing of wasp wings filled the air. Despite a significant reduction in their numbers, about a dozen remained fixated on Lin Tian, ready to attack should he reveal himself. Concealing his face, he gazed at the burning wood, stowed away the military shovel, and grasped two flaming logs as he charged out of the smoke's reach. Upon his emergence, the wasps immediately lunged at him, but Lin Tian, quick to react, raised the burning wood to defend himself. The flames above were extinguished by Lin Tian, who now faced a thick cloud of black smoke. The wasps, upon encountering the ominous smoke, hesitated to advance. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian sprinted towards the vehicle, dashing into it with the speed of a 100-meter dash, swiftly shutting the doors and all the windows. The wasps incessantly battered against the glass, attempting to breach the vehicle to deliver their venomous sting. However, these ordinary wasps possessed no extraordinary abilities, rendering them incapable of shattering the windows. Their attempts to invade were nothing more than a futile dream. After a brief respite, Lin Tian wiped his face with his clothing and started the engine, accelerating away. The wasps pursued relentlessly, continuing their assault, but were soon left far behind, their shadows fading from view. Warning: fuel level critical, please replenish fuel promptly. Warning: fuel level critical, please replenish fuel promptly. Warning: fuel level critical, please replenish fuel promptly. Having barely traveled 5 kilometers, the vehicle emitted an alarm. A glance at the remaining fuel indicated that he could only travel an additional 20 kilometers. In other words, he must procure fuel within that limited distance, or his vehicle would come to a halt. He needed to devise a plan to gather more gasoline. Although he encountered numerous abandoned vehicles and resource chests, none contained fuel. Lost in thought about other matters, Lin Tian had not considered this issue. Had it not been for the system's reminder, he would not have even thought to seek fuel after the car broke down. Effortlessly, he opened the trading interface, searching for players selling fuel. Chapter 16, Body Refinement Pill, Martial Arts Techniques. In such a bustling trading channel, not a single person was offering fuel. Was it truly that scarce? After reviewing all the available items, which included car parts, food, and even dolls, albeit used and deemed unsatisfactory by sellers, fuel was conspicuously absent. Running out of fuel was a dire predicament. A glance at the dashboard revealed that the vehicle could only travel 5 more kilometers. If fuel was not secured within that distance, it would be game over. Desperate, Lin Tian posted a message in the chat channel, offering a handsome reward for anyone willing to trade fuel. He then retrieved the black iron-grade treasure chest he had snatched from the wasps, using his talent to upgrade it to a bronze-grade resource chest. Holding the bronze-grade resource chest in his hands, Lin Tian took a deep breath and fervently implored, I can forego anything else. I just need some fuel. Please, I beg you. In that moment, Lin Tian resembled a devout supplicant, fervently beseeching the deities. He prayed for even the slightest chance of obtaining fuel, his heart filled with hope. As Lin Tian opened the bronze resource chest, he received 1 bronze tire, 1 ordinary body refinement pill, and 1 black iron martial arts manual. Alas, his hopes were dashed. The chest yielded no fuel. His countenance fell, for he had anticipated that fortune might favor him this time, allowing him to acquire the desired resources. Ultimately, however, Lin Tian realized he had been overly optimistic. He did not obtain what he yearned for. What he urgently needed was fuel, for without it, he would be stranded here. If he failed to travel 1,000 kilometers by tomorrow, the system would obliterate him. This was not a mere reality show, but a tangible gaming universe where obliteration meant absolute demise. Currently, he had covered merely around 600 to 700 kilometers, leaving over 300 kilometers yet to traverse. If he could not procure fuel today, he would certainly be unable to reach his goal by tomorrow. Faced with the seemingly valuable items he had received, Lin Tian found little interest in them. The vehicle continued to sway precariously forward, but the fuel soon ran out, bringing it to a complete halt. He glanced at the trading channel, but there was still no one selling fuel, nor did anyone message him privately. Undeterred, Lin Tian issued another trade request. As he was in desperate need of purchasing fuel from others, this was his only chance. Beyond this, there seemed to be no alternative means to acquire fuel. Although he could explore the nearby area, the desolate wilderness offered nothing, making it improbable to find any fuel. After waiting for several minutes without receiving any response, even when offering high prices, no player seemed willing to sell fuel. Was fuel truly this scarce? Lin Tian furrowed his brow, feeling quite vexed. It seemed as though some players were deliberately hoarding it, refusing to sell until the price reached a certain threshold. Having found no prospects in the trading channel, Lin Tian decided to abandon the vehicle and venture nearby in search of resource chests, hoping to uncover fuel. As he explored forward, he unknowingly walked nearly 100 meters, when suddenly he encountered a massive gate blocking the entire road, impeding any further progress. What was this place? Could it be a terminus? Wasn't he supposed to travel 1,000 kilometers? Staring at the imposing gate, Lin Tian attempted to push it open, but regardless of his effort, it would not budge. Vehicle not detected. Looking up, he noted that the gate towered nearly 10 meters high and spanned about 6 meters wide, completely obstructing the road. He could not see what lay beyond, nor could he even glimpse the scenery beside him, as if it had all been entirely severed from view. Lin Tian sought to maneuver around, only to find himself bewildered by an invisible barrier preventing his advance, as if an intangible wall of air obstructed his path. Even the adjacent route remained inaccessible. Was it necessary for a vehicle to be detected in order to open the door? He cast a glance back at the dilapidated car that lay stranded, pondering how he might bring it over. The fuel had been completely exhausted, rendering it impossible to drive. If he wished to retrieve it, he would need to devise an alternative strategy. Furrowing his brow at the situation, Lin Tian concluded that he would have to push the car. With no resources or treasure chests in sight, he could only hope that something of value lay beyond the gate. Acquiring fuel would be a delightful turn of events. If not, he would have to resign himself to fate. Approaching the rear of the worn-out vehicle, Lin Tian exerted all his strength, pushing with all his might. Yet the car remained stubbornly immobile, its weight formidable. In the end, he had no choice but to relinquish his efforts. Sitting on the ground in despair as he examined his supplies for anything that might assist him. Detected automobile part, bronze grade tire. Would you like to install it? Detected martial arts manual, bronze grade. Would you like to learn? Detected ordinary body refining pill. Would you like to use it? The items previously acquired from the bronze treasure chest materialized before Lin Tian. The single bronze grade tire could enhance the friction between the car and the ground, thereby slightly increasing its speed. Body refining pill. Consuming it can moderately enhance physical constitution. Martial arts manual. Learning it can strengthen the body. Upon upgrading the body refining pill and martial arts manual, a voice announced, "Talent activation successful. Body refining pill upgraded to excellent quality, significantly enhancing constitution. Martial arts manual upgraded to silver grade. Learning it will greatly strengthen the body." 2 notifications echoed, and a manual along with a white pill appeared before Lin Tian. He stored the manual in his system space and swiftly consumed the pill, instantly feeling a warm surge coursing through his body. Soon, Lin Tian noticed a slight discomfort within, though it was bearable. Yet, within a mere half hour, the pain had nearly vanished, replaced by an exhilarating sense of ease, akin to years of constipation being resolved. Chapter 17. Entering the instance after using the body-refining pill, Lin Tian experienced a significant increase in strength, with his attributes nearly doubling. Name: Lin Tian. Strength: 9, Speed: 7, Constitution: 5, Mental Power: 3, Luck. Special attribute 12. Upon returning to the car, Lin Tian once again examined his attributes. After consuming the body-tempering pill, he felt a noticeable enhancement in his capabilities. Initially expecting only a slight improvement, he was astonished by the extent of his gains. "Brothers, I have discovered a dungeon. Completing it will yield valuable rewards," he exclaimed. "A dungeon? In this wretched car?" "Indeed, there is a dungeon. However, I did not manage to complete it and received no rewards. From my research, the difficulty of dungeons varies." Lin Tian opened the chat channel, hoping to find someone selling fuel, as his car was completely out of gas and could not proceed. Unfortunately, no one was willing to sell fuel. Though he did not acquire any information regarding fuel, he stumbled upon some useful insights that left him momentarily stunned. A dungeon? What could that be? As he perused the incessantly flashing messages about dungeons, Lin Tian found himself momentarily dazed, diligently gathering information. Dungeons refresh randomly. Not everyone has the privilege to encounter them, and their difficulties differ. The rewards upon completion also vary. Strangely, there seem to be no penalties for those who failed. Many in the chat expressed their inability to complete the dungeons without facing any repercussions. Could the glowing portal I encountered be a dungeon? He gazed ahead at the large gate, roughly 100 meters away, filled with skepticism that it might indeed be a dungeon. Despite the plethora of information about dungeons in the chat, Lin Tian remained entirely ignorant of what they truly resembled. He exited the vehicle and began to push it towards the glowing portal. Previously, with a mere 5 points in strength, he could barely manage to move the car. But now, with his strength increased to 9, he found it considerably easier to push. Although the task was less arduous, it still took him a full 5 minutes to cover the distance of about 150 meters. Just as the car approached within a meter of the portal, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in his ear. "Ding! A random dungeon has been detected. Do you wish to enter?" Kind reminder: dungeon levels include easy, normal, hard, hell, abyss, mythical, and immortal. Each level offers different rewards. Death within the dungeon does not equate to real death. However, exceeding 3 deaths will result in immediate obliteration. Exceeding 3 deaths leads to obliteration? Wasn't there no punishment for failure? Lin Tian reflected on the information he had just encountered regarding the failure of the dungeon. Noting the absence of any mention of penalties, this led him to subconsciously believe that even if he were to fail, there would be no significant repercussions. Little did he anticipate that the consequences would be so dire. Death 3 times would result in complete erasure. The fact that the dungeon imposed penalties for failure was perplexing, especially considering why others had not spoken of it. Was it not true that exceeding 3 failures would lead to immediate obliteration? How had those individuals survived? Lin Tian found himself lost in thought, striving to unravel the mystery. Yet no matter how much he pondered, clarity eluded him. With scant knowledge about dungeon mechanics, Lin Tian stood before the prompt asking if he wished to enter the dungeon, momentarily paralyzed by indecision. He lacked confidence in his ability to survive the encounter. While the first 3 ranks of dungeons might still offer a chance of survival, the latter 4 were virtually impossible to conquer. Even possessing a golden tier weapon would not guarantee success. Previously, he had seen that among 100 participants, over 70 had experienced failure, indicating a staggeringly high failure rate. Contemplating the prompt before him, Lin Tian was uncertain whether to proceed. He was entirely unaware of the dungeon's level and whether he stood a chance of emerging alive. Should he fail, death was inevitable. He would either be annihilated by the dungeon or erased by the system's rules. Currently, he lacked fuel, rendering him incapable of completing the system's task of driving 1,000 kilometers. Resolving to take a leap of faith, he decided to enter the random dungeon. With no alternative routes available, Lin Tian saw no choice but to gamble on the dungeon. Before him lay only 2 paths: to conquer the dungeon or to perish within its confines. Congratulations on entering the Wilderness Dungeon. This dungeon is classified as a normal level dungeon. Defeating monsters will yield rewards. Remaining dungeon time. 59. 59. Dungeon task. Survive until the end of the dungeon to complete the task. Eliminating all monsters will allow for early completion of the dungeon task. Reward will be based on completion level, with the highest reward being SSS level. As Lin Tian clicked confirm, an irresistible force enveloped him and his vehicle. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a dramatically altered environment. The car remained on a road, but the surroundings were a vast wilderness, starkly different from the previous highway. The road beyond the dungeon stretched endlessly, devoid of any signs of life, while this new realm was teeming with vitality. Towering trees loomed high, with the tallest reaching heights of 50 to 60 meters. In the distance, a multitude of creatures were visible, including bison, wild boar, and even a tiger, feasting on its captured prey. Lin Tian's gaze swept forward, taking in all the beings that populated his field of vision, each crowned with a floating information display. Were these ordinary wild creatures not considered monsters? Could slaying them yield rewards? Lin Tian leapt atop the vehicle, brandishing his golden barret, and aimed at the bison, pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunshot resounded, and the bison collapsed, instantly slain. Chapter 18. The Black Iron Beast. After dispatching the bison, Lin Tian waited for a few seconds but received no notification. In that moment, he was taken aback. Was it not the case that slaying monsters would yield rewards? Why had he received nothing for killing the bison? Not even a system alert. Could it be that the bison was not truly dead? Lin Tian's gaze shifted back to the bison, and as he prepared to fire another shot with his golden barret, he suddenly noticed a massive creature emerging ahead. It resembled a wild boar, yet distinctly different, for its skin appeared as if forged from rock, and its size was colossal. Approximately 3 tons. With each movement, the ground trembled beneath it. Chun Feng's gun pointed toward the rock boar, and its information materialized in Lin Tian's view. Rock boar, bronze beast. So, this was the true monster of the instance? Upon seeing the information about the rock boar, Lin Tian immediately comprehended why there had been no reward for the earlier bison kill. The bison was not a monster at all, while the rock boar before him was indeed the genuine beast, and only by vanquishing the rock boar could he earn rewards. With clarity in his understanding, Lin Tian hesitated no longer. He aimed at the rock boar and pulled the trigger. The golden bullet soared forth, piercing the rock boar's skull and splattering crimson across the ground. The rock boar, though resilient, charged forward 2 meters before collapsing. A single shot to the head, a decisive kill. The power of the golden barret was formidable, capable of slaying even typical golden tier beasts. A mere wild boar, classified as a bronze tier beast, stood no chance against its might. Slaying the bronze tier beast, rock boar, received a bronze chest. Where the bronze tier rock boar had perished, a bronze chest suddenly appeared, shimmering with a bronze hue, capturing Lin Tian's undivided attention. Was it true that slaying a beast would yield a chest to the same tier? If only he had known, he would have upgraded the rock boar first. Gazing at the bronze chest that had emerged as a reward, Lin Tian felt a twinge of regret. Had he upgraded the bronze tier rock boar to a silver tier beast, he could have secured a silver chest and subsequently upgraded that silver chest into a golden one. The golden treasure chest yields rewards far superior to those of the silver treasure chest. The golden barret surveyed the surroundings, detecting no imminent danger. Lin Tian swiftly rushed towards the corpse of the rock wild boar, hastily stowing both the carcass and the bronze treasure chest into his spatial ring. He did not spare even the ordinary buffalo he had previously slain, ensuring all were secured within the confines of his spatial ring. Upon returning to the roof of the vehicle, Lin Tian furrowed his brow, pondering the lack of any ferocious beasts in sight. It was untenable to continue waiting indefinitely. Although surviving until the conclusion of the dungeon would grant rewards, the richness of these rewards was directly proportional to the number of beasts one had slain. To procure greater rewards, it was imperative to eliminate as many ferocious beasts as possible. However, with his vehicle out of fuel, progress seemed impossible, leaving him with no alternative but to wait idly. Was he to push the car forward manually? Gazing at the vehicle beneath him, Lin Tian remained silent for a moment before leaping down to nudge the car forward. He realized that if the dungeon time elapsed while he was separated from the vehicle, he would face dire consequences, as he would not be transported alongside it. Suddenly, as Lin Tian pushed the car, he felt the ground tremble slightly beneath him. Upon looking down, his expression shifted in alarm as a horde of rock wild boars came charging towards him. Their immense size was staggering, with the smallest weighing over 2 tons and the largest approaching 5 tons. Each step they took sent tremors through the earth, each boar resembling a land-bound tank. Witnessing this scene, Lin Tian swiftly leaped onto the car, raising his barret to fire. However, he quickly recalled a thought and murmured softly, "Activate talent, upgrade Rock Wild Boar." Upgrading Rock Wild Boar upgrade failed. Rock Wild Boar is a wild, ferocious beast and does not belong to the player. Indeed, there were no loopholes to exploit. Upon seeing the system's notification, Lin Tian couldn't help but mutter quietly. He had hoped to exploit a flaw in the system to upgrade the bronze-level Rock Wild Boar to a silver level 1, subsequently refreshing silver treasure chests in bulk and ultimately elevating them all to golden treasure chests. Alas, one could not upgrade items that did not belong to them. Without hesitation, Lin Tian squeezed the trigger, and a bronze-level Rock Wild Boar fell lifelessly to the ground, radiating a flickering azure light, which signified a bronze treasure chest. The Rock Wild Boar, despite its enormous size, moved with surprising sluggishness, each movement sending vibrations through the earth. Lin Tian fired his golden barret, effortlessly dispatching each Rock Wild Boar with a single shot. Yet, 3 bronze-level Rock Wild Boars still managed to crash into the front of the vehicle. Bang! Bang! The Rock Wild Boars collided forcefully with the car, causing it to crumple instantly. The glass shattered, and the entire vehicle shook violently, sending Lin Tian, who had been standing atop it, tumbling to the ground. Damn it! As Lin Tian fell to the ground from the roof of the car, he was engulfed in excruciating pain, his complexion pale and ghastly. He stowed away the golden barret, realizing that close-range attacks with it were futile. It could merely serve as a blunt instrument for striking. In his grasp, a bronze-grade engineer shovel materialized, which he swung down viciously towards the wild boar's head. With a resounding thud, Lin Tian felt as though he had struck solid steel. The force of the impact sent a slight tingle through his arm, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the shovel. Yet, the rocky boar merely shook its head, seemingly unfazed, and charged towards him with relentless determination. This creature's defense was as impenetrable as stone, rendering it nearly impossible for Lin Tian to vanquish it with just the bronze-grade shovel. Suddenly, the 2 slumbering lion cubs in the car were startled awake, emitting cries of fear and anger. Lin Tian's heart ached at the sight of his car, battered and deformed. Its windows shattered completely, as if the beast had nearly reduced it to ruins. In a swift motion, he retreated, drawing the barret once more and aiming it at the bronze-grade rocky boar, pulling the trigger. In a mere 5 minutes, 3 bronze-grade wild boars lay lifeless, and 3 bronze treasure chests materialized upon their corpses. Chapter 19. The Silver-Grade Boss. While Boar King, these wild boars are indeed tough-skinned and resilient. They nearly wrecked my car. After collecting the rocky boars and the bronze treasure chests into his spatial ring, Lin Tian's gaze fell upon his car, which was now grotesquely deformed. The impact zones deeply indented and the glass completely shattered. A costly repair awaited him. Having slain 13 wild boars and acquired 13 bronze chests, he resolved to upgrade them all to silver chests, deeming the haul quite satisfactory. Observing his collection of bronze chests, Lin Tian nodded in approval. Today had yielded impressive rewards. Even if he couldn't extract fuel, he anticipated obtaining numerous valuable items. If he were to exchange silver-grade items, there would surely be someone willing to sell him fuel. Currently, most players were only acquiring ordinary treasure chests, with black iron-grade chests being rare and bronze and silver-grade chests even scarcer. Silver-grade and above were exceptionally rare, practically non-existent. With his special attribute of luck, he was destined to procure superior items. Despite this, it had taken him considerable time to obtain a single silver-grade chest, while others, lacking such luck, faced even greater challenges in acquiring them. Upon clearing the battlefield and ensuring no threats lingered, Lin Tian returned to his car, ready to upgrade all the treasure chests to silver and open them, hoping to uncover something of value. His foremost concern remained whether this multitude of chests would yield fuel. The world is fraught with peril, especially within this dungeon. Should I encounter a ferocious beast, a single forceful collision could lead to my demise, or, at the very least, leave me incapacitated. Activating my innate talent, I sought to elevate the bronze chest to a silver one. Glancing at my abilities, I prepared to strike the bronze chest into its upgraded form. However, Instead of the anticipated notification of the chest transformation, I was met with an alarming message. Ding. You have slain all the rock boars, inciting the wrath of the Boar King. This unexpected turn of events left me momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. I pondered, could there truly be a boss lurking within this dungeon? I had believed that upon defeating the rock boars and acquiring 13 bronze chests, I would have completed the quest. The revelation of a boss's existence within this realm nearly overwhelmed me. Yet, in mere moments, I regained my composure. The rock boars were merely of bronze rank. Even if the Boar King proved formidable, it would not surpass my capabilities. Furthermore, the quest did not stipulate the necessity of defeating the rock boars. Survival until the dungeon's conclusion would suffice. My strategy would be to eliminate the Boar King if possible, but if not, I could simply endure until the time expired. Suddenly, I heard the ground tremble with an ominous resonance. I directed my gaze forward, and there it was, the Boar King. Its skin glimmered in silvery hues, a stark contrast to the brownish, rocky hide of the ordinary rock boars. Is this truly the Boar King? It appears excessively large. The Boar King's stature dwarfed that of its ordinary counterparts, exuding an oppressive aura far more intense than I had anticipated. Without my golden barret, I might have lost the will to engage in combat altogether. The previous rock boars had proven difficult foes. My shovel had struck them with little effect, failing to inflict any damage while leaving my arm numb and nearly causing the tool to slip from my grasp. If the ordinary rock boars were such a challenge, confronting the upgraded Boar King would be exponentially more daunting. Without substantial strength, I would stand no chance against it. Taking a deep breath, I focused intently on the Boar King, aligning my barret with its head and scrutinizing its details. Rock Boar King, bronze level boss, skills, skin hardening, rendering its skin as resilient as stone. Berserk charge, a full force dash forward, obliterating any foes in its path. Previously encountered ordinary rock boars lacked any skills. Yet the Rock Boar King before Lin Tian possessed these two formidable abilities, truly defying expectations. Lin Tian's gaze fixated on the imposing figure of the rock boar, murmuring softly to himself. Had an ordinary player encountered this beast, they would undoubtedly resort to survival until the dungeon's conclusion, daring not to engage the Rock Boar King in battle. Without a silver-grade weapon, it would be utterly impossible to breach its defenses. Fortunately, he wielded a golden-grade weapon, alleviating his concerns about inflicting damage. However, a sudden realization struck him. Was it about to unleash its skill? Lin Tian, who had been intently observing the Rock Boar King, was poised to pull the trigger, intending to test if he could vanquish the beast in a single shot. Suddenly, he noticed a silvery glow radiating from the Rock Boar King's skin, instantly overwhelming him with an immense sense of pressure. That sensation was profoundly unsettling, and he instinctively feared that the Rock Boar King was about to activate its skill. His suspicions were confirmed as the creature, enveloped in silver light, charged rapidly towards him. In an instant, Lin Tian realized that the Rock Boar King had employed its berserk charge, aiming to utterly shatter its adversary. Bang! Without hesitation, Lin Tian squeezed the trigger, unleashing a golden bullet that whistled through the air, hurtling toward the Rock Boar King's forehead. Bang! The bullet collided with the boar's head. Yet the anticipated sight of penetration did not materialize. The Rock Boar King's head, seemingly forged of steel, deflected the golden bullet effortlessly, sustaining not even the slightest injury, leaving no trace whatsoever. How could this be? The unfolding events surpassed Lin Tian's comprehension, filling his eyes with disbelief as he struggled to accept the scene before him. Was the Rock Boar King's defense truly this formidable? The ability to annihilate ordinary rock boars seemed utterly futile against the Rock Boar King, failing to stir even the slightest disturbance. Not only was he unable to severely wound the Rock Boar King, but he could not even leave a mark upon its skin. The defenses of the Rock Boar King had ascended to a terrifying pinnacle. Chapter 20. Even the Golden Barret cannot breach its defense with such an astonishingly formidable defense. How is one to contend with the Rock Boar King? Lin Tian's mind raced with thoughts on how to overcome this daunting adversary. Failing to breach its defenses clearly indicated that direct confrontation was futile. To eliminate the Rock Boar King, he would have to devise an alternative strategy. This was dire. Without allowing Lin Tian much time to react, the Rock Boar King charged towards him. Just as it was about to collide with the vehicle, Lin Tian, devoid of hesitation, leapt from the roof, maintaining a safe distance from the car. Bang! The immense force of impact overturned the vehicle, crashing it violently onto the ground. Crack! At the moment of collision, a large gash tore through the steel frame of the car, its exterior contorting under the strain, while every pane of glass shattered, rendering the old vehicle utterly wrecked. Damn it, that wretched beast! Watching his car reduced to scrap, Lin Tian seethed with rage, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from his eyes. How dare this abominable creature destroy his means of survival? His gaze fixed upon the rock boar king. Lin Tian aimed his weapon at its head and pulled the trigger. The creature had obliterated his car, and in that instant, he knew he had to unleash his full power to eradicate the rock boar king, making it painfully aware of the consequences of crossing him. Any previous notions of restraint were entirely abandoned. Survival was no longer an option, as the rock boar king offered him no chance to evade. If he failed to eliminate this beast, his car would likely be completely destroyed, and he would lose his chance to exist in this world. With the car gone, so too would he be. Bang! The bullet from the golden barret struck the rock boar king's head, producing a sharp sound. Although it captured the creature's attention, it did not breach its defenses. Damn it! Realizing the rock boar king was charging at him, Lin Tian's expression shifted, and he swiftly stowed the barret, sprinting towards the trees. While the barret possessed formidable power, its cumbersome nature rendered it unsuitable for close combat. The engineer's shovel appeared in his grasp as he dashed into the woods. The rock boar king's speed was astonishing, and Lin Tian knew he could not outrun it. If caught, death would be certain. The terrifying force of its charge was akin to that of 100 tons. A single collision would be fatal. Bones would shatter, and internal organs would be displaced. There would be no chance of survival. Bang! Bang! Crack! Within the forest, Lin Tian relied on his agility to navigate the terrain, attempting to evade the rock boar king. He had hoped that the trees might somewhat hinder the creature's speed, yet it proved futile. The rock boar king's velocity remained relentless. Even the trees that required two hands to embrace could not withstand its assault, as they were effortlessly shattered, leaving a trail of broken trunks scattered throughout the woods. Adrenaline surged through Lin Tian as he pushed his speed to the limit. Yet the rock boar king behind him relentlessly pursued, showing no signs of slowing down. In fact, the distance between them diminished with alarming rapidity. In mere seconds, the beast would catch up. Damn it, my legs! Can't you run any faster? Although he refrained from looking back, Lin Tian could distinctly feel the sharp tusks of the rock boar king nearly grazing him. At that moment, desperation coursed through him, cursing his sluggish legs for their lack of speed. Faster, faster! Lin Tian fervently urged himself inwardly, demanding that his legs move quicker. But they had already reached their utmost limit, and there was no way to accelerate further. Soon, he burst through the trees, and his surroundings opened up. Lin Tian's gaze fell upon a small river, a glimmer of hope illuminating his path. On land, he was no match for the rock boar king, but in water, the dynamics could change. Without hesitation, he leapt into the river. The rock boar king, moving with remarkable speed, failed to react in time and plunged into the water after him. Upon hitting the water, the rock boar king thrashed about, grappling with the forces of nature. Its skin was impervious to most physical attacks, yet in the face of nature's might, it felt its own vulnerability. After plunging into the river, Lin Tian immediately submerged and quickly distanced himself from the beast, seizing the opportunity to return to the bank. He retrieved his prized weapon, the golden barret, and aimed unflinchingly at the rock boar king, firing without hesitation. At that moment, Lin Tian understood that he could not pierce the rock boar king's hide. Thus, he refrained from targeting its head and instead focused on its limbs, aiming to prevent the beast from reaching the shore. If he could not slay the rock boar king, he would merely endure until the dungeon's conclusion, ensuring his safety. Time remaining in dungeon, 1921, with only 20 minutes left until the end of the dungeon. He believed he could survive if he just held out a little longer. The bullets struck the rock boar king's limbs, failing to breach his defenses. Yet the beast emitted pained grunts. Lin Tian's expression brightened at the sound. This method was indeed effective. Previously, when he had attacked the boar's head twice, it had shown no reaction whatsoever, as if impervious to pain. Now, targeting its limbs had elicited a clear response, indicating that attacking its legs was the most effective strategy. The rock boar king swam desperately towards the riverbank, seeking to return to land, but Lin Tian's relentless assault thwarted its efforts. The creature glared at him, roaring in frustration, attempting to intimidate him into retreating. It was working. As Lin Tian relentlessly launched his assaults, the golden beret finally breached the defenses of the rock wild boar king, revealing a crimson hue in the river that began to spread outward from the creature's center. In that instant, Lin Tian comprehended that his strategy had proven effective. He had indeed inflicted harm upon the rock wild boar king. Should he continue his onslaught, it was highly probable that he would vanquish the beast. The rewards for slaying a boss were bound to be substantial. Chapter 21. Wealth is found in risk. Strike boldly. The rock wild boar king's limbs were grievously wounded, and its gaze towards Lin Tian was filled with profound malice. Should it manage to ascend to the shore, it would ensure that Lin Tian paid a bloody price. It yearned to consume Lin Tian, devouring him whole. As the sovereign of this forest, it commanded the territory spanning 100 miles, with all creatures in the vicinity bound to obey its will. This audacious human, who had appeared from nowhere, had slaughtered its kin without hesitation and had now severely injured it. If this vendetta remained unavenged, how could it possibly retain the dignity to call itself the ruler of this domain? How could other creatures ever submit to it? Yet this accursed human wielded a ranged weapon, rendering the rock wild boar king unable to escape despite its desperate struggles. Its limbs, already injured, had diminished its combat prowess, and its very life was now in jeopardy. Even if it succeeded in slaying the human before it, it would likely perish at the claws of other bronze kings. Fury consumed the rock wild boar king as a golden bullet hurtled toward it. Having endured so many prior assaults, instinctively, it believed this attack would target its limbs. This feeble human could not kill it. He merely resorted to despicable means to thwart its ascent. However, in the next heartbeat, the rock wild boar king was struck by excruciating pain. The attack had not aimed for its limbs. It had instead pierced its eye, rendering it blind. In that moment, its vision darkened, and searing agony enveloped its entire being. The rock wild boar king thrashed about, desperately striving to swim ashore. It was determined to slay this human. Bang! The gunfire resounded once more, this time impacting its limbs, hindering its progress toward the shore. Yet in this moment, the rock wild boar king sensed its life was under grave threat. Lin Tian's actions had incited its wrath entirely. At this juncture, it was prepared to pay any price to eliminate this human, even if it meant mutual destruction. Bang! Bang! Lin Tian incessantly pulled the trigger, endeavoring to prevent the rock wild boar king from reaching shore. Despite his relentless efforts and the smoke rising from the beret, he ultimately failed to halt the beast's advance. Upon reaching the shore, the wild boar king, with a single eye fixated on Lin Tian, charged at him with frenzied intensity. A profound malice emanated from its right eye, a murderous intent to devour Lin Tian whole. This accursed creature had dared to ruin its eye, and today, it was determined to extinguish Lin Tian's life. The rock wild boar king barreled towards Lin Tian, who, without a moment's hesitation, turned and fled. The force of the boar's charge was terrifying, far exceeding that of an ordinary rock boar. A collision would undoubtedly result in severe injury. After sprinting for over 200 meters, Lin Tian suddenly sensed a shift in the distance between himself and the rock wild boar king. The oppressive aura it once exuded had considerably diminished. When Lin Tian turned to glance back, he discovered the boar struggling to advance, its limbs bleeding profusely, each step a testament to its agonizing pain. Fortunately, he had preemptively targeted its legs. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. At that moment, Lin Tian felt a sense of prophetic foresight, having struck the boar's legs in advance, rendering it incapable of supporting its massive frame on land. Its speed had been halved, and with every move, the boar emitted pain grunts, leaving behind pools of blood that marked its arduous journey. Suddenly, Lin Tian realized he was out of ammunition. Frustration washed over him as he aimed his golden beret at the rock wild boar, only to find it devoid of bullets. Had he known, he would have conserved his shots. Without the beret, Lin Tian surveyed the severely wounded boar before him, contemplating whether he should approach and finish it off. Time remaining in instants. 10:21. Glancing at the remaining time, he noted it was a mere 10 minutes. To slay the wild boar king, he needed to do so within 5 minutes, allowing himself the necessary time to return to the vehicle. Fortune favors the bold. Regardless of the rewards for defeating the boss or completing the instance, they were both essential to him. Observing the battered and weakened rock wild boar, Lin Tian clenched his teeth, resolute in his intention to battle to the bitter end. The wild boar king had already attacked him. Now that it was injured and incapable of further combat, to refrain from striking would render his previous efforts futile. He had paid a significant price to prevent the boar from reaching the shore, having expended all his buried ammunition. He would not leave empty-handed. With the engineer shovel once again in his grasp, Lin Tian pressed forward rather than retreating, charging towards the rock boar king. The shovel came crashing down upon the beast's limbs. Instantly, the rock boar king retaliated, its sharp tusks lunging at Lin Tian. Reacting with remarkable speed, he leapt onto the creature's back, bringing the shovel down forcefully onto its unscathed eye. Despite the impact, the boar merely swayed momentarily, displaying an astonishing resilience. The bronze-grade weapon posed little threat to it, and even such a fragile target as its eye appeared largely unaffected. To his dismay, Lin Tian realized that the bronze-grade weapon could not even breach the creature's defenses. He had hoped to incapacitate the eye entirely. Gripping the boar's bristles tightly to avoid being thrown off, Lin Tian steadied himself and retrieved the golden barret from his spatial ring. He seized the barrel and, using the stock, struck the boar's head with tremendous force. The clash of steel against flesh reverberated, leaving Lin Tian's arms numb, while the rock boar king emitted a pained grunt. With fervor, he swung the golden barret relentlessly against the beast's skull, determined to slay the creature that had cornered him. Seizing an opportunity, he leapt down from the boar's back and delivered a crushing blow to its leg, causing the massive beast to collapse. Aiming for its head, he struck again. Your luck has come into play. You have slain the critically wounded rock boar king. Chapter 22, Server-wide announcement. Boss Slayer badge. With merely 6 minutes remaining, Lin Tian contemplated surrender. The rock boar king, with its high defense and thick health, was proving to be a formidable adversary. Without ammunition, defeating it was an arduous task, and Lin Tian had no time to waste. He needed to return swiftly to the location of his vehicle. Even at full sprint, the journey back would take 3 minutes, and he was already fatigued. Thus, he needed to spare an additional 2 to 3 minutes. Otherwise, returning was simply unfeasible. If he could not vanquish the boar, he would not waste any more time and would hasten back to his vehicle. Unexpectedly, fortune favored him in the final moments, as he struck the rock boar king's weakness, ultimately bringing the wounded beast down. This was a moment of collective joy. With no time to dismantle the carcass, he collected the treasure chest and raced towards the vehicle. The dungeon is nearing its conclusion. Players, please prepare for the countdown. 0:59. In the final minute, Lin Tian reached the vehicle. Although it had been flung away and was practically inoperable, he resolutely returned to it, an essential safeguard for his life, as it could be restored with the right materials. To his astonishment, the 2 little lions had somehow survived. After Lin Tian returned to the car, he suddenly recalled the 2 lion cubs. Previously, when the vehicle was violently struck by a wild boar, he had been solely focused on his own escape, neglecting the 2 little lions, and had assumed they had perished in the collision. However, at this moment, they were gazing at him from behind. Countdown in progress. 3, 2, 1. Random copy has concluded. Rewards are being distributed. You have slain 13 bronze-level ferocious beasts, including the bronze-level boss, the rock wild boar king. Based on system completion, your rating is S. System rewards have been granted. As the first player to defeat a bronze-level boss, you will receive a special reward, the Boss Slayer badge. The system will announce this server-wide. Would you like to hide your name? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian replied, do not hide. Though he aspired to be low-key, his prowess simply would not allow it. With such formidable renown, many would inevitably believe in him and rush to trade with him. After all, reputation holds significant weight. This is precisely why many gaming guilds invest considerable resources to achieve early dungeon completions to establish their names. With a server-wide announcement, his fame would undoubtedly soar in a short span, enabling him to acquire greater resources. Player Lin Tian has completed a normal-level dungeon for the first time, rewarded with a silver chest X1. First to slay the bronze-level boss, the rock wild boar king, rewarded with a Boss Slayer badge X1. What on earth? Has someone actually completed the normal-level dungeon? In an instant, the entire road survival world erupted. They struggled with ordinary ferocious beasts, and even with standard-sized wild animals. Yet someone had slain a bronze-level boss? How on earth did this individual manage it? Wait, am I hearing things? Did someone truly defeat a bronze-level boss? This cannot be legitimate. I refuse to accept it. I possess a bronze-level weapon and took 3 whole hours to defeat a black iron-level beast, nearly losing my life in the process. You mean to tell me someone has killed a bronze-level boss? That is a boss. By the way, aren't you curious how Lin Tian managed to slay the bronze-level boss? What good is curiosity? Do you think they will share their secrets with you? Selling original flavor stockings from university students. Any young gentleman interested, quickly get in touch. Scammers again, go away. Regardless of how Lin Tian managed to vanquish the bronze-level boss, his accomplishment serves as a testament to his formidable prowess. Should the opportunity arise to encounter him, it would undoubtedly be wise to seek his favor. I am curious about the function of the Boss Slayer badge, which seems specifically designed for boss encounters. Lin Tian, could you kindly elucidate this matter? In the chat channel, a throng of individuals fervently tagged Lin Tian, eager to have him clarify the situation. At this moment, Lin Tian was seated at the wheel of his dilapidated vehicle, gazing at the seemingly endless road ahead. His car, having been utterly deformed by the impact of a rock boar king, had shattered windows and a battered frame. The most pressing concern was to restore the shattered glass and the mangled areas. He accessed the control panel to review the repair procedures. Item: dilapidated car. Car windows. Ordinary. Shattered. Requires 100 glass for repair. Car tires. Ordinary. Car frame. Ordinary. Damaged. Requires 200 steel for repair. Car engine. Bronze level. Maximum speed of 50 kilometers due to other components. Currently can only travel at 35 kilometers per hour. Car fuel tank. Ordinary. Steering wheel. Ordinary. Radar. Ordinary. Others. Unlocked. The most severely damaged components were the car frame and the windows, while the rest remained relatively unscathed, which could be considered a stroke of luck. Fortunately, steel was plentiful, as wrecked cars are typically abundant in sturdy frames. Repairing car frame. The control panel whirred to life as the once deformed vehicle began to visibly regain its shape. It soon returned to a semblance of normalcy, albeit with a raw, unpainted steel exterior. To restore its original appearance, a substantial amount of paint would be necessary, which Lin Tian currently lacked, necessitating alternative means to procure it. Next, he decided to repair the windshield. Repairing windshield, restoring all the glass required 100 units, a task currently unfeasible due to insufficient materials. However, repairing the windshield posed no significant challenge. The threats from other areas were minor, but the imminent danger ahead loomed large for Lin Tian, making the windshield repair the most prudent course of action. Upon completing the repairs, Lin Tian began to assess his gains for the day. Boss Slayer badge. Wearing this badge increases rewards by 10 after defeating a boss, suppresses boss attributes by 10, and enhances damage dealt to boss by 10. Chapter 23. Successfully upgrading the Boss Slayer badge increased damage against boss and enhanced rewards by 10. This badge is quite advantageous. Upon observing the attributes of the Boss Slayer badge, Lin Tian could not help but nod in satisfaction. The attributes of this badge were indeed impressive. Although the Golden Barret was a weapon of gold caliber, effortlessly dispatching bronze-level beasts, the basic rock wild boars were easily eliminated by Lin Tian, each one falling with a single shot, requiring no excessive expenditure of time. However, when faced with a bronze-level boss, the Golden Barret suddenly became ineffective. Not only could it not slay the bronze-level boss, but even penetrating its defenses proved to be a formidable challenge. Perhaps it was due to the rock wild boar being a heavily armored beast, which endowed it with formidable defense, making it difficult to breach. Nonetheless, the fact that even a golden weapon could not penetrate its defenses was rather absurd. However, with the additional attributes from the badge, Lin Tian felt confident that he could breach the defenses of the rock wild boar boss in their next encounter. He wondered if this badge could be upgraded. Boss Slayer badge. Increases damage to boss by 10. Enhances rewards for slaying boss by 10. Item level. Special. Upgrading Boss Slayer badge. Talent activation successful. Upgrading Boss Slayer badge. To Lin Tian's astonishment, it actually proved to be effective. Upon noticing that the Boss Slayer badge had no level, he felt a wave of anxiety, instinctively believing it to be ineffective. Talents could only upgrade items with levels, and since this Boss Slayer badge possessed virtually no level, he was uncertain of its efficacy. He never anticipated that it would indeed have an effect, surpassing Lin Tian's expectations. Boss Slayer Badge upgrade successful. Boss Slayer Badge increases damage to boss by 100. Enhances rewards for slaying boss by 100, with a chance to obtain special rewards. Item level. Mutated incredible. The attributes had increased tenfold. An astonishing transformation. Staring at the upgraded badge attributes, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, scarcely believing his own eyes. The damage increase of 100 against boss meant that his inflicted damage would be double that of other players, and the rewards acquired would also be doubled. This signified that, when confronting boss of the same level, not only could he eliminate them more efficiently, but the rewards would also be significantly greater. In the early stages, the rewards were relatively similar among players, but as they progressed, the disparity would become increasingly pronounced. Should he slay a mythical level boss, he would be eligible for a mythical level treasure chest, or even one beyond that, while others would only receive one, and he would obtain additional rewards, including special ones. That would be a truly exhilarating experience. This time, when encountering a dungeon, he must venture inside once more to test the potency of this badge's attributes. Upgrading the bronze chest. The activation of talent was successful, resulting in the upgrade of the bronze chest, which transformed into a silver chest. Similarly, the successful upgrade of the silver chest, acquired from defeating the rock wild boar boss, yielded a golden chest, placing Lin Tian ahead of the majority of players. Currently, many players have access to resource chests, yet most of these are the ordinary and black iron variety. It can be said that over 50 players possess only wooden chests, while black iron chests are around 45 and bronze chests are merely 4 in number, with the silver chests being non-existent. As for the golden chests, Lin Tian has yet to witness anyone flaunting one. Perhaps such individuals remain discreet and do not boast. However, Lin Tian surmises that their numbers are certainly less than 10, as the prerequisites for acquiring a golden chest are exceedingly stringent. Even he himself, should he encounter a golden chest, might lack the capacity to obtain it. He possesses a golden weapon, yet struggles with the golden chest. So what hope is there for others? Unless the talents of others surpass his own significantly, it remains uncertain whether they could acquire a golden chest. Lin Tian, how did you conquer the dungeon? How did you defeat the bronze boss? Do you still have hacks, big shot? People are shouting 666. Seeking patronage can warm the bed. Is there cheating in this game? I can't even defeat a black iron beast, let alone a boss. Yet you effortlessly dispatched the bronze boss. Big shot. Do you need to sell items? Prices are negotiable. Master, could you share your secrets for clearing the game? Lin Tian opened the chat interface and glanced at the messages. Nearly all discussions revolved around him. At this stage, most players lack the ability to vanquish fierce beasts, much less the bronze level ones. While Lin Tian had directly defeated the bronze boss, not only within their respective regions, but across the entire survival world, few could achieve such a feat. It is safe to declare that Lin Tian now stands as the foremost player in the survival world. Numerous individuals reached out to him privately, some seeking to purchase supplies. Lin Tian, uninterested in other messages regarding rewards or game secrets, focused on a player looking to buy supplies. Initially inclined to disregard this, he realized he needed to procure resources, and a merchant player could be beneficial. After adding the individual as a friend, Lin Tian inquired, "Do you have gasoline for sale?" Big shot. Gasoline is currently a hard currency, but I don't have any. The response came swiftly, as if the other had been anticipating Lin Tian's message. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Tian's eyes at the lack of gasoline, but he quickly regained his composure. This was within his expectations. After all, he had been seeking to purchase for quite some time without receiving any replies. At this juncture, everyone shared a common objective: to traverse 1,000 kilometers, and without gasoline, progress would be nearly impossible. It was highly unlikely that anyone would part with gasoline unless one happened to encounter a particularly fortunate player who was indifferent to such commodities. Esteemed one, do you possess any items for sale? If you have something valuable, perhaps others would be willing to barter. In the realm of roadside survival, everything was dictated by chance. Some were fortunate while others were not. It was conceivable that there were individuals with an abundance of gasoline who simply chose not to sell, as no one could predict if they might become competitors in the future. I shall take a look. Upon hearing these words, Lin Tian felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. Even if gasoline could not be procured, he could still exchange precious automotive components. Chapter 24, The Godly Opening. Platinum level automotive radar. He must obtain gasoline. Gazing at the bronze treasure chest emanating a cerulean glow, alongside a silver chest. Lin Tian silently repeated to himself that this was his last opportunity. Should he fail to extract gasoline from these resource chests, the chances of completing the system's tasks would be significantly diminished, potentially rendering the accomplishment of the assigned missions impossible. Failure to fulfill them would lead to obliteration. These bronze chests represented Lin Tian's final glimmer of hope. Taking a deep breath to suppress his tumultuous thoughts, he declared, "Open the chest." As he spoke, the bronze chest began to gradually unveil its contents. One by one, items leapt forth from the chest. Opened silver-level chest. Acquired black iron-level automotive engine. Black iron-level automotive glass components. Bronze-level automotive frame. Bronze-level automotive battery components. No, gasoline? The 13 silver chests opened swiftly, revealing a plethora of black iron treasures and several bronze-level items. Remarkably, he even gained a few points in the special attribute of luck, elevating his current luck to 14 points. Yet, not a single silver-level item had materialized, leaving Lin Tian with a sense of intrigue. Wasn't he supposed to be fortunate? Even if gasoline eluded him, not a single silver-level artifact emerged. This felt rather excessive. Staring at the empty chests, despair began to seep into Lin Tian's heart, and he gradually relinquished hope. With so many chests yielding no gasoline, it became evident that resource chests were incapable of producing gasoline. Alternative methods must be sought. In this moment, Lin Tian finally comprehended why so many were reluctant to sell gasoline. It was a rare commodity, nearly unattainable even from resource chests. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze to the final golden chest and casually opened it. Lin Tian harbored little interest in the items presented before him. After all, what he desperately required was gasoline. Other items held little significance for him, as gasoline was a matter of life and death. Upon opening the golden treasure chest, he received 100 liters of golden gasoline, 1 golden-grade automotive radar, and the special attribute of Luck 1. Gasoline? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. He stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with profound disbelief. After opening numerous resource chests without acquiring any gasoline and inquiring throughout the chat channel to no avail, despair had begun to engulf him. He had subconsciously resigned himself to the notion that he was fated to never obtain gasoline, destined to be erased by the system. Yet, unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged, bestowing upon him such a valuable treasure in an instant. Moreover, this gasoline was abundant, 100 liters, sufficient for prolonged use. Most importantly, this quantity would undoubtedly enable him to complete his tasks. Gasoline, golden, consumes 2 liters every 100 kilometers. The golden gasoline consumed merely 2 liters per 100 kilometers, in stark contrast to ordinary gasoline, which required 10 liters for the same distance. Thus, while 100 liters of ordinary gasoline would allow for a mere 1,000 kilometers, the golden variant could cover an impressive 5,000 kilometers, a 5-fold difference. Curious about the potential special attributes upon upgrading, he contemplated enhancing the golden gasoline. Thus far, all Lin Tian knew was that there existed golden-grade resource chests and weapons. He remained oblivious to any higher tiers, having never encountered such treasures before. To his astonishment, fortune favored him today. Previously, when he opened all the silver-grade chests, he not only failed to acquire gasoline, but did not even obtain a single silver-grade item, which had left him quite disheartened, leading him to believe his demise was imminent. However, he could hardly fathom that the system would grant him such an unexpected delight, a surprise he had never anticipated. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to discover the nature of the items beyond the golden level. Talent activation successful. Golden gasoline has been upgraded to platinum-grade gasoline. Gasoline, platinum, consumes 15 liters per kilometer. Marvelous. Upon evolving to platinum grade, the consumption decreased, allowing for an additional 500 kilometers of travel. Time to hit the road. After acquiring the gasoline, Lin Tian promptly filled his tank. As the gasoline flowed in, the vehicle regained its vigor, slowly propelling forward. With the car now operational, Lin Tian exhaled in relief, his heart swelling with joy. The weight of his worries finally lifted. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of relaxation and turned his attention to the radar component. This device was indeed among the most essential items for him, as it had the capability to scan for nearby treasure chests. The radar currently at our disposal is quite inadequate. With a scanning range limited to merely a few dozen meters, one cannot ascertain the true extent of the scanning capabilities of this golden-grade radar. Automobile radar, golden, capable of scanning within a 500-meter radius for treasure chests, as well as detecting living beings and potential dangers. The functionality of the golden-grade radar has indeed been enhanced. It can not only uncover resource chests, but also identify threats. It appears that the elevation of item grades brings tremendous advantages. Let us upgrade to platinum grade. Upgrade the automobile radar. Talent activation successful. Automobile radar, golden, upgraded successfully. Acquiring automobile radar, platinum, 1. Automobile radar, platinum, capable of scanning for items within a 1-kilometer radius, detecting living beings, and anticipating dangers. This improvement is indeed quite remarkable. The automobile radar can now be equipped. Equipping automobile radar, platinum. The current radar will be rendered inoperative, and functionalities such as chat will temporarily be unavailable. Are you sure you want to proceed with the installation? Confirmed. Lin Tian chose to agree without hesitation. The ordinary radar is utterly useless. It pales in comparison to the platinum-grade radar. Automobile radar, platinum, équipé successfully, initialising. Following the successful installation of the radar, Lin Tian was astonished to discover that information appeared on the windshield. Not only could he clearly see the road ahead, but he could also observe the radar conducting scans. Soon, several green dots emerged before Lin Tian. These indicated the locations of resource chests. To his surprise, within this 1-kilometer radius, there were 3 resource chests, alongside red dots representing dangers. Chapter 25. Full Vehicle Upgrade, Bronze Grade. How exhilarating! Upon seeing the green dots appear on the scanning radar, Lin Tian's expression brightened. Filled with immense joy, the nearest green dot was less than 200 meters away, while the farthest was merely 300 meters distant. The difference was not substantial. 3 green dots equated to 3 resource chests. If only he could ascertain the grade of these chests. The ability to scan for resource chests within a kilometer brought Lin Tian considerable delight. However, his thoughts soon shifted towards a desire to know the chest grades, for such knowledge would prevent him from wasting time. He was disinclined to squander time on chests below black iron grade, especially as he needed to swiftly complete the tasks set by the system. Furthermore, continuing his journey might yield even better resource chests. Even 10 wooden chests could not compare in value to a single black iron chest, and the disparity between black iron and bronze grade chests was even more pronounced. Rather than squander time on inferior chests, it would be wiser to pursue higher grade ones. It truly can display the grade? As Lin Tian lamented, he was taken aback to see a sudden change on the radar. The green dot vanished, replaced by resource chests of varying colors. The nearest chest to Lin Tian was wooden, while the farthest was bronze. The wooden resource chest held little value, and Lin Tian had no desire to squander time on it. Without a moment's hesitation, he drove past the first chest, continuing onward towards the bronze one. Upgrading to bronze-grade automotive glass. Talent activation successful. Black iron-grade glass upgraded to bronze-grade automotive glass. Installing automotive glass. Soon, all the automotive glass was installed, significantly enhancing the vehicle's defenses. Gazing at the bronze-grade glass, Lin Tian felt a profound sense of security. I require black iron-grade automotive components. I offer this in exchange. Lin Tian presented the corpse of a bronze-grade ferocious beast, the rock wild boar, inquiring if the other party was willing to trade. The beast held numerous valuable resources. Consuming its power could not only bolster one's strength, but also be utilized to craft weapons and potions. With many tasks awaiting him, Lin Tian had no time to waste and decided to delegate the responsibility to the other party. Of course, esteemed one, while the bronze-grade beast was not an automotive component, trading it for black iron-grade items was undoubtedly advantageous. Only a fool would overlook such an opportunity. After fulfilling his request, he promptly arrived at the location where the bronze chest had respawned. Lin Tian leaped from the vehicle and approached the resource chest. In hand, he wielded a spade, having scanned the radar, which revealed impending danger. However, it was not severe, merely a harmless flower snake. As Lin Tian neared the resource chest, he did not immediately reach for it. Instead, he remained vigilant. As he advanced a couple of steps closer to the bronze chest, a figure suddenly erupted from the chest, lunging at Lin Tian with the intent to bite. With a resounding thud, Lin Tian, forewarned by the radar, was prepared. As the flower snake lunged forth, he swiftly brought the spade down upon it, sending the creature flying. Is life truly this resilient? The flower snake, although struck and thrown, struggled on the ground rather than succumbing to its injuries. Despite the considerable force in the bronze-grade spade, it had not been dispatched immediately. Its vitality was impressively tenacious. Moreover, this was merely an ordinary flower snake, not one of the more robust, ferocious beasts. Lin Tian quickly advanced, wielding the spade once more to ensure its demise. After catching a fleeting glimpse of the floral serpent, Lin Tian stowed away the bronze treasure chest and turned to leave. The mere thought of such serpentine creatures sent a shiver down his spine. He had no shortage of provisions, as the spatial ring was filled with ample game. Even a year and a half of sustenance posed no challenge. Upon returning to his vehicle, Lin Tian hesitated not a moment and promptly upgraded the bronze treasure chest. In an instant, the chest, gleaming with a bronze radiance, transformed into a silver treasure chest. Opening the silver treasure chest, Lin Tian obtained the silver-grade Barrett bullet manufacturing blueprint, along with a bonus of 100 silver-grade Barrett bullets. Is my luck truly unparalleled? The blueprint left Lin Tian in a state of disbelief. Previously, he had required gasoline. Not only had he procured gasoline, but also a radar, vastly expanding his exploration range and allowing him to foresee impending dangers. Had it not been for the radar's foresight, Lin Tian would have been oblivious to the floral serpent lurking behind the bronze treasure chest, which posed no threat to him. Once again, his talent activated, and the blueprint for silver-grade Barrett bullets was instantly elevated to that of golden Barrett manufacturing. Barrett manufacturing blueprint, golden-grade steel, golden-grade crystal. Golden-grade steel and golden-grade crystal? What on earth are these? Initially elated upon acquiring the blueprint, Lin Tian instinctively believed he was on the verge of soaring to new heights. However, upon examining the required materials, he felt utterly bewildered. He had never heard of such items. Nevertheless, with 100 rounds of ammunition in hand, if he used them sparingly, they would last a considerable time. Boss, the items you requested have been procured, the merchant players reported. Without hesitation, Lin Tian proceeded to upgrade them immediately, installing everything onto his vehicle. Item: dilapidated car, car windows, bronze car tires, bronze car frame, bronze car engine, bronze maximum speed of 50 kilometers, car fuel tank, bronze steering wheel, bronze battery, bronze capacity of 100 units, radar, platinum capable of scanning areas over 1 kilometer. Others: cold water condensation device, produces 20-40 liters of water daily. Solar panel generates 510 units of electricity daily. All components of the vehicle were upgraded to bronze grade, significantly enhancing the car's speed, which greatly pleased Lin Tian. Detected that all player vehicle components have been upgraded to bronze grade. Upon completing the trial, the final upgrade will be achieved. Chapter 26. Vehicle Advancement Trial Dungeon. A trial dungeon? I wonder how difficult it will be to pass. Lin Tian muttered softly to himself, sensing an ominous premonition about the challenges that lay ahead. In earlier times, I had inadvertently stumbled into a dungeon where I encountered over a dozen bronze-level ferocious beasts, along with a bronze-level boss. Now, however, the trial mission may lead to the appearance of a silver-level boss. If battling a bronze-level boss was already a formidable challenge, nearly leading to failure, then a silver-level boss is beyond my current capabilities. A moment's carelessness could spell doom for me. At this moment, Lin Tian's expression was a mlang of emotions, uncertain whether to embark on the advanced dungeon now or defer until acquiring more powerful weapons. This advanced dungeon is pivotal for upgrading the vehicle. If I forego it, the likelihood of further advancement diminishes significantly. Thus, entering the advanced dungeon is imperative, with the sole distinction being whether to proceed now or after a period of time, armed with stronger weaponry. Advanced dungeon has a time limit of 59. Please enter promptly. Failure to do so will result in forced entry into the dungeon. What? I must be compelled to enter? System, could you exhibit a semblance of humanity? Lin Tian was contemplating whether to acquire formidable weapons before entering, and yet here I am, being thrust into it directly. Are you jesting? A silver-level boss. This is not something I can contend with at present. Are you deliberately setting me up for failure? In that moment, Lin Tian was filled with indignation. wanting to unleash a torrent of curses upon this wretched system. However, he remained under its control, wary that offending it could lead to dire consequences. Taking a deep breath to quell his anger and impulsiveness, he inquired, "System, may I ask about the advanced dungeon?" "Yes." What's the advanced dungeon like? Must one defeat a silver-level boss?" Contemplating this, Lin Tian felt an overwhelming sense of doubt, suddenly sensing its improbability. It is crucial to note that, at this stage, players possess no bronze-level weapons, let alone those of higher caliber. Even slaying bronze-level ferocious beasts is a daunting task, let alone a bronze-level boss. Speaking personally, despite wielding the golden-level barret, I nearly failed to vanquish the bronze-level boss, the rock wild boar. For others, encountering this bronze-level boss would be tantamount to certain death, with virtually no chance of resistance. This is a world of stark reality. Should I perish in such a manner, it will be irrevocable. Surely, this world cannot be so cruel as to trap all players at the bronze level. Could it be that the advanced dungeon serves as a means to transcend levels? Does the disparity in dungeon levels correlate with the differing rewards bestowed upon successful completion? The advanced dungeon serves as a realm for upgrading vehicles. One must traverse this dungeon to continue enhancing their automobile or to modify it. Without completing this dungeon, neither upgrades nor modifications can be achieved. Players are granted a total of 10 lives within this advanced dungeon. Should they exhaust these lives, they will face permanent demise. Each day, one may enter the trial dungeon a maximum of once. 10 opportunities? How delightful! Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Tian felt a surge of joy within. He had initially presumed there was but a single chance, and that death would lead to irrevocable failure. Yet the system's clarification brought him great satisfaction. Although dying would result in failure, the prospect of having 10 chances filled him with optimism. He could hardly believe he would fail utterly in all 10 attempts. System. Enter the advanced dungeon. Now that the situation was elucidated, Lin Tian wasted no further time and resolutely stepped into the advanced dungeon. He regarded his first opportunity as a trial and sought to explore the nature of this trial dungeon. Welcome to the advanced trial dungeon. Upon completing the dungeon task, you shall receive rewards. 1 complete vehicle upgrade blueprint, encompassing but not limited to major automobile components, such as glass, coolant tanks, tires, engines, etc. Upon completion of the dungeon task, the vehicle will select a new evolutionary direction, such as sports car, sedan, etc. What on earth? This wretched vehicle can evolve into a sports car or a sedan. Are you jesting? Lin Tian found himself in a state of disbelief upon witnessing the task rewards presented by the system, questioning if he had misread the information. This was a vehicle, after all, far larger than a mere compact car, and now he was being told it could upgrade into a sports car? Surely, this could not be a jest. After pondering for a considerable time, he could not fathom how this vehicle could evolve into a sports car. 1 blueprint for interior space folding, allowing the car's interior to be partitioned into different zones. Space folding? This is indeed intriguing. Initially, Lin Tian could not envision how a vehicle could evolve into a sports car, nor how such items could be accommodated within the car, given its limited space. Even fitting a coolant tank seemed impossible, let alone other components. However, upon encountering the concept of space folding, Lin Tian quickly grasped the implications. Having played numerous games and read countless novels, he understood what space folding entailed and how it could alter the dynamics. Now, how might I accomplish the dungeon advancement task? After scrutinizing the information, Lin Tian found only the potential rewards revealed, leaving him exceedingly curious about the specifics of his dungeon task. Dungeon task. Slay a level 10 bronze tier beast to complete the advancement task. Dungeon duration, 23:59. A full day to complete the dungeon task. How remarkable. No wonder one can only enter once a day. This is to allow players to become acquainted with the dungeon, then endure until the time expires, returning later to vanquish the fierce beasts. Indeed, it is rather tedious. Lin Tian equipped his golden barret with apprehension, leaping onto the car's roof to scout for prey. He hardly regarded the bronze-level beasts, confident in his ability to easily eliminate them without much concern. It was even possible that he could summon a bronze boss. Wait, don't I have a platinum-level radar? I can simply use the radar. Lin Tian returned to the car, activated the radar, and began scanning the vicinity. Soon, several red dots appeared on the screen, depicting wolves. The beasts he faced this time were wolves, though their exact breed remained uncertain. following the radar's indications. He swiftly located the wolf pack and immediately pulled the trigger, swiftly dispatching a bronze-level wolf. Chapter 27. Bronze-level distant attacking beast howl. As Lin Tian felled a bronze-level wilderness wolf, he was met with a chorus of howls, accompanied by several figures charging towards him, incessantly howling. The sudden cacophony startled Lin Tian, causing his expression to shift as he turned to the source of the sound, only to see several wilderness wolves rushing toward him. There were not many, only about 4, but crucially, behind them loomed a much larger wilderness wolf, entirely black and adorned with peculiar markings resembling arcane symbols. Boom! The larger wilderness wolf, upon spotting Lin Tian, immediately opened its mouth and unleashed a fireball the size of a basketball, distorting the air around it due to the intense heat. What the hell? This creature can attack from a distance? As he gazed at the incoming fireball, Lin Tian's countenance darkened. While he had been able to slay bronze-level beasts due to wielding the golden barret, it was only effective against melee threats. Distant foes posed a far greater challenge. Boom! Lin Tian swiftly maneuvered to evade the wilderness wolf king's attack, while aiming his weapon at its head, resolutely pulling the trigger. The wolf king was remarkably quick. Evading Lin Tian's shot, the bullet zipped past and struck one of the wolves behind it, instantly killing it. Damn, not only does it have range attacks, but it can also dodge the barret. How am I supposed to contend with this? In that moment, Lin Tian truly understood the meaning of a genuine trial. This was no mere game. With such speed and long-range capabilities, what player could possibly prevail? Lin Tian took a deep breath and began to scrutinize the information about the wilderness wolves. The jungle wolf king, bronze-level boss, a creature of formidable agility. Skill: Fireball. Launches fireballs from its mouth to attack enemies. This agile beast can also breathe fire, which is quite exceptional. Upon processing the data of the jungle wolf king, Lin Tian's mind raced as he contemplated how to confront this formidable foe. Simultaneously, he continuously pulled the trigger, effortlessly dispatching all of the jungle wolf king's minions. The jungle wolf king evaded the barret's fire, yet the ordinary jungle wolves surrounding it stood no chance, all falling victim to Lin Tian's precise shots. Soon, apart from the jungle wolf king, all other wolves lay slain. Given its agile nature, its defense should be lacking. A bronze-level weapon ought to breach its defenses. Lin Tian murmured softly, stowing away the golden barret, and drawing forth a bronze engineer's shovel, preparing for close combat with the jungle wolf king. Foolish human, daring to invade my territory, truly ignorant of your own mortality. The jungle wolf king sneered, its speed astonishing as it lunged towards Lin Tian in an instant. Upon realizing Lin Tian was merely a human, disdain filled its eyes as it pounced, its sharp claws aiming to rend Lin Tian asunder. Begone! Lin Tian gripped the engineer's shovel tightly and swung it fiercely at the jungle wolf king's head. The tremendous force struck the beast, sending it flying. Is my strength truly so formidable? Lin Tian pondered, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the jungle wolf king being sent sprawling. While he had suspected that a bronze-level weapon could injure the creature, he had not anticipated such ease. After all, these were merely conjectures he had never tested. Perhaps the effects of the elixir he had consumed and the martial arts training he had undergone had significantly boosted his combat prowess, now at least tripled from before. This tripling of strength, combined with a bronze shovel, indeed inflicted considerable damage upon the jungle wolf king. However, the reason the jungle wolf king had been so easily defeated was its underestimation of Lin Tian, had it regarded him as a worthy opponent. Lin Tian would have been fortunate to even touch it. The jungle wolf king was far swifter, outpacing Lin Tian by a considerable margin. Regaining its footing after being struck by the shovel, the jungle wolf king shook its head, its gaze fixated on Lin Tian, confusion evident in its wolf-like eyes. In its perception, were not humans inherently weak? Why was this human before it so astonishingly powerful, capable of sending it flying in an instant? The gaze of the jungle wolf king fixated on Lin Tian, filled with vigilance, a stark contrast to its earlier contempt. With a swift motion, it charged towards Lin Tian once more, who gripped his entrenching tool tightly, prepared to retaliate against the beast. In Lin Tian's mind, although the jungle wolf king was a ferocious creature, it was ultimately just a beast, lacking the intelligence of humanity and driven solely by the instinct to kill. Any human with a modicum of intellect could easily manipulate it. However, Lin Tian soon realized he had underestimated his adversary. As the jungle wolf king lunged at him, flames flickered from its jaws, and a fireball shot forth, landing less than 5 meters away from him. Instinctively, Lin Tian attempted to evade, but the fireball's velocity was too great. He could only watch helplessly as it hurtled towards him, crashing against his body with tremendous force. Unable to escape, Lin Tian raised his entrenching tool in a desperate attempt to block the impact, but upon collision, he was flung backward, violently colliding with a nearby vehicle. In that instant, he felt his internal organs jolt painfully, a searing agony spreading throughout his body. Overwhelmed by pain, Lin Tian struggled to rise, yearning to cry out, yet no sound emerged. He could only watch in horror as the jungle wolf king barreled towards him. Attempting to flee, his body betrayed him, rendering him immobile as he stood paralyzed. Witnessing the beast's approach and its razor-sharp claws poised to strike, the claws made contact, forcing Lin Tian, who had only just regained his footing, to his knees. The sheer force shattered his shoulder bone. In Chapter 28, Fireball Assault, had Lin Tian not been quick-witted enough to raise his entrenching tool to shield his shoulder, he might have lost his entire right arm to that strike. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he swiftly crouched down, narrowly avoiding the jungle wolf king's attack, and sought refuge inside the dilapidated vehicle. Though the jungle wolf king possessed relatively weak defenses, vulnerable even to the entrenching tool, its speed and power far surpassed Lin Tian's capabilities. Engaging the beast directly was an impossibility. To defeat the jungle wolf king, Lin Tian needed to devise an alternative strategy. Otherwise, victory was beyond his reach. The sound of claws scraping against steel echoed as the jungle wolf king relentlessly assaulted the vehicle, shattering the glass with each strike. Outside, the beast's eyes glinted with murderous intent, fueled by the memory of its kin that Lin Tian had mercilessly slain, nearly wiping out the entire pack. In that moment, the jungle wolf king knew it must eliminate Lin Tian. Failure to do so would leave it unable to account for the loss of its fallen brethren. It sought to rend Lin Tian into countless pieces. However, Lin Tian, that elusive fellow, remained ensconced within the confines of his vehicle, utterly unwilling to emerge. Its claws reached through the shattered glass into the car. Yet Lin Tian retaliated fiercely, striking its paw with a spade. In the face of Lin Tian, it found itself utterly powerless, left to rage impotently outside the vehicle. It shifted positions incessantly, attempting to annihilate Lin Tian, yet each time it plunged its claws within. It was met with injury from Lin Tian's counterattack. The howls of the jungle wolf king echoed through the air, venting its inner fury. It desperately yearned to dismember Lin Tian, yet remained incapable of devising a strategy against him. There was an urgent need to enhance the vehicle's defensive capabilities, for in critical moments, it could indeed be a lifesaver. Lin Tian, vigilant as ever, scrutinized the jungle wolf king while contemplating how to augment the car's fortitude. Previously, when confronted by the rock boar king, Lin Tian had not entertained such thoughts, believing that merely fortifying the vehicle would ensure his survival. After all, the rock boar king possessed formidable defenses and was a brutish creature capable of sending the car flying. Remaining within the vehicle, he realized, would only postpone the inevitable demise at the hands of the rock boar king. However, the jungle wolf king's strength was a far cry from that of its rock-solid counterpart. It lacked the power to overturn the vehicle, leaving it utterly bereft of options against Lin Tian. As long as the opponent could not rend the steel of the car, they were at an impasse. Suddenly, the jungle wolf king seemed to comprehend its inability to breach the vehicle's defenses. After failing to injure Lin Tian within, it turned and departed. Witnessing this, Lin Tian harbored the belief that the jungle wolf king had conceded. He merely needed to await the conclusion of the trial dungeon's time limit to escape and fulfill this arduous task. Yet, before Lin Tian could fully register this turn of events, an overwhelming force struck the vehicle, causing it to tremble violently. Lin Tian's head collided painfully against the steel, nearly rendering him unconscious. Dazed, he peered forward, quickly focusing on the jungle wolf king, whose lips still curled with smoke, evidence of the recent commotion it had caused. The source of the impact was none other than the jungle wolf king's ranged assault. A fireball had violently collided with the car. While it failed to overturn the vehicle or breach its defenses, the terrifying shockwave inflicted wounds upon Lin Tian. His gaze remained fixed on the jungle wolf king, his expression grim, utterly astonished by the creature's unexpected cunning. Not only could it not breach his defenses, but it had also resorted to ranged attacks. This revelation darkened Lin Tian's countenance. He realized that he must devise a solution to confront the Jungle Wolf King. Waiting for the trial dungeon's time limit to expire was no longer an option. At this moment, Lin Tian's heart was filled with trepidation. Should the Jungle Wolf King continue its relentless assault, the dilapidated vehicle would likely be rendered entirely inoperative, leaving him unabashedly exposed to the gaze of the Jungle Wolf King. If it were to reach that dire juncture, his demise would be inevitable. In that instant, Lin Tian's countenance darkened, as he fervently pondered how to confront the Jungle Wolf King. Engaging it directly was futile. He was no match for such a formidable opponent. And should he be struck by a fireball, his life would hang by a thread. Was there any means to vanquish the Jungle Wolf King? Even knowledge of its weaknesses would suffice. Currently, direct confrontation was not an option, yet understanding the Jungle Wolf King's vulnerabilities could render the battle significantly more manageable, thereby increasing his chances of triumph. Just then, amidst Lin Tian's mounting anxiety and uncertainty, the platinum-grade radar before him captured his attention. This radar not only indicated the locations of boxes, but also discerned their levels and potential hazards. Surely, it contained information regarding the monster's weaknesses. Lin Tian focused intently on the platinum-grade scanning radar, delving into its functionalities. The radar incessantly scanned the area within a kilometer radius, where the sole menace was the Jungle Wolf King. If he could eliminate this threat, he would be free from danger. However, the Jungle Wolf King's power was dreadfully overwhelming, and with Chun Hao's current abilities, he truly had no means to defeat it. The scanning radar displayed only a single red icon representing the Jungle Wolf King. Nothing else appeared. He wondered if this icon could be activated. As he gazed at the pulsating red symbol, an impulsive desire to engage it surged within him, and without conscious thought, his finger pressed down on the red icon. The moment his fingertip made contact, the icon began to flicker, and a stream of data materialized above it. Staring at the sudden influx of information, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be feasible? Chapter 29. The weakness of the Jungle Wolf King. Jungle Wolf King. Bronze Boss. Fireball technique. Conjures fire element from within to unleash fireballs against foes. Weakness. Afraid of water. Afraid of water? What could he possibly find water here? Initially, Lin Tian was elated by the data provided by the scanning radar, believing he had the means to deal with the Jungle Wolf King. However, upon discovering that its weakness lay in its aversion to water, he found himself momentarily bewildered. This place is a forest, devoid of any water resources. What do you expect me to use to confront the king of the jungle wolves? The creature's only weakness lies in its fear of water, yet that does not imply that mere access to water will vanquish it. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively, relinquishing the notion of facing the king of the jungle wolves head-on. Suddenly, as Lin Tian abandoned the idea of direct confrontation, the king of the jungle wolves brazenly launched another attack, hurling a fireball at the car, causing it to shake violently. Caught off guard, Lin Tian's head collided painfully with the vehicle, nearly resulting in a concussion, which filled him with immense frustration. He fixed his gaze on the distant figure of the king of the jungle wolves, roaring, "I have no desire to trouble you, yet you seek your own demise. If you wish to invite your end, do not blame me for being ungracious." Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he regarded the king of the jungle wolves before him. At that moment, he no longer wished to squander time. Even if he were to be overpowered, he would engage in battle to demonstrate that he was not to be trifled with. Once again struck, the car sustained severe damage, with flames beginning to flicker in several places. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian steeled himself and leaped from the vehicle. Despite his reluctance to confront the king of the jungle wolves, he had no choice but to face it directly. Allowing the creature to continue its assault would lead to the complete destruction of his car, which was unacceptable. The king of the jungle wolves kept its gaze fixed on Lin Tian, charging at him without hesitation once he exited the vehicle. Its sharp claws slashed toward him, prompting Lin Tian to crouch swiftly, rolling beneath the car to the other side and then darting into the woods. Utilizing his agility, he quickly ascended a towering tree, standing atop a branch several meters above the ground, surveying the rapidly approaching king of the jungle wolves. The golden barret appeared in his hands, and he fired without hesitation. However, no matter how swiftly Lin Tian acted, the king of the jungle wolves was even faster, evading the attack with ease. Its razor-sharp claws relentlessly tore at the tree, intent on demolishing it to dislodge Lin Tian from his perch. From his elevated position, Lin Tian coldly observed the ground below, mentally strategizing how to defeat the king of the jungle wolves, even if he could not slay it, enduring until the completion of the mission was paramount. Yet, the king of the jungle wolves offered no such opportunity. As its fire energy replenished, it opened its maw, unleashing a fireball aimed directly at Lin Tian, hurtling towards him with ferocity. The fireball detonated before Lin Tian, shattering the branch upon which he stood. Had he not reacted swiftly and leapt onto another sturdy tree, he would have plummeted from a height of over 10 meters. The jungle wolf king relentlessly pursued him, fixating on Lin Tian's descent, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. This situation was untenable. If he did not find a way to neutralize the jungle wolf king, he would ultimately be worn down and perish. Lin Tian's complexion darkened as despair enveloped him. He understood all too well that the jungle wolf king aimed to exhaust him. His current position was perilous, and a moment's misstep could send him crashing to the ground, reduced to a mere heap of flesh. For the sake of his own survival, he could not allow this to continue. What was this? A stream? He pondered whether it might prove effective against the jungle wolf king. Perched among the trees, Lin Tian spotted a modest stream, its end seemingly leading to a small pond. Perhaps it could be used to confront the beast. The scanning radar had indicated that the jungle wolf king harbored a profound fear of water, marking it as a weakness. Thus, retreating into the water might be worth a try. Even if it could not vanquish the jungle wolf king, it might instill enough caution in it to deter any aggressive moves. With determination, Lin Tian took a deep breath. At the moment the jungle wolf king launched its attack, he swiftly leapt from one tree to another, seizing the opportunity to land on the ground and sprint towards the pond. He ran at full speed, weaving his way in a serpentine manner to maintain a safe distance from the pursuing jungle wolf king. As he approached within 100 meters of the pond, his heart raced furiously, as if it might leap from his chest. The jungle wolf king drew ever closer, continually gathering energy for another fireball. Lin Tian could even feel the intense heat radiating from it against his back, knowing that it would soon strike him. Yet he did not falter. He charged toward the pond with unwavering resolve. There was no retreat for him now. Forward was his only fate. If he did not leap into the pond, he would surely meet his end at the hands of the jungle wolf king. Facing a bronze-level boss was not something he could easily contend with. Lin Tian pushed himself to the limit, adrenaline coursing through his veins as his speed surged once more, all in a desperate attempt to evade the jungle wolf king's assault. However, the fireball was already fully formed and hurtling toward him, leaving Lin Tian with no option to evade. Realizing he could not escape the oncoming attack, he braced himself to absorb the fireball's impact, intending to harness its force to propel himself into the pond, thus avoiding death by the jungle wolf king's hand. Boom! As Lin Tian sensed the impending descent of a fireball upon him, he swiftly pivoted, positioning his engineer's shovel in front of himself. Utilizing the formidable force, he was propelled backward, distancing himself further from the pond. However, just as he was about to plunge into the water, an instinctual awareness of imminent peril surged within him. Chapter 30. The mutated ferocious crocodile of bronze-level danger. In that fleeting moment, before Lin Tian entered the pond, he instinctively sensed a wave of threat. Yet, suspended in midair, he clearly discerned a shadowy form within the water, rapidly advancing towards him. It was a colossal crocodile, exceeding 5 meters in length, surging forth from the depths with its gaping maw agape, intent on devouring him whole. What on earth? How could there be a ferocious beast here? Gazing at the massive crocodile, Lin Tian, even without reading its information, comprehended that it was indeed a beast of terror. An ordinary crocodile could hardly attain such a size. In this moment of despair, he gritted his teeth against the pain, swiftly repositioning himself. The golden barret materialized in his hand, and without hesitation, he aimed and fired at the crocodile. Crack! The bullet struck the crocodile's lower jaw, instantly piercing through it, causing the beast to reflexively snap its jaws shut in response to the excruciating agony. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian placed a foot upon the crocodile's mouth and leapt swiftly to the shore, narrowly avoiding a plunge into the pond. He had not anticipated that such a small body of water would harbor a crocodile. who knew if other crocodiles lurked beneath the surface. This pond was exceedingly perilous, more so than the land itself, and entry was out of the question. Upon regaining the shore, he endured the pain and rapidly ascended a tree, while the Wolf King of the jungle hesitated to advance. This territory was no longer under the dominion of the Wolf King. It belonged to the crocodile. Any further approach would be perceived as provocation, likely inciting a confrontation. Mutated ferocious crocodile, bronze boss, skill, death roll, a bronze-level boss. Upon glimpsing the information of this crocodile beast, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. For others, encountering a ferocious beast was a formidable challenge, let alone a bronze-level boss. Yet here he was, facing not one, but two bosses, a veritable boss slayer. This badge was utterly useless. It could not even eliminate a boss. Suddenly, Lin Tian recalled the assassin's badge he had obtained, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. He had once believed it to be a valuable asset, only to discover that it bore little efficacy against a boss, leaving him to rely solely on his own capabilities. It felt as though this item was a trap, designed deliberately to thrust him into encounters with bosses. Having barely dealt with the earlier Jungle Wolf King boss, he was now confronted with the emergence of yet another bronze-level boss, a mutated ferocious crocodile. How was he to contend with two formidable bronze bosses? After regaining some strength with the aid of substance, Lin Tian's gaze fixed intently on the bronze-level boss, the Jungle Wolf King, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. This creature posed a significant threat, having persistently guarded him. If he did not swiftly eliminate it, returning to the dilapidated vehicle would be utterly impossible. Moreover, the creature appeared to possess a remarkable intellect, necessitating caution. Otherwise, disaster would surely ensue. Due to the presence of the mutated crocodile, the Jungle Wolf King was hesitant to approach, maintaining a certain distance while vigilantly watching Lin Tian, who dared to provoke it. How could the Jungle Wolf King tolerate such insolence? With a snarl, it unleashed a fireball towards Lin Tian, hurling it with great force. Having evaded numerous attacks before, Lin Tian skillfully dodged the assault of the Jungle Wolf King. However, a fallen branch descended from above, striking the mutated crocodile, which was also fixated on Lin Tian. Having been toyed with by Lin Tian, the mutated crocodile was already in a foul mood, and now, stationed beneath the tree, it vowed to charge at Lin Tian without hesitation should he dare descend, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, a creature that did not belong to its territory had the audacity to attack, igniting the crocodile's fury. It charged towards the Jungle Wolf King, prepared to engage in a desperate battle, determined to make the intruder pay dearly. What? A fight had commenced? Lin Tian, initially planning to eliminate the Jungle Wolf King before finding an escape route, was taken aback to witness the two formidable beasts clashing. It was indeed surprising that these two apex predators, both harboring animosity towards him, would engage in combat. The unexpected antics of the Jungle Wolf King had instigated a confrontation between the two bronze-level boss creatures. From his vantage point in the tree, Lin Tian observed, quietly seeking an opportunity to eliminate both bronze-level boss entities. The Jungle Wolf King had no desire to battle the mutated crocodile. Its sole focus was Lin Tian, yet was unwilling to retreat, intent on vanquishing him. Perceiving its persistence as provocation, the mutated crocodile relentlessly drove the Jungle Wolf King away. But the latter steadfastly refused to abandon its pursuit. Both were royal beings, possessing their own authority that demanded respect and could not be challenged. The two bronze-level boss creatures soon engaged in combat, with the Jungle Wolf King's attacks no longer directed at Lin Tian, but relentlessly targeting the mutated crocodile. However, the fireball struck the crocodile's tough hide without inflicting any damage. What? The mutated crocodile had such formidable defenses? The Jungle Wolf King was unable to breach its defenses at all. Lin Tian, who had been intently observing the battle, witnessed the mutated ferocious crocodile withstand two fireball spells from the Jungle Wolf King without significant damage, apart from slight charring on its back. Its formidable combat prowess remained intact. Stunned by this revelation, Lin Tian could hardly comprehend the ferocious crocodile's exceptional defensive capabilities, which even the Jungle Wolf King could not breach. Realizing its attacks were futile, the Jungle Wolf King, relying on its remarkable speed, darted towards the mutated crocodile, its sharp claws grazing its back, leaving only a faint scratch and causing no real harm. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian fired at the jungle wolf king, which reacted swiftly, dodging his shot by tilting its head. It still suffered a hit to its forelimb due to the crocodile's influence. Observing the injured jungle wolf king, the mutated crocodile, albeit momentarily bewildered, quickly sprang into action, sinking its teeth into the wolf king's hind leg and violently tearing it away. Suddenly, a golden bullet pierced the sky, instantly penetrating the jungle wolf king's skull, leading to its demise. Before the mutated crocodile could react, it felt a sharp pain in its head as a golden bullet fell before it, followed by a barrage of bullets raining down upon it. In that instant, two notifications echoed in Lin Tian's ears, announcing his triumph over the two bronze-level bosses, with their corpses revealing two silver treasure chests. Eagerly, Lin Tian leaped from the tree, swiftly collecting the remains of the two bosses and the silver chests into his spatial ring before hastening towards his dilapidated vehicle. With the bronze-level bosses vanquished, the test mission came to an end. Congratulations on completing the bronze-level vehicle upgrade trial. You have received one bronze-level upgrade blueprint and one folding blueprint for vehicle interior space, one-time use item. As the voice of task completion resonated, Lin Tian received his rewards and was transported out of the trial space. The bronze upgrade blueprint can enhance the vehicle's level, allowing the entire vehicle to be upgraded to bronze. Without an upgrade blueprint, the vehicle cannot be fully upgraded to bronze. The interior space folding blueprint, one-time use item, allows for the folding of interior items, significantly enhancing the usability of the vehicle's interior space. It seemed that upgrading the vehicle required blueprints, otherwise, it was impossible to proceed. Lin Tian murmured softly while gazing at the upgrade blueprint, feeling somewhat frustrated by the limitations imposed by the trial. He had anticipated a straightforward upgrade process for his vehicle, only to discover the necessity of passing trials to achieve it. At this stage, how many players could successfully navigate the bronze-level dungeon trials? He contemplated the treasure chests, ready to open them. The activation of the talent was successful, leading to the successful upgrade of the bronze chest to a silver chest, and subsequently, the silver chest to a golden chest. Upon opening the chest, I acquired 6 black iron tires, 10 black iron automotive glass pieces, and 1 silver bulletproof vest. The silver bulletproof vest significantly enhances defensive capabilities, rendering one impervious to attacks below the bronze level. This is quite commendable, as I have also obtained protective gear. With this item, I could directly confront the jungle wolf king without hesitation. Ignoring attacks below the bronze level, combined with my talent, effectively means I can withstand assaults beneath the silver level. The jungle wolf king, being merely a bronze level boss, cannot surpass the silver level in attack strength. I could stand there and let it strike without fear of harm. Activating my talent, I upgraded the silver bulletproof vest to a golden level and donned it without a moment's hesitation. Instantly, I felt enveloped in a profound sense of security, unafraid of any sudden threats. I also proceeded to upgrade all the automotive parts acquired. For any parts that were insufficient, I procured them from other players. Lin Tian was not short on resources and offered a price higher than what other players were willing to pay, swiftly obtaining the necessary automotive components. Upgrading the car, item, simple car, automotive glass, bronze tires, bronze steel frame, bronze engine, bronze fuel tank, bronze steering wheel, bronze radar, platinum, speed, 50 others, unlocked excellent. The speed has increased to 50 kilometers per hour, a significant improvement over before. The dilapidated car has transformed into a simple car. This upgrade is nothing short of luxurious. After reviewing the car's specifications, Lin Tian felt immense joy. Every aspect has been upgraded, with substantial enhancements to defense and speed, ensuring his safety more effectively. However, he wondered how many players in the entire road survival world possessed bronze-level vehicles. Lin Tian murmured softly, curiosity piqued. The bronze-level trial dungeon was notoriously difficult, with few players currently capable of clearing it. Yet, among billions of people worldwide, perhaps others possessed talent superior to his own and could conquer the bronze-level trial dungeon. Detected that you have upgraded to a bronze car. An announcement will be made. Would you like to hide your name? Do not hide. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian shook his head. He had not anticipated being the first to clear the bronze-level trial dungeon, while other players had yet to succeed in it. This revelation was indeed beyond Lin Tian's expectations. During the last server-wide announcement, Lin Tian did not conceal his name, and it was naturally impossible for him to hide it now. Such a splendid opportunity to shine could not be overlooked. Server announcement. Player Lin Tian has successfully completed the bronze trial dungeon, upgrading his vehicle to bronze level. The vehicle ranking leaderboard is now open, and players listed will receive daily rewards. 3 consecutive server announcements resounded, leaving all players in a state of bewilderment. What is this? Lin Tian has upgraded his vehicle to bronze level? How did he achieve that? Wow, it's Lin Tian, the male deity, while we remain ordinary vehicles. He has already elevated his to bronze. Does the master still require accessories? He is capable of warming the bed and exclaiming 666. I implore the master to share his secrets for clearing the dungeon. I am willing to offer 1 gold coin for this knowledge. 1 gold coin? Do you take the master for a beggar? I am willing to offer 5 gold coins. I'll bid 10 gold coins, please, master. Enlighten me on the method to clear it. Does the esteemed master require a doll? I can present it to you. I assure you it is brand new and unused. Are there any young gentlemen in need of university student stockings? In an instant, all chat channels erupted into chaos. No one could fathom that Lin Tian, who had merely cleared the bronze dungeon yesterday, had now conquered the bronze level upgrade trial. The speed was simply astonishing. Furthermore, today's server announcement confirmed that Lin Tian had completed the bronze level dungeon without sustaining any damage. Otherwise, he would not have dared to continue with the upgrade trial. In a bronze level dungeon, a golden-haired man observed a fierce beast before him. It was a bronze level lion, his battle pet, currently attacking a group of eagles, most of which were black iron level, while the boss was bronze level. Under their combined assault, the black featherwing king was left with minimal health. On the brink of death, the golden-haired man, upon hearing the server announcement, frowned and remarked, "Is there someone faster than me? Lin Tian, is he from the Dragon Kingdom? Damn those Dragon Kingdom folks, stealing my glory." Chapter 32. Advancing to armored vehicle, he possessed an epic beast taming talent, capable of swiftly elevating the levels of his pets, while significantly enhancing their attributes. Although his battle pet was currently just a bronze-level creature, its composite attributes had already reached that of a bronze boss. In fact, under his guidance, it had even surpassed a typical bronze-level boss. With such formidable talent, he believed himself to be immensely powerful, utterly dismissing others. He was certain that once he cleared the bronze trial dungeon and upgraded his vehicle to bronze level, he would ascend to become the foremost player in the world. To his astonishment, just as he was on the verge of completing the dungeon quest, someone managed to surpass him by clearing the bronze level trial dungeon first. Someone is faster than me. Within the same bronze level trial dungeon, a woman with alabaster skin stood beside a towering brown bear, a silver-grade beast that reached an impressive height of 2 meters. Despite its formidable size, its eyes were vacant, devoid of any intelligence. As the battle concluded, the massive bear instantly transformed into specks of energy and vanished. Lin Tian, a citizen of Long Country, had somehow outpaced her. This first position must be reclaimed. The woman raised her fist, her gaze fixed on Lin Tian's name on the leaderboard, feeling a surge of competitive spirit as she realized she had been left far behind. As a warrior from Bear Country, she possessed her own pride and an unparalleled warrior talent, capable of summoning mythical beasts to fight alongside her. To her surprise, despite having a silver-grade beast aiding her, she found herself overshadowed by Lin Tian. Player Ellie Mason, Bear Country, cleared the bronze-level trial dungeon, ranking 2nd on the automobile leaderboard. Player Walter Walker, Eagle Country, cleared the bronze-level trial dungeon, ranking 3rd on the automobile leaderboard. Damn it, this woman is even faster than me? Curse it, I can't even discern her talents. Walter Walker attempted to examine the talent attributes of Lin Tian and Ellie Mason, but found that aside from their automobile rankings, no other information was accessible. Furthermore, apart from Lin Tian, both he and Ellie Mason had not fully achieved the bronze level in their automobile rankings. It appeared that there were indeed many impressive individuals who had cleared the bronze level trial dungeon. At that moment, Lin Tian was engrossed in the automobile leaderboard, eager to discover what rewards awaited him. However, before he could assess the rewards, the 2nd and 3rd places swiftly appeared below him. The time gap between them was remarkably brief, a mere 2 seconds, indicating that the 3rd place contender might have snatched the 2nd position before Lin Tian could react. The 4th and 5th places quickly materialized as well. In less than 2 minutes, the top 10 had all been revealed on the leaderboard, with the subsequent 100 places also densely populated. Lin Tian glanced at the second and third place holders, although they had the qualifications to advance to bronze-level automobiles. Only a portion of their vehicles were indeed bronze level, while the majority remained at black iron, with even the vehicle glass being of ordinary quality. It wouldn't be long before they were able to upgrade to bronze level. He pondered how long the first position could be maintained. It was evident that the rewards for the first place would be significantly superior to those of the second and third, with everyone else at the same level. Lin Tian was uncertain how long he could hold on to his first place. He knew he had to devise a strategy to maintain his lead and secure the best rewards possible. Ranking leaderboard. First place reward, silver treasure, chest 1. Second place, reward, bronze treasure, chest 5. Third place, reward, bronze treasure, chest 3, from 4th to 10th place. The reward is merely 1 bronze treasure chest, while those ranked from 11th to 99th will receive bronze fragments, which can be synthesized into bronze treasure chests. As for those beyond the 100th rank, there are no rewards, nor is the leaderboard displayed. The silver treasure chest is quite commendable. 1 gold treasure chest is certainly more valuable than 5 silver treasure chests. Lin Tian murmured softly, contemplating that receiving a silver treasure chest daily could lead to the acquisition of a gold treasure chest, which yields far superior items. Should fortune favor him, he might even obtain gold tier items capable of being upgraded to platinum tier. The items derived from silver treasure chests are, at best, only of gold tier, which pales in comparison to platinum tier. Detected unclaimed reward treasure chests. Would you like to claim them? Lin Tian soon noticed the silver treasure chest on the leaderboard flickering. Without any hesitation, he promptly claimed the silver treasure chest and upgraded it to a gold treasure chest. Detected that you have cleared the bronze trial dungeon. The space folding blueprint, black iron, is available for use. Would you like to fuse it? He immediately upgraded the space folding blueprint. The bronze tier was undoubtedly far more useful than the black iron tier. Space folding blueprint, black iron, has been successfully upgraded to bronze tier. Would you like to fuse it with the vehicle? Fusion. Fusing space folding, bronze. Please select the direction for your advancement. Once chosen, it cannot be undone. Off-road vehicle, relatively comfortable environment, suitable for most terrains. Camper, more comfortable interior, providing ample space. Armored vehicle, possesses a degree of aggressiveness, significantly enhanced defense, albeit slower and with increased fuel consumption. Sports car, offers the best driving experience, the highest speed, capable of swiftly evading most dangers. Heavy hauler, a road behemoth, with a massive size, providing substantial interior space, capable of carrying more supplies. I choose the armored vehicle. Recalling the previous attack by the Jungle Wolf King, Lin Tian made his decision without hesitation. The armored vehicle was indeed the optimal choice, offering not only superior defense, but also the capability to mount weapons. With higher-tier weapons equipped, he would not need to risk himself. Esteemed player, you have selected the armored vehicle, and the advancement is underway. Please specify the distinctions for your vehicle's interior space. A bathroom and sleeping area are essential. These 2 little ones must have their own space. And a kitchen would be beneficial as well. Friendly reminder, the bronze tier folding blueprint can only accommodate 2 spaces. In that case, I will choose the bathroom and sleeping area. Choices have been made, upgrading the vehicle with the interior folding areas as a bathroom and bedroom. A flash of golden light swept by, and the vehicle swiftly ascended to a new level. Chapter 33. Comprehensive upgrade. The golden glow quickly dissipated, and the system's voice resonated in Lin Tian's ears. Ding! Vehicle upgrade successful. The current vehicle is a bronze-level armored car, with a speed increased to 60 kilometers per hour and a fuel consumption of 20 liters per kilometer. Defense has significantly improved. Indeed, the enhancement in defense was substantial. Lin Tian gazed at the revitalized armored vehicle and felt an overwhelming sense of security wash over him. With the presence of this armored car, his defensive capabilities had escalated tremendously. Even in the face of a bronze-level beast, he no longer felt an excess of trepidation. He pondered how the weapon systems could be installed on this armored vehicle. Upon examining the armored car, he noted that everything appeared entirely renewed. Seats, dashboard, and more, transforming from its previously dilapidated state into something magnificent. Furthermore, all the windows had been replaced with bulletproof glass, and the vehicle now featured only 2 doors, one for the driver and one for the front passenger, the latter being considerably larger, allowing most access to the vehicle through it. Item: armored car, car glass, bronze car tires, bronze car frame, bronze car engine, bronze car fuel tank, bronze steering wheel, bronze radar, platinum, speed, 60, others, weapon system not detected. A weapon system? Is it not included by default? After reviewing the attributes of the armored vehicle, he noticed that aside from the speed enhancement to 60, the only other addition was the weapon system, the nature of which remained a mystery to him. He had never heard of it nor encountered it before. Although he contemplated inquiring on the public frequency, he quickly dismissed the thought. Few individuals had cleared the trial dungeon, and even though the leaderboard extended beyond the 100th rank, the billions of people worldwide were not situated in the same region, rendering inquiries futile. Perhaps this was a special component that became available only after the upgrade, something that did not exist prior. He speculated that opening the treasure chest next would yield the weapon system. Where are the bedroom and bathroom? Lin Tian searched the armored vehicle but found no signs of a bedroom or bathroom. To his astonishment, however, he discovered two doors, each the size of the driver's door. At the rear of the vehicle, he opened one and peered inside. The room was vast, approximately 50 square meters, yet it was devoid of any furnishings. Merely an empty space. However, it did feature a window, offering a view of the outside scenery. No bed? That's rather disappointing. Having anticipated a restful slumber in the newly acquired bedroom, Lin Tian was taken aback to discover the absence of a bed, necessitating a makeshift sleeping arrangement on the floor. Peering out of the window, he was greeted by a picturesque view, only to realize that it was merely a virtual projection, devoid of reality. With the dilapidated vehicle transformed into an armored car, the interior space had considerably diminished. If the workbench remained outside, the usable area would be further restricted. Without hesitation, Lin Tian relocated the workbench to the bedroom, positioning it before the window to simultaneously observe the surroundings while tending to his tasks. The bedroom also housed a bathroom, albeit equally bare and unutilized, leaving Lin Tian exasperated at the futility of such an addition. Finding a spot to sit, he activated the workbench and promptly reached out to the merchant with whom he had previously conversed. "Esteemed sir, how may I assist you?" The merchant greeted, his tone laced with obsequiousness upon receiving Lin Tian's message. As the foremost survivor player, having not only conquered the bronze-level dungeon, but also the bronze-level trial, Lin Tian's favor was highly coveted. "I require several items. A bed, a wooden tub, and a water heater," he requested. The merchant wasted no time in procuring the items, and within half an hour, he had gathered several supplies, though only the water heater was ready. "Detected water heater. Shall it be installed within the armored vehicle?" Came the prompt. "Load it," Lin Tian replied. Equipped with a water storage tank and solar panels, he connected them to the water heater, which soon sprang to life, raising the water temperature to a pleasant 60 degrees in less than half an hour. After shedding his clothing, he indulged in a refreshing wash before emerging to find that the merchant had successfully acquired most of the requested supplies. Lin Tian swiftly brought the items into the bedroom and reclined on the spacious bed, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. Struggling against the urge to sleep, he leapt from the bed and stepped outside the armored vehicle to survey his surroundings. The vehicle appeared unchanged, maintaining the same characteristics he had come to know. The entire armored car was cloaked in black, with specially treated glass allowing for clear visibility from within, while rendering the interior invisible from the outside, even blocking sunlight from penetrating. The roof and front of the vehicle featured mounts for weaponry. Lin Tian ascended the armored car and bounced upon it with vigor, but remained steadfast, exhibiting no signs of deformation or movement. This new armored vehicle far surpassed the former dilapidated car, boasting significantly increased weight and enhanced defensive capabilities. In contrast, the old vehicle would tremble and distort under the slightest pressure. Every time Lin Tian stood atop the vehicle, a sense of trepidation washed over him, as if the roof might suddenly give way. After a thorough inspection revealed no issues, he returned to the driver's seat, ignited the engine, and set the vehicle in motion, its speed far surpassing that of the previously decrepit car. After playfully teasing the two small lions, Lin Tian continued his routine of opening the chat interface to peruse the latest messages, seeking weapons of any caliber, offering substantial rewards. "Look at how sleek my upgraded sports car is. Any lovely ladies interested in riding shotgun? Are you out of your mind? This is a survival game. And you're upgrading a sports car? What are you thinking? What is wrong with upgrading a sports car? It's incredibly fast. If danger arises, I can simply drive away, looking for bandages and serums. Saving a life is worth more than building a grand pagoda. Chapter 34. The revealed special secret, bro. Do you need a serum? Were you bitten by a snake? Don't mention it. I just found a spot, released my buddy, and was bitten by a snake right away. Wow, that's unfortunate, man. How could you let that happen? Are you still able to function? Huh, you've made me laugh. I can already envision the grim scenario. What about the snake? Did you exact revenge? Killed it, planning to enjoy snake soup later. Upon reading the contents of the chat channel, Lin Tian felt a sudden chill beneath him, his demeanor shifting uneasily. Fortunately, the vehicle was equipped with a restroom, sparing him the necessity of venturing outside, where hidden dangers could lurk. Injuries to any other part would be manageable, but harm to his little brother would be utterly catastrophic. Half an hour later, a message caught Lin Tian's attention once more, this time from a player who had upgraded to a bronze vehicle. Haha, I've finally upgraded my engine to bronze, boosting my speed to 50 kilometers per hour. I'm certain I'll complete the 1,000-kilometer task faster than all of you. Is that true, big guy? My speed is only 30 kilometers per hour. It's painfully slow. At least you have 30. I'm stuck at a mere 20 kilometers per hour. I fear I won't complete the task. 50 kilometers is nothing. I've upgraded to a sports car, currently reaching 75 kilometers per hour, and I'm just 200 kilometers away from completing the task. Is a sport car that fast? My RV only manages 65 kilometers per hour. Had I known, I would have upgraded to a sports car. Wow, big guy, you have so much speed. These two sudden messages quickly drew the attention of many, inciting feelings of envy among numerous players who had not only completed the trial tasks, but had also upgraded their vehicles. Observing these exchanges, Lin Tian remained largely unfazed. He had long since upgraded his vehicle and ascended to an armored car. Thus his reaction to these others' advancements was muted. However, through the information exchanged in the chat channel, Lin Tian became aware of numerous insights. He discerned that automotive parts varied significantly, and the methods of advancement were distinct as well, with the requisite engine components differing accordingly. Notably, the speed of sports cars was unparalleled, and the prospect of a 200-kilometer gap posed a considerable danger. He needed to devise a strategy to enhance his velocity. Over the past few days, Lin Tian clearly understood that in this world, those who completed tasks first were rewarded with exceptional bonuses, rewards unimaginable to anyone other than the frontrunner. Completing the bronze dungeon first granted a killer badge, while being the first to upgrade to a bronze vehicle yielded a daily silver treasure chest. The task of covering 1,000 kilometers was the inaugural mission issued in this road survival realm, and should he finish it ahead of others, he would undoubtedly reap significant benefits. Among the players with sports cars, one individual still had 200 kilometers to traverse. At a speed of 75 kilometers per hour, he would require less than 3 hours to complete the task. In contrast, Lin Tian had less than 150 kilometers remaining, and his armored vehicle speed was 60 kilometers per hour, necessitating 2.5 hours to finish. If he managed his time wisely, he might even complete the 1,000 kilometers before the sports car driver. Upon arriving in this world, he had already leveraged his innate talent to upgrade his engine, subsequently enhancing it to a bronze-grade engine, which exceeded the speeds of ordinary players by more than 10 kilometers per hour, even accounting for time lost due to fuel shortages. He still outpaced many others. Now, Lin Tian could not afford to squander even a moment. Otherwise, completing the task would be utterly unattainable. Lin Tian, you should refrain from boasting. Hurry and finish the task. The reward for first place must be quite generous. Isn't this a collective task? Even if there are rewards, aren't they relatively similar? Indeed, as long as the task is completed, there will be rewards. Brother, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by the first place reward being generous? Lin Tian appeared somewhat bewildered, struggling to grasp the situation. After all, earlier, the system had only presented the novice task with penalties, making no mention of rewards whatsoever. The punishment for failure was the erasure of progress, while the rewards for completing tasks had never been disclosed. Why, at this moment, did some believe that players who finished first would receive rewards? Did this individual perhaps perceive something? Just as this thought crossed Lin Tian's mind, he saw messages appearing in the chat channel that caused his expression to shift, and his heart raced. Although some individuals had surmised that there would be special rewards for being the first to complete the task, they refrained from voicing such notions, instead focusing on enhancing their vehicle speeds to secure their position at the forefront. There is even a possibility that false information might be disseminated to hinder other players from completing their tasks. Isn't this a novice task? Where'd the first place rewards come from? Exactly, I specifically checked. There are only penalties for failure and no task rewards. A player in a dilapidated vehicle traversing the highway clutched his chest, which was stained with blood. Even the steering wheel bore the marks of his suffering. He was retching incessantly, his complexion an alarming shade of pale. He had sought assistance from Lin Tian, hoping to acquire methods to navigate the trials of the dungeon. Yet Lin Tian never responded. This neglect led to his grievous injury at the hands of a venomous wasp, and as he sensed his life ebbing away, he contemplated leaving Lin Tian in a precarious position before his demise. Even in death, he vowed not to grant Lin Tian any respite. Amidst the pain, he sent a message in the chat channel. Lin Tian was the first to conquer the Bronze Dungeon and the Vehicle Advancement Dungeon, earning special rewards. Thus, it is evident that pioneers can obtain unique accolades. After dispatching his final message, despair enveloped him as he slumped over the steering wheel, his vitality waning while the car continued to coast forward. Goodness, it appears to be true. After Lin Tian, the esteemed one, first cleared the Bronze Dungeon, he received the Boss Slayer badge, and upon completing the Vehicle Advancement Dungeon, all components of his car were upgraded to bronze, securing the top spot on the vehicle ranking list. Curse it, Lin Tian is utterly disgusting, concealing this secret all along. Indeed, these top players are not to be trusted. Lin Tian, observing the vitriol directed at him, wore a visibly troubled expression. He glanced at the individual who had sent the message, questioning why he would act so spitefully, as he believed he had not wronged him. However, the individual remained silent, and Lin Tian chose to ignore the negativity, focusing instead on seizing the lead. The elite players had deduced the hidden truth and were hastily completing their novice tasks. Chapter 35. Lin Tian. Are we still playing? Are there fierce beasts lurking? Why is this Chun Lin Long casting aspersions upon me? As Lin Tian surveyed the chat channel, he noted a growing disdain towards him, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. He inquired of Chun Lin Long why he would besmirch his name, yet received no reply. This left Lin Tian profoundly perplexed. When had he offended this individual? His prior advantages from swiftly clearing the Bronze Dungeon and the vehicle trial had now dissipated. Gazing at the barrage of insults in the chat, Lin Tian took a moment of silence before choosing to respond. Esteemed players, this is a world of survival, and a moment's carelessness may lead to irrevocable consequences. It is a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong, and the strong reign supreme. My ability to clear the Bronze Dungeon and advance in the vehicle trial was earned at the cost of my very life. Even if I were to share this knowledge with you, would you truly succeed? Without my prior achievements, how would you have known that rewards awaited those who cleared the dungeon first? Lin Tian's words resonated, significantly diminishing the volume of vitriol in the chat channel. The world is steeped in oppression, and the weight of pressure burdens every player, with no one nearby to confide in. Thus, when an opportunity arises, they unleash their pent-up frustrations without restraint. At this moment, as some cast aspersions upon Lin Tian, stoked by jealousy, they seethe with anger at the thought that Lin Tian has acquired so many coveted treasures, which remain beyond their grasp. However, upon Lin Tian's explanation, most fell silent. Their intention was merely to vent, never to consider enmity with Lin Tian, who had surpassed the majority of players with his prowess in conquering the bronze-level dungeon. The possibility of a chance encounter with him loomed ominously, and should a multiplayer dungeon arise, they would undoubtedly wish to ally with him rather than offend him. Your success in clearing the dungeon first merely indicates good fortune. Why conceal the rewards associated with it? Indeed, we all enter together. What gives you the right to claim superior rewards? Lin Tian, could you share your strategy for clearing the dungeon? I've already perished twice. Despite Lin Tian's willingness to engage, many continued to express their disdain for him. Names such as Long Hao and Bai Jingtian were etched into Lin Tian's memory, and should the opportunity arise, he would seek retribution. This was not the world he once knew, where laws reigned. Lin Tian would not suffer indignities without recourse. What? Did you not heed the system's reminders? Are your minds so dull that you cannot grasp such simple matters? With your kind, do you presume to impose moral judgment upon me? You would do well to pray that our paths do not cross in the future. Lin Tian's words dripped with veiled menace, and those who had fallen silent after his intervention felt a wave of relief wash over them, grateful that he had not continued to endure their insults, lest they find themselves in his crosshairs. Those who had drawn his ire felt a twinge of fear, but they quickly steeled themselves. And what of it? When we meet, we shall see who is truly stronger. Indeed, what does your current superiority matter? Should we confront you, you may find yourself kneeling. What bravado! Do you truly believe we fear you, outnumbered as you are? No matter your strength, can you contend with all of us? Lin Tian could not help but smirk at their retorts, regarding them with utter disdain. He chose not to squander further time with these individuals. The priority now was to swiftly fulfill the novice quest issued by the system. Since hearing Chun Jingtian's warning, that fellow named Zhao Tian had not reappeared. It is evident that the opponent is exerting every effort to complete the final stretch. Although Lin Tian's armored vehicle does not match the speed of his adversary, his distance covered is comparatively less than that of Zhao Tian, granting him a slight temporal advantage. As long as no unforeseen issues arise, there is a strong likelihood that he may surpass Zhao Tian. However, Lin Tian remains uncertain if there are other players with an even shorter distance. As the armored vehicle swiftly traverses the terrain, the two small lions appear to be hungry, clinging to Lin Tian's legs in search of food. Casting a glance at the pair, he lifts them onto his lap, gently stroking them, which brings him immense comfort and alleviates his drowsiness. He retrieves some bronze-grade wild boar meat, slicing it into small pieces to feed the young lions. Although he contemplated using the meat from a bronze boss, he ultimately deemed it unwise. The young lions, being too small, might not withstand the energy contained within it. After all, it would be quite embarrassing to inadvertently feed his pets to their demise while trying to pass the time. Observing the two lions devour the meat voraciously brings a smile to Lin Tian's face. Throughout his journey, the radar continuously reports the detection of a scrapped vehicle and a wooden treasure chest, yet Lin Tian does not halt his progress. A bronze treasure chest and a scrap car fail to pique his interest. He seeks at least a golden treasure chest before considering a diversion. Once the young lions finish their meal and quench their thirst, they curl up on Lin Tian's lap and drift into slumber, listening to their soft snores. Lin Tian feels his own weariness returning, and he finds himself dozing off. Coupled with the fatigue from earlier, he longs to return to his bedroom for a rejuvenating sleep. For the elusive first reward, Lin Tian is determined to seize the title of first place, as long as no system notifications indicate otherwise. Simultaneously, all players on the server sprint towards the finish line with utmost urgency. Particularly those players who are not far from the end are racing at full speed, refusing to pause even when encountering treasure chests along the way. The title of first place shall belong to me, Zhao Tian. With unwavering determination, Zhao Tian accelerates. Having been prompted by Chun Jingtian, and opens a silver treasure chest, fortuitously obtaining a silver-grade engine, boosting his speed to 85 kilometers per hour. He experiences a significant enhancement in velocity. The finish line is within sight. Gazing at the novice task page, with less than 10 kilometers remaining, Zhao Tian's heart races in anticipation. Just as he glimpses the finish line and prepares to cross it, an enormous turtle unexpectedly appears, obstructing his path. Chapter 36. Is the difficulty of the novice task this high? With the finish line so tantalizingly close, Zhao Tian's eyes gleam with elation, instinctively believing he will be the first player to complete the task. At that moment, the reward for being the first to finish will undoubtedly be his. However, in the very next moment, on the road where nothing but the finish line had been visible, a formidable figure suddenly surged forth. This figure is towering, standing at a height of 6 meters and measuring over 8 meters in length. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Tian instinctively slammed on the brakes, the tires skidding uncontrollably on the asphalt until a mere 10 meters from the monstrous entity, the vehicle finally came to a halt. Before Zhao Tian could react, the enormous creature charged towards him, raising its claw to strike down upon the sports car. At this moment, Lin Tian was less than 10 kilometers from the finish line, merely minutes away from reaching his ultimate destination. Driven by the desire to secure the final task reward, Lin Tian had relentlessly pushed himself forward, ignoring the wrecked vehicles and resource chests along the way. Even when the urge to relieve himself arose, he steadfastly resisted retreating. What was happening? Why was the radar issuing a danger alert? As he approached the finish line, with only 5 kilometers remaining, a red dot appeared on the radar, indicating a threat ahead. Staring at the system's notification, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. Why would the system suddenly alert him at this juncture? Was this a ferocious beast? Gazing at the radar icon, resembling that of an elephant, Lin Tian was uncertain of the creature's level or size. However, the mere appearance of such an icon, coupled with the radar's warning, signified that it was undoubtedly a beast of formidable caliber. Since activating this platinum-level radar, he had encountered numerous animals. Yet the radar had never issued a warning. Only green icons appeared, indicating harmless creatures. The sole exception was the ominous red icon, which unequivocally denoted a ferocious beast, with no room for doubt. In the instance of encountering a ferocious beast, Lin Tian promptly reduced his speed to approximately 20 kilometers per hour, deciding to monitor the chat channel for any discussions regarding this occurrence. Although racing ahead might allow him to complete the novice task first, he was not willing to gamble with his life. The unknown level of this beast, especially one as massive as an elephant, posed a terrifying threat. In the natural world, elephants, despite being herbivores, are colossal creatures, arguably the most powerful land animals. Even apex predators like lions and tigers would think twice before confronting an elephant. Although he had upgraded to an armored vehicle, boasting significantly superior defenses compared to his dilapidated car, Lin Tian was not prepared to take such a risk. If the beast were merely of bronze or even silver caliber, Lin Tian would not be overly concerned, confident in his ability to confront it. However, should he encounter a creature of golden or even greater stature, he would undoubtedly face certain demise. Goodness, I suspect this system is sabotaging us. Just as I was on the verge of completing the novice task of traversing 1,000 kilometers, a colossal serpent measuring over 10 meters suddenly appeared, blocking my path to the finish line. What a calamity! I was caught off guard, and my newly upgraded sports car was utterly demolished. My vehicle is also a sports car, and it crashed against that shell. What a disaster. I was so close to claiming first place. Yet I encountered such an unfortunate event. Have you all experienced this too? I thought I was the only one. Lin Tian, what is your current situation? Have you encountered any beasts obstructing your path? These players, who had advanced their vehicles ahead of others, were all astute individuals. Lin Tian had received special rewards for being the first to clear the dungeon twice, which made it clear to them that those who completed system tasks first would undoubtedly receive unique rewards. Thus, after upgrading their cars, they immediately raced at full speed to finish the 1,000-kilometer challenge ahead of the rest. Most had upgraded to sports cars, as their speed far surpassed that of ordinary vehicles. They had been secretly scheming, believing they could easily complete the 1,000-kilometer challenge first. However, they never anticipated the obstruction of ferocious beasts. Although these creatures were merely of bronze rank, few possessed the capability to defeat them. The players had completed their vehicle advancement trials through alternative means, making it impossible to vanquish the dungeon beasts and finish the challenge. So many have completed the vehicle advancement dungeon? Why then? Is there no trace of them on the car leaderboard? Lin Tian scrutinized the chat channel and then glanced at the leaderboard, confirming the absence of any information. This led him to question whether these individuals had genuinely advanced their cars or were merely attempting to deceive him. If it were a ruse, how did they know about the beasts obstructing the path? He had only learned of the beasts after being the first to upgrade his vehicle. So how could they possibly be aware? Moreover, Lin Tian was evidently among them, and he had sent his message a few minutes later than the others. Clearly, someone had already surged towards the finish line before them. What a cunning bunch. Fortunately, the ferocious beasts intervened. Otherwise, this group would have surely stolen the win. Lin Tian muttered softly, filled with curiosity, unable to fathom how these individuals had advanced their vehicles and nearly outpaced him. Uncertain of how much time remained until the finish, Lin Tian shook his head slightly, indicating his ignorance of the situation. Simultaneously, he inquired about the doubts lingering in his heart. What level of ferocious beasts reside at the endpoint? Mine is bronze. Mine is black iron. Lin Tian, who quickly received responses, no longer harbored any fear. The majority were indeed black iron level, with only a scant few being of the bronze tier. Regardless of whether they were bronze or black iron, they posed little threat to Lin Tian, who dismissed them entirely. Chapter 37. The Silver Level Boss. Lava Giant, upon realizing that the ferocious beasts were either black iron or bronze, Lin Tian felt a sense of relief. After all, bronze-tier beasts had been vanquished by even the Beast Kings. The bronze beasts posed no challenge to him whatsoever. As long as he did not encounter a golden-level beast, there was no cause for concern. Having already slain the bronze beast king, he possessed the strength to contend with silver-level beasts as well, a fact that did not trouble him in the slightest. Armed with the golden-level weapon, Barrett, his strength had significantly increased, equipping him to face silver-level beasts with confidence. After closing the chat channel, Lin Tian pressed the accelerator and sped toward the terminus, eager to discover what manner of creature awaited him. What was this? A guardian beast as well. A sleek car came to a halt approximately 300 meters from the finish line, and a towering man, nearly 6 feet tall, with a shaved head and a physique rippling with muscles, emerged. Beside him stood a ferocious beast, its power having greatly amplified after devouring the Bronze Beast King following the Bronze Trial Dungeon. At this moment, the beast not only surpassed ordinary ferocious beasts, but had nearly attained the prowess of a Beast King. The lion beside him stood majestically, its coat shining brilliantly, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Its gaze was fixed upon an approaching beast, another lion, considerably larger in size, far exceeding the bronze tier. Although it had not yet reached the silver tier, it was undeniably more powerful than the average bronze beast king. Nevertheless, with its master by its side, the battle companion lion displayed no hint of trepidation. Always loyal and fearless in combat, it harbored no fear, even in the face of superior foes. I merely third. What then of the Guardian Beast Kings ranked second and first? Walter Walker glanced at the Guardian Beast, the blazing lion, and quickly assessed its strength, determining it to be a Bronze Beast King, even surpassing his own battle companion, the blazing lion. In a one-on-one confrontation, his lion would stand no chance. And should a battle ensue, it would undoubtedly be the wild, blazing lion that would perish. Meanwhile, in another region, the woman who ranked second in the automotive leaderboard, the sole female player among the top 10, also gazed ahead. There, she beheld a tiger, its fur as white as if cloaked in fresh snow. If one were to gaze from a distance, they would behold a magnificent sculpture of a white tiger, standing silently, its cold gaze fixed ahead, imbued with a murderous intent. Bathed in sunlight, it resembled a lifelike ice carving. A silver-tiered beast? Eli Mason parked her specially crafted mountain bike, designed not only for smooth rides on the road, but also capable of traversing snowy terrains without hindrance. She opened the car door and, upon scrutinizing the white tiger's prowess, furrowed her brow slightly, remarking on its formidable aura. How powerful this creature is. The beast's strength has indeed reached the silver tier? Ella Mason's expression darkened. She could barely contend with a bronze-tier beast king. A silver-tiered beast, however, was beyond her capability, and even if she managed to defeat it, the cost would be dire. What the heck? Have I truly encountered a black iron-tier beast? A black iron beast? How is that possible? I am but a bronze-tier beast. I'm a black iron beast king. In the chat channel, many players expressed their encounters with beasts of varying tiers. Those who did not make the rankings were predominantly facing black iron tier beasts, the strongest being merely a black iron beast king. Among the ranked players, all were bronze tier, with the exception of the top 10, who were predominantly bronze beast kings rather than mere beasts. After perusing the chat, Eli Mason swiftly gleaned the information she sought. The level of the guardian beast correlates directly with their strength. The top 10 were primarily bronze beast kings, while the top 100 consisted of bronze tier beasts. Presently, as the second-ranked player, she faced a silver-tier guardian beast, which implied that the first-ranked guardian beast must be at least silver tier, very likely a silver beast king. Ella Mason's gaze drifted to the leaderboard's top position, occupied by Lin Tian, who had consistently held the first place, his authority unchallenged. She pondered what tier of beast he might have encountered. She wished to inquire and add Lin Tian as a friend, but their differing locations prevented her from doing so. To add a friend, one needed to initiate a national war, the requirements for which remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Lin Tian stood less than 500 meters from the finish line, having halted his armored vehicle. His gaze was fixed on the boss ahead, his eyes reflecting incredulity. It was a bizarre creature towering over 10 meters, composed entirely of stone, with molten lava coursing down its surface. Standing there, it resembled a colossal fortress, evoking an overwhelming sense of awe. Lava giant, boss silver, lava boulder. The giant hurls molten boulders at foes, inflicting substantial physical damage alongside a portion of magical damage, with splatter causing fire damage. War tread. The giant stomps the ground fiercely, causing deceleration and physical harm. Rock guardian. Passive skill that enhances physical defense by 20. Is this some sort of cruel joke? Must I confront a beast of the silver tier? Wasn't it supposed to be either iron or bronze? What sorcery is this silver boss? Upon witnessing this, Lin Tian felt utterly bewildered, his eyes brimming with disbelief. It was as though this wretched system was mocking him. Unable to contend with a silver tier beast, it now presents him with a silver tier boss, no less a defensive tank of formidable resilience. At the moment Lin Tian laid eyes on it, the lava giant stirred. Its movements were sluggish, even slower than that of a black iron tier beast. Yet, with every step it took, the very ground quaked beneath it, flames erupting in its wake. Chapter 38, The Final Sprint. Everyone charged forward, having previously battled the bronze tier defensive boss, the rock boar king. Lin Tian was acutely aware that such heavily armored foes were often the easiest to defeat. Once one could breach their defenses, they could be worn down to submission. Thus, the initial trepidation that gripped Lin Tian began to dissipate upon realizing it was a defensive boss, armed with a golden tier weapon. He could indeed inflict a measure of damage upon this silver tier adversary. All he needed to do was remain cautious of the lava giant skills. The passive ability merely augmented defense, a matter he could not resolve, but the active skills were avoidable. At this juncture, he simply needed to devise a strategy to evade the giant's active skills, and he could eventually wear it down. Foolish human, return whence you came, boomed the lava giant upon spotting Lin Tian, its voice reverberating with wrath. Taken aback by the giant's words, Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. His creature could speak? The sudden voice startled him. Throughout his time in this world, he had yet to hear any being other than himself articulate words. With a frown, Lin Tian gazed at the lava giant and inquired, "You can speak?" As he uttered these words, he instinctively took a step closer, eager to understand why the lava giant possessed the ability to converse. Could this silver boss comprehend him? Might there be an opportunity for dialogue? Perhaps to glean information unknown to him? However, the lava giant cared little for Lin Tian's curiosity. Just as Lin Tian prepared to advance, the giant roared again, "Foolish human, retreat." At this moment, the lava giant was not merely vocalizing threats. It had raised its hand, ready to launch an attack against Lin Tian. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Tian's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively retreating several steps. Although he possessed the capability to inflict harm upon the lava giant, and might even be able to slay it, a mere touch from the colossal creature would undoubtedly spell his doom, given his current stature. Despite having fortified his body and possessing martial arts techniques, he was still no match for such overwhelming force. Towering at 15 meters, the lava giant resembled a small mountain, instilling terror merely by its presence. Lin Tian could scarcely fathom whether he would remain intact after a single blow. A strike could very well obliterate him entirely. After retreating nearly 200 meters, the lava giant ceased its advance and did not pursue Lin Tian. In that moment, Lin Tian comprehended that the creature's attack range extended only 200 meters. As long as he remained beyond this threshold, he would be safe from its wrath, which had now transitioned into a defensive stance. Though flames flickered upon the lava giant's form, they burned weakly, and its eyes lacked the fiery intensity, as if it were in a deep slumber. Lin Tian conducted several tests, yet the lava giant remained unresponsive, only commanding him to retreat when he encroached upon its attack range, while directing its ire towards Chinfeng. At this juncture, the second player, Walter Walker, had also rallied his lion companion to engage the boss, the absolute lion. The pet drew the boss's aggression, allowing Walter to execute a flanking maneuver. Armed with a silver-gray dagger endowed with unique attributes, he aimed to inflict damage while simultaneously applying a negative status effect, whether through poison or laceration. Given sufficient time, he was confident he could wear down the formidable boss. However, a sense of trepidation gripped him as he worried that Lin Tian might seize the lead. In a desperate bid to eliminate the boss before Lin Tian could claim victory and complete the novice quest spanning 1,000 kilometers, he resolved to take a risk, seizing any opportunity, unperturbed by the potential for injury. Suddenly, the boss, the absolute lion, detected Walter's presence, abandoning its current target and lunging towards him with ferocious intent. Its sharp fangs poised to strike. Danger. As a seasoned mercenary, Walter had faced life-and-death situations and instantly sensed the looming threat. He forced himself to halt and swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the boss's lethal assault. Yet, the lion's razor-sharp claws grazed his chest, leaving 3 deep gashes from which blood flowed profusely. Witnessing his master's injury, the lion roared in fury, charging at the boss, while Walter quickly retreated from the battlefield, retrieving an unknown potion to apply to his wound, hastily bandaging his chest. Even as pain coursed through his body, causing it to tremble and beads of sweat to form on his forehead, he uttered not a sound, silently enduring all that transpired. Shall by charge. The second-ranked Ella Mason gazed at the white tiger before her, briefly assessing its formidable presence before summoning a white tiger of her own to engage. Yet, in but a single exchange, the creature she conjured was effortlessly shattered by a single swipe. Roar. Enraged, the white tiger lunged towards Ella Mason, raising its paw with absolute confidence that it could crush the delicate girl before it with a single strike. Just as the massive paw was about to land upon her, Ella Mason let out an unexpected roar, a radiant white light enveloping her. Suddenly, a white tiger materialized behind her, transforming into a suit of armor that encased her form. Boom! The tiger's paw struck Ella Mason, sending her hurtling backward several dozen meters. How formidable! Sensing the tremendous power of the white tiger boss, Ella Mason's heart raced. Yet she felt no inclination to retreat, charging forward with renewed determination. Meanwhile, other players also surged toward the fearsome guardian beast, understanding that vanquishing it was essential for completing their novice quest. At that moment, Lin Tian aimed his sniper rifle at the lava giant, unleashing a bullet imbued with terrifying force. It struck the lava giant squarely on the head, a target he presumed to be its most vulnerable point. Yet to his astonishment, the bullet seemed to bounce off as if it had struck steel, inflicting no damage whatsoever. The lava giant remained immobile, showing no signs of being provoked by Lin Tian's assault. Chapter 39. A unique mechanism. What is happening? Lin Tian's eyes widened in confusion and disbelief as he grappled with the situation. Why was the lava giant standing before him, completely still? Unable to penetrate its defenses was one thing, but the fact that it didn't even acknowledge his presence was bewildering. Bang! Lin Tian fired again, the golden bullet striking the lava giant's form. Yet it met the same fate as before. No harm done. The lava giant remained stationary, devoid of any reaction. Lin Tian's gaze was fixed upon the creature, his mind racing with questions. There was something distinctly abnormal about the lava giant's behavior. Shouldn't it at least respond in some manner? Earlier, it had appeared to be quite ferocious, even seeming ready to attack him. Why then was it now so inert? Was it possible that as long as he stayed outside its range, the lava giant was invincible? No matter the tactic employed, was it truly impervious to harm? Reflecting on the games he had once engaged in, Lin Tian couldn't shake the suspicion that the mechanics of the lava giant boss were reminiscent of those experiences. With this thought in mind, he boldly stepped forward, traversing a distance of 200 meters, thus entering the attack range of the lava giant. Initially motionless, as if in a deep slumber, the lava giant suddenly awakened, sensing Lin Tian's presence. Foolish human, begone, it bellowed, lifting its cumbersome stone hand to unleash an assault upon Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian was swifter, drawing his weapon and firing directly at the lava giant. The bullets pierced through the creature, striking its formidable form. In that instant, Lin Tian felt the lava giant's body sway, its health bar diminishing slightly. Indeed, witnessing this, Lin Tian comprehended the situation. This was the unique mechanism of the lava giant. Outside its attack range, the creature would not retaliate, but would become impervious to all assaults. To engage the lava giant, one must enter its attack zone. With flames raging in its grasp, the lava giant swiftly conjured a massive boulder, comparable to a small car, with molten lava seething upon its surface, and hurled it towards Lin Tian. Reacting with agility, Lin Tian evaded the boulder's trajectory, which crashed to the ground, shattering into numerous fragments, the scalding stones ricocheting in all directions. Despite his quick reflexes, Lin Tian was struck by one of the flying shards. "Damn, that hurts," he exclaimed, clutching his leg, injured by a splinter of rock. Had he not consumed a vitality-enhancing potion, he feared that such a small projectile could have shattered his bones. After unleashing its skill, the lava giant charged towards Lin Tian, raising its colossal fist to deliver a crushing blow. The sheer weight of its frame reverberated through the ground, and as it approached within 50 meters, Lin Tian struggled to maintain his footing, teetering as if about to fall. With no immediate solution to confront the lava giant, Lin Tian quickly retreated, distancing himself from its attack range. In an instant, the charging lava giant reverted to its previous state, retracting its fist just before impact and swiftly retreating to its original position. Upon returning, it entered an invulnerable state, the wounds inflicted by Lin Tian's Barrett weapon igniting with molten lava, regenerating its health to full capacity. To vanquish the lava giant, one must not only enter its attack range, but also continuously provoke its ire. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, pondering how to overcome the formidable creature before him, realizing that he needed a suitable strategy to triumph over the lava giant. The strength of the lava giant is exceedingly abnormal. It possesses both long-range and close-range attacks, rendering it a formidable adversary. Should one fall victim to the lava giant, the consequences could be dire, potentially leading to the loss of both hard-earned progress and one's very life. To make matters worse, this guardian boss can regenerate health. Walter Walker thrust his blade into the body of the guardian boss, the lion of the abyss, before swiftly retreating. Biding his time for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, he summoned his battle pet to deplete the boss's stamina. Unexpectedly, for reasons unknown, his pet caused the guardian boss to lose its aggro. After laboriously chipping away at its health, all progress was rendered futile as it returned to full strength. In this survival world, many have fallen victim to similar misfortunes, as they are unable to confront the guardian beast directly and must resort to tactics of evasion. However, a single misstep can lead to the loss of aggro. In an instant, all prior efforts are wasted, necessitating a complete restart. At this moment, Lin Tian pondered how to decisively deal with the lava giant. While contemplating, he opened the chat interface, hoping to glean insights from others' conversations that might offer suitable strategies. Curse this guardian beast. It possesses a healing mechanism and instantly recovers to full health. This is infuriating. I exhausted all my trump cards, and just as I was about to defeat the guardian beast, it suddenly regained all health. Why engage in close combat? Kite it from a distance. Damn it. I failed again and even lost a leg. I'm selling a guide to clear the boss. A unique strategy for just 1 gold coin. Act fast. A guide? Is that for real? I'll take one. Is there anyone experienced who can share how to clear this? I'm being utterly tormented. What? A guardian beast in the beginner quest? What kind of nonsense is this? Offering premium armor that significantly reduces damage. After reviewing the chat channel, Lin Tian found little of value. He dismissed the guide as a scam. If it were genuine, the task would have already been completed, and the system would have provided notification. Lin Tian's focus turned towards acquiring armor. His current body could hardly withstand the lava giant's assaults. With proper armor, his chances of survival would be greatly enhanced. Chapter 40. The Gifted Blacksmith, the mysterious scroll. What armor do you possess? In Lin Tian's hands lay a life-saving skill known as Fatal Guardian, which automatically deflects lethal strikes. Although it only counters golden-level attacks, it is more than sufficient for dealing with the silver-level boss, the lava giant. However, that was merely a crucial moment, a means to shield one's self from a fatal blow. Thus, some specialized tools are still necessary to ensure one's survival. Lin Tian, my dear, you actually sought to purchase armor from me. Ah, how fortunate I truly am. Within mere seconds of Lin Tian sending a message, he received a prompt reply, and from the tone of the response, he could sense the other party's palpable joy. Observing this scene, Lin Tian couldn't help but murmur softly, "Is there truly such joy?" At this moment, Lin Tian felt quite perplexed, unable to comprehend what could possibly evoke such happiness from merely conversing with him. Meanwhile, approximately 500 meters from the gatekeeper boss, a pink supercar stood still, occupied by a young girl. She gazed intently at the gatekeeper boss, a creature resembling a gelatinous mass, akin to the lowly slime found in the Western fantasy realm. The mere movement of this creature caused the ground to become sticky, and just a glance was enough to induce discomfort. It was precisely this sight that deterred the girl from launching an attack on the gatekeeper boss. She required a long-range weapon to eliminate the slime from a distance, resolutely avoiding close combat. The thought of the creature's gooey substance touching her was utterly repulsive. Indeed, you are the first to conquer the dungeon and the first to level up, my esteemed friend. Bai Shui quickly interjected. She had previously reached out to Lin Tian, eager to collaborate, yet he had not responded. Faced with his silence, she had begun to believe that it was unlikely she would ever intersect with someone of his caliber, as such a figure would surely not seek her assistance in crafting items. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Tian had taken the initiative to contact her, filling Bai Shui with immense joy. Upon receiving the reply, Lin Tian merely smiled nonchalantly, choosing not to pursue that topic further, and instead inquired, "What armor do you offer? May I take a look?" Without any hesitation, Bai Shui promptly sent Lin Tian the attributes of the armor. Wild boar leather armor, common, increases 2 points of constitution. Wild boar leggings, common, increases 1 point of constitution. Wild boar necklace, common, increases 2 points of mental strength. Wild boar. The items Bai Shui presented were predominantly related to wild boars, most enhancing constitution, without any improvements to speed or attack power. Lin Tian, while not overly powerful, sensed that armor below silver rank would likely offer little protection against the lava giant's formidable strength. Thus, he sought armor that would enhance his speed. If any items could also boost his attack power, that would be advantageous, allowing him to swiftly vanquish the lava giant. As for seizing first place, Lin Tian no longer cared as much. His primary goal was merely to clear the dungeon. After all, a novice cannot complete the game. Otherwise, they would be obliterated by the system. How did you come about this? Is there any armor that can enhance speed? Increasing attack power would suffice as well. These are the two most crucial elements that Lin Tian currently requires. As for defense, it proves to be rather ineffective against the lava giant, considering the creature's sluggish pace. If only it were a tad quicker, the lava giant would find itself utterly helpless against him. Truly, you are a master, clearly unimpressed by such items. In light of Lin Tian's disdain for the equipment she had crafted, Bai Shui felt no anger. After all, he was a seasoned player who had successfully cleared the bronze dungeon, undoubtedly possessing superior gear, rendering her creations beneath his notice. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Shui immediately addressed Lin Tian. "Esteemed player, I too aspire to forge better equipment, but alas, I lack the materials. If you possess superior materials, I assure you I can craft exceptional gear for you." She had attempted to reach out to Lin Tian several times, hoping for a collaboration, but he had consistently ignored her. Judging by his earlier reaction, it seemed he had not even perused her messages. Crafting equipment? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback and murmured, "Players can indeed forge equipment?" Stunned, he queried, "Have you acquired the skill to craft equipment?" Bai Shui shook her head, replying, "No, I have awakened the talent for forging. With the right materials, I can create equipment. All of these items were forged by me. Esteemed player, you have slain numerous bronze beasts. You must possess bronze-level materials, right? If you provide me with these materials, I guarantee I will create gear that satisfies you. If you do not trust me, I can also offer gold coins for purchase, though my funds are limited, so I hope you won't charge exorbitantly." In response to Bai Shui's words, Lin Tian inquired directly, "You can forge bronze equipment?" "I can manage, but success is not guaranteed," she replied. She had never utilized bronze materials before. Though others had slain bronze beasts, very few sold bronze materials. Most were common materials or black iron, which she had primarily used, with only a few black iron items, all of which had resulted in failure. The talent for forging is incredibly resource-intensive. Without a significant power behind one, it is unsustainable. Here, take these materials and craft the equipment I desire as swiftly as possible. Lin Tian traded the wolf bones and teeth from the forest wolf king to Bai Shui, as these items held no value for him. Even if she were to deceive him, the impact would be minimal. "Thank you for your trust, esteemed player. I will ensure the task is completed." With Lin Tian's support, Bai Shui felt elated and immediately began the forging process. "Esteemed player, since you have such faith in me, I present this item to you. It should prove immensely beneficial." Bai Shui traded a scroll-like item to Lin Tian, and upon inspecting its attributes, Lin Tian was immediately taken aback. This was precisely the treasure he desperately needed. To his astonishment, he had merely exchanged some worthless items and received such a valuable item in return. Chapter 41. Enhancement Scroll, Weakness of the Lava Giant, God Wine Scroll, Bronze Enhancement Scroll. Upon using this scroll, Allies within a 50-meter radius will gain an additional 10 points of movement speed for a duration of 30 minutes. Currently, Lin Tian's movement speed was only 7 points, insufficient to evade the attacks of the lava giant. However, with the enhancement scroll, his speed would increase by 10 points, bringing his total to 17 points, more than doubling his previous speed. Although he was uncertain whether this would allow him to evade the lava giant's attacks, at the very least, it would enhance his chances of survival. Moreover, this item appeared to possess upgrade potential. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Tian hesitated not a moment and promptly upgraded the scroll. Talent activation successful. Godwind scroll upgraded from bronze to silver. Godwind scroll, silver enhancement scroll. Upon using this scroll, allies within a 70-meter radius will gain an additional 15 points of movement speed for a duration of 30 minutes. The upgraded enhancement scroll, aside from the duration remaining unchanged, saw improvements in all other aspects, elevating Lin Tian's movement speed to a formidable 20 points, enabling him to confront the lava giant with greater confidence. Although the lava giant was a silver-level boss, it belonged to the clumsy, heavy-hitting type of giant, characterized by sluggish movement. While it could employ skills, such rapid speed should allow him to evade its attacks. If he could not evade the lava giant's strikes with a movement speed over 20 points, then defeating it would be utterly impossible. Despite the inherent dangers of this world and the slim chances of survival, it was implausible that there would be no opportunity for survival whatsoever. With his enhanced movement speed combined with the scroll's benefits, he should be able to contend with the beast. Satisfied with this acquisition, Lin Tian promptly expressed his gratitude to Bai Shui. "Thank you, I'm quite pleased with this item. How long do you anticipate it will take to craft the armor? If it is a brief duration, perhaps a mere half an hour or an hour, I can afford to wait. Although wasting this time might jeopardize my chances of securing the top position, preserving my life must remain the utmost priority. What good is defeating the boss if I am no longer alive? I am uncertain about the exact time required for crafting bronze-level equipment. My first attempt took quite a while. Perhaps it will take around 2 to 3 hours." Bai Shui responded after a few minutes. Hearing her words, Lin Tian replied, "All right." The span of 2 to 3 hours felt rather lengthy. First, you must forge the necessary equipment and complete the immediate task at hand. The time remaining for the novice mission was dwindling, and Lin Tian harbored no confidence in defeating the looming lava giant. Thus, he could not afford to wait any longer. The maximum time he could permit himself to wait was merely 1 hour. Anything beyond that would be intolerable. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Bai Shui paused momentarily and exclaimed, "Ah, esteemed one, do you no longer require this? I shall return the materials to you." Seeing Lin Tian's reluctance for her to create the equipment, a sense of panic surged within Bai Shui, instinctively believing that Lin Tian doubted her capabilities. Bai Shui has gifted you items. In almost an instant, Bai Shui returned all the items Lin Tian had provided her. Upon viewing the materials that appeared on the transaction page, Lin Tian, without a moment's hesitation, chose to decline, stating, "I only need this scroll. You must ensure you can complete your task." Time was of the essence as the mission's conclusion approached swiftly. After severing communication with Bai Shui, Lin Tian resolutely stepped into the territory of the lava giant. As he crossed into the domain of the slumbering behemoth, the lava giant stirred once more. "Foolish human, begone," it bellowed, charging toward Lin Tian with heavy steps, akin to a mountain in motion, causing the very ground to tremble with each stride. Fortunately, it was not initiating a ranged attack. Relieved to see the lava giant closing in for a melee assault rather than a distant strike, Lin Tian took a breath of relief. With a swift motion, he aimed his golden Barrett rifle at the lava giant and decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the creature's head, yet only a fraction of its health was diminished. The inflicted damage negligible, failing even to halt its advance. How incredibly resilient, Lin Tian mused. The lava giant proved to be far tougher than the lava boar boss, which, despite its toughness, could still be harmed significantly. In contrast, the lava giant seemed impervious to any substantial damage. Lin Tian squeezed the trigger once more, unleashing several bullets upon the lava giant. Due to the minimal damage inflicted upon its head, he shifted his aim to other areas in search of a more effective strike. The bullets impacted various parts of the creature, yielding little effect, comparable to the damage dealt to its head. However, as the final bullet approached the lava giant's chest, it suddenly raised its hand to block the projectile. This unexpected development captured Lin Tian's attention. He furrowed his brow as he regarded the lava giant, pondering, why would it resort to such a defense? In a realm where there were no hindrances to attacks on various parts of the body. The moment Lin Tian aimed for the chest of the lava giant, it instinctively intervened. With keen observation, Lin Tian discerned a faint glimmer emanating from the giant's chest, reminiscent of flames, yet more akin to a diminutive life form. With a decisive shot, Lin Tian fired again. The lava giant remained indifferent to strikes elsewhere. But as he targeted the flickering flame at its heart, the giant deftly dodged, deliberately evading Lin Tian's assault. Could this be the lava giant's Achilles heel? Lin Tian furrowed his brow, an innate sense telling him that this was indeed the giant's vulnerability. Continuing his barrage, Lin Tian kept his sights fixed on the lava giant's chest. As the giant closed in on him, Lin Tian swiftly stowed away his barret and summoned shovel. His speed greatly enhanced. The shovel materialized in his grasp, crashing down upon the lava giant. The clash resonated with a thunderous sound, sending vibrations through Lin Tian's arm. With one hand gripping the lava giant, he swiftly ascended its form, eager to uncover the nature of that small flame. Upon closer inspection, Lin Tian was taken aback. It was a petite girl comprised entirely of fire. Chapter 42. The Flame Sprite, the core of the lava giant, as the fiery maiden noticed Lin Tian. She unleashed a fiery assault towards him. Had it not been for Lin Tian's quick reflexes, he would have been severely injured. He swung the shovel at the flame. But the girl was enveloped in a fiery shield, rendering his strike ineffective. Help! The flame sprite, sensing an unfamiliar presence, opened her striking red crystal-like eyes, which sparkled with exquisite brilliance. Upon seeing Lin Tian, her gaze reflected confusion, accompanied by faint sounds that seemed to beckon for assistance. Suddenly, the spot where Lin Tian struck appeared to be the very core of the lava giant. After enduring numerous attacks in silence, the giant erupted in a roar, its fury intensifying. It violently shook its form, attempting to dislodge Lin Tian. As Lin Tian struggled to maintain his grip, he lost his balance and plummeted from a height of 7 or 8 meters, crashing to the ground with excruciating pain. Had his body not been previously fortified, the fall might have proven fatal. Nonetheless, apart from the pain, Lin Tian remained largely unaffected. Upon spotting Lin Tian on the ground, the lava giant raised its foot, aiming to crush him into oblivion. Lin Tian swiftly rolled aside, evading the colossal foot of the lava giant, while simultaneously lifting his gaze towards the creature's chest, where the flaming sprite resided. At that moment, the sprite had once again closed its eyes. Had it been pleading for my assistance just now? Everything had transpired so abruptly that Lin Tian remained utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend the situation as he had not listened closely enough to grasp the unfolding events. Now, fixated on the lava giant, he sought to discern the truth, but alas, the flame sprite had shut its eyes once more, offering no response. With remarkable speed, Lin Tian deftly dodged the lava giant's onslaught, sprinting towards his destination. The end was within sight. Perhaps it was unnecessary to vanquish the lava giant to achieve victory. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as the lava giant unleashed its skill, a massive boulder resembling molten rock plummeting from above, crashing down before Lin Tian. The resulting wave forcing him back several steps. Gazing at the immense boulder before him, Lin Tian found his path completely obstructed. His eyes fixated on the lava giant as the golden barret reappeared in his hands. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets aimed directly at the lava giant's chest, the very region where the flame sprite dwelled. Lin Tian surmised that this might be the core of the lava giant, and if destroyed, it could lead to the creature's downfall. However, the lava giant raised its hand to block, deflecting all the bullets, leaving the flame sprite unscathed. It appeared that a close combat approach was necessary. Although the bullets had inflicted a modicum of damage to the lava giant, it was far from sufficient. Continuing this way would require hours to wear it down. More critically, Lin Tian's Divine Wind Scroll had a limited duration of half an hour. Should he fail to defeat the lava giant within this time frame, annihilation awaited him. Therefore, Lin Tian had no choice but to take a gamble, to destroy the lava giant's core up close. As he evaded the lava giant's strikes, he ascended towards the giant's body, rapidly returning to its chest. The flame sprite seemed to sense an unfamiliar presence and opened its eyes once more. Upon seeing Lin Tian, it spoke again. "Help me. Are you asking me to save you?" At that moment, Lin Tian finally grasped the situation, his gaze locked on the flame sprite. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "How can I rescue you?" Despite the sprite being so near, an invisible force shielded it, rendering Lin Tian incapable of effecting a rescue. Moreover, the lava giant continued its relentless assault, making it nearly impossible for him to remain in one place for even 2 seconds, thus thwarting any chance of liberating sprite. Water? Water? Could it truly hold the key? As the colossal hand of the lava giant swung toward him once more, Lin Tian hesitated not for a moment, swiftly evading the attack and sprinting into the distance. He soon reached his armored vehicle, clutching several bottles of mineral water, each brimming with liquid. The instant Lin Tian re-entered the confines of the armored vehicle, the lava giant resumed its position, once again enveloped in an invincible state. Upon Lin Tian re-entering the attack range, the lava giant had already regained its peak strength, with all previous injuries vanished without a trace. He hoped this would prove beneficial. Lin Tian's gaze fixated on the fiery sprite nestled within the giant's chest, and instead of retreating, he charged forward, skillfully dodging the giant's descending fist. He leaped onto the creature's arm and then ascended to its shoulder. In that fleeting moment of locking eyes with the fiery sprite, Lin Tian hesitated not a second, promptly uncapping a bottle and pouring its contents over it. With a hiss, the water met the fiery sprite, which emitted a sound of anguish, mirrored by the lava giant's own cries of torment as its massive form trembled violently, launching an immediate counterattack. Observing the shaking behemoth and hearing its pained roars, a spark of hope ignited within Lin Tian. Perhaps this tactic would indeed be effective. Utilizing his extraordinary speed, he evaded the lava giant's assault and poured more water onto its chest. Each encounter between the water and the fiery sprite echoed with agonized sounds, eliciting similar cries from the giant. Before long, Lin Tian discerned that the lava giant's movements had slowed, its colossal body teetering backward. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped onto the giant's chest, wielding a spade with the intent to strike the fiery sprite. The flames enveloping the sprite had significantly diminished, and with just a few decisive blows, Lin Tian shattered it completely, releasing the fiery entity into the air as a wisp of flame. Chapter 43. Eli Mason. I not the first to pass? Gazing at the fiery giant before him, Lin Tian instinctively reached out, but as his hand neared the sprite, a sudden sense of danger washed over him. He retracted his hand in an instant as the sprite ignited with flames, raising the ambient temperature several degrees. Concurrently, Lin Tian perceived hostility emanating from it. Summoning his bronze spade into his grip, eyes warily fixed upon the fiery sprite. Should he sense any further hostility, Lin Tian would not hesitate to act. Vigilantly observing the fiery entity, his right hand firmly clenched around the spade, ready to strike at the slightest hint of peril. The sprite, engulfed in flames, suddenly soared into the air, its flames intensifying, unleashing a barrage of fiery projectiles that wreaked havoc upon everything in its vicinity. Confronted by the diminutive fire entity, Lin Tian dared not engage directly, swiftly retreating to a distance. Gazing upon the finish line, tantalizingly close, he found himself back within the armored vehicle, yet hesitated to activate it. Although the lava giant had been vanquished and no longer obstructed his path, Lin Tian remained wary of advancing recklessly. The flames resembled cannonballs, possessing destructive power exponentially greater than that of the previous lava giant's molten boulders. The once indomitable ground was now pockmarked and unsightly. Despite being encased in an armored vehicle, Lin Tian was reluctant to advance, fearing that a strike could spell disaster. This armored vehicle was his lifeline, and he would not permit any recklessness. Lingering in this precarious state was unacceptable. Lin Tian observed the frenzied fire entity before him, his mind racing with thoughts on how to navigate this crisis. Allowing the adversary to continue its assault was untenable, should the time for the novice task elapse. Annihilation awaited him. As Lin Tian contemplated his predicament, his gaze instinctively fell upon the fire entity. The golden Barrett rifle materialized in his hands, aimed squarely at the creature, poised to pull the trigger and launch an attack. Currently, Exterminating the fire entity was his only conceivable means of escaping this peril. However, as Lin Tian aimed, the fiery sprite seemed to sense the impending threat and charged towards him with remarkable speed, reaching him in an instant. Lin Tian instinctively prepared a fire, but was already too late. The fire entity closed the distance with astonishing swiftness. While the golden barret boasted formidable firepower, it would significantly impede Lin Tian's mobility. He stowed the rifle, and in its place, the engineer's shovel reappeared in his grasp. Vigilantly observing the small fire entity, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" The fire entity exuded an aura of danger, prompting Lin Tian's subconscious to suspect an imminent attack. Yet, despite this sense of peril, he sensed no hostility emanating from the creature, leaving him momentarily bewildered. It was precisely due to the absence of animosity that he refrained from immediate action. Had he felt threatened, the engineer's shovel would have already been directed at the fire entity. The fire entity's gaze fixated on Lin Tian, and in a voice reminiscent of youthful innocence, it uttered, "Thank you." As if subjected to prolonged torment, its speech was barely coherent. Lin Tian, taken aback by the fire entity's expression of gratitude, furrowed his brow and questioned, "You can speak?" Initially, upon hearing the fire entity's voice, he instinctively doubted his own perception, suspecting it might be a ruse. Of utmost significance, Lin Tian perceived that this fiery little being was indeed the core of the lava giant. Once it was obliterated, the lava giant could be vanquished. As the current events unfolded, Lin Tian realized that his assumption was correct. This flame entity was indeed the heart of the lava giant. Now that the little fire creature had detached itself from the lava giant, the latter had crumbled into mere rubble, devoid of any utility. The little fire being nodded in acknowledgement, yet remained silent, its gaze locked with Lin Tian's, leaving him to ponder its thoughts. Lin Tian, fixated on the diminutive creature before him, furrowed his brow slightly, questioning, "What is your name? Where do you hail from?" Upon hearing Lin Tian's inquiries, the little fire creature seemed to disregard them entirely, its eyes still fixed intently on Lin Tian, offering no response. Could it be that this creature was rather simple-minded? "Well, I have already rescued you, so would you kindly step aside? I have matters to attend to." With the realization that the little fire being posed no threat, Lin Tian decided not to squander any further time. Having vanquished the lava giant, he was determined to proceed to the finish line and complete his task. Upon hearing his words, the little fire creature promptly moved aside, allowing Lin Tian to return to his armored vehicle, which he then started and directed towards the destination. The little fire being continued to observe Lin Tian, and without hesitation, it swiftly pursued him as he drove away in the armored vehicle. It was so close now. He had yet to receive any notification, and he felt instinctively that he would be the first to cross the finish line. Gazing at the finish line, tantalizingly near, Lin Tian mused softly to himself, convinced of his imminent victory. Meanwhile, in a frigid, snow-laden realm, Ellie Mason was drenched in blood, having just defeated the white tiger. She swiftly activated her vehicle and charged towards the finish line, fervently hoping to seize the first place. Ellie Mason reassured herself, determined to claim the top position. Having paid a hefty price to slay the white tiger, she was now in a severely weakened state, unable to endure another battle. Her vehicle arrived at the finish line in no time, and the tension that had gripped her heart began to dissipate. Instinctively, she spread her arms and cheered. "I finally did it. Huh, why is there no notification? Could it be that there's no reward for completing the novice task for the first time?" As Ellie Mason stood there, bewildered and assuming there was no reward for being the first to finish, the system's voice suddenly echoed. "Player Lin Tian has completed the novice task, being the first player to accomplish this feat, and has received a special upgrade scroll." Chapter 44. Special Reward. Fusion Blueprint what? Lin Tian completed it first again? How is it once more? At this moment, countless players are striving to defeat the boss guarding the checkpoint, eager to swiftly reach the finish line. Yet, many have barely managed to whittle down half of the monster's health, while Lin Tian astonishingly completes the task. Sakura, having just vanquished the formidable beast that nearly rivaled the bronze boss, stands triumphantly atop its corpse, ready to boast about his achievement to his channel, only to be interrupted by the sudden chime of a system notification. "Damn it, I lost. And it's yet another player from the Dragon Nation," he exclaims in frustration. With a glance at the finish line ahead, he abandons his plans for boasting and hastily returns to his vehicle, revving the engine towards the destination. Walker from Eagle Sauce Nation, now less than 50 meters from the finish line, has already begun to envision the system rewards that await him upon completion. However, just as he prepares to dash across the line, the system alert echoes in his ears, realizing that Lin Tian has already surpassed him and completed the novice task. Walker slams his palm against the steering wheel, roaring in anger. Damn it, that Dragon Nation player is ahead of me again. He has sacrificed greatly to be the first player to complete the novice task, hoping to secure the system rewards and regain his losses, only to find that someone has already claimed victory before him. This ignites an intense fury within Walker, deepening his resentment towards Lin Tian. Mason from Bear Country has already crossed the finish line. She steps out of her vehicle and gazes skyward, murmuring, Lin Tian is truly an enigmatic figure. I am so curious to meet this Dragon Nation player and uncover the mystery behind him. She had believed herself to be exceptionally strong, expecting to be the first to complete the novice task, but was taken aback to discover that Lin Tian had achieved it even faster, a reality she had not anticipated. Her curiosity about Lin Tian intensifies, yearning to understand the nature of this remarkable individual who consistently outpaces her. Returning to her car, she starts the engine and drives off into the distance, as the previous battle has drained her considerable stamina, necessitating a place to rest. Wow, Lin Tian is first again? This is incredible. Could it be that Lin Tian is the favored child of the game designer? How is he consistently in first place? I told you Lin Tian would undoubtedly be number one. He is simply magnificent. By the way, what is that special upgrade scroll? I am genuinely intrigued. As Lin Tian once again claims the top spot, the chat channel erupts in a frenzy, with countless players animatedly discussing how he managed to swiftly conquer the guarding boss and speculating about the nature of the mysterious upgrade scroll. At this moment, it was clear to everyone that completing the task first would yield special rewards, with the top contender receiving particularly generous accolades. Meanwhile, Lin Tian remained seated within the armored vehicle, momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. Upon clearing the level, he did not immediately hear the system's notification, instinctively believing that there was no reward for his accomplishment, or that others had already triumphed ahead of him. To his astonishment, the system's announcement suddenly rang out, revealing that he had, indeed, secured the first position. This revelation left Lin Tian utterly bewildered, stranded in his thoughts for an extended period. At that same moment, Bai Shui was diligently crafting armor for Lin Tian, requiring additional time to complete her task. She had anticipated that Lin Tian would wait for her, preparing to equip himself with the gear she had forged to conquer the Guardian boss. Engaged in the chat channel, she discovered a plethora of information indicating that the players on the leaderboard faced significantly stronger Guardian bosses, particularly among the top 100 contenders, whose challenges were far more formidable than those encountered by ordinary players. Furthermore, from Lin Tian's dialogues, it was evident that the Guardian boss he faced was indeed powerful. Without the support of superior equipment, it would have been improbable for him to achieve victory. In her state of confusion, Bai Shui promptly sent a congratulatory message to Lin Tian. Congratulations, Lin Tian. You have once again claimed the first position. You truly are remarkable. As friends, Lin Tian received her message instantly. After all, notifications for messages from friends would pop up immediately. Thank you for the scroll, he replied, expressing his gratitude to Bai Shui. Without her divine wind scroll, which provided him with a significant speed boost, he would not have been able to complete the task. Thus, Lin Tian was genuinely courteous towards her. Bai Shui had initially believed that Lin Tian possessed some secret weapon to defeat the Guardian boss, only to discover that he had merely utilized her divine wind scroll. This revelation left her momentarily perplexed, struggling to grasp the situation. Your prowess is entirely your own, and my contribution is minimal, she replied. However, your equipment requires additional time to be completed. Now that Lin Tian had already vanquished the boss and completed the novice task, Bai Shui was uncertain if he still needed the equipment. You should focus on finishing your task. We can craft the equipment later, she suggested. Bai Shui's talents were of great assistance to Lin Tian, and he knew that in the future, he would require her help to forge weapons from materials. Thus, he was keen to ensure her safety. If she could not defeat this Guardian boss, what hope would they have for the future? Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Bai Shui felt a wave of emotion and quickly responded, "All right, thank you, Lin Tian. I will go defeat the boss now. I will contact you later." After Bai Shui closed the communication, she immediately commenced her actions. She swiftly crafted a weapon, soon producing a bow and arrow. However, the quality was not particularly high. Merely an ordinary black iron-grade weapon, constructed from bronze-grade materials. The fusion blueprint, special materials, allows for the amalgamation of two items. Does this fusion blueprint truly hold any significant value? Lin Tian murmured quietly, at that moment failing to comprehend the utility of the fusion blueprint. After all, with his talent for upgrading, he could enhance a single item without the need for fusion. Moreover, there is only one such blueprint, and once used, it would be irrevocably lost. Nevertheless, being a reward from the system, it must possess some merit. It would be prudent to retain it, as it may prove beneficial in the future. Chapter 45, Flame Sprite. I acknowledge you as my master. The task had been completed, granting Lin Tian the opportunity to enjoy a restful night. After stowing the special fusion blueprint in his spatial ring, he stretched languidly, preparing to return to his bedroom for some well-deserved rest. Since his arrival in this world, danger had loomed continuously, compounded by the novice tasks that left Lin Tian with scant moments of respite. Now, having fulfilled the novice task and faced with no immediate threats, he found himself with ample time to relax. He intended to glance at his chat messages, hoping to glean some useful information before retiring. However, just as Lin Tian was about to vacate the driver's seat, an unexpected figure appeared before him, causing him to instinctively resume his position. He had anticipated a sudden attack, yet to his astonishment, it was none other than the little flame sprite. Gazing at the fiery creature before him, Lin Tian was engulfed in confusion, unable to fathom why the flame sprite had not departed. As it nearly pressed against the windshield, he felt a surge of apprehension that the sprite's flames might melt his glass, prompting him to frown and step away from the driver's seat. As he did so, the little flame sprite lunged towards him, its entire form crashing into Lin Tian's embrace. In that fleeting moment, Lin Tian's expression shifted dramatically. He instinctively sought to evade the sprite, but having just vacated the driver's seat, he lacked the space to retreat and could only watch helplessly as the sprite barreled towards him. In that instant, Lin Tian believed his demise was imminent, regretting his decision to halt the vehicle in that spot. Had he continued forward, he could have evaded the sprite, thus avoiding this predicament. However, at this juncture, no amount of regret could alter the course of events, for in this world, there existed no remedy for remorse. Is everything all right? Lin Tian instinctively expected to be scorched by the sprite's flames, yet to his bewilderment, he felt not a trace of heat, leaving him in a state of perplexity, utterly unsure of what was transpiring. Could it be that the little fire sprite was merely frightening itself, and in reality, it never truly lunged at me? With this thought, Chun Feng gradually opened his eyes, eager to discern the truth of the matter. However, upon opening his eyes, Lin Tian found himself utterly bewildered once more. The little fire sprite indeed stood right before him, its gaze fixed intently upon him. Faced with this spectacle, Lin Tian was left in a state of confusion, exclaiming, "Why am I unharmed?" The fire sprite, engulfed in flames and emanating an aura of terror, had seemingly pounced upon him, yet he felt no ill effects. Could it be that he possessed an immunity to the flames? Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Chun Feng. He certainly lacked any capacity to withstand the fire's wrath. "My flames are merely instinctual. I can retract them and cause you no harm," the fire sprite explained, raising its right hand, which immediately burst into flames, radiating intense heat. Upon sensing the searing temperature, Lin Tian's countenance changed, and he instinctively implored, "Quick, put it away." The sudden surge of heat made Lin Tian acutely aware that everything was indeed real. "You are free now. Why do you still follow me? Shouldn't you return to your homeland?" Lin Tian questioned, perplexed. The lava giant had been vanquished, the seal was no more, and the little fire sprite was now entirely liberated. So why did it not depart? Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the little fire sprite quickly responded, "I do not know where my home is. When I became aware, I was already trapped within the colossal body of that stone giant." The sprite's gaze was directed at Chun Feng, filled with deep resignation. It longed to return to its homeland, yet it had no knowledge of its whereabouts. At that moment, Lin Tian did not grasp the implications of the little fire sprite's thoughts. He looked earnestly at the sprite and said, "You are free to go wherever you wish. After all, you have already obtained your freedom. I need a rest now. You may go elsewhere." As weariness began to overtake him, Lin Tian closed the vehicle's door, intending to return to his quarters. However, the little fire sprite showed no intention of departing. Instead, it swiftly darted into the armored vehicle and, before Lin Tian could speak, declared, "I want to accompany you." Taken aback by the sprite's assertion, Lin Tian momentarily faltered, unable to comprehend the situation. "You wish to follow me? What ist?" Instinctively, Lin Tian sought to refuse, for the presence of such a perilous elemental being beside him felt akin to harboring a ticking time bomb that could potentially lead to his downfall. Thus, he had no desire to keep the little fire sprite close. Yet, as he beheld the sprite's large, ruby-like eyes fixed upon him, Lin Tian found himself at a loss for how to reject its earnest plea. The little fire spirit appeared rather pitiable. If I were to reject him outright, it would undoubtedly inflict a significant blow upon him. After a moment of silence, Lin Tian spoke again. "Though you evoke my sympathy, you pose a considerable danger, and I prefer not to harbor peril at my side." Were the little fire spirit devoid of threats, Lin Tian would gladly keep him as a companion, a delightful pet, for his appearance was indeed striking. However, recalling the tremendous energy the little fire spirit had previously unleashed, Lin Tian hastily dismissed the idea. That terrifying force could even overwhelm a silver-tier boss, let alone himself. Should he inadvertently incur harm from the little fire spirit, it would lead to a certain demise, and Lin Tian would not tolerate such risk in his vicinity. The little fire spirit, with its large, sparkling eyes fixed on Lin Tian, fell silent for a moment, as if having made a resolution, and then spoke, "I can acknowledge you as my master. Thus, I shall not bring you harm." "What? Such an arrangement exists? This is quite a fortunate turn of events." Upon hearing the little fire spirit's words, Lin Tian felt an overwhelming joy. The combat prowess of this creature was nothing short of formidable. Presently, the little fire spirit was merely in its juvenile phase, capable of inflicting grievous damage upon a silver-tier boss. If it were to mature, its potential would be even more astounding, perhaps reaching epic or even legendary status. With the little fire spirit by his side, Lin Tian's own combat capabilities would surely experience a significant enhancement. Chapter 46. The Pact. Upon hearing the fire sprite's words, Lin Tian's heart soared with elation. He was well aware of the fire sprite's formidable strength, having witnessed its terrifying power firsthand. His current battle prowess was already among the elite, standing at the pinnacle among players. With the assistance of the fire sprite, his strength would become even more formidable. Gazing intently at the earnest expression of the fire sprite before him, Lin Tian's heart swelled with happiness. However, despite his inner joy, he did not allow it to manifest on his face. Even though he longed for the fire sprite to become his battle companion, it was essential that the sprite choose this path willingly, to embrace its role with genuine desire. Lin Tian's gaze remained fixed on the fire sprite, his expression a mix of difficulty and contemplation. Although he did not vocalize his thoughts, his countenance conveyed his internal musings. The fire sprite, having never communicated with other humans, sensed Lin Tian's furrowed brow, as though he harbored reservations about it. With a hint of urgency, it inquired, "Are you displeased with me? I am aware that I am not perfect, but I truly wish to accompany you. As long as you are willing to take me with you, I will obey your every command." At this moment, the flame sprite gazed at Lin Tian with the innocence of a child, its expression laden with a deep sense of grievance. It had languished in solitude for far too long, confined within the body of the lava giant. Now, presented with a chance for liberation, it was utterly unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. No matter the cost, it yearned to follow Lin Tian away from its prison. Upon hearing the flame sprite's words, Lin Tian's heart surged with uncontainable joy. His gaze remained fixed upon the sprite, and with a furrowed brow, he inquired, "Are you certain you will not regret this?" It was imperative to fully understand the sprite's intentions, ensuring that it would not harbor regrets in the future. What if, at the moment of forging their contract, the flame sprite had a change of heart? In that instant, Lin Tian was resolute in denying the sprite any possibility of retreat. He pondered the nature of this flame sprite, uncertain of its level. He had been in this world long enough to grasp its intricacies, knowing that every entity possessed its own rank. The flame sprite, too, undoubtedly held a classification, likely above silver, for it was through its power that the silver-grade boss, the lava giant, had been conjured. Yet, as Lin Tian scrutinized the sprite, he found himself unable to perceive any information about it, not its level, nor its health points or attributes. At that moment, the flame sprite was a complete enigma to him. Initially, the flame sprite had sensed Lin Tian's silence as disdain, but upon hearing his willingness to accept it, its heart swelled with joy. Fixating on Lin Tian, it eagerly proclaimed, I am willing, for reasons unknown. It felt an innate connection to Lin Tian, believing him to be its destined master, one who would guide it back to its homeland. Without Lin Tian, it would still be trapped within the lava giant, forever bound as its energy source, devoid of freedom. Although Lin Tian had liberated it from the giant's grasp, the sprite was uncertain of its next destination. Without Lin Tian, it would remain ensnared in this place for eternity. Lacking any sense of direction, the sprite felt compelled to remain at Lin Tian's side. After listening to the sprite's declarations, Lin Tian's heart brimmed with elation. Fixing his gaze on the flame sprite, he softly uttered, let us begin. Despite the exuberance swelling within him, Lin Tian stifled his emotions, concealing his true feelings from the flame sprite, ensuring it could not discern the depths of his thoughts. At this moment, the fiery sprite, after hearing Lin Tian's words and receiving his confirmation of their impending pact, felt an overwhelming joy swelling within. It eagerly nodded and said to Lin Tian, Master, please grant me a drop of your blood. The notion of blood for allegiance? Upon hearing the sprite's request, Lin Tian instantly grasped the situation. Having perused countless novels and television dramas, he was well aware of the fiery sprite's intent. Without a hint of hesitation, he bit into his fingertip and presented it before the sprite, inquiring, what comes next? While he understood the significance of the blood oath, he remained uncertain about the subsequent steps, which lay entirely in the hands of the fiery sprite. The sprite stepped forward, placing its forehead beneath Lin Tian's fingertip. Instantly, the crimson essence seeped into the sprite's brow and was absorbed. Concurrently, a magical array materialized above the sprite's head, a small, intricate formation that united the fiery sprite and Lin Tian. In that fleeting moment, a cascade of memories flooded Lin Tian's mind, memories that did not belong to him, rendering them utterly foreign. It was akin to an individual suddenly appearing within his consciousness, bearing a wealth of recollections that were not his own. Was this the fiery sprite's memory? In an instant, Lin Tian comprehended the nature of these recollections. Indeed, they belonged to the fiery sprite, albeit many were shrouded in obscurity, leaving even Lin Tian, as its master, unable to discern them clearly. He could only perceive that the fiery sprite, upon gaining consciousness, had been ensnared within the body of a lava giant, enduring immense suffering for countless years. Had he not intervened, the sprite would still be trapped, enduring unimaginable agony. Upon assimilating the fiery sprite's memories, Lin Tian finally understood why this sprite had chosen him as its master. After being repressed for so many years, the sudden liberation from despair would naturally foster a fondness for the liberator, especially when there was nowhere else to turn but to follow this individual. Having absorbed the fiery sprite's memories, Lin Tian remained unaware of its name. After a brief moment of silence, he softly declared, since you lack a name, from this day forth, you shall be known as Hua Hua. The fiery sprite, having previously existed in the body of the lava giant without any memories, now felt a surge of joy at the revelation of its name. I have a name. I have a name, Hua Hua exclaimed, exuberantly waving its tiny hands at Lin Tian. In that moment, Hua Hua radiated pure joy akin to that of a child, finally possessing a name to call its own after so many years. Observing Hua Hua's delight, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. At this moment, he finally felt less lonely. Although accompanied by two little lions, they were unable to converse with Lin Tian. Thank you, master. After realizing the situation, Hua Hua swiftly leaped into Lin Tian's embrace. Following the contract with Hua Hua, its attributes immediately manifested before Lin Tian, revealing the true nature of this entity. Name, Hua Hua, race, elemental, bloodline, legendary, tier, golden, skill, fireball, a golden tier spirit pet. It was no wonder that it was sealed within the body of a lava giant, enabling the giant to attain the status of a silver tier boss. Upon witnessing Hua Hua's attributes, Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, only to be engulfed by overwhelming joy. He had never anticipated that Hua Hua possessed such extraordinary qualities. Currently, it was classified as a golden tier spirit pet with a legendary bloodline, suggesting that barring any unforeseen circumstances, Hua Hua would evolve into a legendary being. This creature was on par with his own super talent, which was also capable of advancement. Should his talent enhance further, it would imply that Hua Hua could ascend to the realm of mythical beings. The prospect of a mythical tier spirit pet was indeed terrifying. Once the two little lions awoke, they scurried to Lin Tian's side, but upon seeing Hua Hua, they trembled uncontrollably, their eyes betraying an expression of sheer terror. They stared vacantly at Hua Hua, hastily retreating and prostrating themselves in fear. This was a manifestation of bloodline suppression, a testament to their dread of strength. Lin Tian, upon observing the two little lions, was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Hua Hua, noticing the trembling lions, curiously inquired, "Master, what is the matter with them?" Hua Hua was perplexed, unable to fathom why these two little creatures harbored such fear. It seemed that it had not inflicted any harm upon them. The suppression of a strong individual can inadvertently exert pressure, even through mere presence. Understood. Hua Hua obediently withdrew its aura. Instantly, the two little lions appeared less fearful, yet they remained vigilant, unwilling to draw too close to Hua Hua. Lin Tian offered meat to the lions, casting a glance in their direction as he murmured softly, "Just two ordinary little lions." In the past, Lin Tian had indeed contemplated raising two little lions, believing they could assist him in critical moments. However, he quickly relinquished the thought, realizing that these two little creatures were simply too weak. Their lineage is nothing extraordinary, and their future merely entails being ordinary lions, serving only as pets that offer no substantial assistance. As my own strength continues to ascend, their significance diminishes considerably in my presence. Once Lin Tian reaches a certain level of power, he intends to return these two young lions to the wild. Having cared for them over the past few days, he has developed a bond with them. However, keeping them by his side indefinitely would ultimately lead to their detriment. What is this? Their lineage appears to have undergone a transformation. Name: Great Lion. Lineage: Bronze. Rank: Black Iron. Skill: None. How has the lineage of these two young lions changed to bronze? Astonishingly, they possess strength equivalent to that of a black iron ferocious beast. When Lin Tian first encountered them, they were mere newborns, entirely ordinary lions with unimpressive lineage, not even reaching the black iron threshold. Yet, in just a few days, they have not only attained black iron strength, but also transformed their very lineage to bronze. What on earth is happening? In that instant, Lin Tian felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. He seemed to recall never having fed these little creatures any treasures that could enhance their lineage. Server announcement: a high-level spirit pet has been detected, and the spirit pet leaderboard is now open. Those who make the list will receive rewards. High-level spirit pets? Could it be due to Hua Hua? Lin Tian's gaze fell upon Hua Hua, who was currently amusing the two young lions. Due to its repressed aura, the lions displayed no fear of Hua Hua. All three little creatures, embodying the innocence of youth, were engrossed in joyful play. Previously, the spirit pet leaderboard had not appeared, but following the contract with Hua Hua, the ranking emerged, likely due to its influence. What is this spirit pet leaderboard? It must be a privilege reserved for certain players. I have captured a black iron-level ferocious beast cub, which should qualify for the list. Goodness, is my brother truly that impressive? He managed to obtain a black iron cub, while I can hardly contend with an ordinary ferocious beast. I too possess a cub, but it is merely an ordinary ferocious beast offspring. There is no comparison between ranked and unranked beasts. Who do you suppose will claim the top spot? Could be Lin Tian once more? Surprisingly, that possibility exists. Walker from the Eagle Sauce Kingdom murmured to himself as he listened to the system announcement. High-level spirit pets? Could it be due to the Juggernaut Lion? After defeating the boss at the checkpoint, his battle pet strength surged once more, coinciding with the system announcement. He instinctively questioned whether this was related to the upgrade of his battle pet. Chapter 48. Is the first place still him? The first high-level bloodline spirit pet has been detected. The spirit pet leaderboard is now open. The system's notification resonated abruptly in the ears of all players, its mechanical and frigid tone sending a shiver down their spines. The moment the sound faded, the global chat channels erupted with discussions. Players fervently speculated about the nature of this high-level bloodline spirit pet. Those fortunate enough to possess spirit pets instinctively wondered if the creature in question was theirs, particularly Walker, who held an unwavering belief in his absolute lion, a pet of royal lineage. With his innate talents, this bloodline would continue to evolve, ultimately reaching a more formidable state. It might even ascend to the realms of epic or legendary status in the future. At this stage, no other player's spirit pet could possibly compare to his absolute lion. The spirit pet leaderboard? Once again, it garnered attention. Lin Tian abruptly raised his head, his pupils constricting slightly, as a complex array of emotions surged within him. His previous accolades had already drawn the gaze of many, and achieving notoriety once more would surely position him as a target in the eyes of others. He resolved to maintain a lower profile, striving to conceal his identity. Otherwise, he could not fathom the peril that awaited him. Simultaneously, in every corner of the globe, countless players paused in their actions, their faces etched with astonishment and confusion. Even those engaged in fierce battles with formidable beasts found themselves momentarily frozen in place. Spirit pets? What on earth are those? And what is this leaderboard? I've captured 3 gray-furred rabbits. Do they count as spirit pets? Many players, observing the beast before them with only minor scratches to their health bars, abandoned their efforts to grind down their foes. Instead, they hurried back to their vehicles, eager to access the world chat and uncover the truth. The emergence of any new leaderboard holds significant implications for this world. Particularly, this entity known as the spirit pet is familiar to many, having been encountered in games and novels, and they instinctively grasp its implications. Currently, they are ill-equipped to confront the beast before them. The presence of a spirit pet would drastically enhance their combat capabilities, making the battle against the guarding beast considerably easier. The server-wide announcement was audible to all, not confined to a single region. Consequently, the global chat channels were instantly inundated with a torrent of inquiries and exclamations. The information flooding in like a tidal wave, overwhelming the senses. Spirit pets. Surely Fire must be in first place. With a legendary bloodline and golden tier strength, no player presently possesses the means to contend with it. Lin Tian gazed at the rapidly scrolling chat window, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At this juncture, the players are undeniably feeble, and a golden tier entity poses a lethal threat to anyone. Even if he is Lin Tian, a player at the pinnacle of the current survival game, encountering a being of golden caliber would compel him to retreat. Could it be that Lin Tian is behind this? He was the one who first cleared the dungeon last time, and it was he who successfully completed the automotive advancement trial. A player known as the Whisperer spoke with a tone rife with skepticism and envy. Unfortunately, he and Lin Tian resided in different regions, rendering Lin Tian unable to perceive his remarks. It must be so. This fellow must have discovered some glitch. Other players in the same region nodded in agreement, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. This is utterly impossible. The person named Lin Tian appears to be from the Dragon Kingdom. Once or twice could be attributed to luck. But how could he be this fortunate every time? I would wager 30 years of my life that this could not possibly be Lin Tian. What do our lives have to do with this damned fellow? Indeed, do you dare challenge me? The discussion grew increasingly fervent, with some firmly believing Lin Tian was indeed the lucky one, while others dismissed it as mere coincidence, voices of jealousy and doubt rising in a cacophony. Amidst this heated debate, the system notification sounded once more. The top 10 spirit pet rankings are now announced. The previously raucous world channel fell silent, every player holding their breath in anticipation of the exhilarating moment. 10th place, Iron Fong, Silver Grade, Combat Type Spirit Pet, Owner, Whisperer. I expected something extraordinary. It turns out to be merely 10th place. How pathetic. How dare this inconsequential 10th place mock us Dragon Kingdom players? Utterly ridiculous. Upon learning that the Whisperer ranked only 10th, the Dragon Kingdom players in the regional channel erupted into derisive laughter. The Whisperer, infuriated, retorted fiercely. However, after a moment of contemplation, he decided to wait for the first place to be revealed before considering a rebuttal. 9th place, Ice Shadow, Silver Grade, Agility Type Spirit Pet, Owner Jack. 8th place, Gale, Silver Grade, Speed Type Spirit Pet, Owner Chun Lily. 7th place, Absolute Lion, Silver Grade, Combat Type Spirit Pet, Owner Walker. To my astonishment, I am merely in second place? Walker frowned at the realization, his countenance darkening. Curiosity gnawed at him regarding the identity of the first place holder. First place, Fire. Golden grade, combat type spirit, owner, Lin Tian. As this name emerged, the world channel erupted once more. Golden grade. There truly exists a golden grade spirit pet. This is beyond comprehension. However, the subsequent announcement left countless players in shock. First place, Fire, golden grade, legendary bloodline spirit pet. Owner, Lin Tian. The announcement struck each player's heart like a heavy hammer. The world channel fell into a brief silence before being inundated with waves of astonishment and skepticism. What? It really is Lin Tian, a legendary bloodline? How is this possible? I refuse to believe it. There must be a system error. Jealous players frantically flooded the chat, attempting to deny the undeniable truth, yet the resplendent name and distinctive emblem atop the leaderboard unequivocally attested to it all. In that moment, the entire server was astounded, countless players reeling in disbelief. Though many had speculated that the first place was likely Lin Tian, the revelation of his name still left numerous individuals in a state of incredulity. The progression trial of dungeons and the recent novice quest had culminated in Lin Tian emerging as the foremost player. This legendary spirit pet was most likely the reward for the novice quest. Chapter 49. The dreadful mortality rate. Fire. Play with them. I am off to rest. Lin Tian, having gone several days without proper repose, was now utterly fatigued. He had little inclination to open the chat channel, well aware that many were tagging him. All right, master. Fire nodded obediently, finding amusement in teasing the two small lions. A night passed without incident, and by the next morning, Lin Tian awoke at noon. Rubbing his eyes, he rose to gaze out the window, where a gentle rain fell, casting a gloomy atmosphere. After a brief wash-up, he prepared some food, savoring it while simultaneously opening the chat page. Esteemed one, here are your equipment pieces. Thank you for your assistance. Without you, I might not have been here. As Lin Tian accessed the chat channel, a message from Bai Shui immediately popped up, presenting him with 3 pieces of bronze equipment, all crafted by her over the span of night. Gazing at the bronze-level equipment, Lin Tian merely glanced at it before setting it aside. At that moment, he was relishing his meal and had little time to ponder over gear. No worries. I shall need your help again in the future, Lin Tian replied softly, thus acknowledging Bai Shui's kindness. After concluding the chat with Bai Shui, he opened the regional chat, but before he could peruse the messages, Lin Tian was taken aback upon seeing the chat interface. In recent days, although the player count had seen a slight decline, the reduction was minimal, no more than 10 players per day, usually only a few. It was quite normal to consider that among 10,000 players, a handful might succumb to unforeseen circumstances. However, upon witnessing the current number of surviving players, Lin Tian was left in utter disbelief. Player count, 100,078,000. Out of 10,000 players, fewer than 100 had perished over the past few days, yet today, fewer than 8,000 remained. This indicated that the novice quest had resulted in the demise of over 2,000 players. The overall ratio had reached a terrifying 20%. A single novice quest had led to such a staggering toll of players. In that instant, Lin Tian's heart turned cold. The events of yesterday had reaffirmed the formidable nature of this world. The level of danger had far exceeded his understanding. Had it not been for his extraordinary fortune in activating the legendary talent of super evolution, which allows for the elevation of an item S level by 1, he might have found himself among the unfortunate 20. In this moment, Lin Tian felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude as he gazed at the incessantly flashing messages in the chat channel. With a slight shake of his head, he promptly closed the chat. He was acutely aware that the discussions within were likely centered around this very incident, a discomforting topic for anyone, especially in light of the numerous compatriots who had perished. After satiating his hunger, Lin Tian ascended to the driver's seat and aimlessly drove forward. Despite the high mortality rate, he was determined to continue his quest for treasure chests, striving to enhance his own strength. For even with the legendary talent of super evolution, the future held the potential for peril, and he could easily become one of those unfortunate souls spoken of as failures. Master, there is something ahead, came the sudden voice of Hua, breaking Lin Tian's concentration as he pondered the road ahead. After traveling approximately 20 kilometers through the relentless downpour, the rain pelted the windshield, obscuring his view. Were it not for the absence of other players in this world and the radar's ability to detect obstacles ahead, Lin Tian would have hesitated to drive. At that moment, Hua's voice startled him, prompting Lin Tian to curiously inquire, "What lies ahead?" A glance at the radar, a platinum-tier device, revealed no anomalies, leaving him to wonder how Hua had made the discovery. Did Hua possess some unique ability? Delicious, Hua drooled in anticipation. Delicious? Lin Tian was taken aback, realizing that Hua was not an ordinary spirit pet, but an elemental type. Unlike other spirit pets that thrived on meat, one would think elements did not require sustenance. He pondered the complexity of Hua's dietary needs. If they were rare and intricate, it could pose a significant challenge. To Lin Tian's mind, he currently lacked the means to procure such items, so he could only hope that Hua's cravings were not for something excessively rare. What do you usually eat? When Lin Tian had formed a bond with Hua, he had accessed its memories, yet none contained information about its diet. It seemed that since gaining consciousness, Hua had not consumed anything at all. I don't know, Hua shook its head. It had never eaten anything and was uncertain of its own culinary preferences. It had sampled some of the meat meant for the little lions, but found it unpalatable and not to its liking. "Let me know when we get closer," Lin Tian said, his gaze fixed on Hua. "Of course, master," Hua replied obediently, nodding in agreement. Although there was no radar to alert him at this moment, the voice of Hua served as a reminder. Lin Tian's speed was not brisk. Rather, he moved forward slowly. Hua's voice soon echoed, "Master, it is right here." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian promptly halted the vehicle, and Hua instinctively darted towards the exit, only to collide with the window unceremoniously. "Wait, it's raining outside. Are you not afraid?" Although Hua was not an ordinary being composed of fire elements and surrounded by flames, contact with water could pose a grave danger to him. Lin Tian, having already formed a bond with Hua, was reluctant to see him in peril. Initially, Hua had not given the matter much thought, but upon hearing Lin Tian's words, he froze in place, gazing outside and murmuring, "Master, what should we do?" As a being of fire, he indeed harbored a profound fear of anything related to water. Yet at this moment, he longed to leave the armored vehicle to retrieve the object in question. Let us wait for the rain to subside. The torrential downpour outside obscured the surroundings, and any hidden dangers could prove troublesome. Once the rain lightens, even if Hua cannot venture out, Lin Tian would still investigate the matter. "What is that object?" Lin Tian inquired curiously, looking at Hua. Upon hearing this, Hua quickly replied, "Spirit wood." Chapter 50. Hua's evolution, the mysterious figure spirit wood? What is that? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback by Hua's response. He gazed out the window. Although it was not yet dark, the heavy rain rendered the distant road invisible, and he could not discern what Hua referred to as spirit wood. The downpour was so intense that visibility was reduced to mere inches. This was the first time Lin Tian had encountered such a deluge since arriving in this world, and it seemed to conceal an underlying fear. Lin Tian contemplated asking Hua about spirit wood, but ultimately decided against it. He had already accessed Hua's memories and found no mention of such a thing. It was likely that Hua's awareness of spirit would stem from instinctual knowledge. The legacy of any creature is intertwined with genetic instincts, and even as an elemental spirit, Hua possessed such innate knowledge. Is spirit wood something edible? Lin Tian inquired tentatively, glancing at Hua. Hua was taken aback, responding with astonishment, "Master, how do you know? Do you also consume it?" After receiving the answer he sought, Lin Tian smiled slightly, refraining from elaborating further. He gazed at Hua before shaking his head and saying, "I suppose so." Lin Tian offered little explanation, as Hua exhibited a childlike disposition, rendering any detailed elucidation somewhat futile. Bored, Lin Tian opened the chat channel, hoping to discover any recent developments. "The rain is torrential, and there's a giant python. It nearly scared me to death." "A python? Are you certain it's not a dragon? Did you all see that? I thought I was hallucinating." "I saw it too. It was indeed a dragon. This rain seems to be related to it." "Is this for real? You must be joking." "For sale, bronze-grade materials, 10 gold coins." The chat channel quickly filled with numerous messages. As Lin Tian scanned the information, he keenly detected the item he sought, his brow furrowing slightly. Is there truly a dragon? This must be a jest. Caught off guard by this revelation, Lin Tian found it difficult to believe. A dragon? Such creatures belong to the realm of mythology. Could they truly exist in this world? He contemplated inquiring Hua Hua about this legendary being, presuming it would possess knowledge of dragons. However, after a moment's reflection, he dismissed the thought. After all, he had accessed all of Hua Hua's memories. But perhaps there were core memories that even a contracted master could not retrieve. These memories were likely sealed until one attained a certain level of power. Continuing to gather the information he needed from the chat channel, half an hour later, the rain had lessened and visibility improved. A glance revealed numerous trees. Yet Lin Tian was unfamiliar with the existence of spirit wood. Cradling Hua Hua, he pointed ahead and inquired, what does spirit wood look like? Hua Hua focused intently on the trees, surveying them all before shaking its head. No, these are it. Not these? Could it be further away? Lin Tian opened the car door, leading Hua Hua forward as they traversed approximately 600 meters. Master, it's right here, Hua Hua exclaimed, darting from Lin Tian's arms toward a colossal tree. Standing at around 60 to 70 meters tall, it loomed immensely, far too grand for a single person to embrace. It appeared to have grown for nearly a century. Upon reaching the ancient tree, Hua Hua bit into it, gnawing off a chunk and savoring it. Observing the satisfaction on Hua Hua's face, Lin Tian gently caressed the ancient tree, murmuring to himself, this ancient tree seems no different from an ordinary one. Perplexed, Lin Tian pondered why Hua Hua chose this ancient tree over a typical one. Could it be that this particular specimen was more resistant to burning? Roar. As a creature named Fire was indulging in a feast, a sudden roar erupted from the ancient tree before them, a sound reminiscent of a beast's growl. Startled, Lin Tian instinctively took a step back, his weapon, a military shovel, materializing in his grasp. Fire, danger! He urgently warned, casting a glance at Fire, who remained absorbed in its meal. Yet, Fire merely looked at Lin Tian and replied earnestly, Master, it's nothing to worry about. How could it be nothing when a beast had just roared? Lin Tian's vigilance heightened as he scanned the surroundings, his expression darkening with apprehension, poised for any impending peril. With the shovel in hand and the Barrett rifle ready for action, he was prepared to confront beasts at any range. 5 minutes swiftly passed, and Fire had consumed enough to expand noticeably, its strength amplifying, yet the beast that had roared earlier did not materialize. Lin Tian's eyes filled with confusion as he pondered the situation. Why had the beast not shown itself despite its earlier outcry? Master, I can't eat anymore, Fire announced. Fluttering before Lin Tian, displaying signs of fatigue. Having consumed a significant amount of spiritual wood and absorbed considerable power, it now required rest. Before Fire could finish its thought, drowsiness overwhelmed it, and it promptly fell asleep in Lin Tian's arms, gazing at the slumbering Fire and then at the towering ancient tree. Lin Tian contemplated for a moment before decisively chopping it down. This resource would benefit Fire immensely, significantly enhancing its abilities, and would undoubtedly prove advantageous for himself in the future. Upon returning to the armored vehicle, a colossal shadow suddenly swept over Lin Tian's head, and in that instant, a terrifying pressure descended from above, bearing down on him with immense weight. Lin Tian was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of fear that welled up from within, extinguishing any desire for resistance. He immediately attempted to rise and exit the vehicle to ascertain the cause of the disturbance, only to find himself seemingly ensnared, unable to leave the confines of the armored car. Moreover, the radar inexplicably ceased functioning, failing to detect the dark figure looming above. This sensation lingered but briefly, merely 10 seconds, before the fear dissipated and normalcy returned, with the radar regaining its operational capabilities. Gradually, several treasure chests began to materialize on the radar screen. Chapter 51. The monster hidden in the white mist. The radar screen flickered with dense points of light, outlining the silhouettes of several treasure chests. The wooden chests displayed white ripples in the scanning image, while the black iron chests exhibited dark waves. The bronze chests glimmered with a faint green light, akin to corroded copper breathing in the shadows. Lin Tian's fingers hovered above the steering wheel, gently tapping its surface. How could there suddenly be so many resource chests here? Previously, he had encountered resource chests, but never had he stumbled upon such a multitude all at once. Typically, one would find a chest every few kilometers or even tens of kilometers apart, Yet now, within a mere 100 meters, there were over a dozen resource chests. Although most of them were wooden, with a small portion being made of black iron and bronze, Lin Tian couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The simultaneous appearance of so many resource chests in one location seemed decidedly unusual. Could there be some lurking danger? Lin Tian gazed intently out the window, hesitant to act rashly. His eyes instinctively turned to Hua beside him, hoping to ascertain if Hua had sensed anything unusual. After all, as a legendary creature, Hua possessed formidable innate abilities, likely capable of discerning any potential threats in their vicinity. However, since devouring the spirit wood, Hua had remained in a deep slumber. Outside the car, the foggy wilderness had taken on a grayish-white hue, with desiccated grass rustling in the cold wind. Suddenly, the radar emitted a sharp beeping sound, indicating a bronze chest was pulsating just 3 meters ahead of the vehicle. Goodness, so close! Lin Tian's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the green dot on the radar, practically in front of the car, leaving him utterly astonished. In an instant, Lin Tian slammed on the brakes, sending the playful little lion tumbling about, while Hua continued to sleep peacefully, undisturbed. Witnessing this scene, Lin Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fully aware of the situation, he understood that Hua's slumber was essential for its evolution. Disturbing it would be a grave mistake. After all, the stronger Hua became, the more assistance it could provide. Having entered into a pact, Hua was his battle companion, and Lin Tian naturally yearned for its swift advancement. As he halted the car and gazed outside, the heavy rain had given way to thick fog, drastically reducing visibility. Lin Tian could barely discern the surroundings. Cautiously, he rolled down the window, only to uncover something unsettling. His eyes narrowed as he noticed potential threats lurking in the distance, specifically creatures concealed within the fog. The moment their gazes met, Lin Tian felt a sudden stiffness in his body, as if something were attempting to exert control over him. Without hesitation, he swiftly closed the window and averted his gaze. The white mist swirled incessantly, its contours reminiscent of skyscrapers, appearing and disappearing with the rising vapor. The dense white fog, laced with icy crystals, spread like a spider's web, while several grayish cracks etched out serpentine forms in the void. In the fleeting moment when pale knuckles pierced through the mist, the lashes, adorned with tears resembling droplets of blood, trembled suddenly. From the depths of the fog, 2 crimson orbs ignited, revealing eyes as clear as crystal, yet their pupils were marred by 2 points of sanguine red. Standing amidst the white mist, they fixated their gaze upon Lin Tian. What manner of fiend is this? As Lin Tian beheld the peculiar creature before him, his countenance swiftly morphed into one of profound dismay. This being was utterly terrifying. Towering 100 meters high, it loomed over him, its eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the very fabric of his soul. Confronted with such a gaze, a wave of dread surged within Lin Tian. He understood all too well that this monstrous entity exceeded his comprehension by leagues. The bulletproof glass of the armored vehicle swelled with thick white fog, while Lin Tian's knuckles grasping the edge of his seat turned a ghostly hue. The white mist enveloped the windshield in an instant, as if intent on infiltrating the armored vehicle. Clutching his entrenching tool tightly, Lin Tian resolved to strike should the creature venture into the confines of the vehicle. He would not hesitate to unleash his attack. Regardless of whether he could pose a threat to the monster, he felt an undeniable courage from wielding the entrenching tool. However, as minutes slipped by, the white creature did not breach the armored vehicle. All of Lin Tian's capabilities could only be exercised outside, leaving him unable to retaliate from within. What could be the reason for this? Could it be that the armored vehicle possessed inherent defensive attributes? Lin Tian observed the white mist encircling the vehicle, yet it did not penetrate its sanctum, lingering instead outside, with the creature equally barred from entry. This realization brought a wave of relief to Lin Tian. The creature's overwhelming terror had instilled a primal fear within him, and he instinctively felt that without the armored vehicle's protection, his life would be forfeit in the presence of such a beast. This entity was far superior to any monster he had previously encountered. Even the lava giant that nearly claimed his life seemed trivial in comparison. The chilling gaze he had perceived earlier, imbued with an icy demeanor, sent shivers down his spine. He could sense that had he hesitated even for a moment longer, death would have been certain at the hands of this foe. Those eyes seemed to wield the power to manipulate the hearts of men. Yet, fortunately, the creature could not enter the armored vehicle. This thought allowed Lin Tian to exhale deeply, his anxiety dissipating. Just as he began to regain his composure, a message from Bai Shui arrived. Her tone frantic as she urgently implored him not to leave the armored vehicle. Confusion clouded Lin Tian's eyes. He struggled to comprehend the urgency of her warning. Why was she so adamant that he remain inside the vehicle? Was there something amiss outside? It is incorrect. Bai Shui and Lin Tian are not in the same location. So how could she possibly be aware of the events unfolding here? As Lin Tian grappled with his confusion and sought to comprehend the situation, Bai Shui sent him yet another message. Within the mist lurked a creature that, though lacking in offensive power, possessed the ability to manipulate the human psyche. Chapter 52. The Enchanting Monster. As Lin Tian pondered the nature of this creature, a wave of dread washed over him. Suddenly, he noticed Bai Shui's message, which rendered him momentarily speechless. This creature can manipulate the human heart? What does that mean? Lin Tian felt bewildered, unable to grasp the implications. If this were indeed the case, how could one combat such a being? Monsters that merely rely on brute force did not instill fear in him. But one capable of controlling the human mind was a different matter altogether. After all, what terrifies a person most are the shadows lurking within their own soul. Lin Tian, too, harbored deep-seated fears, and should this creature uncover them, he would be utterly powerless against it. Once those fears were unearthed, there would be no escaping this impending crisis. In an instant, Lin Tian's expression darkened, and his heart swelled with trepidation. He repeatedly compelled himself to regain his composure, striving to devise a solution to the predicament he faced. He swiftly lowered his gaze, unwilling to confront the creature outside, and, after forcing himself to calm down, he promptly opened Bai Shui's chat page and inquired urgently, "What manner of monster is this that can manipulate the human heart? Is there any way to confront it?" At that moment, Lin Tian was consumed by anxiety, eager to resolve the threat before him. If he failed to eliminate this creature, it would pose a grave danger to him. Upon receiving Lin Tian's message, Bai Shui was taken aback, furrowing her brow as she asked, "Lin Tian, have you encountered such a creature?" "Indeed, it is attacking my armored vehicle at this very moment." Lin Tian did not conceal his predicament and immediately relayed the unfolding events to Bai Shui. His life was now in jeopardy. He could not afford to withhold any information from her, for doing so would lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Bai Shui responded with urgency. "Lin Tian, as long as you remain inside the armored vehicle, you will be safe. That creature can only attack from within the mist. As long as you do not open the doors or windows, you will be unharmed." With these words, Lin Tian's taut nerves began to ease. He had feared that encountering this creature would spell his doom, for its ability to manipulate the mind seemed impossible to evade. Fortunately, Bai Shui had revealed the creature's weakness. As long as he stayed within the armored vehicle, he would face no danger. It was no wonder that when the creature had previously charged at him, he had emerged unscathed. To her astonishment, the armored vehicle possessed such remarkable capabilities, effectively repelling the monster's relentless assaults. "How did you come to know about this creature?" Lin Tian inquired, his curiosity piqued. He was entirely oblivious to any details regarding this monster, leaving him to wonder why Bai Shui had such knowledge. At that moment, seated within a car, Bai Shui gazed at the beast before her, which incessantly battered her vehicle. Her eyes reflected an icy resolve, as she dismissed the creature entirely. Initially, she had felt a surge of fear. However, upon observing that the monster's attacks were lacking in any tangible threat, her trepidation dissipated. She decided to open the chat channel, hoping to discover if others had encountered this creature as well, perhaps to glean the answers she sought. Upon accessing the global chat channel, she indeed acquired some information. Suddenly reminded of Lin Tian, she hurriedly relayed this newfound knowledge to him. To her surprise, Lin Tian had indeed crossed paths with the monster. Fortunately, he had remained inside the armored vehicle, for had he ventured out, he might have faced dire consequences at the hands of the beast. Given her understanding of Lin Tian, she knew that if he were in peril, he would undoubtedly abandon the safety of the armored vehicle without hesitation. After all, Lin Tian was known for his formidable nature. He had slain numerous high-level ferocious beasts, having even dispatched silver-tier bosses. Thus, facing this creature, it was implausible for Lin Tian to exhibit cowardice. In that fleeting moment, Bai Shui felt a pang of anxiety over the prospect of Lin Tian venturing out, yet she was relieved he remained inside. At this juncture, it appeared that no one could stand against this monster. Those who showed no fear and dared to exit their vehicles were devoid of confidence. The enigmatic nature of the creature rendered even the most powerful individuals uncertain of their ability to confront it. Lin Tian was her primary source of materials. Should anything happen to him, she would be at a loss for how to proceed. Fortunately, Lin Tian was safe. Big shot. You should take a look at the chat channel yourself. It contains the information you seek. Bai Shui refrained from elaborating further, urging Lin Tian to explore the chat for himself, where he might find what he desired. Lin Tian, no longer hesitating, promptly opened the chat channel, where messages were flooding in. Damn, what on earth is this monster? It can even manipulate emotions? If it weren't for my special talent, I might have already perished. An emotion-manipulating ability? How did it ensnare you? Share your thoughts, so we could devise a strategy against the creature. I used to be quite afraid of snakes. But that creature suddenly transformed before me into a colossal python, and to my astonishment, it even spoke. You cannot imagine the fright that made me lose control of my senses. However, there is no need for concern. This creature cannot enter the vehicle. As long as I remain inside, I shall be safe. The monster continued to taunt me from outside, yet I resolutely refused to emerge, knowing it was powerless against me. Indeed, we merely need to wait for the fog to dissipate, and the creature will vanish on its own. After acquiring the desired information, Lin Tian closed the communication and murmured softly, "This monster isn't as formidable as I thought." It startled me for a moment. The insights gleaned from the chat channel reassured Lin Tian that the creature posed little threat, as long as he remained within the confines of the armored vehicle. There was nothing to fear. Just as he prepared to patiently await the clearing of the fog to continue his journey, Hua, who had been in slumber, awakened, experiencing a notable enhancement in both size and strength. Chapter 53. Hua awakens, scaring away the monster. The rain fell in torrents as Lin Tian returned to his bedroom, the thick fog swiftly enveloping the entire armored vehicle. Even gazing out the window was futile, as the mist obscured his view, rendering the outside world a blank slate. Lying comfortably on a large bed, he calmly stared out into the fog. Since becoming aware of the monster concealed within the white mist, he recognized that although it possessed the power to beguile, it was incapable of breaching the vehicle's defenses. As long as he remained inside, the creature would have no effect whatsoever. Consequently, Lin Tian felt no anxiety. He lay quietly in bed, intending to resume his journey after awakening to a dissipated fog. Although the monster was powerful, it could only hide within the mist, and once it cleared, the creature would lose its potency. Eventually, the fog would lift, the rain would cease, and everything would return to normal. As Lin Tian gradually relaxed, fatigue began to take hold, and he slowly closed his eyes. However, in an instant, he was startled by a sound and instinctively turned to look. Hua, once peacefully asleep, radiated a brilliant red glow, its entire form akin to a spark ignited, emitting a heat so intense it felt as though it could ignite the entire armored vehicle. In that moment, Lin Tian's expression changed. He instinctively reached out to act, but quickly withdrew his hand, realizing the potential danger of harming the small flame. Hua's curled form began to unfurl, releasing a tender yet commanding roar that resonated within the armored vehicle. The sound seemed to stir the fog surrounding the vehicle, causing it to swiftly disperse and create a vacuum around them. The monster concealed within the mist, along with the dissipating fog, rapidly vanished from before the armored vehicle. "Fire! Are you awake?" Lin Tian exclaimed with delight upon seeing fire stir. Having fire by his side imbued him with an overwhelming sense of security. For fire was a creature of golden tier prowess, possessing a legendary lineage. However, fire appeared oblivious to Lin Tian's words. Its gaze fixated upon him with an intensity that betrayed an insatiable longing, as if it were driven by an urgent need to acquire something. "What troubles you, fire?" Lin Tian inquired, furrowing his brow as he instinctively stepped back. The current demeanor of fire was indeed unsettling, despite their established bond. Lin Tian felt a primal fear creeping in. Suddenly, like a bolt of crimson lightning, fire surged forward with a speed that left Lin Tian no time to react. In that fleeting moment, Lin Tian's expression shifted, instinctively believing that fire intended to harm him. Yet, as he braced himself to fend fire off, it halted before him. its focus unwaveringly fixed on the spatial ring adorning Lin Tian's hand. "Is this what you seek?" Lin Tian observed as Fire's eyes remained glued to the ring, sensing that it contained something of great importance to the creature. In an instant, realization dawned upon Lin Tian. The ring housed spirit wood, the very substance Fire had craved earlier. Could it be that Fire was in need of spirit wood? As Lin Tian produced the spirit wood, Fire snatched it eagerly, its small mouth sinking into the wood. With each swallow, the spirit wood withered at a visible pace, its faint luminescence extinguishing entirely. Lin Tian watched in astonishment as Fire consumed the entire piece in mere moments. More? After finishing, Fire's bright, fiery eyes once again fixated on Lin Tian. Lin Tian, slightly perplexed, offered another piece of spirit wood. After devouring a total of 6 pieces, Fire let out a satisfied burp and returned to perch upon Lin Tian's shoulder. The vibrant red glow surrounding it intensified, and its once diminutive form swelled noticeably. The flames enveloping its body burned more fiercely, and the fiery patterns within its eyes flickered to life. "What is this?" Lin Tian's curiosity piqued as he attempted to discern the changes, yet the intricate patterns had vanished. Eluding his gaze. Name: Fire. Lineage: legendary. Level: golden. This was evidently a significant enhancement, yet why did it remain classified as golden tier? Lin Tian's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the system notification indicating that Fire still retained its golden tier status. He had instinctively believed that Fire had ascended to a higher echelon. Even if not a golden tier beast, it should at least belong to the ranks of golden tier bosses. The realization struck him. Was golden tier truly this formidable? Upon Fire's form, an imperceptible yet potent aura radiated, exuding a commanding presence that stirred the heart. As Lin Tian delved deeper into his examination of Fire, seeking to discern the differences between its current prowess and its former golden tier status, a rustling sound emerged from the mist. A creature, covered in menacing spikes and resembling a small mountain, emerged slowly, its gaping maw dripping with a foul, viscous substance, while its glowing red eyes fixed intently upon Lin Tian. This creature was familiar to Lin Tian. It was the very beast that had previously attempted to attack him, though its assault had been thwarted by the armored vehicle, leaving Lin Tian unscathed. The sight of it drew a slight frown from him. Why did it linger, unable to harm him? Could it be that it still harbored intentions to eliminate him? Lin Tian observed the creature outside the armored vehicle with unwavering composure, for he knew it could not inflict any harm upon him. Beside him, Fire merely cast a casual glance at the creature. In an instant, the beast trembled violently, its massive body retreating uncontrollably, emitting whimpers of fear, as if it faced not merely a contracted spirit companion of humanity, but an ancient, legendary beast. Its eyes brimmed with terror and submission, daring not to meet Fire's gaze. "Fire, you can actually intimidate it?" Lin Tian inquired in astonishment. Fire tilted its head, scratching its ear with a tiny paw, then shook its head, eyes filled with bewilderment. It too was unaware of the origin of this newfound ability, for it was still quite feeble and had not yet awakened its ancestral memories. Fire's ancestors had once wielded the ancient elements of flame and destruction, belonging to one of the most formidable races in existence. Should Fire inherit the might of its forebears, it would transcend legend, emerging as an ancient deity commanding fire and annihilation. Chapter 54. The Silver Treasure Chest. The thunderstorm approaches. As the white mist gradually dissipated, the silhouette of the creature faded from view. Gazing into the night outside, Lin Tian, though surrounded by bronze treasure chests, felt no courage to explore them. Despite remaining indoors, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Observing Fire, who had consumed the spiritual wood, he spoke softly. "Fire, I need to rest." "Master, please do so," Fire replied, finding a cozy spot before drifting into slumber. After absorbing the power of the spiritual wood, it required deep sleep to assimilate its newfound strength. Upon returning to his bedroom, Lin Tian glanced outside. Although a light drizzle persisted, the fog had lifted, significantly enhancing visibility. He could even faintly discern the presence of a moon that shimmered briefly before disappearing again. The following morning, Lin Tian awoke slowly, his gaze drifting to the window. Outside, the gentle rain continued to fall. After washing up, he glanced at the little lion, who was soundly asleep, while Fire, nestled in the passenger seat, also enjoyed a peaceful slumber. As Lin Tian opened the window and reached out to touch the world outside, he noticed that although gentle rain was falling, it did not deter his spirit of exploration. He started the vehicle, and the radar automatically activated, revealing a bronze chest before him. After locking onto the chest position, he swiftly maneuvered towards it, soon arriving at its location. The bronze chest rested upon a weathered stone, marked by the passage of time, with remnants of eroded debris scattered across the ground. Gazing at the chest resting so innocently on the stone, Lin Tian hesitated to approach, mindful of past encounters that had left him wary. If not for his quick reflexes, he might have found himself in grave danger. Even though no immediate threats were apparent and the radar indicated safety, Lin Tian remained cautious, meticulously surveying the surroundings while circling the chest. Only when he ascertained that no peril lurked nearby did he finally store the bronze chest within his spatial ring and hastily return to the armored vehicle. Fire and the little lion seemed to have played late into the night, still soundly asleep. As Lin Tian pressed the accelerator and continued forward, a thought nagged at him. Why had this treasure posed no danger? In previous experiences, every chest he encountered was fraught with peril, requiring him to confront threats to claim their rewards. Yet, this one had arrived without any surprises. Filled with curiosity, Lin Tian could not fathom the situation, prompting him to open the chat channel in hopes of discovering a satisfactory explanation. Upon entering the chat, he was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had accessed the correct channel. The chat erupted with fervor, messages flooding in like a flurry of snowflakes. Wow, the mist has cleared, the monsters are gone. But I can't even find an ant, exclaimed a player named Wang Hao, disbelief evident in his words. Following closely, Zhao Dalong replied with a tremor in his voice. I just climbed a tree to pick some fruit, only to find the entire forest as silent as a graveyard. Not even a bird chirping. I stumbled upon a black iron chest and thought there might be danger, so I stood guard for over half an hour, too afraid to act. I was baffled by what kind of creature could possess such intelligence, wondering if it were a fierce beast. Little did I expect. There was no danger at all. I too am puzzled by the sudden disappearance of these wild beasts. Before the mist vanished, they were always visible. Yet once the white fog dissipated, all creatures vanished. Could their disappearance be linked to the white mist? Just then, a player with the ID Li Mei interjected, her tone eerily calm. Could it be that our fate is to mirror that of the vanished beasts? Her words, accompanied by a skull emoji, sent chills down the spines of all who read them. As Lin Tian gazed upon this scene, his expression shifted and a chill coursed through his heart. In that fleeting moment, he truly felt a wave of icy dread. Should that white mist suddenly materialize, how would they respond? Given their current capabilities, they stood no chance against this ethereal fog. Even if the entity known as Hua Hua could suppress the mist, Lin Tian was still engulfed in fear. He had no knowledge of the number of creatures concealed within that white haze. Even if Hua Hua could subdue one, it was implausible to believe it could contain them all. If the adversary were to manipulate the situation and extinguish Hua Hua, wouldn't that spell certain doom for him? For the sake of his own safety, he must swiftly find a means to confront this imminent threat. Otherwise, the revelation of the lurking creature would pose a fatal danger to him. The armored vehicle rumbled over the rain-soaked asphalt, the tires producing a sharp crackle as they traversed the waterlogged surface, creating an eerie echo in the silence. Within this 10-kilometer zone, Lin Tian discovered numerous support chests. Though his interest was solely piqued by those of black iron and bronze grade, the wooden chests exuded no aura whatsoever. Despite the absence of immediate peril, Lin Tian remained vigilant, wary of any sudden dangers that might arise, for a lack of preparedness could lead to injury, or even the ultimate sacrifice of his life. Is this a silver chest? Upon hearing the radar in the vehicle announce the presence of a chest, Lin Tian momentarily froze. This marked the first time in days he had encountered a silver chest. He parked the vehicle before it, excitement coursing through him at the sight of the silver chest after such a long absence. With the earlier absence of danger, Lin Tian felt considerably more relaxed. Once he ascertained that the area was clear, he prepared to approach and claim the silver chest, when suddenly, the sky split open with a flash of purple and white lightning. Boom! In the instant the thunder erupted, Lin Tian instinctively retreated, propelled by muscle memory honed through countless battles. The moment the thunderclap resonated, he swiftly moved back, narrowly evading the impending danger. Thunder? Lin Tian lifted his gaze to the heavens, then glanced at the silver chest, which had been struck yet remained unscathed. However, the ground beneath it had been left with a deep crater, the earth now a murky black. Master, be careful. Hua sensed the peril threatening Lin Tian, darting from the armored vehicle to stand before him. In that instant, another bolt of thunder descended, seemingly poised to strike Lin Tian, only to be wholly absorbed by Hua. Chapter 55. A Deadly Crisis. The existence of platinum. The thunder tore through the heavens, the lightning striking towards Lin Tian like a colossal serpent. Even from a considerable distance, Lin Tian felt the looming specter of death. The force embedded within this attack surpassed anything he had previously comprehended. Since arriving in this world, he had never encountered such a terrifying assault. Confronted with this onslaught, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance. Not only could he not fight back, but he lacked even the opportunity to flee. The speed was overwhelming, akin to a tempest, leaving Lin Tian no chance to react. It was as if he were ensnared by a frightful pressure, rendering him unable to lift his feet. Lin Tian's pupils constricted sharply, his garments billowing in the fierce wind, and the acrid scent of ozone filled the air around him. It was over. He was doomed. At that moment, an overwhelming fear gripped Lin Tian, instinctively leading him to believe that his demise was inevitable. The impending thunderbolt would undoubtedly obliterate him in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Lin Tian felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had taken such meticulous precautions, yet he had ultimately stumbled into a trap. He had never anticipated that this terrifying thunder would manifest before him. Just as the dread thunderbolt was about to strike, a crimson shadow suddenly interposed itself before Lin Tian. Before he could react, that figure unleashed an immense force. Wings of fire unfurled, transforming into a blazing barrier, with flames erupting in dazzling sparks amidst the tempest. The collision of fire and thunder was akin to the power of a nuclear explosion, rapidly radiating outward. Boom! The shockwave propelled Lin Tian back 3 steps, and he staggered to maintain his footing on the scorched earth beneath him. Even though most of the assault had been intercepted by the fiery guardian, Lin Tian was still swept away by the sheer force of the thunderbolt, revealing the tremendous potency it wielded. Had it not been for the fiery protector, Lin Tian would have been reduced to countless fragments in an instant. As the smoke cleared, the fiery guardian was enveloped in blackened wisps, with arcs of electricity coursing around its form. Lin Tian looked up, although he could not discern the guardian's appearance. He knew without a doubt that it had sustained injuries. Yet, despite its wounds, the guardian remained steadfast in its protective stance. Its mission was to safeguard its master. Lin Tian felt a tightening in his throat and suddenly tasted a sweetness, involuntarily spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even though most of his strength had been depleted, he was still gravely injured, feeling as if his very organs had been displaced. The fiery guardian was now gazing forward, though it did not look at Lin Tian. The bond forged by their contract allowed it to sense his condition. It quickly turned to Lin Tian, inquiring, "Master, are you all right?" As the guardian turned, Lin Tian finally beheld its form. Some flames had extinguished completely, and it appeared notably smaller than before. "Fire, are you all right?" Seeing its condition, Lin Tian's heart trembled with profound emotion. He had never imagined that this little spirit companion, whom he had known for such a brief time, could go to such lengths for him. Had it not grown stronger, it might have perished in his stead. "Master, I am fine." Even as the final syllable lingered in the air, the guardian lifted its head, fixing its gaze into the depths of the dark clouds, its fiery eyes sharpening into 2 piercing lines. Amidst the thunderous storm, a piercing shriek reverberated, and the flames enveloping fire ignited with a ferocious explosion, raging wildly. It completely obscured Lin Tian in shadows, as if intent on incinerating the very heavens. When the lightning flashed again, the fire rings surrounding it ignited half the sky in crimson hues. "Do not harm my master," fire declared, its gaze unwavering and resolute. Regardless of the price, it would not allow anyone to inflict harm upon its master. Lin Tian gazed ahead, perceiving only the mundane sky. Before he could comprehend the situation further, fire suddenly turned to him, its pupils reflecting Lin Tian's pale visage. "Master, after you leave the spirit wood, you must depart swiftly. The opponent's strength is formidable. I cannot protect you. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's heart jolted. Fire was of golden grade strength. Yet the fact that it felt threatened by the opponent suggested that this adversary might possess power exceeding even that threshold. Perhaps a platinum being? Lin Tian's countenance darkened. If the opponent were merely golden grade, he could devise a means of escape, since fire, being a golden tier spirit companion, could manage to keep them safe with careful attention. However, the realization that the adversary was of a higher caliber instilled a chilling fear within him. The higher the rank, the greater the disparity. There was no conceivable comparison between golden and platinum levels. Lin Tian observed fire, but its form had vanished, leaving him helpless in his desire to assist. He could only heed fire's advice, leaving the spirit wood behind as he quickly made his way toward the armored vehicle. He refrained from collecting the silver treasure chest, for it was the catalyst for this entire ordeal, and he feared it might attract the storm once more. Although the armored vehicle boasted superior defenses compared to ordinary cars and sports vehicles, it paled in comparison to fire's might. If fire could not withstand the tempest, the armored vehicle would surely be incapable of doing so. Should the vehicle succumb to the lightning, his fate would be sealed. The engine of the armored vehicle rumbled ominously as Lin Tian pressed the accelerator, the tires spinning rapidly on the muddy ground slick with water. He leaned out the window, suppressing his discomfort, and shouted into the distance, "Fire, prepare to leave." In the distance, the billowing flames surged dramatically, colliding with the lightning before swiftly reaching the spirit wood's location, seizing it and drawing it towards maw. The spirit wood transformed into boundless energy within the crimson tongues of fire, causing fire's form to swell like flames in a furnace. With each piece of spirit wood consumed, it grew several feet, sending scalding gusts that sent debris rolling. As the final fragment of spirit wood was devoured by fire, the entire space seemed to be ensnared, the searing flames vaporizing the raindrops that had yet to fall. A towering figure, engulfed in flames, stood over 10 zhang high. The earth beneath was parched and cracked, and the raindrops falling from the sky evaporated before they could touch the ground, consumed by the searing heat. Lin Tian gripped the steering wheel tightly, his fingers turning slightly pale from the immense force, while outside, the ground bore spiderweb-like fissures from the creature's footsteps. The tremendous power caused the armored vehicle to shudder involuntarily. A scorching wind, laden with sparks, swept into the vehicle, searing Lin Tian's cheek. "Master, you must leave first," came the voice of Hua Hua, unwavering and insistent, urging Lin Tian to depart swiftly from the perilous scene. With his foot already pressed against the accelerator, Lin Tian struggled to restrain himself from pushing down further, earnestly calling out to Hua Hua, "No, if we are to leave, we leave together." At that moment, Lin Tian was deeply concerned for Hua Hua. He could not bear the thought of abandoning him. Though their bond was not yet profound, Lin Tian felt a significant attachment, remembering how Hua Hua had previously saved him. Without Hua Hua's intervention, he might have already perished. This was the very reason Lin Tian could not bring himself to forsake Hua Hua. As long as they could board the armored vehicle, they could escape. This notion was the only strategy Lin Tian could conceive at that moment. Previously, the monstrous entities in the mist had posed no threat to the armored vehicle. Surely, this sudden bolt from the heavens would be no different. Therefore, there is no need for excessive worry. "Master, they can easily destroy your armored vehicle, so you must leave quickly. If you do not, we will both perish here." Hua Hua, sensing Lin Tian's thoughts, felt a surge of emotion. Truly, Lin Tian was worthy of being chosen by him, even aware of the peril. He refused to abandon Hua Hua. This conviction fortified Hua Hua's resolve to remain by Lin Tian's side, vowing never to forsake or betray him. Upon hearing Hua Hua's words, Lin Tian's eyes clouded with doubt as he scrutinized Hua Hua, questioning the veracity of what he had just heard. His heart was filled with skepticism, fearing that Hua Hua might be fabricating a tale to persuade him to leave. "If I go, what will you do?" Lin Tian inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. He truly did not wish to leave Hua Hua behind. "Master, I'm not deceiving you. My speed far exceeds that of your armored vehicle." To demonstrate the truth of his words, Hua Hua fixed his gaze on Lin Tian and surged forth, his speed astonishingly swift, far outpacing that of the car. The speed vanished before Lin Tian's eyes in an instant, a reality he had not anticipated. He gazed at the fleeting silhouette of Hua Hua, an unusual glimmer in his eyes. After a slight shake of his head, he resolutely turned away and departed. Previously, He had harbored concerns for Huahua's safety. However, upon witnessing the astonishing velocity of Huahua, he relinquished his worries. Huahua's speed far surpassed that of an armored vehicle, and even in his absence, Huahua could swiftly catch up. With the accelerator pressed down, the armored vehicle roared to life, racing away into the distance. As it sped along the highway, the sky crackled with lightning, bolts descending furiously, striking perilously close to the armored vehicle. Several times, it narrowly evaded disaster. Yet the ground was scarred with deep craters from the lightning's wrath, significantly hampering the vehicle's speed. At one point, a bolt of thunder struck perilously near the armored vehicle, its terrifying force flipping it over, rendering it motionless on the ground. Lin Tian struggled to extricate himself from the wreckage, yet the vehicle had nearly crumpled, ensnaring him within its confines, regardless of his frantic efforts. In his line of sight, a purple bolt of heavenly lightning descended, targeting the armored vehicle, poised to strike with devastating force and potentially expel Lin Tian from within. Faced with this impending doom, Lin Tian had no opportunity for resistance. He could only endure the onslaught with a stony expression, his countenance darkening in the face of impending death. As the lightning bore down, he could only watch helplessly as it approached. The thunderclap erupted with a terrifying roar, and instinctively, Lin Tian closed his eyes, sensing his inevitable demise. The power of the assault was overwhelmingly potent, far surpassing anything he could have imagined. He felt utterly powerless against it. Yet at that very moment, Lin Tian experienced no pain. Instead, a voice resonated in his ears. Reacting to the sound, he instinctively opened his eyes, only to find Huahua standing before him, his immense form shielding him from the lightning. With a fierce exertion, Huahua struggled to right the armored vehicle, which had been overturned. Witnessing the vehicle return to the highway, Lin Tian's expression brightened with joy, and without thinking, he pressed the accelerator. However, before he could fully engage it, he felt the armored vehicle lurch forward. In that instant, Lin Tian's heart raced with the thought that the vehicle might have malfunctioned, moving without his command. "Master, steady the steering wheel." At this very moment, Lin Tian heard the voice of Huahua beside him. Instinctively, he turned to glance and discovered Huahua's figure, currently pushing the armored vehicle forward with sheer strength. Above, the sky was thick with ominous thunderclouds, relentlessly striking down towards the armored vehicle. Despite Lin Tian's vigorous attempts to maneuver the steering wheel and deflect the descending bolts, the sheer volume of thunder made it impossible for him to fend them all off. In that critical instant, Huahua suddenly addressed Lin Tian, saying, "Master, don't you have an upgrade scroll?" As Lin Tian focused intently on controlling the steering wheel, desperately shielding himself from the thunder above, he found it surprising that Huahua's voice would interrupt his concentration. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian paused momentarily and replied, "Yes, I do possess an upgrade scroll. Why do you ask?" Huahua, being his pet, was well aware of the scroll's existence. But Lin Tian had not anticipated that Huahua would inquire about it during such a perilous moment. Could it be that the upgrade scroll might assist him in overcoming this imminent crisis? Chapter 57, The Fusion Scroll, The Convergence of Huahua and the Armored Vehicle Master. That scroll can help you navigate through this crisis. Huahua's voice resounded again, laden with urgency. Behind him, the thunder approached rapidly, seemingly poised to strike the armored vehicle at any moment. Although numerous bolts of lightning had already struck Huahua, he steadfastly endured, ensuring the armored vehicle sustained no damage, while the strikes inflicted little harm on him due to his formidable bloodline strength. The armored vehicle was far too fragile. A single strike could pose a lethal threat to Lin Tian. For the sake of his master's safety, he could not allow the vehicle to be struck by the thunder. Could the scroll truly assist him? Lin Tian instinctively retrieved the scroll, which was not a conventional upgrade scroll, but rather a unique one. When he first acquired it, he had been filled with curiosity, but ultimately set it aside due to uncertainty about its purpose. In the ensuing time, other matters had caused him to forget about the scroll entirely. Yet, in this moment of dire danger, Huahua reminded him of its potential significance. With the crisis escalating, Lin Tian had no time to scrutinize the scroll closely and quickly inquired of Huahua, "What is the purpose of this scroll?" Since Huahua had urged him to take it out, it stood to reason that he would know its function. Hearing this, Huahua promptly replied, "Master, quickly use the scroll." At this moment, the situation was exceedingly dire. A momentary lapse could lead to Lin Tian's demise. Thus, there was no time to explain the circumstances to him. It was imperative for Lin Feng to utilize the scroll before them with utmost haste. Once the scroll was activated, Lin Tian would comprehend the situation. Could this scroll truly save me? Lin Tian gazed at the scroll in his hand, his eyes filled with profound skepticism regarding its efficacy. From his current perspective, it appeared to be merely an upgrade scroll. Even if it could elevate his armored vehicle to a silver tier, it would hardly suffice to navigate the imminent peril. Unless, of course, this upgrade scroll possessed the capacity to elevate the vehicle to a golden tier or higher. Yet, that seemed implausible. If such an upgrade were attainable, the system would have issued a notification rather than resorting to a special upgrade scroll. Despite his intense doubts, Lin Tian found himself devoid of alternatives at this juncture. He could only place his trust in Huahua. Without a shred of hesitation, he promptly activated the scroll. Would you like to use the scroll? Kind reminder, this scroll is a one-time use. Once activated, it will vanish immediately. Confirm. Lin Tian, with no hesitation whatsoever, expressed his intent to use the scroll. He truly could not afford to waste any more time, and thus, he proceeded without delay. As his voice resonated, a brilliant white light erupted from the scroll, rapidly enveloping the entire armored vehicle in a radiant glow. What is happening? Lin Tian, witnessing this blinding light, felt disoriented. It was so intense that he could scarcely discern the road ahead, instinctively closing his eyes. The brilliance was overwhelming, far beyond what his eyes could withstand, initiating the fusion of the armored vehicle and Huahua. As Lin Tian subconsciously shut his eyes, gripped by fear and uncertainty about the unfolding events, an unusual voice echoed in his ears. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Fusion of the armored vehicle and Huahua? Surely, this cannot be a jest. His eyes reflected sheer confusion, and as his vision gradually returned, he beheld the armored vehicle transforming before him, visibly turning crimson at an astonishing rate. The entire vehicle was becoming red from the inside out, adorned with the very patterns that marked Huahua. Moreover, the speed of the armored vehicle surged dramatically, more than tripling to exceed 200 yards per hour. In that fleeting moment, the armored vehicle transformed from a mere turtle into a ferocious beast, surging forth with terrifying velocity that caused Lin Tian to stagger backward. Within the tempest of thunder, the crimson armored vehicle resembled a wild beast ablaze with fierce flames, propelling itself over 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Above, the heavens roared with thunder, relentlessly striking down toward the armored vehicle. However, due to its astonishing speed, the bolts of lightning failed to make contact. For minutes swiftly elapsed, and Lin Tian found himself beyond the reach of the tempest, the vehicle's pace gradually diminishing, the fiery red markings slowly fading away. Soon, the armored vehicle reverted to its original hue, its speed returning to normal. Meanwhile, the figure of Huahua had already returned to the passenger seat. Casting a weary glance at Lin Tian before uttering, "Master, we are safe." Before Huahua could complete the thought, it collapsed in exhaustion in the passenger seat. Lin Tian's expression shifted, instinctively bringing the vehicle to a halt to assess Huahua's condition. Upon discovering that Huahua was merely fatigued and had expended an enormous amount of energy, Lin Tian felt a wave of relief and resumed driving the armored vehicle forward. Gazing into the rearview mirror at the area still besieged by thunder, a shiver of trepidation coursed through him. He was grateful for Huahua's presence. Without it, his demise would have been inevitable. Was the thunder a natural phenomenon, or did it harbor some monstrous entity? Lin Tian murmured softly, filled with profound curiosity, eager to uncover the truth behind that tempest. What creature had Huahua been battling? Though Huahua possessed golden tier strength and a legendary bloodline, indicating formidable power, it seemed to struggle against its opponent within the storm. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Tian had yet to glimpse the monster residing within the tempest, leaving him profoundly intrigued. He could only await Huahua's awakening to glean the full story. Chapter 58. Energy core crystal having traversed the stormy expanse, the armored vehicle returned to its normal state, with Huahua slumbering deeply in the passenger seat. The two little lions kept vigil beside Huahua, and upon witnessing this scene, Lin Tian could not help but smile with satisfaction. The two little lions appeared to be enjoying playful camaraderie with Huahua, though regrettably, both were of ordinary lineage. Continuing to navigate the armored vehicle, Lin Tian pressed onward into the distance. The vehicle sped along the road, and before long, half an hour had passed, leaving Lin Tian uncertain of the distance he had covered. Turning his gaze backward, he noted that the area of thunder had vanished, and feeling no immediate danger, he brought the armored vehicle to a stop. Stepping out to breathe the fresh air, Lin Tian surveyed the horizon, while the two little lions seized the opportunity to leap out of the armored vehicle, frolicking and playing on the highway. Lin Tian gazed skyward, extracting the flesh of a ferocious beast to commence his culinary endeavor. From the dense fog experienced yesterday to the present moment, he had not only endured the terror of monsters lurking in the mist, but also faced the perilous wrath of thunder. This relentless ordeal had drained his physical stamina, leaving him utterly famished. While he cooked, Lin Tian decided to upgrade the 3 silver treasure chests and several bronze ones he had acquired. In an instant, he was rewarded with 3 golden chests and numerous silver ones, which he eagerly opened without a moment's hesitation. Ding! Silver chest opened. Awarded 1 silver grade steel. Ding! Silver chest opened. Awarded 1 bronze accessory. Ding! Silver chest opened. The silver chests yielded a plethora of materials before Lin Tian's eyes. Yet he was indifferent to these offerings. His primary concern lay with the schematics for crafting items. At this juncture, such blueprints held immense value, rivaling that of gold itself, and perhaps even surpassing it. Having failed to uncover any schematics within the silver chests, Lin Tian turned his attention to the golden chests. Gazing at the 3 golden chests before him, he murmured, "I hope to find the crafting blueprints within." These 3 golden chests represented Lin Tian's final glimmer of hope. The outcome of whether he would obtain the coveted schematics rested solely upon them. Ding! Golden chest opened. Awarded the synthesis blueprint for the silver-grade Gatling gun. Exclaiming in disbelief, Lin Tian's countenance transformed into one of ecstatic joy upon hearing the voice resonate in his mind. Indeed, all hope emerges in the final moments. Not only had he discovered a blueprint, but it was also for a weapon, precisely what Lin Tian needed the most. His gaze fixated on the blueprint as he meticulously reviewed its contents. Gatling, silver, a mounted weapon, could be affixed to an armored vehicle for use. A vehicle-mounted weapon. How splendid. At last, he would possess a weapon. However, upon inspecting the synthesis materials required for the Gatling gun, Lin Tian realized he lacked the necessary components. Among them was a material known as the energy core crystal, which he currently did not possess, nor did he know where to procure it. After carefully storing the blueprint, Lin Tian proceeded to open the remaining treasure chests. Unfortunately, the other 2 golden chests did not yield such favorable outcomes, offering items that were of little use to him. Would you like to upgrade the Gatling blueprint? Upgrade. With unwavering certainty, Lin Tian opted to enhance the silver-grade Gatling blueprint in his possession, swiftly elevating it to the golden grade level. The materials have not undergone significant changes. Although there has been a slight increase, it has had no real impact. However, the level of the core crystal has indeed risen. Previously, it was merely a silver-grade core crystal, but now it has transformed into a gold-grade core crystal. This revelation has made Lin Tian acutely aware that this energy core crystal is the heart of the Gatling. Upgrading the core crystal will subsequently elevate the Gatling's level. As Lin Tian stored the blueprints away, he indulged in some delicacies while reaching out to Bai Shui. In Lin Tian's understanding, Bai Shui is an expert in this field and should be knowledgeable about what a core crystal is. Do you know what an energy core crystal is? At this moment, Bai Shui was crafting bronze-grade weapons, utilizing the materials Lin Tian had previously provided, which were still sufficient for her needs. She intended to forge a complete set of bronze weapons and armor, significantly enhancing her strength. With this new equipment, she would be capable of battling even bronze-grade ferocious beasts. At this juncture, Bai Shui suddenly received a message from Lin Tian. Upon seeing him mention the energy core crystal, she paused momentarily and inquired, "Why are you asking about this all of a sudden?" Bai Shui was perplexed. The energy core crystal was not something one would typically know at this stage. How had Lin Tian come across this knowledge? Lin Tian, however, chose not to divulge too much information, merely responding softly, "I came across it by chance. I currently need an energy core crystal for something, so I wanted to ask if you knew about it." Initially, Lin Tian had harbored concerns. wondering if Bai Shui was indeed familiar with the energy core crystal, given its rarity. After all, silver and gold-grade items, particularly the core of the Gatling, are not widely known. I know about it, Bai Shui replied, nodding lightly. As a blacksmith with a natural talent for forging, she was well acquainted with such unique materials. Lin Tian's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this, and he eagerly asked, "Where can this be obtained? Is there anyone selling it in the world channel?" Securing an energy core crystal would enable him to forge formidable weapons. Bai Shui gently shook her head, saying this is a type of energy ore found only in special dungeons and regions. At this stage, no player should possess it. However, you could ask around. Who knows, someone might have discovered it. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Tian promptly began to inquire in the chat channel, asking if anyone was aware of the energy core crystal and expressing his willingness to pay a handsome price for it. Chapter 59, New Dungeon, Bloody Zombies, huh? How did over 1,000 people die again? As Lin Tian opened the chat channel, he was immediately struck by the sight of numerous players vanishing from the chat page. The current number of participants had dwindled to fewer than 6,000, totaling only 5,819. The probability of death is rather alarming, isn't it? Upon seeing the death rate, Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but recall the perilous thunderstorm zone he had previously faced. Had it not been for the presence of Huahua, he would have surely perished there. At this moment, Lin Tian's eyes were filled with profound astonishment and trepidation. For without Huahua, it would have been utterly impossible for him to navigate through that tempestuous area. Gratefulness for Huahua welled up within him as he meticulously examined the messages that had surfaced in the chat channel over the past few days. How annoying! Have you all noticed that the treasure chests have diminished in number? Indeed, they have significantly decreased. Previously, I could find a treasure chest every few kilometers, but now, after traveling over 10 kilometers, I have yet to encounter a single one. Could it be that the treasure chests have leveled up? Ever since completing the beginner's quest, I haven't seen a wooden chest offering a bronze gauntlet for sale, which increases strength by 2 points. Anyone interested? Selling a bronze pet egg. The danger level has escalated in recent days. Dozens of people disappear almost every hour. This place truly embodies the law of the jungle. The weak have no chance of survival. Did these individuals remain oblivious to the existence of the specially perilous zones? Could it be that they had not encountered such areas? Observing all the chat messages, it was evident that they were discussing the current dangers while noting the significant reduction in treasure chest spawns. However, this was most likely due to the elevation in the chest levels. Naturally, higher-level chests had a much greater spawn rate compared to their lower-level counterparts. Therefore, it was quite normal not to encounter wooden chests at this time. As for the death probability, it was indeed terrifyingly high. Had he stumbled upon that bizarre zone he previously encountered, without extraordinary means, survival would have been utterly impossible. High-priced acquisition of energy core crystals. After perusing the information, Lin Tian proceeded to announce his needs. The chat channel, which had been bustling with discussions, fell momentarily silent upon his arrival, as if time itself had paused. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Wow, the great Lin Tian has appeared. What is this energy core crystal? The great Lin Tian actually requires this item. I am quite curious as well. However, whatever the great Lin Tian needs must surely be of great value. I'll inquire with my friends who are offline to see if they have any. Great Lin Tian, what is this energy core crystal? What purpose does it serve?" Same curiosity here. Once Lin Tian spoke, numerous individuals began to take notice of him, and the topic swiftly shifted to the energy core crystals. In this world, Lin Tian had become a guiding beacon through his actions. Whatever he sought was undoubtedly valuable. At this moment, curiosity enveloped everyone regarding the nature of the energy core crystal that Lin Tian had mentioned. Observing the incessant stream of inquiries, Lin Tian noted that although each message pertained to the energy core crystal, they merely sought to understand what it was, yielding no substantial information. It appeared that these individuals were utterly unaware of the true essence of the energy core crystal. Muttering softly to himself, Lin Tian hesitated not a moment longer and promptly closed the chat channel, refusing to squander any more time on the matter. After severing the communication, Lin Tian approached Bai Shui once more, inquiring where might one obtain the energy core crystal. Earlier, Bai Shui had informed him that these crystals could only manifest in special dungeons and unique regions, yet she had not divulged the specifics of their appearance. She merely suggested that he inquire within the chat channel to see if anyone had discovered the energy core crystal, as he had not achieved the desired outcome. It was only natural for him to consult Bai Shui again. I'm not entirely sure either. All I know is that the energy core crystal can be found in a type of mine that only appears in dungeons and special locations, which are not encountered in ordinary circumstances, Bai Shui replied candidly, sharing all she knew without reservation. Upon hearing Bai Shui's words, Lin Tian refrained from further questioning. After listening to her for quite a while, he felt as though her explanations were rather nonsensical. Having concluded his conversation with Bai Shui, Lin Tian finished his meal and decided to take a brief respite before activating the armored vehicle to continue his journey. He hoped that pressing onward might lead him to the discoveries he sought. Discover Special Dungeon, Bloody Zombies, Difficulty, Bronze. Would you like to enter? Kind reminder, avoid being harmed by zombies, or you too shall be transformed into one. If misfortune befalls you, an antidote can be purchased. After driving approximately 5 kilometers without encountering any treasure chests, Lin Tian unexpectedly triggered a special dungeon teeming with zombies. Despite its bronze level designation, the danger was palpable. Should he be bitten, he would face transformation into a zombie. It was prudent to prepare some antidotes. Good grief, these are exorbitantly priced, he thought. Nevertheless, it's wise to have some for the sake of survival. The antidotes were available in the shop, but their cost was somewhat outrageous. Priced at 10 gold coins per vial, Lin Tian had to expend considerable resources to procure 2 vials. After all, such items were essential for preserving life. Having made all necessary preparations, Lin Tian hesitated no longer and chose to enter the dungeon. The familiar black space enveloped him once more, and he felt the disorienting whirl before his eyes opened to reveal a city shrouded in smoke. On the ground, remnants of limbs and severed arms lay scattered, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood, causing Lin Tian's complexion to shift slightly, an unsettling feeling brewing within him. Unable to bear the sight of the dismembered bodies any longer, he hastily opened the car door and crouched down, retching violently. In response to the commotion, nearby zombies immediately surged toward him. Unfazed, Lin Tian wiped the corner of his mouth and charged forward, wielding a spade. Chapter 60. A Great Fortune, Silver Level Energy Core Crack. A headshot. With the spade in hand, the world was his. With just a few swift strikes, Lin Tian dispatched all 6 zombies before him. These creatures were weaker than ordinary humans, merely offering themselves up as easy prey for Lin Tian. Although the zombies were feeble, their numbers were overwhelming, and as they detected the sounds emanating from this location, they surged forth in a frenzy. Roar! Lin Tian turned to glance behind him and was met with a sudden onslaught of zombies, dozens upon dozens of them, causing his expression to falter. Despite his superior combat prowess, the prospect of facing such a multitude sent a chill down his spine. Each of these zombies carried a strain of the biohazard virus. A mere brush against them could leave him grievously injured, and the antidote he had procured at great expense was not something he wished to waste. Quickly retreating to the armored vehicle, he started up and drove forward, although the ground was littered with corpses and the road nearly obstructed by zombies. The powerful engine of the armored vehicle crushed its way through. Unfortunately, the pace was agonizingly slow, each advance requiring tremendous effort, allowing the horde to close in on Lin Tian's rear. However, no matter how numerous the zombies were, they could not breach the armored vehicle's defenses, merely piling up against it. It was utterly repulsive. Most of these zombies were grotesquely disfigured, their bodies exuding a foul stench and adorned with ghastly colors, making the sight of them clinging to the armored vehicle profoundly nauseating. The windshield was completely obscured by their bodies, leaving Lin Tian unable to discern the road ahead, or even where he was headed. This situation was untenable. Frowning, Lin Tian pondered potential solutions, realizing that remaining trapped here was not an option. Although the zombies could not penetrate the armored vehicle or harm him, being confined like this could lead to his demise. He racked his brain for a way out, but no solutions presented themselves. He was utterly powerless to escape. The zombies outside completely enveloped the armored vehicle, rendering Lin Tian incapable of opening the door with his current strength. Even if Lin Tian forcibly opened the car door, the moment he stepped outside, the zombies would surge in with frenzied intensity, tearing him to shreds in an instant. Lin Tian did not believe that his enhanced physique, superior to that of an ordinary person, could withstand the assault of these relentless creatures. The biting power of the zombies was far beyond his capacity to endure. After contemplating for a considerable time without arriving at any feasible solution, Lin Tian turned his gaze to Hua Hua beside him, who had now become his last glimmer of hope. At this moment, only Hua Hua, shrouded in the armored vehicle, could charge forth with formidable strength to resolve their immediate peril. Otherwise, they would be eternally trapped here, unable to escape. Regrettably, due to prior immense exertion, Hua Hua seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Lin Tian, understanding the sacrifices Hua Hua had made, including sustaining injuries from celestial thunder, was reluctant to disturb his rest. Just as Lin Tian sat in the armored vehicle, feeling utterly helpless, a message suddenly appeared on the dashboard, an alert from Bai Shui. Upon reading the message, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a communication from Bai Shui. The mention of the energy core crystal piqued his curiosity, leaving him puzzled as to why she would bring it up at this juncture. However, as he delved deeper into the content of the message, a wave of elation washed over him. He had never anticipated such fortuitous news. With an energy core crystal, he could equip the vehicle-mounted Gatling gun and step out of the armored vehicle to confront the external threat. With this thought, Lin Tian eagerly inquired of Bai Shui, "Energy core crystal? Where is it? Bai Shui has gifted you an energy core crystal, silver." Yet, upon receiving the silver-grade energy core crystal, Lin Tian felt a tinge of disappointment. Had it been golden grade, it would have been far more advantageous. However, he realized he could upgrade the energy core crystal to gold, subsequently crafting the Gatling gun, which could then be elevated to platinum status. "Thank you. I will complete this instance first and then reach out to you," he expressed gratefully to Bai Shui before diving into the process of synthesizing the golden Gatling gun. Meanwhile, Bai Shui was driving her sports car, reveling in the picturesque scenery, when she heard Lin Tian's words, momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Chun Hao has entered another instance?" she murmured to herself, wondering what challenges he faced and what treasures he might uncover. After collecting her thoughts, Bai Shui continued to drive joyfully, confident that Lin Tian was not the type to seize an opportunity and vanish. In the early days of her acquaintance with Lin Tian, he generously gifted her a plethora of bronze materials intended for weapon crafting. He never sought their return, bestowing them entirely upon her. From this gesture, she discerned that Lin Tian was undoubtedly not the type to abandon his commitments. Had she harbored any doubts about him, she would have never dared to relinquish the energy core crystal so readily. Before utilizing the vehicle-mounted Gatling, gold, please confirm that all materials are prepared. Lin Tian surveyed the array of materials before him and nodded without hesitation. Confirmed. Upon his affirmation, a brilliant light materialized before his eyes, and all the gathered materials were drawn upward by an unseen force, merging seamlessly into the air. As the radiance faded, a magnificent Gatling appeared before Lin Tian, while simultaneously, the golden energy core crystal soared towards him, integrating into the golden Gatling. The golden Gatling has been successfully synthesized. Would you like to load it into the armored vehicle? Decline. Lin Tian immediately opted to upgrade the golden Gatling to a platinum Gatling. Load it. Receiving command, loading platinum Gatling, loading complete. Chapter 61. Awakening of Fire. The platinum grade Gatling weapon was swiftly mounted onto the armored vehicle, with Lin Tian selecting the rooftop as the vantage point, allowing him to either stand atop the vehicle to control it or operate it from within using instruments. Fire. Through the display screen, Lin Tian observed the densely packed horde of zombies outside. The moment the Gatling was deployed, it became enveloped by the relentless swarm. The multitude of zombies surrounded the entire Gatling, obscuring any view of the outside world. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian pressed the fire button. In an instant, a torrent of bullets erupted forth, instantly saturating the horde of zombies. The relentless barrage transformed them into mere husks, rendering them motionless as they collapsed. The Gatling atop the vehicle was freely maneuverable and operated by intelligent machinery. It responded without hesitation to any detected enemy presence, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Zombies that had climbed onto the armored vehicle were swiftly dealt with, while those charging towards it from afar fell like ants before the might of the Gatling, their lives being harvested incessantly. Groups of zombies tumbled down in staggering numbers, none ever reaching Lin Tian, all obliterated by the relentless fire of the Gatling. Is the ammunition infinite? Lin Tian pondered as he watched the Gatling continuously spewing forth red projectiles, which were not conventional bullets, but rather energy-based, reminiscent of legendary high-tech weaponry. Since the Gatling was activated, approximately 6 minutes had elapsed, during which over 1,000 zombies had been exterminated, yet the Gatling showed no signs of ceasing, seemingly unconcerned about its energy supply. As the wielder of the Gatling gun, Lin Tian found himself utilizing this formidable weapon for the first time, devoid of any prior instructions, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. However, with the Gatling gun at his disposal, its energy rounds effortlessly decimated the hordes of zombies, clearing his path. Unimpeded, Lin Tian pressed on the accelerator and advanced forward. Although numerous corpses littered the roadway, they did not hinder the armored vehicle's progress, albeit at a sluggish pace. Thus, he gradually moved ahead, covering approximately 2 kilometers in about an hour. Along this stretch of road, a dense carpet of bodies nearly obscured the path behind him, creating a gruesome tableau reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Observing this grim scene, Lin Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating having vanquished so many zombies. Where is the boss? Furthermore, what is the objective of this mission? Since entering this instance, he had been utterly unaware of his purpose, only knowing that the zombies obstructed his journey, prompting him to ruthlessly eliminate them. Yet, he never anticipated that after all his efforts, he remained oblivious to his actual mission. This instance lacked even a semblance of time, leaving him utterly at a loss regarding how to escape. Continuing his advance, Lin Tian traversed an additional 3 kilometers, and the number of zombies began to dwindle. On the control panel, the Gatling gun's operating system became visible, revealing that its energy reserves had dwindled to less than 10 units. At the current consumption rate, it would last no more than 10 more minutes. What was the nature of this task? Lin Tian pondered this question relentlessly, but no matter how hard he tried to comprehend the situation, he remained bewildered. The Gatling gun was his last line of defense. Once its energy was depleted, all his efforts would be in vain, leaving him trapped indefinitely. Though the zombie presence had diminished significantly, there were still dozens roaming about, with more approaching from a distance. What could that be? As Lin Tian continued to ruminate on the unfolding events, a sudden brilliance caught his eye, emanating from a nearby building rather than the outside. Fixating on the structure, confusion and curiosity filled his gaze. Master, what is this place? Just as Lin Tian pondered the source of the glow, he was taken aback when Hua Hua, unexpectedly familiar with the situation, interjected. Without awaiting Lin Tian's response, Hua Hua continued. Is it an energy core crystal? Master, from where did you acquire this object? What is it? Even Hua Hua is aware of the energy core crystal. This is something Lin Tian stumbled upon unintentionally, and only after Hua Hua had fallen asleep did he learn of it. He never anticipated that Hua Hua would also possess knowledge of the energy core crystal. Previously, when Hua Hua had made a contract with him, Lin Tian had accessed her memories and found no record of this energy core crystal within them. Why at this moment did Hua Hua suddenly recognize the energy core crystal? In his confusion, Lin Tian curiously inquired, how do you know about this energy core crystal? In response to Lin Tian's question, Hua Hua did not conceal anything. She simply replied, I don't know. Upon seeing that object, information about it suddenly emerged in my mind. Hearing this, Lin Tian remained contemplative. This must be a part of Hua Hua's inherited memories, which she was generally unaware of, only surfacing in specific circumstances. Such memories are triggered solely by the presence of particular items. Otherwise, they are unlikely to activate automatically unless Hua Hua's power reaches a certain level. Regarding this object, Lin Tian was uncertain how to explain it to Hua Hua, so he merely stated that it was acquired inadvertently. He then asked Hua Hua, can you see if there is any danger inside? Hua Hua turned her gaze towards the area Lin Tian indicated and soon noticed the glow emanating from the building. She shook her head and said, I do not sense any danger. Does the master wish to enter? With the absence of danger confirmed, Lin Tian hesitated no longer. He jumped down from the armored vehicle and walked toward the building, with Hua Hua swiftly following by his side, vigilantly observing their surroundings to ensure Lin Tian's safety. Chapter 62. The Inferno Within the Building Roar. Although the zombies outside had been eradicated by Lin Tian, numerous zombies still lurked within the building. Upon sensing the presence of the living, the crimson glow hidden in the shadows began to manifest. They all turned their attention towards the entrance where Lin Tian had entered, slowly advancing towards him. At this moment, upon entering the building, all light vanished instantly, plunging the entire structure into complete darkness, rendering the path ahead utterly indistinguishable. Even when Chun Hao extended his hand, it was as if he could not see his own 5 fingers. Lin Tian's gaze calmly observed the scene, refraining from recklessly advancing. Although he did not perceive any immediate mortal danger, it would be unwise to sustain injury due to a moment's negligence. Hua Hua, advance and take a look. Upon receiving the command, Hua Hua dashed into the darkness, flames igniting from her body, illuminating a 3-meter radius around her. As the area was illuminated, Lin Tian immediately felt a shiver run down his spine, and his stomach churned violently. The scene before him, in stark contrast to the zombies he had vanquished outside, resembled a veritable hell on earth. Unable to contain himself, he dashed towards the building's exterior, clutching his abdomen and retching uncontrollably. The interior was filled with decaying corpses, not merely those of zombies, but an array of other bodies, teeming with an infestation of insects, including numerous unhatched larvae. The ground was coated in a viscous liquid, exuding a foul stench. Fortunately, the darkness within obscured the path ahead, and Lin Tian, concerned for his safety, refrained from advancing further. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly stepped into that grotesque substance. The mere thought of such a fate filled him with dread, as he could scarcely fathom the extent of his discomfort had he truly stepped upon it. Master, what is wrong? Fire, initially eager to investigate further, was left without doubt upon witnessing Lin Tian's frantic exit and promptly followed him out. Now standing before Lin Tian, observing his distress, Fire felt perplexed. They had entered together, yet Lin Tian appeared to be the only one affected. Was it possible that he had been attacked by some monstrous entity? Master, wait here. I shall avenge you. Anger surged within Fire at the thought that a creature from that wretched area had harmed Lin Tian. After expressing his intent, he charged back into the building, determined to eradicate the monsters within. However, just as Fire prepared to leave, Lin Tian gestured for him to pause. What is it, Master? Fire, obedient as ever, had already reached the building's entrance and was poised to rush back inside, ready to cleanse the edifice of its malevolence. Unanticipatedly, Lin Tian called him to a halt, and without question, Fire returned to Lin Tian's side, his gaze fixed on him with curiosity. Master, do you have any instructions? Confounded, Fire could not grasp why Lin Tian was holding him back at such a crucial moment when he should be charging in to eliminate the vile creatures. Let us not act impulsively. First, ascertain whether the building is brimming with those repulsive entities. The presence of light within the building compelled Lin Tian to discern its source and whether it signified the completion of this task. Should Fire raise the structure, the light might be extinguished as well, leaving Lin Tian to ponder how he could escape. Thus, it was imperative that nothing transpired here without careful consideration. Understood, Master. Please take care. Upon receiving the directive, Hua Hua immediately dashed towards the towering edifice, swiftly vanishing into the inky darkness of the building, completely disappearing from Lin Tian's sight. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, pondering when the schematics for the mobile surveillance device would finally arrive. At this moment, he truly needed that instrument. Possessing it would prove immensely beneficial. Seated within the armored vehicle, he could command Hua Hua's movements without concern for the creature's safety. After all, Hua Hua was a legendary being with a bloodline of extraordinary caliber, currently exhibiting golden tier prowess, while this was merely a bronze tier dungeon, incapable of inflicting any harm upon Hua Hua. Even in the presence of a silver tier dungeon, Hua Hua would remain unscathed. At that moment, Hua Hua surged into the building like a tempest, swiftly conducting a thorough search throughout the entire structure, taking in the surroundings with keen awareness. Although he had confronted the monsters directly, they paid him no mind, for he bore no semblance of humanity. Their gaze merely glanced over him without acknowledgement. Recognizing their indifference and recalling his master's instructions, Hua dismissed these creatures with disdain, perceiving them as no more significant than mere insects. As long as they did not provoke him or threaten his master, he could hardly be bothered to regard them. Before long, Hua ascended to the top floor of the building, where he beheld a radiant stone, shimmering with brilliance, surrounded by a throng of creatures. Most took the form of spiders, with a few others resembling different entities. At the forefront loomed a colossal insect, its size rivaling that of a whale, before which rested a small box, emanating the mesmerizing glow. This must be the light his master had mentioned, he thought. I shall bring it back for my master to see. With determination, Hua charged towards the box without hesitation. The first to react was the enormous spider, the sovereign of that monstrous assembly, unleashing a piercing sonic wave aimed at Hua while commanding its minions to assault him. What is happening? At that moment, Lin Tian had returned to the armored vehicle, patiently awaiting the latest intelligence from Hua. He was utterly unprepared for the sudden onslaught of a deafening sonic wave, which caused his expression to shift dramatically as he instinctively covered his ears. Chapter 63. The enigmatic black gemstone. The final boss emerges. The sound was excruciatingly sharp. Had Lin Tian not reacted promptly, swiftly shielding his ears, this cacophony might have ruptured his eardrums. Faced with such a formidable noise, Lin Tian's heart raced with concern for Hua as he gazed towards the building, yet saw nothing amiss. Despite the clamor, the events unfolding within remained shrouded in mystery, compelling Lin Tian to attempt contact with Hua to ascertain the situation. However, at this moment, he possessed no equipment and was utterly unable to contact Hua, left merely to gaze helplessly ahead, unable to take any action. At this instant, Lin Tian's heart was seized by an overwhelming urge to rush into the building, to ascertain the nature of the situation within. No, I must enter and discover the truth. Despite a profound sense of unease, Lin Tian resolved to approach the building, eager to uncover the circumstances inside and to determine Hua's current safety. As Lin Tian arrived before the edifice, on the verge of stepping inside, his foot already crossing the threshold, he suddenly heard the shattering of glass. Reacting instinctively to the unexpected sound, Lin Tian turned to glance behind him, only to witness a colossal figure plummeting from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. It was an immense creature, comparable in size to a blue whale. Landing with a thud, its body shrouded in an inky darkness, evidently scorched by flames. Taken aback by this sight, Lin Tian found himself momentarily bewildered, murmuring in confusion. What on earth is this? The creature bore a resemblance to a spider, yet was distinctly unlike any spider Lin Tian had ever encountered, appearing exceedingly grotesque. Curiosity piqued. Lin Tian pondered the origin of this being's presence here. He cautiously approached, preparing to look up to discern how this monster had materialized when, in an instant, he saw Hua's figure swiftly exiting through a window. Clutched in her arms was a small box, no larger than a glass's case, yet it emanated a peculiar energy. Even Lin Tian, as a mere human, could distinctly sense this energy, leaving him to wonder what treasures lay within. Master, what are you doing here? Hua exclaimed, having intended to reunite with Lin Tian at the armored vehicle, completely taken aback by his unexpected appearance, casting a fleeting glance at the armored vehicle, questioning whether his eyes had deceived him. I heard a noise and was concerned for your safety, Lin Tian replied candidly, revealing the purpose of his presence to Hua, driven by worry for her well-being. Upon hearing his words, Hua felt a surge of joy and quickly responded, Thank you, master. That sound was produced by this creature, but I have already dispatched it. This is for you. Without hesitation, Hua presented the radiant box to Lin Tian, its surface glowing and exuding a gentle warmth. As Lin Tian accepted the box, he indeed felt the warmth, though he dismissed further speculation, instinctively attributing it to Hua's residual heat. After all, as a fire elemental, her entire being was enveloped in flames. It was only natural for her to leave a trace of warmth on the box. Upon receiving the treasure box, Lin Tian did not immediately open it. Instead, he turned to Hua and softly inquired, What lies within? Lin Tian possessed no knowledge of the contents inside, as the system had provided no introduction. What if it harbored some perilous entity? Lacking complete assurance, Lin Tian refrained from acting impulsively. I do not know, but there is no danger within, Hua replied, shaking his head, although he was unaware of the specifics. As an energy entity, he could distinctly sense that what resided in the treasure box posed no threat. Not only was it harmless to him, but Lin Tian, a mere mortal, was equally safe. Thus there was no cause for concern at that moment. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian nodded gently and promptly opened the box. The instant the treasure box was unveiled, a brilliant radiance erupted forth, akin to the scorching sun, compelling Lin Tian to instinctively shut his eyes. After approximately 2 minutes, the luminosity gradually subsided, allowing Lin Tian to cautiously reopen his eyes, revealing the scene before him. Inside the box lay a black gemstone, silently resting, its glow seemingly extinguished, as if it had lost all luster. It lay there in solitude, resembling a mere stone. Lin Tian carefully extracted the black gemstone, eager to discern its true nature. However, despite his scrutiny, he remained oblivious to its essence. "Hua, do you know what this is?" he queried, glancing at Hua, who was also fixated on the black gem, uncertain whether the entity possessed any knowledge about its purpose. Hua, upon hearing Lin Tian's inquiry, shook his head and replied, "I do not know. However, it indeed harbors a formidable energy within, which may prove beneficial to you in the future." Acknowledging this, Lin Tian nodded slightly and refrained from further discussion, swiftly storing the gemstone away. Its present utility was apparent, and it might indeed aid him in times to come. After all, it was a gift, and he placed it within his spatial ring, planning to examine it further when time permitted. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the earth as Lin Tian stowed the gemstone, nearly causing him to lose his footing. His gaze instinctively darted around in an attempt to discern the source of the disturbance. Was that the final boss? As Lin Tian peered ahead, he beheld a colossal mass rolling towards him, followed closely by a swarm of diminutive zombies. The formidable mass wreaked havoc in its wake, demolishing everything in its path, rendering even towering edifices powerless against its advance. "Master, you must flee. I shall hold them off," Hua urged. Fire glanced at the meatball, immediately resembling a tiny fire spirit as he charged directly towards it, plunging into the horde of corpses, unleashing a terrifying explosion in an instant. The meatball was obliterated, and at that moment, the system's voice echoed. Chapter 64. Departure from the instance. Kill the meatball zombie. Complete the instance task. Do you wish to exit the instance? Yes. Upon receiving the notification of task completion, Lin Tian's expression brightened with joy. Having accomplished the objective, he naturally could not linger any longer in this place. The air was saturated with a repugnant aura, a sensation that was truly discomforting. After nearly 8 hours in this locale, Lin Tian had neither consumed food nor even a sip of water. At this moment, he longed to return, yet he had not found a way to answer the lingering questions. In a flash of light, Lin Tian's figure vanished, and when he opened his eyes again, he had returned to his original world. Exiting the armored vehicle, he inhaled the fresh air outside, feeling as though he had been reborn. In that instant, a profound sense of comfort enveloped him. However, when he turned to glance back at the armored vehicle, his expression soured. The vehicle was drenched in blood, soiled and exuding an unpleasant odor. At that moment, Lin Tian's eyes reflected disdain. He felt an overwhelming urge to discard the armored car. Nevertheless, despite his aversion, he knew he had to continue driving it, hoping to find an opportunity to clean it later. The foul stench surrounding him was quite unbearable. Having been in this world for so long, why have I yet to encounter anyone else? This road seems endless, with no indication of a destination. If I can't see another human, I might truly lose my mind. I wish to date a girl. I also desire a man. Is there anyone who could deliver a baby? I am willing to pay handsomely. Once back on the road, Lin Tian found his appetite diminished, so he continued to maneuver the armored vehicle slowly while opening the chat channel to check for any recent updates. As he opened the chat, he noted a significant change in the number of participants. This time, the decrease was much less severe, with only about 100 individuals missing. A marked improvement compared to the previous loss of hundreds or even thousands. The chat channel offered little valuable information, primarily consisting of discussions about relationships between men and women, which Lin Tian chose to disregard. "Master, I'm hungry." Suddenly, Fire's voice broke through Lin Tian's focus on the chat. Having expended a considerable amount of energy, Fire was indeed famished and in need of sustenance. Lin Tian, caught off guard by Hua's words, found himself momentarily stunned. He had never contemplated such matters before, and was at a loss for how to respond to Hua's inquiry. Fixing his gaze on Hua, he softly inquired, "Do you only consume spiritual wood?" The last time they were in the Thunderstorm region, Lin Tian had given all his spiritual wood to Hua, and now he possessed none to offer. Upon hearing Lin Tian's question, Hua gently nodded and replied, "Yes, I only eat spiritual wood. Consuming anything else is futile. Elemental beings have specific dietary needs. Anything outside their designated food is of no use to them. Lin Tian, feeling somewhat helpless, gazed at Hua and admitted, I have no idea where to find spiritual wood. He was quite perplexed, as he had no knowledge of what spiritual wood was or where it could be located. If he had known its whereabouts, he could have retrieved some for Hua. Spiritual wood, along with other energy stones, could serve as nourishment for elemental beings. However, it must align with their elemental properties. For instance, if it were ice or water elemental, Hua would be unable to consume it, potentially causing harm instead of providing assistance. I don't have any. Lin Tian shook his head, confirming his lack of knowledge about how to procure such items. Observing Lin Tian's uncertainty, Hua did not press the matter further, but earnestly stated, Master, continue your journey. Should I discover anything, I will inform you. Determined to find the sustenance Hua required, Lin Tian disregarded the surrounding treasure chests and accelerated forward, reaching an incredible speed. After traveling approximately 100 kilometers, as Lin Tian began to feel impatience creeping in, Hua's voice suddenly resonated. Master, please stop. Reacting instinctively to Hua's command, Lin Tian halted and turned to her, softly asking, Have you found spiritual wood? Hua nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed. Master, it's just ahead, right here. Lin Tian opened the car door and peered outside. Although a forest lay before him, he could not discern any spiritual wood in sight. Before Lin Tian could fully react, Hua dashed ahead and concerned for her safety. He promptly followed her without hesitation. However, Hua's speed far exceeded Lin Tian's comprehension, surpassing even that of an armored vehicle. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from his view. Faced with this scene, Lin Tian felt a sense of helplessness, yet he did not halt his advance, swiftly pressing onward. Upon reaching his destination, he found not the so-called spiritual wood, but rather a ferocious beast blocking his path. This creature, a bronze-level tiger, fell victim to Firefire's lethal prowess before Lin Tian could even cast a glance. The bronze-level beast, before the golden-level Firefire, was no more significant than an ant, swiftly dispatched in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Firefire vanished from Lin Tian's sight, and before he could react, flames erupted throughout the forest, spreading rapidly with the wind. Goodness, could Firefire have ignited the entire forest for a morsel of food? Observing the raging flames, Lin Tian wasted no time, fleeing backward, acutely aware that any delay could result in his being consumed by the fire. Chapter 65. The Platinum-level Tree Demon. As Lin Tian plunged into the forest, he was met with an astonishing sight, his eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth is this? Before him stood a colossal entity, a sentient giant tree towering over 100 meters, adorned with countless formidable vines. Each movement of these vines could effortlessly shatter mountains and stones. The surrounding trees stood no chance against them, obliterated without a whisper of resistance, severed as if by the sharpest of axes. Lin Tian was momentarily frozen in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Master, do not approach. Fire, engaged in battle with the tree demon, seemed to sense Lin Tian's presence. Instinctively glancing his way, he quickly called out to deter Lin Tian from advancing. Upon hearing Firefire's warning, Lin Tian hesitated not a moment longer, drawing his golden-level weapon, a barret, and aiming it at the tree demon before pulling the trigger. Bang! A bullet soared forth, striking the tree demon, yet it astonishingly failed to breach its defenses. How could this be? Previously encountered lava giants, renowned for their defensive capabilities, had succumbed to his firepower. Why then did he find himself unable to penetrate the defenses of the tree demon before him? What could this mean? Lin Tian furrowed his brow, his expression darkening with confusion, unable to fathom the disparity in strength. The tree demon stood right before him, yet he could not breach its defenses. What level of creature was this? Why had the radar not responded earlier? Master, you must leave. This tree demon is platinum level. You cannot defeat it. Upon witnessing Lin Tian being targeted, Hua promptly cautioned that the tree's classification was not to be underestimated, having surpassed his own golden rank. Thus, with Lin Feng's current arsenal, he stood little chance against the formidable tree demon before him. As the tree demon became aware of Lin Tian's presence, its massive vines lunged toward him with ferocious intent, resembling a heavy truck crashing down upon its target. Reacting swiftly, Lin Tian deftly retreated, narrowly evading the crushing strike that struck the ground with a violent tremor. Had he not stepped back to maintain a safe distance, he would have surely been reduced to mere pulp by the relentless vine. What could possibly account for the presence of a platinum-tier beast in this locale? As Lin Tian found himself sprawled on the ground, he fixated on the earth beneath him, marred by long, deep grooves that quickened his heartbeat and sent adrenaline surging through his veins. If he struggled against a golden beast, how could he possibly contend with a platinum one? Engaging such a creature would undoubtedly spell his demise. Even automotive radars would fail to detect a beast of platinum rank. This was a guardian beast, tasked with the protection of a millennium-old spiritual fruit. Master, you should return. I will retrieve the millennium spiritual fruit for you shortly. Huohuo replied with urgency. Despite being merely a golden beast, Huohuo possessed a formidable innate bloodline, and, given his inherent advantage over plant life, he remained undaunted in the face of the tree demon. Very well. Take care of yourself, Lin Tian acknowledged, understanding that his own capabilities could not aid Huohuo in this perilous situation and would only serve to distract him. Without further hesitation, he turned and departed. Although Huohuo was only at the golden tier, he was more than capable of holding his own against the tree demon, and even if he were to falter, he could still find a way to escape. Reaching the armored vehicle, Lin Tian retrieved his Barrett rifle and gazed toward the distant battlefield. Though he could discern the ongoing skirmish, the dense foliage obscured his view, leaving him only with glimpses of fiery explosions while everything else remained shrouded in mystery. The combat was fierce, and Lin Tian watched with keen interest, silently praying for Huohuo's safety. Should anything happen to him, Lin Tian would be at a loss for what to do. The intensity of the battle persisted, and after approximately half an hour, a furious roar echoed through the air, causing the earth to tremble violently. This sound did not belong to Huohuo, but emanated from the tree demon, its voice ancient and resonant, hinting at centuries of existence. Curiosity piqued in Lin Tian's mind. What had transpired to invoke such rage from the tree demon? Before he could ponder further, a crimson figure swiftly approached him, revealing itself to be none other than Huohuo, clutching something in his arms. It was a chest radiating a bluish-white luminescence, additionally containing 2 red fruits adorned with intricate patterns. Master, quickly get in the vehicle and leave this place. Fire rushed to Lin Tian's side, swiftly tossing the treasure chest to him before immediately merging with the armored vehicle. In an instant, the armored vehicle surged forward as if equipped with rocket boosters, the intense sensation of acceleration causing Lin Tian to feel as though his very soul was leaving his body. Behind him, the howls of the tree demon echoed, accompanied by a barrage of tree arrows soaring toward him. Yet, Fire's speed was astonishing, and he deftly evaded the arrows through sheer velocity. After traveling at high speed for 50 kilometers, Fire finally disengaged from the armored vehicle, weakly settling into the passenger seat, pulling out a piece of wood and placing it into his mouth. Where did you get that? Lin Tian asked, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected item. He hadn't seen Fire with such a thing earlier, and its sudden appearance surprised him. I got it from that old tree demon, Fire mumbled, and as he consumed the wood, his condition improved significantly. He appeared more invigorated, shedding his previous weakness. Noticing Fire's transformation, Lin Tian softly inquired, what was the deal with that old tree demon? The radar had shown nothing prior, and now it had revealed the presence of the tree demon, leaving Lin Tian curious about the situation. That was a slumbering spirit tree, having lived for over 1,000 years. I never expected to encounter it here, Fire explained, recounting his experience with the old tree demon to Lin Tian. I truly didn't anticipate the world to be so perilous. We must exercise greater caution in the future, Lin Tian remarked, his gaze shifting to the platinum-grade treasure chest, contemplating the significant gains from their encounter. Chapter 66, Upgrading the Diamond Gem. Obtaining the diamond engine scroll, Lin Tian gazed at the platinum-grade chest, radiating a white-blue luminescence, his fingertips gently caressing its surface. The earlier skirmish between Fire and the platinum-grade tree demon still lingered in his mind, and now, this chest seemed to hold the key to calming the tumult within him. Taking a deep breath, he activated his innate skill to upgrade the treasure chest. Delicate diamond patterns spread like living tendrils from his fingertips to the chest's surface, causing it to tremble violently as its brilliance intensified. The white-blue glow gradually yielded to a resplendent purple light, the former hues dissipating entirely to reveal the chest transformed into a vibrant purple radiance. At that moment, Lin Tian's innate skill manifested its profound power. With a thunderous boom, the light vanished, unveiling a diamond-grade chest adorned with sharp angles and mysterious runes. Why does this chest bear special runes? Why did the previous chests lack such inscriptions? Lin Tian pondered, his eyes filled with confusion and intrigue, unable to grasp the unfolding mystery. In previous upgrades, the transformation had occurred instantaneously, without consuming any time. Whether it be of silver or gold grade, the completion was instantaneous and devoid of any markings. Yet, to Lin Tian's astonishment, there were indeed intricate patterns upon it. Master, this aura is far superior to that of the platinum grade. Firefire's eyes sparkled with excitement, its flames flickering more vigorously in response. Previously, when it had brought back the platinum grade treasure chest, it had sensed a formidable energy within, realizing then that it could aid its master. Now, however, this diamond treasure chest was undeniably more potent than the platinum one, at least tenfold, if not more. One could only wonder what treasures lay within. As it was Lin Tian's first encounter with a diamond treasure chest, he hoped it would not disappoint. Lin Tian licked his dry lips, suppressing the burgeoning desires within, and slowly began to open the chest. The moment the diamond treasure chest creaked open, the purple patterns emitted a radiant glow, and suddenly, a beam of light shot skyward, dazzlingly bright, transforming the area around Lin Tian into a sea of purple. Even the daylight could not overshadow this brilliance. Instinctively, Lin Tian shut his eyes against the blinding light, which was so intense that even he found it difficult to look upon. The purple luminescence persisted for a considerable duration, lasting at least 3 minutes before gradually dissipating. Lin Tian's mind was filled with the thought that he must never open a diamond treasure chest in the presence of foes. As he closed his eyes, he contemplated how this was akin to a flashbang, rendering him completely immobilized and unable to resist against adversaries. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Tian finally opened his eyes to behold the interior of the diamond treasure chest, where 3 items lay quietly. A black scroll inscribed with celestial maps, a vial of fragrant green liquid, and a ring pulsating with an ethereal blue light. Were these? Lin Tian mused, picking up the scroll. The moment his fingers brushed against it, a torrent of information surged into his mind. This was a synthesis scroll named Diamond Engine, which could transform materials into a special engine, thereby upgrading a vehicle to diamond grade. However, crafting this diamond engine required unique materials, as ordinary ones would not suffice. At present, Lin Tian lacked these materials, rendering the scroll useless for the time being, so he decided to store it away for future use when the need arose. With the diamond engine synthesis scroll in hand, he only needed to continue gathering other automotive components to expedite the ascension of his vehicle's grade. This is indeed promising, Lin Tian thought, placing the diamond engine synthesis scroll within his spatial ring. He then picked up the vial of green liquid, and the system's notification chimed. Fountain of life, capable of instantly restoring all injuries and enhancing human potential. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tian was overwhelmed with elation. Possessing this artifact would ensure his survival, paving the way for unrestrained adventures ahead. He picked up the ring, which turned out to be a spatial ring, boasting an internal capacity of 1,000 cubic meters and an innate ability to conceal one's presence. Although he already possessed a ring, he pondered whether he could merge them. Lin Tian mused softly regarding the newly acquired ring. He found himself more concerned about the one in his possession, as it could immunize him against a fatal blow. It activated automatically, negating the need for his conscious intervention, thus safeguarding his life during critical moments. Until he acquired a more powerful ring, Lin Tian would not relinquish his current one. He would choose to either store this new ring or sell it, or perhaps use it as material for an upgrade. Lin Tian, do you still need energy core crystals? Just as Lin Tian was reveling in his fortune, he unexpectedly received a message from Bai Shui, which momentarily stunned him. He had completely forgotten to respond to her earlier request. He promptly opened Bai Shui's chat page, intending to reply, but accidentally clicked on the chat channel, which was abuzz with activity. You won't believe it. Today, I stumbled upon a bizarre ruin in the desert. As soon as I approached, I was assaulted by a mysterious force. If not for my life-saving measures, I would have perished by now. Ruins? That place is a death trap. Once you enter, you can't come back out. Have you noticed how the number of people in the World Channel has been dwindling? Have we all grown stronger? Stronger? Nonsense. Yesterday, I encountered a pack of mutated wolves. Had I not fled swiftly, I would have been their next meal. It's not that we become stronger, but rather that we learn to be more cautious. Lin Tian observed these messages with little reaction. Apologies. I encountered some issues and forgot. Here, take this. He transferred all his bronze materials to Bai Shui, knowing she had a greater interest in them due to her vocation as a forger. Thank you, Lin Tian. Do you still need energy core crystals? I have 2 bronze ones. She promptly sent him the 2 bronze energy core crystals, but Lin Tian, without even glancing at them, declined, stating, I require at least silver grade ones. Bronze grade are unnecessary. His current weapon, a mounted Gatling gun, was of gold grade, necessitating gold grade energy core crystals, rendering anything below that obsolete. All right then, Bai Shui replied, refraining from further comments, and cautiously inquired, Lin Tian, do you have any silver grade materials? I sense that my forging level is on the verge of advancement, and I require silver grade materials. Chapter 67. The core of the signal-emitting device. Lin Tian paused for a moment, his fingertips hovering over the screen. Ever since Bai Shui had sent him a silver-grade energy core, they had lost contact. Little did he expect that she too was grappling with the challenges of upgrading her forging skills. He opened the storage interface of his spatial ring, gazing at the mountain of materials within, those accumulated from completing the novice trial tasks. These silver-grade materials held little value for Lin Tian. Just in time, he had a surplus. Quickly enhance your forging skills. If you require more, do not hesitate to let me know, he responded, promptly commanding the system to package and send all the materials to Bai Shui. Watching the silver-grade materials dwindle within the ring, he felt not discomfort, but rather a sense of relief. In this perilous world, having a formidable ally was undoubtedly preferable to acquiring another adversary. A few seconds later, Bai Shui responded with a flurry of exclamation marks and grateful emojis. Big brother, you are my hero? Once the upgrade is complete, I will be the first to craft equipment for you. Lin Tian smiled, closing the chat window with Bai Shui before accelerating. The bronze-grade armored vehicle roared as it traversed a fragment of the shattered highway, the tires kicking up gravel that clattered against the armored plating. This vehicle had navigated numerous treacherous terrains, its exterior marred by scratches and its chassis somewhat loose. It was indeed time for an upgrade. There's a reflection ahead. Hua was suddenly remarked, her fiery fingertips pointing towards an abandoned gas station on the right. Lin Tian slowed down as he approached and, sure enough, spotted a green glowing box behind a fuel dispenser, a bronze-grade resource treasure chest. Once again, it was bronze. Lin Tian leaped from the vehicle, picked up the chest, and brushed off the dust before activating his innate skill. A pale golden light surged from his palm, swiftly erasing the corrosion on the chest's surface, transforming the bronze chest into a silver-grade one. Without hesitation, he opened the upgraded silver-grade chest. Congratulations! You have obtained silver-grade anti-skid tires X4. Traits, suitable for muddy and icy surfaces, traction enhanced by 30, just the upgrade he needed. Lin Tian tossed the tires into the spatial ring, and as he returned to the vehicle, the radar signaled. Energy response detected 500 meters to the southwest. He drove towards the signal and discovered a second bronze chest beneath an overturned fuel tanker, which, upon upgrading, yielded a silver-grade shock-absorbing spring. For the next 2 hours, it seemed as though Lady Luck had bestowed her favor upon Lin Tian. He triggered a series of treasure chests, discovering 7 bronze chests in various locations, inside abandoned service area refrigerators, wrecked truck trailers, and even amidst derelict cars. After upgrading all to silver-grade, the rewards were exceedingly generous. Silver-grade oil filter reduces engine wear, prolongs lifespan. Silver-grade bulletproof glass reinforcement film. Impact resistance increased by 50 with an anti-fog feature. Silver-grade muffler reduces operational noise, decreasing the likelihood of detection by mutated creatures. The silver-grade auxiliary fuel tank increases the fuel capacity by 50 liters, enhancing the range to 800 kilometers. The components are nearly assembled, with only a few parts remaining. Upon completing the advanced tasks, the vehicle can be upgraded to silver grade. Lin Tian meticulously counted the automotive parts, subsequently storing them all within the spatial ring. Firefire perched on the dashboard, eyes intently fixed on the road ahead, Master. An energy field has emerged ahead, seemingly the entrance to a dungeon. A faint lavender mist was discernible on the horizon, within which the distorted outline of a road could be glimpsed. Upon consulting the platinum-grade radar, no threats were detected, yet Lin Tian remained cautious. Despite approaching the dungeon's entrance, he had not encountered any danger. Typically, if threats were present, the creatures would have launched an attack by now. Naturally, one must venture into the dungeon to investigate. With both hands firmly grasping the steering wheel, Lin Tian plunged the armored vehicle into the mist. The scenery transformed dramatically as he passed through the fog. The once asphalt road quickly morphed into rusty tracks, flanked by derelict train carriages, and the air was thick with the scent of coal smoke and rust. Triggered gold-grade dungeon, the rusted train station. Mission: locate the core of the signal transmitter within the control room of the train station. Hint: beware of the mutated railroad workers within the dungeon. Their wrenches and steel rods pose a threat. Suddenly, a sound caught Lin Tian's attention, and instinctively he glanced back. A 2-meter-tall monster was emerging from a carriage. Clad in tattered blue overalls, its skin resembling rusted metal, wielding a gleaming, oversized wrench. Mutated railroad worker, gold grade. Goodness, a monster appeared so soon, and it's a gold grade. Fire, fire, activate the Gatling gun. The gunfire echoed through the empty train station, bullets striking the railroad worker and instantly eliminating it. What would a gold-grade creature do? Before the might of a platinum-grade weapon, it was no more than an insect. With the first mutated railroad worker dispatched, a cacophony of sounds erupted as more appeared. Lin Tian looked up to see a dozen railroad workers spilling from various carriages, wielding an assortment of weapons including steel rods, crowbars, and even a rusty chainsaw. The real excitement was about to commence. Lin Tian licked his lips, feeling not fear but exhilaration. After such a battle, he found that rather than dread, there was an undeniable surge of adrenaline. The sensation was exhilarating, indescribably so. Lin Tian swiftly opened the spatial ring, dumping out the newly acquired silver-gray components. Fire, fire. Assist me in replacing the tires with anti-skid ones and installing the new shock-absorbing springs. Taking advantage of the distance from the railroad workers, Lin Tian and Fire busied themselves. The armored vehicle, now equipped with silver-grade anti-skid tires, glided smoothly along the tracks, barely jolting even as it rolled over piles of gravel. Lin Tian skillfully maneuvered the vehicle through the gaps between trains, occasionally toppling approaching monsters while using a Gatling gun to clear the encroaching foes. Amidst the fierce battle, Lin Tian fortuitously noticed a plaque affixed to a signal light post beside the tracks, inscribed with the information that the control room was located underground at Platform 3. Eureka! Lin Tian swiftly turned the vehicle around and charged towards Platform 3. The entrance there was obstructed by an iron gate, which he rammed through with his armored vehicle, shattering it into pieces. Inside the subterranean control room, dust blanketed the surfaces, clearly indicating a long period of neglect. Save for the central control console, which flickered with a faint green light. Amidst a pile of discarded instruments, Lin Tian discovered his mission objective, the core of the signal transmitter. It was a silver crystal about the size of a fist, adorned with intricate circuit patterns. Acquired a gold-level item. Signal transmitter core. Function can be used to upgrade the vehicle's communication system, unlocking cross-regional encrypted channels. Dungeon mission completed. You may choose to leave immediately or continue exploring. This core was quite impressive. Didn't it mean he could connect to chat channels beyond his current region? Lin Tian quickly stowed the crystal away, eager to upgrade his armored vehicle's communication channels upon his return. There might still be hidden treasure chests in the train cars of this dungeon, and having made it this far, he would not squander the opportunity. Chapter 68. Advancing through the dungeon, upgrading to silver armored vehicle. Lin Tian's bronze-level armored vehicle roared amidst the cacophony of shattering glass walls. He focused intently on calibrating his platinum-level radar. As he traversed the roadway, he couldn't help but glance towards the building on his left, sensing something intriguing above. Fixating on the green glow on the radar, Lin Tian cautiously exited the armored vehicle and made his way into the building, quickly directing his gaze toward a storefront window on the second floor of the mall. There, a familiar bronze-green light gleamed brightly. A bronze treasure chest rested securely atop a cabinet. After ensuring the area was devoid of danger, Lin Tian swiftly retrieved the bronze treasure chest and stored it within his ring. However, No sooner had he secured it than two zombies, gnawing on decaying flesh, lunged at him. With quick reflexes, Lin Tian swung a military shovel, striking one zombie squarely on the head. The already decayed cranium was reduced to a mass of mangled flesh. Back inside his armored vehicle, Lin Tian extracted the bronze treasure chest and upgraded it to a silver-level chest. Congratulations! You have acquired a silver-level vehicle battery 1. Lin Tian continued to drive, gathering materials without concern for the passage of time or the number of silver-level chests he had opened. Finally, he had amassed all the silver-level components. Meanwhile, the system's voice echoed in his ears. All upgrade components have been collected. Would you like to initiate the silver trial dungeon? Upon conquering the challenge, your bronze armored vehicle shall seamlessly ascend to a silver armored vehicle. The task has a time limit of 24 hours, and there are no penalties for failure. Re-entry is prohibited within this time frame. At last, the opportunity for advancement has arrived. Lin Tian inhaled deeply, casting a fleeting glance at the eager fire in the passenger seat, and nodded gently in agreement. The trial instance has commenced. May fortune favor you. No sooner had Lin Tian given his consent than, before he could even react, a zombie, entirely encrusted with moss, collided violently with the windshield, its decaying fingers scratching the glass with a dissonant screech. What on earth is happening? The abrupt turn of events left Lin Tian momentarily bewildered. Had he truly entered the instance without any forewarning? The zombie, unable to recover from the impact, slid off the glass and was instantly crushed into a pulp beneath the armored vehicle. Instance mission: reach the signal tower at the end of the highway within 3 hours, activating the emergency broadcast system while ensuring the core components of the armored vehicle remain undamaged. Failure allows for a restart. Roar! Before Lin Tian could gather his wits, several massive figures charged toward him. These were gigantic zombies, the smallest towering over 5 meters, with the tallest reaching an astounding 15 meters. They were closing in from both the front and behind, predominantly bronze grade, with a few silver grade among them. They must not impede my progress. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian pressed the accelerator to the floor. Should he become trapped, the completion of his mission would be jeopardized. He activated the mounted Gatling gun. The platinum-grade weapon effortlessly dispatched the zombies, while the tremendous power of the armored vehicle crushed their bodies with ease. Yet, there were too many zombies. This would not suffice. Watching the energy gauge of the Gatling gun plummet, Lin Tian's expression shifted slightly as he pondered his next move. Master, keep driving. I shall assist you. The vehicle companion vanished from the passenger's seat, swiftly merging into the armored vehicle. In an instant, the armored vehicle erupted with fearsome energy, propelling forward like a rocket. The golden flames incinerated the zombies, blocking the path, reducing the survivors to mere mush. Within a mere 10 minutes, they reached the mission's destination and completed the ultimate task. Congratulations on completing the advancement trial mission. Distributing mission rewards. The armored vehicle upgrade procedure is automatically initiating. In an instant, the armored vehicle was enveloped in a dazzling silver light, so brilliant that Lin Tian could scarcely open his eyes. As the silvery radiance dissipated, all scratches vanished, leaving the vehicle looking pristine and its classification elevated from bronze to silver. Dear player, congratulations on the upgrade of your bronze armored vehicle to a silver armored vehicle. All attributes have been comprehensively enhanced. New feature added: amphibious mode, allowing free navigation in water bodies up to approximately 15 meters deep. The energy shield can automatically activate or deactivate, capable of withstanding attacks below the silver level. The intelligent driving assistance system adeptly navigates around obstacles, guiding the vehicle to designated locations. The internal storage expansion increases the vehicle's interior space by 50%, allowing for the potential establishment of a kitchen. Lin Tian caressed the upgraded steering wheel, his face illuminated with satisfaction. The announcement echoed throughout the server. Lin Tian has upgraded his bronze-level armored vehicle to a silver-level armored vehicle. Upon returning to the real road, as Lin Tian switched his armored vehicle to autonomous driving mode, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Wow, Lin Tian has upgraded again. His speed of advancement is astonishing. I am not even at bronze level, and Lin Tian has already ascended to silver level. It's utterly terrifying. How long has it been since Lin Tian reached silver level? I can't even gather enough materials for bronze. Lin Tian, please share how you achieved this upgrade. Having just emerged from a dungeon, Lin Tian was oblivious to the messages flooding the chat. Suddenly, a private message from Bai Shui popped up. Big shot. You are incredible. Having upgraded your armored vehicle to silver level. Alas, I have yet to gather the necessary components. Feeling fortunate, Lin Tian smiled, but said little in response. Bai Shui then sent him an email. Big shot, this is for you. She presented him with an item, a silver-level leather armor that could enhance his defense. You crafted this yourself? Lin Tian inquired, slightly furrowing his brow, astonished that Bai Shui could forge a silver-level item. Yes, Bai Shui confirmed. Accepting the armor from Bai Shui, Lin Tian remarked, keep this as it may assist you in reaching silver level sooner. With his armored vehicle already silver, his next target was the gold level. Lin Tian decided to gift Bai Shui some of his surplus silver level components, a token of gratitude for her offering. Chapter 69, Diamond Level Beast Core. As Lin Tian switched his armored vehicle to cruise mode, relinquishing manual control, he promptly claimed the leather armor gifted by Bai Shui. This armor, crafted from the pelt of the Jungle Wolf King, felt exceptionally luxurious to the touch, far surpassing the leather garments of his previous life. Jungle leather armor, silver level, attributes, physical defense 35, energy defense 20, swift movement, active skill, upon activation, increases movement speed by 15 for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Indeed, with this item, his survivability had significantly improved once more. While his offensive capabilities were commendable, his defense and speed were lacking. Enhancing these attributes would enable Lin Tian to survive better and potentially turn the tide against his opponents. Lin Tian exhibited no hesitation as he swiftly donned the leather armor. The armor conformed seamlessly to his physique, allowing for unimpeded movement while remaining completely concealed beneath his clothing. The armored vehicle navigated autonomously, requiring minimal attention from Lin Tian. Should there be a treasure chest or other resources nearby, the vehicle's radar would promptly alert him. Time passed unnoticed as Lin Tian immersed himself in the chat channel, gathering information about this world, when suddenly a dull thud echoed from the roof of the vehicle, reminiscent of a heavy object crashing down. Lacking surveillance cameras, Lin Tian could only roll down the window and peer out at the roof, where two ferocious beasts resembling hyenas were gnawing at the armored car. Their fur was a dark gray, and their claws glimmered with a metallic sheen, indicating a terrifying fusion of technology and biology. Surrounding him were several more of these creatures, having stealthily encircled him without his notice. Lin Tian furrowed his brow in surprise. When had these beasts appeared? Without hesitation, he activated the vehicle's Gatling gun. The platinum-grade Gatling unleashed a torrent of flames, energy projectiles raining down like a deluge. Though the iron-clawed hyenas possessed formidable defenses, they were no match for the platinum-grade weapon. Within moments, a dozen of the beasts were reduced to mere carcasses, their dark blood staining the roadway. The scent of blood acted as a beacon, attracting even more hyenas. Lin Tian glanced at the energy display, noting the Gatling's energy reserve plummeting visibly, now dwindling to around 10 units. Such a platinum-grade weapon must be conserved for critical moments. Just as he contemplated deactivating the Gatling to preserve energy, a colossal beast, twice the size of a regular hyena, charged down from a nearby hillside. Its fur was a fiery red, adorned with a spiraled horn protruding from its forehead. With a mighty roar, the beast charged towards the armored vehicle, evidently the leader of the pack. The final burst from the Gatling gun claimed a few more ordinary hyenas, but its energy reserves were completely exhausted, the barrel emitting wisps of smoke as it cooled. Fortunately, the platinum-grade Gatling had inflicted significant damage upon the red-horned hyena king, granting Lin Tian an opportunity to defeat it. The golden-grade beast must be slain. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian grasped his entrenching tool and pushed open the vehicle door. As he disembarked, 3 remaining iron-clawed hyenas lunged at him with astonishing speed, their claws slicing through the air towards his throat. Lin Tian deftly sidestepped the first attacker, swinging the entrenching tool with precision. A sharp crack resonated as he shattered the hyena's ribcage, sending it howling into the distance. Another beast approached from the side, but he utilized the swift effects of the leather armor to retreat a half-step, evading its claws while delivering a decisive blow to its head. The last hyena opened its maw, only to receive a swift kick to the jaw, snapping 2 of its fangs in the process. Just as Lin Tian sought to catch his breath, The ground beneath him began to tremble violently. The crimson-horned hyena, king, charged forward, its red eyes fixated on Lin Tian, exhaling hot breaths through its nostrils as the horn on its forehead began to glow ominously. Sensing the imminent danger, Lin Tian promptly activated the energy defense of his armor and positioned his engineer's shovel before him. The crimson-horned hyena, king, suddenly lowered its head, its spiraled horn glowing red as it lunged forward. With a resounding crash, Lin Tian felt as though he had been struck by a truck. His body propelled backward until he collided with an armored vehicle, leaving him breathless. The energy shield of his armor flickered twice, absorbing most of the impact. Yet his arms still tingled from the shock. The golden tier beast was overwhelmingly powerful. His bronze tier weapon was utterly ineffective against it. Lin Tian contemplated utilizing his golden barret, but the proximity made it impossible. Just as despair began to settle in, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Do these insignificant creatures dare to harm my master? Hua Hua, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, was engulfed in fierce flames. Unexpectedly, the crimson-horned hyena king ignited in flames as well, its terrifying blaze causing it to leap about. Emitting frantic roars, it attempted to pounce on Lin Tian, only to be sent flying by a single punch from Hua Hua. In the face of such overwhelming power, the crimson-horned hyena king quickly succumbed to the flames. Congratulations, you have slain the golden tier beast, crimson-horned hyena king, and received 1 golden treasure chest. Thank you, Hua Hua, Lin Tian said, as Hua Hua hurriedly retrieved the golden treasure chest for him. At that moment, Lin Tian sat exhausted on the ground, regaining his strength before rising. Without hesitation, he initiated the talent upgrade, and the surface of the chest revealed platinum tier patterns. Upon opening it, he discovered a dark red crystal, entwined with fiery designs. Acquired, platinum tier fire beast core, capable of enhancing the bloodline of battle pets. Fire beast core, platinum tier upon use. It grants the battle pet a platinum tier bloodline. If the bloodline cannot be enhanced, it allows for evolution. This is for you, Lin Tian addressed Hua Hua, wondering if it would enable Hua Hua to ascend to platinum tier. However, Hua Hua's eyes were filled with disdain as it muttered, "What a worthless item. I don't need it. I can ascend to diamond tier." Lin Tian continued, "If it can elevate Hua Hua's power to diamond tier, then I would be invincible at this stage. I don't need it. This thing is trash," Hua Hua retorted without a moment's thought. "It's not even as good as those 2 little ones." The little ones Hua Hua referred to were the 2 small lions. As Hua Hua outright rejected the core, Lin Tian did not insist, but instead brought 1 small lion closer, cautiously presenting the beast core before it, pondering how to use it. The small lion seemed to sense something, opening its mouth and swallowing the beast core whole. In an instant, a powerful flame enveloped the small lion's entire body. Chapter 70. The Role of Gem's Master. The scanner has detected movement. It appears something is approaching. Lin Tian was entirely focused on the little lion, completely oblivious to the radar. Had it not been for Hua Hua's intervention, he would have remained unaware of the automobile radar's alerts. His gaze swiftly shifted to the radar, where, unbeknownst to him, numerous small red dots had suddenly appeared, signifying danger. There were at least a dozen of these ominous markers. It was evident that each red dot represented a threat. As the red dots drew nearer, Lin Tian's vision was soon filled with a pack of creatures resembling hyenas. Their fur resembled rusted iron, and their teeth were sharp shards of metal, clattering as their limbs collided during their frenzied run. Rusted iron hyena, bronze-level mutated creature. Trait, metal devourer. Are all these creatures made of steel? What drives them? Lin Tian furrowed his brow, intrigued. If these beings were indeed composed of metal, what powered them? He pondered whether he could extract energy from them to recharge his Gatling gun. Hua Hua, eliminate them. Understood, master. Without hesitation, Hua Hua surged forth, its golden-level prowess easily overwhelming the bronze-level beasts. In mere seconds, all were vanquished. Casting a glance at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, Lin Tian gathered them up. Though devoid of flesh and blood, the steel could be repurposed as valuable materials. Before long, Lin Tian arrived at an abandoned highway service area, where the gas station's canopy lay toppled and the fuel pumps were twisted into grotesque shapes. It was evident that there was no gasoline left. He murmured softly, observing the completely wrecked pumps. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Tian spotted a convenience store, its glass doors fissured and seemingly on the verge of collapse. Through the darkness within, he discerned a shadowy figure moving, though its features were obscured by the inky blackness. With a spade in hand, Lin Tian cautiously approached the convenience store's entrance. Just as he reached the door, a rusted arm suddenly emerged through the gap, its nails resembling steel hooks, lunging for his throat. Reacting swiftly, Lin Tian sidestepped, bringing the spade down in a strike against the creature's elbow. A sharp crack echoed as the arm broke like a corroded pipe, revealing the dark gray bones within. From the store emerged a figure clad in rusted armor, an iron man, its head entirely mechanical, with a crystal pulsating with a red glow embedded in its chest. Rusted Guardian, silver-level mutated creature, core energy source, abandoned engine crystal. The biological entities in this world are truly remarkable. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. This construct was wholly mechanical, devoid of any humanity. Hua, take over. Upon receiving the command, Hua unleashed a fiery blaze that swiftly annihilated the target. Congratulations. You have obtained an engine crystal core, silver level, corroded type. Characteristic, contains unstable energy, which can be utilized for temporary power augmentation of armored vehicles. Its instability may harm the vehicle's engine. This trinket holds little value, Lin Tian murmured softly, discarding it into his spatial ring. Although it could enhance the armored vehicle's power in critical moments, its volatility posed a risk to the machinery. Thus, Lin Tian resolved to reserve its use for dire situations only. After stowing away the spoils in his spatial ring, Lin Tian turned to enter the convenience store, now in a state of disrepair. The floor was strewn with dust and decaying food, offering nothing of worth. Just as he prepared to leave, a metallic cabinet in the corner caught his attention. Its door was secured with a combination lock, concealing potential treasures within. Lin Tian retrieved his entrenching tool and, after considerable effort, managed to pry it open. Inside the cabinet lay 6 neatly stacked cans of compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of purified water, and a silver toolbox. The toolbox contained a set of silver-level automotive repair tools, and beneath them rested a yellowed map, marked in red ink with a secret passageway from Zone A to Zone D. Could this be a treasure map? Lin Tian pondered, speculating about the hidden riches it might reveal. As he gathered the supplies into his spatial ring, 3 corroded sentinels rapidly encircled him, their sights set on Lin Tian within a convenience store. Master, allow me to handle them, Hua exclaimed, dashing forth to eliminate the 3 sentinels with ease. After collecting the fallen spoils, Lin Tian activated the armored vehicle, navigating along the route indicated on the map, veering into a side path. The terrain grew increasingly bumpy, eventually transforming into a rugged dirt road strewn with gravel. After approximately half an hour of travel, Lin Tian finally spotted an abandoned railway, flanked by weeds towering at waist height, with a no trespassing sign hanging from a distant signal pole. Consulting the map, he parked the armored vehicle beside a derelict signal house, its thick walls capable of fending off external threats. Lin Tian took out the compressed biscuits and water, replenishing his energy briefly before feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He examined the map closely. The secret passage spanned roughly 120 kilometers, with 3 designated resupply points marked along the way, though their current status remained uncertain. Yet, even without resupply, Lin Tian felt no concern. He possessed ample provisions to last at least half a month. As he folded the map and tucked it away, his fingers brushed against a black gemstone in his pocket. Since acquiring it in the dungeon, it had remained inert, but earlier, as he approached the corroded sentinels, the gemstone had inexplicably warmed, seemingly attuned to that source of energy. What on earth is this? Lin Tian held the gemstone in the palm of his hand, scrutinizing it as the moonlight streamed through the window of the signal room, illuminating the surface of the gem. The intricate patterns on it faintly glimmered, resembling a complex circuit diagram. Suddenly, as he approached the engine core, the gemstone emitted a faint blue light, casting a blurred line of text in the air. Corrosive energy detected. Would you like to absorb and purify? Lin Tian paused for a moment, then resolutely replied, purify. In that instant, the blue light from the gemstone intensified remarkably, continuously drawing in the corrosive essence from the engine core, swiftly transforming it into a pure white. This gemstone is unexpectedly a purifying artifact. Chapter 71. Arrival at the destination. The signal room was eerily quiet in the dead of night, with hardly a sound to be heard. Although Lin Tian had his eyes closed and had felt particularly drowsy earlier, sleep eluded him as he pondered over the events of the past few days. As he contemplated, he retrieved the map he had previously acquired, meticulously examining the information it contained. He murmured to himself, the supply station indicated in the secret passage may have long since transformed into a monster's nest. Despite such thoughts, Lin Tian held no intention of abandoning his journey. As the first light of dawn broke, Lin Tian washed up briefly and had a light meal before setting out. The rust on the railway tracks was significantly less than that on the roads, as if some unseen force was curbing the spread of corrosion. Lin Tian activated his scanner, and the energy readings displayed were faint, mostly comprising bronze-level mutated creatures, posing little threat. By noon, as the armored vehicle rolled into the first supply station, Lin Tian arrived at a long-abandoned water tower. The base of the tower had a pried-open hole, revealing a dark interior that exuded a faint, musty odor. Hua, keep watch outside while I take a look inside, Lin Tian instructed, handing the responsibility to Hua, who was an elemental creature of fire and despised water. Once inside the water tower, Lin Tian meticulously surveyed the interior. It was more spacious than he had anticipated, with several intact water barrels stacked in the corners and a rusty fire axe hanging on the wall. The water reservoir still retained a half-pool of clear water, albeit tainted with some impurities, which could likely be rendered drinkable with a filter. Not bad. This will suffice for bathing, Lin Tian thought as he took out an empty water barrel. Just as he was about to fill it, his foot unexpectedly kicked something. Looking down, he discovered a long skeletal corpse, a dagger embedded in its chest, with an empty backpack scattered nearby. He paid little heed to the corpse. Such scenes were all too common in this post-apocalyptic world. After filling 2 barrels with water, he discovered a note in the corpse's backpack, written in a shaky hand. At the end of the tracks lies the red wireworm. Do not touch those crimson eggs. Lin Tian's gaze immediately shifted to the railway outside the water tower, where amidst the weeds flanking the tracks, he indeed spotted some red granules the size of grains of rice, nearly undetectable without a keen eye. Lin Tian swiftly exited the water tower and activated the armored vehicle, urging Xiao Hua and Xiao Yin to keep their distance from any red objects outside the windows. Continuing along the tracks for approximately 40 kilometers, the road began to exhibit peculiar depressions, as if something had hollowed out the ground beneath. The energy readings on the scanner became erratic, with red dots flickering unpredictably. Approaching the final supply station, which lay 5 kilometers ahead, Lin Tian glanced at the map. The speed of the armored vehicle gradually decreased as he cautiously observed his surroundings. The trees alongside the tracks grew sparser, while the red eggs on the ground became increasingly dense, even visible in the crevices of the tracks. Suddenly, the chassis of the armored vehicle jolted violently, as if struck by some unseen force. Lin Tian quickly slammed on the brakes, catching sight of a robust, rust-colored worm emerging from the ground, its tail entangled with the vehicle's rear bumper. Wireworm, mutant, golden-level mutated creature, characteristics, subterranean ambush, metal consumption. Damn! Lin Tian reacted swiftly, aiming the golden barret at the wireworm, but its skin proved remarkably resilient. Bullets merely sparked against its surface. Compounding the problem, the ground around began to swell, and more wireworms emerged from below, coiling around the armored vehicle in layers. Xiaohua, activate the temporary power boost. Lin Tian retrieved a corroded engine crystal core and inserted it into the vehicle's energy interface. Having been evolved by gems the previous day, it was now fully operational without adverse effects. The silver-grade armored vehicle's engine emitted a piercing roar, enveloped in a faint red glow, resembling a colossal steel beast charging forward. The immense force tore apart the wireworm clinging to the rear bumper, splattering dark green fluid onto the ground with a hissing sound. Now, charge through. Lin Tian gripped the steering wheel tightly as the armored vehicle forced its way through the dense throng of wireworms. When it finally burst free from their encirclement, the vehicle was encrusted with a thick layer of worm remains, resembling a moving mass of rusted iron. Lin Tian did not stop until the red dots on the scanner had completely vanished, at which point he parked the vehicle on a relatively open riverbank. At the end of the bank flowed a crystal-clear stream, its waters cascading from the mountainside, glistening under the sunlight. Lin Tian descended from the vehicle, crouching at the creek's edge to observe closely. The source of the water seemed to be shrouded in a veil of mist, and the stones along the bank were impeccably cleansed of rust. Is this the essence of purifying water? He attempted to scoop a handful of the creek's water. The icy liquid flowed through his fingers, imbued with a faint sweetness. Purifying water source possesses the power to eliminate negative effects. No levels? Gazing at the purifying water source before him, Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly, having anticipated that there would be some degree of classification. However, at this moment, no levels were apparent, leaving him somewhat bewildered. It can eliminate negative effects, but what kind of negative effects? Surely, it could also cleanse the zombie virus? With such an abundance of purifying water sources, they should fetch a handsome price. Contemplating this, Lin Tian promptly opened the chat channel and, before sending a message, inquired of Bai Shui. Do you require something that can dispel negative effects? At that moment, Bai Shui was engrossed in crafting items. Upon seeing Lin Tian's message, a serious expression crossed her face. She was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded, "Can it eliminate ailments? I have a bit of a cold." As a girl, she had recently experienced her monthly cycle and, after bathing in the river, had fallen ill, now suffering from a cold and feeling quite unwell. Chen Hao, overhearing this, glanced at the purifying water source and shook his head. "I'm not sure. You should try it yourself." Lin Tian, uninterested in further discussion, decided to share a portion of the purifying water source with Bai Shui. Given the system's scant introduction, he was also uncertain of its efficacy. Chapter 72. Selling purifying water sources after receiving the item from Lin Tian, Bai Shui examined it closely. The results mirrored Lin Tian's findings. Aside from its ability to purify negative effects, little else was known. Holding the unknown item in her hand, Bai Shui felt no trepidation, for it was a gift from Lin Tian, and she trusted him implicitly. Without hesitation, she consumed it in one swift motion. In an instant, she sensed a warm current forming in her stomach, rapidly spreading throughout her body, soon reaching her extremities. The sensation was nothing short of astonishing. The discomfort she had previously felt vanished entirely. She had seemingly returned to her peak condition. Not only that, but her strength had also experienced a noticeable enhancement. This substance is indeed effective. Meanwhile, Lin Tian refrained from immediate action, patiently awaiting Bai Shui's response, as he too was uncertain of the item's power. Since Bai Shui expressed a need for it, he allowed her to test its effects. Within a mere 5 minutes, Bai Shui responded, prompting Lin Tian to swiftly inquire, "How is it? Did it work?" Upon hearing Lin Tian's information, Bai Shui promptly responded, "Esteemed one, this item is truly remarkable. My cold has completely vanished. The effects are simply extraordinary." Bai Shui never anticipated that the purifying water in Lin Tian's possession could possess such a miraculous efficacy. In this unfamiliar world, even minor ailments could prove fatal. Yet with this purifying water, her life was safeguarded. "Esteemed one, with this item, you are destined for great fortune." Her tone brimmed with envy, for Lin Tian's luck was astonishing. It was unfathomable that he could acquire such a treasure. As for Bai Shui, she could not even fathom obtaining it, let alone possessing it. Lin Tian gazed at the purifying water in his hand. He had a considerable amount of it, but found himself at a loss regarding how to exchange it for the materials he required. For the time being, he did not need food or water. He sought only items that would enhance his strength, such as weapons, armor, ammunition, and some automotive parts. These items held significant value for him. How on earth is it that after so many days, I still cannot defeat even a bronze-level ferocious beast? Why would you want to fight such adorable beasts? Engage in civilized conversation. Refrain from reckless discourse. With daily driving, it matters little whether I take the highway. I feel utterly drained. The days have been rather uneventful, with no new tasks emerging, and thus discussions of perilous matters were absent. The atmosphere in the chat channel was harmonious, devoid of significant issues. Observing the messages in the chat, Lin Tian refrained from unnecessary chatter and instead posted information about the purifying water, softly stating, "I'm seeking to exchange for automotive parts, energy core crystals, and weapons." These 3 items were of paramount importance to him. Other items could be pursued later when the opportunity arose. In this strange world, Lin Tian was a figure of great attention. Anything he possessed drew the gaze of many. The chat channel fell momentarily silent upon his arrival. Wow, it's actually the esteemed Lin Tian. He has spoken. What was the last time Lin Tian spoke? Was it when the battle vehicle upgraded to silver rank? Esteemed one, how did you manage to upgrade the vehicle so swiftly? Esteemed one, are you accepting followers? Esteemed one, would you like a companion? I can provide warmth. As Lin Tian appeared, all attention focused on him, with inquiries about his circumstances flooding in. However, Lin Tian's gaze remained fixed on the chat, noting that no one appeared to be inquiring about the purifying water, as if it held no significance for them. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly and continued, "This purified water source can eradicate negative influences, allowing you to survive more effectively." Numerous inquiries filled the air, seeking information about Lin Tian's circumstances and how to level up. At that moment, when they heard that their chances of survival could be enhanced, a profound silence enveloped the crowd as they scrutinized Lin Tian's purified water source with renewed interest. Having inexplicably traversed into this world, they had been tirelessly striving to endure, and their subservience towards Lin Tian was solely for the sake of survival. They never anticipated such a remarkable outcome. Could this purified water source truly dispel adverse effects? Wasn't he that merely stating the obvious? The esteemed reputation of Lin Tian rendered any notion of exploitation absurd. I too wish to assist Lin Tian, but I lack what the esteemed one requires, one lamented. Might I exchange for it using gold coins? Another proposed, recognizing that they possessed only currency to facilitate a transaction with Lin Tian. Certainly, 1 gold coin per bottle, Lin Tian agreed, understanding the necessity of trade in this realm. Gathering more resources would prove beneficial, especially when items became available for purchase in the future. In a mere minute, 100 portions were sold, and had more time elapsed, even greater quantities would have been exchanged. Goodness, this purified water is extraordinary. I was infected with the zombie virus, and to my astonishment, it was completely neutralized. The miraculous properties of the water astounded the patrons. It truly has healing effects, as those who had procured the purified water shared their experiences. The entire channel erupted in fervor, clamoring to buy more from Lin Tian. Over half of the remaining players in the chat had purchased the purified water source. Chapter 73. The mysterious figure emerges. Thank you, Lin Tian. My fever has finally subsided. I, Hu Hongxi, have returned to life. This water is nothing short of miraculous. The festering wound from the poisonous vine has healed. Esteemed one, have mercy and sell me a portion. I missed out earlier and desperately need it. Stop your wailing. The esteemed one has stated a limit of 2 per person. You still have a chance to acquire it. The chat channel was inundated with the phrase purified water. As praises, pleas, and expressions of elation flooded the screen, all fervently aimed at securing Lin Tian's miraculous offering. At that moment, Lin Tian's private messages surged beyond count. Countless avatars flashing chaotically, nearly overwhelming the communication interface. Confronted with an array of information, Lin Tian did not peruse it in its entirety. Rather, he swiftly filtered through the trade requests featuring automotive parts, silver-grade weapons, and energy cores. As the transactions multiplied, the purification water within his spatial ring visibly diminished, replaced by heaps of gleaming metallic components, a few uniquely designed firearms, and cores resonating with various elemental fluctuations. Indeed, today's haul was quite remarkable. In this moment, Lin Tian's spirits soared as he sought out his friend Bai Shui, intending to present her with a newly acquired silver-grade vehicle stabilizer, for she possessed exceptional forging skills, warranting his focused nurturing. Having secured the desired items, Lin Tian ceased to observe the chat messages within the channel, instead silently accelerating his filtering of trades, exchanging the last batch of purification water for the most practical components and cores. His wealth had amassed into a considerable sum of gold coins, nearly elevating him to the status of the richest man in the survival world. He clicked on the icon of the gold coin mall, which had remained dim but now flickered with golden light. The interface unfolded, revealing an extravagant array of goods, albeit at exorbitant prices. Silver-grade vehicle armor enhancement module, single-use 100 coins. Basic energy shield generator, reparable 80 coins. Intelligent fire control system core, platinum grade 50,000 coins. Universal growth potion for battle pets, small 300 coins. Basic survival supplies package, food and water 1 coin. Indeed, the system did not make things easy. Lin Tian murmured softly. The items in the gold coin mall were undeniably tempting, especially the platinum grade fire control core, a perfect match for a vehicle-mounted Gatling gun. Yet the astronomical sum of 50,000 coins meant he would need to sell purification water for an entire month to afford it. After a brief silence, Lin Tian resolved to purchase a few items. Silver-grade vehicle armor enhancement module, purchase confirmed. Universal growth potion for battle pets, small, purchase confirmed. As the coins were deducted, a palm-sized metallic cube, adorned with silver energy circuits, and a crystal vial containing a light golden liquid appeared in Lin Tian's spatial ring. Fire, this is for you. Lin Tian tossed the growth potion of fire, uncertain of its utility for the little creature, but it was a minor expense. If it went to waste, so be it. The little one, curious, enveloped the vial in flames, causing the container to melt away in an instant. The golden liquid absorbed entirely by the fire. How does it feel? Warm, and I feel a bit stronger. Fire exclaimed, waving its tiny fist, reveling in the newfound comfort. Lin Tian nodded in approval, then pressed the armor enhancement module into a reserved interface on the control panel. The module integrated seamlessly, a layer of visibly denser silver luminescence rapidly spreading across the entire vehicle, emitting a faint hum before vanishing. The defensive capabilities of the silver armor experienced a remarkable enhancement. Once all matters were resolved, Lin Tian activated the armored vehicle, its colossal engine emitting a low growl as it sped along the secret passage marked on the map towards District D. Following the map's guidance, the armored vehicle departed from the relatively flat railway area and veered into a narrow valley passage. On either side rose steep, heavily weathered rock walls, adorned with jagged stones that cast deep shadows, rendering the valley dim even at midday and creating an atmosphere fraught with discomfort. Lin Tian remained vigilant, the platinum-grade radar scanning ahead. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm blared without warning, the radar screen flashing with a massive red dot, indicative of an unknown energy source, nearly consuming the entire display. Concurrently, all electronic devices in the cockpit, dashboard, scanner, communicator, and even the recently upgraded onboard intelligent assistant system, immediately succumbed to darkness. The engine's roar abruptly ceased, and the entire armored vehicle, as if ensnared by an invisible hand, lurched forward a short distance before coming to a complete stop in the narrow valley, shrouded in silence. Had the armored vehicle malfunctioned, or had they encountered another bizarre creature? Alarm bells rang in Lin Tian's mind, a chilling sensation surging from his spine to the crown of his head. Master, I sense an overwhelming force. The voice of fire echoed, flames surging from its body, illuminating the cabin with a fierce glow as it fixated on the front of the vehicle, emitting a low, menacing growl. The two small lions were equally agitated, issuing threatening roars. Thick, bone-chilling white mist spread rapidly from both ends of the valley like a living entity, swiftly enveloping the armored vehicle. Visibility diminished to a mere few meters ahead. Within the mist, fine ice crystals formed on the cold metallic shell of the armored vehicle, producing a faint cracking sound. In the oppressive silence, a heavy and rhythmic metallic grinding sound penetrated the fog, drawing nearer and clearer to Lin Tian's ears. Clank, clank! From the depths of the mist, a blurred, massive silhouette gradually emerged, approaching steadily. It was another armored vehicle, but its form was exceedingly peculiar, its body cloaked in thick, irregularly shaped pallid ice armor, with menacing angles resembling a steel beast clawing its way from a frigid abyss. Upon the vehicle's roof stood a figure, clad in a matte black combat suit, their face obscured by an expressionless, pure white mask that revealed only cold, piercing eyes. They stood atop the frost-covered roof, towering over, like a deity surveying mere ants below. An aura of frigid silence enveloped the scene, radiating an overwhelmingly powerful presence that seemed to freeze the very air. The frosted, armored vehicle came to a steady halt 10 meters in front of Lin Tian's silver war chariot. The masked figure slightly lowered his head, and through the hollow of the mask, eyes devoid of any human emotion gazed back, embodying a profound indifference and chilling silence. A cold, distinctly synthetic voice pierced through the thick fog, resonating clearly against Lin Tian's eardrums and heart. I demand the purification of the water source, all of it. The voice, devoid of any inflection, carried an unmistakable tone of command. The masked figure's gaze swept over Lin Tian's pristine yet frost-covered silver war chariot. Leave your vehicle. Chapter 74. A sense of mortality, the eerie, electronic voice penetrated Lin Tian's eardrum, provoking a relentless headache. Leave the vehicle or abandon the water. There was no semblance of choice offered to Lin Tian. It was a demand to seize what he possessed. Regardless of whether it was the armored vehicle or the purified water, Lin Tian realized he could not retain either. The adversary might even take his life directly. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian resolutely rejected the ultimatum, his voice unwavering. As his words fell, his hand had already struck the ignition button on the control panel. A low hum resonated. The engine emitted a reluctant roar, producing but a faint flicker of flame, which quickly extinguished. The entire armored vehicle was veiled in frost, the cold rendering its electronic components inoperative. Master, we are under the control of the adversary. Shall I confront them? The flames on Huahua's form suddenly blazed, attempting to dispel the sharp drop in temperature within the cabin. Yet the flames were suppressed by the cold, proving ineffective. Two small lions emitted anxious growls, the unevolved one trembling and curling up, while the little creature that had consumed the diamond beast core, surrounded by a faint golden aura, managed to sustain an indignant low growl. With a decisive motion, Lin Tian pushed open the car door and stepped out, his gaze fixed upon the enigmatic figure that had suddenly appeared. He drew the engineering shovel from his waist, the chilling sensation causing him to involuntarily shudder. Sensing the imminent danger, his leather armor instantly activated, an indistinct energy aura enveloping him, barely shielding him from the cold. As Lin Tian stood upon the snow-covered ground, his gaze remained locked onto the white-masked silhouette atop the vehicle, his eyes brimming with hostility and confusion. He did not recognize this individual. Why was he being targeted? Had the opponent uncovered his secrets? Huahua, protect the armored vehicle. Leave that individual to me. Understood, Master. Huahua nodded, transforming into elemental form and burrowing beneath the armored vehicle's hood. In an instant, the frost-covered engine area began to thaw under Huahua's influence. With Huahua's protection, Lin Tian no longer feared the ice's destructive grip on the vehicle, allowing him to focus entirely on confronting the masked figure. Overestimating oneself, he thought. The masked figure observed the unfolding events with an impassive demeanor, refraining from unnecessary dialogue, merely raising his right hand slightly. In an instant, the icy ground beneath him erupted, swiftly advancing towards Lin Tian with a visible ferocity. As it traversed, the very air seemed to freeze, and a thick layer of frost enveloped the earth. Lin Tian instinctively attempted to intervene, only to realize that the chilling assault was not aimed at him, but rather at the armored vehicle behind him. This villain intended to obliterate the armored car and trap him here. Not a chance. Lin Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he dashed forward, determined to shield the vehicle from the oncoming cold. He raised his engineer shovel horizontally across his chest, attempting to protect against the frigid onslaught while also gauging the strength of his adversary. Boom! The icy torrent collided violently with the shovel, and Lin Tian felt an immense force slam into him, propelling him backward. Simultaneously, an intense chill enveloped his entire being. The excruciating cold rendered his arms, which clutched the shovel, numb and devoid of resistance, sending him tumbling backward. Bang! Crack! His back collided heavily with the thick door of his armored vehicle, sending frost cascading to the ground and creating a shallow dent. The energy shield enveloping him flickered violently, emitting a strained buzz, as though it were on the verge of collapse. The biting cold disregarded his defenses, burrowing mercilessly into his marrow, freezing his very blood. A bitterly sweet taste of blood surged in his throat, and despite the pain, Lin Tian forced himself to swallow it down. Warning: the energy defense of the jungle leather armor is overloaded. Physical defense layer compromised. Warning: host body temperature is plummeting. Organ functions are being eroded by the extreme cold. The chilling alerts reverberated in his mind. At that moment, a youthful yet furious roar echoed through the air. It was the little lion that had ingested the diamond flame beast core, which had somehow leapt through the shattered window of the passenger seat. Its diminutive form was suddenly enveloped in a radiant golden aura. It opened its mouth, unleashing a fireball the size of a human head, swirling with a molten golden hue, hurtling toward the masked figure with a searing wave of heat. This unexpected assault was infused with the ferocious energy of the diamond flame beast core. For the first time, the usually inscrutable white mask of the figure seemed to shift slightly, a glimmer of faint surprise flashing in his cold eyes. Yet he remained unmoved. The side armor of the frost-covered vehicle suddenly cracked open, and a pale energy shield composed of countless fine ice spikes solidified in the path of the incoming fireball. Boom! The golden fireball collided violently with the ice spike shield, and amidst a deafening explosion, the raging fiery energy clashed fiercely with the extreme cold. The golden and pale auras swelled dramatically, illuminating the entire fog-laden valley. The intense shock wave shattered the icy ground into countless fragments, sending them flying in all directions. The stalemate lasted but an instant. Hiss! A piercing sound of evaporating steam echoed as the fiery golden orb ultimately lacked sufficient power, being relentlessly suppressed and eroded by the continuous stream of icy energy. It finally exploded upon the surface of the ice shield, transforming into a myriad of scattered sparks and crimson light, swiftly consumed and extinguished by the surrounding frost. The ice shield, however, only dimmed slightly, revealing a few delicate cracks on its surface. After releasing the fireball, the young lion appeared utterly drained, its golden aura fading rapidly as it collapsed weakly onto the cold, fragmented ground, emitting a feeble whimper. Xiaoyan, Lin Tian's eyes widened in desperation as he struggled against the excruciating pain coursing through his body in the biting cold. Attempting to rise, despair coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. The opponent's power was unfathomable, and their equipment was eerily formidable. With Xiao Hua restrained within the armored vehicle, what could he do now that his only strong offensive point, Xiaoyan, had also lost its combat capability? At that moment, the black gemstone he kept close to him suddenly began to vibrate violently without any warning. A sensation of indescribable heat, imbued with the essence of purification and devouring, erupted from his chest. This scorching feeling clashed violently with the icy power within him, causing excruciating pain. Yet forcibly dispelled a trace of the chilling essence that had nearly frozen his thoughts and blood. Ugh! Lin Tian groaned, instinctively clutching his chest, a shroud of dread enveloping his heart. Chapter 75. Escape from danger. The dense fog gradually dissipated under the explosion of the fireball, and through the thinning mist, he could finally discern a peculiar vehicle parked a few meters behind the frost-covered war chariot. It resembled a gigantic black beetle, a modified off-road vehicle. The entire vehicle was clad in matte black armor, devoid of any insignia, its windows obscured by dark one-way glass, rendering the interior completely invisible. Atop the vehicle was a rotating device, reminiscent of a signal tower emitting faint blue arcs of electricity. A feeble energy, radiating interference and suppression waves, continuously emanated from this apparatus, enveloping the entire valley. What on earth is this? Could it be that this contraption caused the electronic components of my armored vehicle to malfunction? Lin Tian furrowed his brow, sensing that this device had indeed suppressed the vehicle's radar, incapacitating its electronic systems. He pondered whether destroying this object would be effective. Murmuring softly, he began to contemplate how he might dismantle it. A plan formed in his mind, and without hesitation, Lin Tian set his intentions into motion. However, as he attempted to rise and take action, a wave of sharp pain and coldness surged through his body, nearly causing him to falter and crash back to the ground. Xiaohua, Lin Tian summoned every ounce of strength, calling through their mental link. Did you see the signal tower on top of that black vehicle? I suspect that it is that entity which affects us. Find a way to obliterate it. I shall provide cover for you. Eliminate him. Lin Tian, straining against his numb body, suddenly sprang from the ground and rushed forward with the last vestiges of his strength, wielding the engineer's shovel towards the signal tower ahead. The dark-clad figure was taken aback to find Lin Tian not charging towards him, but rather towards the signal tower behind him, completely unanticipated. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched an attack against Lin Tian, encasing himself in frost and swiftly conjuring an ice wall to intercept Lin Tian's shovel. The shovel met no resistance and was easily halted by the dark figure. With an expression devoid of emotion, he regarded Lin Tian with disdain and scoffed. You overestimate your capabilities. Oh, Lin Tian replied with a faint smile, bellowing, fire. Now is the moment. Take it down. Behind Lin Tian, an eerie flame blazed wildly, its searing velocity infused with the fury of fire elemental energy. Fire unleashed its power, resembling a fiery projectile, swiftly hurtling towards the off-road vehicle. Damn it! Stop him! The dark figure's complexion shifted drastically, utterly unprepared for such a repugnant display from his adversary. With his strength, he could only suppress Lin Tian. Attempting to forcibly hinder fire was nearly impossible, as fire possessed a legendary bloodline and golden tier prowess. The terrifying flames posed a formidable challenge even against platinum tier adversaries. Should he attempt to obstruct it, he would be gravely injured, if not killed. The frost-laden war vehicle seemed to receive the dark figure's command, rapidly dispersing a cold aura around it, erecting an even more formidable ice wall to obstruct fire's advance. Yet, with a resounding crash, the ice wall shattered into countless fragments before it could fully form. The dark figure's expression turned grim as he sought to intervene, but found himself powerless, forced to watch as fire collided with the black off-road vehicle. The sound of glass shattering resonated as the entire vehicle was engulfed in flames, culminating in a tremendous explosion, the glass splintering into a myriad of pieces. The white mist was swiftly dispersed by the explosion, allowing Lin Tian to see clearly ahead. The black interference vehicle remained stationary, not completely destroyed by fire. However, the signal tower above it had been annihilated. Damn it! Seeing the signal tower reduced to rubble, the dark figure, filled with rage and humiliation, charged once more at Lin Tian. With the tower's destruction, the force field enveloping the valley vanished without a trace. Lin Tian instantly regained his freedom. The oppressive gravity dissipated, and his combat prowess was significantly restored. The silver-armored vehicle, previously suppressed, saw all its instrument panels illuminate as the force field disappeared, the engine roaring like a beast, its powerful energy surging to the tires. The frost enveloping the vehicle swiftly disintegrated and melted under the combined influence of the heat radiating from the engine and the residual power of the flames. Magnificent! Fire! Take him down! Lin Tian commanded as he rushed towards the armored vehicle, unhesitatingly pressing the accelerator and charging at the cloaked figure. Activating the one-time silver-grade armored enhancement module, he was resolute in his belief that today he would not fail to vanquish his foe. The armored vehicle shuddered violently as a dazzling silver armor, shimmering with high-intensity energy, enveloped it entirely, especially the front, where a visibly thick energy cone coalesced. With a thunderous roar, the silver-armored vehicle awakened like a colossal steel beast, unleashing an unprecedented ferocity. The tires screeched against the ground, sending shards of stone and dirt flying as it lunged towards the cloaked figure like a wild creature, seeking death. The masked man, now seething with fury, prepared to retaliate. However, fire deftly appeared behind him, launching a flaming fist towards the masked figure. Faced with the onslaught of fire's golden grade attack, the cloaked figure dared not underestimate it, summoning an ice shield to absorb the blow. Though the golden grade power did not shatter the ice shield, it propelled the masked man several meters back. Fire! Get Xiao Yan on the vehicle! Fire reacted swiftly, tossing Xiao Yan into the armored vehicle before merging with it, transforming into a blazing war chariot that surged away at an astonishing speed, covering 100 meters in an instant. This velocity far exceeded that of the silver armored vehicle, rivaling even that of a golden grade supercar. The masked man, witnessing this, was struck with disbelief. He had never anticipated that Lin Tian's silver-grade armored vehicle could master the fusion technique typically reserved for diamond grade. As he watched Lin Tian's retreating figure, he chose not to pursue, having come merely to gauge Lin Tian's progress. Gazing at Lin Tian's silhouette disappearing into the distance, he muttered to himself, "The cold prison will find you. She cannot survive for long." Chapter 76. The mysterious individuals messaged the armored vehicle, entwined with flames and fierce winds, surged through the narrow mountain valley like a burning meteor. The fusion of fire and the battle engine endowed the silver-grade armored vehicle with extraordinary speed and ferocity, as the rock walls blurred into indistinct shadows racing past. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Lin Tian felt his very soul tremble from the overwhelming velocity surpassing that of the silver armored vehicle. In this moment, all he could do was hold on firmly to the steering wheel, oblivious to everything else around him. Although the cloaked figure was no longer visible in the rearview mirror, suggesting that the danger had passed, Lin Tian remained vigilant, his mental focus intensely concentrated as he navigated the armored vehicle swiftly toward the horizon. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Lin Tian finally could no longer discern the presence of the cloaked figures, allowing him to relax, albeit slightly. The tension that had gripped him began to dissipate, only to be replaced by an overwhelming wave of fatigue that crashed over him like a relentless tide. His earlier exertion, coupled with the depletion of his energy, left him in a state of utter exhaustion and discomfort. The aftereffects of the previous assault by the dark-clad assailants began to manifest, causing Lin Tian to experience a pervasive ache throughout his body. As the fusion state was lifted, the figure of Hua Hua materialized once more in the passenger seat. Equally drained from the explosive release of energy, Hua Hua cast a worried glance at the little lion, Xiaoyan, who Lin Tian had gingerly placed on the soft cushion of the back seat. Xiaoyan lay there, limp and weak, his breath shallow, the radiant crimson gold aura that symbolized his power having completely faded away. His once lustrous golden fur appeared dull and lifeless, and his small body occasionally twitched in pain. The forced activation of his diamond-tier bloodline had inflicted severe repercussions on his fragile form. Lin Tian retrieved a vial of purifying water from his spatial ring. Carefully addressing Xiaoyan, "Open your mouth. This may alleviate your suffering." Hearing Lin Tian's words, the feeble Xiaoyan obediently opened his mouth, cautiously swallowing the purifying water. This liquid possessed the ability to dispel negative effects, gradually easing the turmoil within Xiaoyan. As the clear water flowed down his throat, the agonizing convulsions seemed to lessen slightly, and his breathing became somewhat steadier, though only marginally so, providing little substantial relief. The energy within him had surpassed his capacity to endure and was now voraciously consuming his vitality. "Xiaoyan, just hold on a little longer. We are almost there," Lin Tian whispered, gently caressing Xiaoyan in hopes of alleviating his torment. Suppressing the anxiety and fury bubbling within him, he redirected his focus to the navigation map. In that moment, he felt powerless, with only the urgency to locate the base that might harbor a remedy for Xiaoyan's condition driving him forward. Emerging from the treacherous valley of death, the terrain began to open up, revealing an expansive wasteland of rusted metal and crumbling concrete. The outlines of what once was a railway hub were faintly discernible amidst the ruins. A colossal signal tower lay toppled on the ground, and rusted freight cars scattered like the remnants of a giant beast across the overgrown grass. Lin Tian cast a brief glance at the surroundings, recognizing that this was undeniably the destination marked on the map. "We have finally arrived." Lin Tian inhaled deeply, maneuvering the battered armored vehicle over the shattered concrete and encroaching weeds as he slowly entered the desolate ruins. The waning light of the setting sun cast a somber glow upon the crumbling walls, rendering the scene profoundly desolate. It was evident that this place had not witnessed the footsteps of many for quite some time. The roar of the armored vehicle's engine echoed loudly, yet the surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. Gazing upon the unfamiliar surroundings, Lin Tian hesitated to venture further into the unknown. Instead, he chose a secluded corner, partially enveloped by a massive concrete wall, providing a semblance of concealment compared to other areas. The vehicle was shrouded in a thick layer of remnants from ironworms and the damp stains left behind by melting frost. The rear bumper had suffered significant deformation from previous strains, while the energy shield of the jungle armor lay dim and lifeless, with numerous physical damages requiring extensive materials for repairs. "Fire, remain vigilant," Lin Tian instructed, simultaneously retrieving tools and spare basic materials to commence the most urgent repairs. He needed to swiftly restore the armored vehicle's mobility and basic defenses. In the perilous D-zone, losing their mobile fortress equated to courting death. With the system's prompts guiding him, Lin Tian swiftly set to work on the repairs. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan, who had been quietly clambering about, unexpectedly spat out blood. "Fire!" Anxious by Xiaoyan's side, yearned to assist but was at a loss as to how. It could only gaze imploringly at Lin Tian, hoping for his intervention. Upon realizing Xiaoyan's distress, it urgently called out to Lin Tian, "Master, Xiaoyan is fading fast." "Xiaoyan!" Lin Tian exclaimed, alarm coursing through him. He immediately dropped his tools and rushed over, cradling Xiaoyan in his arms, tenderly stroking it in hopes of alleviating its suffering. The purified water could only momentarily ease Xiao Yan's pain and was utterly incapable of curing its ailment. At that moment, Xiao Yan's breath grew weaker, its temperature oscillating unnaturally between highs and lows, as two powerful forces within it clashed, ravaging its vitality. The energy within, even a diamond-tier bloodline, was insufficient to suppress the turmoil. Damn it! Lin Tian's eyes were bloodshot, a feeling of helpless rage and profound concern seizing him. He rummaged through his spatial ring. Apart from the purified water, he found only a few energy crystals of varying attributes acquired from previous trades. However, these crystals either had incompatible properties or were too volatile to stabilize Xiao Yan's condition. Suddenly, the communicator emitted an urgent beeping sound, a friend communication channel. Lin Tian's heart raced. Could be by Shui. He promptly opened it, only to be greeted by a completely unfamiliar ID. Gravedigger. The avatar depicted a blurry silhouette donning a gas mask. A text message flickered. Gravedigger, just escaped from the icy claws of the cold prison. Your little pet is on the brink of death. ISNT it? If you wish to save your pet, come to the old maintenance station in D7, bringing all your purified water and your special heart. I shall grant you but 1 hour. Should you fail to arrive within that time, you shall face the consequences. Upon reading the message, Lin Tian furrowed his brow and inquired, Who are you? He was acutely aware that he did not recognize this individual and had no inkling of their identity. Chapter 77. Charging towards the goal, gazing at the suddenly appeared text and the seemingly eerie photograph, Lin Tian's eyes were filled with profound confusion. He did not recognize this individual at all and was entirely oblivious to their identity. In that moment, Lin Tian fixated intently on the person's ID, striving to unravel the mystery. Unfortunately, after leaving behind a single remark, the individual ceased all communication, as if they had perished at the hands of a monstrous entity. The ID Gravedigger left Lin Tian with no recollection whatsoever. Yet this person not only possessed intricate knowledge of the recent battle's details, but also accurately pinpointed his location in the ruins of District D. What sent a chill down Lin Tian's spine was the realization that the individual was acutely aware of Xiao Yan's near-fatal state. Upon meticulously perusing the message sent by this enigmatic figure, Lin Tian's gaze quickly fell upon the ice claws that had just escaped from the cold prison. This prompted him to momentarily pause, recalling the dark-clad assailant from earlier. Frowning, he murmured, Could this be related to that earlier attacker? Or is it possible that this person is indeed the same dark-clothed figure? How do they know I am here? Was Cold Prison merely the name of the masked man's organization, or was it a code name for the black-clad individual? An icy dread enveloped Lin Tian's entire being, as he felt the unsettling sensation of being perpetually exposed to the gaze of this unknown adversary. Instinctively, he cast a wary glance around, his expression betraying an acute vigilance, genuinely concerned that the person might suddenly materialize before him. What was that peculiar heart mentioned? I don't recall taking anything from them, Lin Tian mused softly, sensing that the individual sought him out with a specific purpose, though he could not articulate what that purpose might entail. However, in the next moment, Lin Tian's heart constricted sharply, and he instinctively clutched his chest, feeling the black gemstone he had kept close emit a faint yet steady warmth. This gemstone, extracted from a safe, had always been considered by him as merely a useless trinket. Could it be that this was the very heart that the mysterious individual needed? What purpose does this object truly serve? Lin Tian's gaze remained fixated on the black gemstone, aware only of its purifying properties, while remaining entirely ignorant of its other potential functions. As he contemplated the gemstone, confusion filled his eyes. He yearned to decipher its significance. Yet no matter how diligently he examined it, he could not uncover its mysteries. A faint, pained whimper emanated from the back seat as Xiao Yan writhed in excruciating torment, blood seeping from the corners of its mouth. The situation was dire. I shall see what that dark-clad figure intends to do, Lin Tian declared with unwavering resolve, devoid of any semblance of fear. Since he had already ventured into this perilous world fraught with danger, there was no turning back from the impending crisis. Any crisis that presents itself must be obliterated with utmost resolve. Otherwise, its repercussions may gravely impact oneself, potentially delivering a fatal blow. Do you intend to wield Xiao Yan as a weapon against me? Lin Tian's voice grew increasingly frigid, the previous threats of death transforming into a source of motivation. His eyes burned with murderous intent, and his chilling words seemed to be extracted from clenched teeth. Taking a deep breath, he declared with fury, "I shall uncover the true intentions of you vermin lurking in the shadows." He carefully secured the black gemstone close to him, its warm touch seemingly infusing him with a modicum of strength. His gaze swept over the message sent by the grave digger on the communicator. Old maintenance station in District D7, 1 hour, all purified water, special heart. A few minutes had already elapsed, leaving him with a mere 50 minutes. Such a brief span of time was more than sufficient for Lin Tian to reach the designated area. Maximize the engine's integration and push my speed to its limits. Lin Tian bellowed. Understood, Master, Firefly replied without hesitation, transforming into a blazing streak of light that surged beneath the hood. The engine roared with an almost tearing ferocity, transcending mere mechanical rumbling to resemble the howl of a colossal lava beast. Crimson light erupted violently from the engine seams, exhaust pipes, and even the crevices of the vehicle, enveloping the battered silver-armored car in a tempestuous aura of red energy. Lin Tian moved with lightning speed, his spatial ring flashing with brilliance as he hastily inserted several energy cores of varied hues, each radiating distinct elemental fluctuations, into a flickering emergency interface beneath the control panel. These energy cores possessed chaotic properties, and their forced infusion risked catastrophic explosions. Yet, at this moment, Lin Tian could not afford to dwell on such concerns. The tumultuous energy surged into the engine like a deluge breaching a dam, causing the vehicle to tremble violently, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. The dashboard lights flickered erratically, and the blaring alarms rang incessantly. Simultaneously, the speedometer needle shot up frenetically, surpassing the silver-grade limit and continuing its ascent. Xiao Yan, hold on. I will do everything in my power to save you. Lin Tian cast a final glance at the ailing creature in the back seat, his eyes filled with icy resolve. He chose to disregard the incessant flashing damage warnings, gripping the steering wheel with a vice-like grasp while pressing the accelerator to the floor. The blood-red steel beast, akin to a hellish chariot ignited in fury, burst forth from its concealed corner, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air in a torrent of chaotic energy. The massive tires crushed gravel and twisted rebar, erupting in a cacophony of scraping and shattering sounds. The vehicle jolted violently amidst the ruins, each landing seeming poised to dismantle its very frame. Yet its speed was such that it left a long crimson afterimage trailing in the setting sun. Lin Tian's eyes burned a vivid crimson as he fixated on the desolate road ahead, stained by the blood-red hues of the setting sun. The scarlet streams of light raced wildly through the desolate steel graveyard of Zone D, stirring clouds of dust and rusted debris. Lin Tian understood that his reckless, energy-fueled sprint was tantamount to igniting a colossal beacon in the dark. Whether it be the grave digger, the chilling abyss that might lurk nearby, or the other monsters concealed within this wasteland, all would be drawn by this ferocious aura. Yet he cared not. Conspiracy? Trap? Dragon's lair? Come forth. Lin Tian had never been a prey waiting to be ensnared. Want his water? Desire his heart? Be prepared to trade your lives for it. Gravedigger's former maintenance station. Here I come. I arrive bearing gifts. I hope you can withstand them. Chapter 78. A fight to the death. The fusion of fire and armored vehicles radiated a dazzling crimson glow, akin to shooting stars illuminating the vast steel grave of Zone D. The intense heat was sufficient to gradually melt some of the steel. The silver armor surged forward like a rampaging lava beast, its velocity rivaling that of high-speed trains. The amalgamation of fire's power, the engine, and the motor unleashed a terrifying force that even golden-tier beasts could not withstand. Boom! The vehicle jolted violently. As it leaped over obstacles, the entire armored car shook fiercely, compelling Lin Tian, the driver, to grip the steering wheel with both hands, fearful of being flung away by the overwhelming power. The fiery energy enveloping the vehicle flowed like boiling magma, emanating an intense heat that, under the friction of high temperatures, ignited the weeds and debris along the road. Wherever the armored vehicle passed, it seemed to transform into a sea of flames, and when Lin Tian glanced back, all he saw was an expanse of darkness. The speed was so rapid that it surpassed even that of high-speed trains. Lin Tian felt himself pressed tightly against the backrest. The terrifying thrust rendering him incapable of straightening his body. In that moment, Lin Tian sensed that his very soul might be ejected from his corporeal form by the ferocious propulsion, his pupils constricting sharply due to the velocity and pressure, rendering his surroundings a blur, with only the faintest outlines of the scenery racing past outside the window. The only thing he could clearly discern was the constantly flickering destination marker on the navigation map, the old maintenance station of Zone D7, incessantly illuminating the path ahead. Suddenly, among the ruins of a collapsed signal tower, several gargantuan lizards emerged, their skin glimmering with a metallic sheen, resembling iron monsters at first glance. Each lizard was colossal, towering above 3 meters, seemingly indestructible as if forged from steel. They discovered the arrival of the armored vehicle, immediately emitting sharp cries, their eyes fixated on the armored beast, unhesitatingly positioning themselves in its path. They sought to use their iron bodies to obstruct the advance of this metallic behemoth. Get out of the way! Lin Tian had no intention of slowing down. The accelerator was fully pressed, maintaining his previous speed. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he charged forward towards the group of iron lizards. The moment of collision with the metallic creatures caused the entire armored vehicle to skid. Bang! The dull, heart-stopping sound of impact resounded. The metal lizard, roughly the size of a car, had no time to emit a scream as it was violently shattered by the force. Though the armored vehicle was merely of silver grade, its power had terrifyingly escalated after merging with Huahua, giving it the strength to contend even against those of platinum grade. Such ignorance of their own limits. Gazing into the rearview mirror at the iron lizards crushed beneath the armored vehicle, Lin Tian felt nothing but disdain, a mere group of metallic beings, unworthy to clash with Huahua's might. Master, we're being followed. Suddenly, Huahua's voice pierced through, and Lin Tian turned to the rearview mirror. Quickly spotting the situation behind him, a pure white war vehicle was rapidly closing in on him. Damn, it's that mysterious person. Having already faced this enigmatic foe, Lin Tian recognized them instantly, his expression darkening and his heart racing with anxiety. The strength of this mysterious individual was formidable, even with Huahua's assistance. They were unable to overcome this threat. If it hadn't been for their earlier underestimation, Lin Tian wouldn't have escaped. Furthermore, the speed of the pursuing war vehicle was not inferior to that of Huahua's merged form. It was gradually closing the distance to the silver armored vehicle. Huahua, can we shake them off? At this moment, Chen Hao found himself devoid of options, placing all his hopes upon Huahua, yearning for a surge of even greater power to distance that white vehicle. Master, they are gaining on us. Huahua's voice carried a hint of fatigue and urgency. Maintaining this extreme fusion state was immensely taxing, and its endurance was waning. Lin Tian glanced back, watching the approaching white war vehicle, his expression grim. Uncertain of what to do, he had no means to counter this adversary, and Huahua's power had reached its limit, unable to further increase the armored vehicle's speed. If they continued on this path, they would undoubtedly be overtaken. The mysterious individual's white war vehicle symbolized ice, while Lin Tian's armored vehicle represented the flames of Huahua. These two distinct elemental forces, a red and a white armored vehicle, engaged in a desperate chase through the ravaged steel ruins of the city. This cannot continue. Here goes everything. Lin Tian wore a grim expression as he scrutinized the coordinates on the map, furrowing his brow before speaking. Activate the autopilot and set the target. It seemed that Huahua sensed Lin Tian's intentions and anxiously interjected, Master, what do you intend to do? This is perilous. You are in no condition to endure it. However, having already resolved his course of action, Lin Tian was indifferent to Huahua's concerns, his voice growing colder. Their level surpasses ours, and their combat vehicle outpaces us. If this continues, our demise is inevitable. Since death is certain, we might as well fight with all we have. Lin Tian rolled down the window and extended his body outward. In that instant, an overwhelming force surged toward him, violently tearing at his form. The terrifying speed of 200 kilometers per hour was beyond human endurance. Even with his body having undergone formidable enhancements, he could barely withstand such immense power. And he instantly felt injuries manifest, his body becoming exceedingly uncomfortable, on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, The platinum-grade Gatling gun above had exhausted its energy reserves, rendering it incapable of launching an assault on the white combat vehicle. At this moment, Lin Tian could rely solely on himself. What does this fellow intend to do? The mysterious figure observed Lin Tian's reckless act of leaning out. A look of confusion etched across his face, unable to comprehend Lin Tian's motives. With an armored vehicle hurtling at high speed, such actions appeared tantamount to seeking death. Yet, the next moment, upon seeing Lin Tian brandishing a sniper rifle, the mysterious man's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 79. Arrival at the designated area, the howling winds lashed against Lin Tian's face as he endured the gravitational force of over 200 kilometers per hour, turning the space around the armored vehicle into a vacuum. In that fleeting moment, Lin Tian found himself unable to move, let alone breathe. His eyes instantly filled with blood, and his vision blurred, rendering him incapable of inhaling. Even his bones suffered under the terrifying weight. Yet despite all this, Lin Tian did not falter, resolutely gritting his teeth as he aimed the golden sniper rifle at the white combat vehicle behind him. This was, for now, his sole means of thwarting the advance of the white vehicle. The white combat vehicle's speed was significantly greater than that of Lin Tian's armored vehicle, gradually closing the distance between them. Within the cockpit of the white vehicle, the mysterious figure observed Lin Tian ahead, his brow furrowing slightly, filled with confusion and disbelief. Such velocity was beyond human endurance. Yet, Lin Tian appeared to be courting death, daring to extend himself outward, an act that was indistinguishable from a death wish. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. The mysterious figure pressed the accelerator to the floor and activated the device. Instantly, several icy spikes, glimmering with a cold light, formed on the vehicle's roof, aiming directly at Lin Tian's body. As the winds bore down on him, Lin Tian focused all his attention on the sniper rifle in his grasp, entirely oblivious to the changes occurring within the white vehicle. The golden barret lay cold and heavy in his grasp, its relentless jolting rendering the crosshairs erratic. Precision aiming was beyond him. He could only rely on his battle instincts to direct the barrel unwaveringly towards the swiftly approaching white vehicle, locking onto the indistinct silhouette of its cockpit. With a thunderous crack, the immense recoil slammed into Lin Tian's shoulder, causing a blinding pain that nearly made him lose his grip. At such high speeds, the bullet's trajectory was severely disrupted, leaving behind a delicate trail of white frost that crystallized and shattered along its path. Just as Lin Tian squeezed the trigger, a translucent energy shield, resembling a wintry frost, materialized instantaneously before the frost-laden war machine. The bullet struck the ice shield with a resonant clang, causing it to ripple violently. A web of cracks erupted from the impact, sending shards of ice scattering. Ultimately, the golden barret's bullet failed to inflict any damage on the white war vehicle, not even managing to slow it down. Above the white vehicle, an ice spear launched towards Lin Tian. Cursed fate! A wave of dread washed over him as he realized the spear's speed was insurmountable. He barely had time to retract his body, and the shadow of death loomed large, painting a vivid image of his imminent demise by the ice spear. Just as the spear was upon him, poised to pierce through his skull, a surge of searing heat exploded from his chest. The black gem, kept close to his heart, seemed to resonate with Lin Tian's will to survive, erupting with a fierce energy akin to the sun, enveloping him in its protective embrace. All discomfort vanished in an instant, and the ice spear melted upon contact with Lin Tian. This energy did not cease. Instead, it surged towards Lin Tian's golden barret, swiftly enveloping it in a layer of crimson energy. For reasons unknown, Lin Tian squeezed the trigger once more. The golden bullet, imbued with a fiery essence, shot forth towards the white war vehicle. The white vehicle activated its ice energy shield once again, yet the shield was swiftly pierced by the heated bullet, striking the windshield directly. Remarkably, the material of the windshield repelled the assault of the golden flame projectile. How could this be? The mysterious figure's countenance shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across his features as he grappled with the realization that his shield could not withstand Lin Tian's onslaught. This scene transcended his comprehension, as he had never anticipated that Lin Tian could master such formidable power in such a brief span of time. The red glow flickered and swiftly retracted into Lin Tian's being. The intense heat of the gem dissipated in an instant, and the overwhelming pressure that had enveloped Lin Tian returned with a vengeance. The terrifying weight nearly rendered him unconscious. Yet Lin Tian summoned the last vestiges of his willpower, forcefully retracting his body into the armored vehicle. "Master, are you all right?" Hua Hua exclaimed anxiously, still shaken by the previous harrowing moment that had nearly terrified it to death. Lin Tian gasped for breath, his heart racing as he recalled the events that had transpired earlier, a wave of dread washing over him. He lowered his gaze to his chest, pondering the earlier incident, feeling increasingly perplexed. That black gem had seemingly come to his rescue. In a rearview mirror, the white frost war chariot gradually faded from view, seemingly deterred by the eerie red light, unwilling to recklessly pursue Lin Tian any further. With the assistance of the crimson glow, Lin Tian had managed to breach the opponent's defenses. The icy shield could not withstand the searing bullets enveloped in red light. Free from immediate danger, Lin Tian pressed on with haste. The old maintenance station lay ahead, designated as the meeting point by the grave digger, yet appeared utterly deserted. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence. The gates were tightly shut, devoid of any signs of life. Only the cold wind swept through the vacant lot, stirring the scrap metal and producing a jarring sound. The air was thick with the pungent scent of rust and machine oil, mingled with an indescribable odor reminiscent of decaying flesh, causing Lin Tian's complexion to pale, evoking a strong urge to retch. "Why is there no one here? Could it be that I have been deceived?" Lin Tian's heart sank, doubt gnawing at him regarding the intentions of his contact. Seated within the armored vehicle, Lin Tian warily scanned his surroundings, his expression grim. The feeble form of Hua Hua emerged weakly from beneath the hood, settling onto the passenger's seat, its flames dim, akin to a candle flickering on the verge of extinguishment. "Master, I require rest." The voice was faint, offering no response to Lin Tian, before drifting into a deep slumber. "You've worked hard," Lin Tian murmured softly, filled with gratitude towards Hua Hua. Without its assistance, he would not have survived to this moment. Once assured that the outside posed no threats, Lin Tian pushed open the vehicle door, his body swaying as he struggled to maintain his balance. The frigid air rushed into his lungs, triggering a violent cough, his saliva tinged with blood. He leaned against the scorching door, lifting his gaze to the tightly shut entrance. The gate, forged from steel, had become rusted from years of neglect, with patches of dried blood staining its surface. This solitary, imposing gate, in contrast to the dilapidated surroundings, seemed a more suitable refuge for the living. Chapter 80. Opportunity. The unpleasant scent of rust mingled with stale machine oil, leaving the surrounding atmosphere devoid of fresh air. Each breath Lin Tian took was particularly distressing. In previous circumstances, he would have turned away, unwilling to linger in such a place. However, now, in order to save Xiao Yan, his longtime companion, Lin Tian felt compelled to remain. Enduring the dizziness induced by the foul odor and the impulse to vomit from his earlier injuries, he fixed his gaze resolutely upon the desolate old maintenance station before him. The massive roll-up door stood firmly shut, rusted and coated with dark brown, stains reminiscent of long-dried blood, prompting Lin Tian to hesitate before approaching, instead calling out the name of his contact. However, regardless of how fervently Lin Tian called out, there was no response from the other party, as if they were not present at all. Am I being toyed with? In an instant, such a thought flickered through Lin Tian's mind, only to be swiftly suppressed, for it seemed rather improbable. The other party could precisely ascertain his location and the condition of Xiao Yan, indicating that they must be lurking in the shadows, undoubtedly observing him at this very moment. "Hua, hold on, we are almost there." Lin Tian gently patted the fire elemental sprite, now fast asleep in the passenger's seat. His voice hoarse. A faint flicker of flame danced weakly from Hua Hua, indicating its frailty, leaving it unable to respond. In the back seat, Xiao Yan's breath was so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Each convulsion tightened Lin Tian's heart, as it was evident that it had reached the brink of life. Taking a deep breath, he opened the car door, refraining from rushing towards the entrance, instead opting to swiftly scout the perimeter of the repair station. The towering concrete walls were largely intact, though several sections had collapsed, revealing a view of mountains of abandoned vehicle carcasses within, rusted mechanical arms, and several vast maintenance pits filled with dark, foul-smelling, oily water. As he approached a collapsed section, preparing to slip inside, The corner of his eye caught a faint yet familiar glimmer in the rubble. A bronze treasure chest. It was partially concealed beneath a twisted metal plate, cloaked in a thick layer of dust and grime. Had it not been for that distinctive light, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. Discovering a treasure chest in such a place as Zone D signified a considerable risk as well as opportunity. Lin Tian's heart tightened. He did not advance immediately. The tomb raiders chose this location. They could not be unaware of the chest's existence. Was it bait? Or did the other party simply disdain to claim it? He cautiously approached, tightly gripping his golden engineer shovel, his senses heightened, attuned to any energy fluctuations around him, until he was within a meter of the chest. Nothing unusual occurred. He swiftly pried open the metal plate with the tip of his shovel, confirming the absence of traps before seizing the cold chest. Acquired, bronze treasure chest X1. There was no time to hesitate. Lin Tian opted to open it on the spot without any upgrades. This was not his territory, and he had been under the other party's surveillance the entire time. Uncertain whether they were aware of his trump card, Lin Tian had no desire to reveal his secrets. The talent for evolving items was an exceedingly formidable presence in this world. A flash of light enveloped him, and the chest vanished, revealing 3 items in his hands. Basic metal repair sheets X20, perfect for mending the armor plating of the armored vehicle. Inferior energy crystal cores, fire X3. Containing a mixture of fire elemental energy, these could serve as an emergency power boost for Huahua, though their effectiveness was limited and potentially burdensome. Simple trap detector X1, a palm-sized rudimentary device capable of detecting basic physical or energy traps in the vicinity. The basic metal piece is better than nothing. Lin Tian swiftly stored the metal piece and crystal core into a spatial ring, his gaze settling on the trap detector. This device might prove to be of some utility. He activated the detector, directing it to scan the interior of the maintenance station. The instrument's screen flickered several times, illuminating faint red dots near the main workshop entrance and the edge of a seemingly bottomless maintenance pit. Indeed, there were traps laid out. Lin Tian's expression hardened. They had been watching him all along. He chose not to enter through the marked door or pit, instead opting to bypass these marked points and slip through a relatively concealed side window, cluttered with discarded tires. The interior of the maintenance station was vast yet oppressive. The towering dome was ensnared with cobwebs and rusty pipelines, while enormous overhead beams loomed precariously above, as if they might crash down at any moment. The air was thick with the scent of rust, machine oil, and an indescribable decay. A few emergency lights cast a dim, flickering glow, barely illuminating certain areas, while the majority remained shrouded in heavy shadows. Following the detector's guidance, he carefully avoided pools of oil and several seemingly loose metal grates, advancing cautiously deeper into the station. Behind a toppled, massive lathe, Lin Tian discovered yet another treasure chest, this time radiating a silvery glow, distinct from the previous bronze hue. This was a silver chest. It lay quietly in a recess at the base of the lathe, its position quite concealed. The trap detector swept over it, yielding no response. However, Lin Tian did not dare to let his guard down. He scrutinized the surroundings and noticed that several cables on the lathe's control panel appeared to have been cleverly rerouted, connecting to an inconspicuous metal plate beneath the chest. He understood the nature of the physical trigger trap. Carelessly attempting to seize the chest could very well activate that metal plate, resulting in unforeseen consequences. With utmost caution, he used a spade to sever the rerouted cables, confirming safety before reaching out to retrieve the silver chest. Acquired. Silver chest X1, open. Exceptional grade energy shield generator, one-time use, X1. A metal orb the size of a fist, which, once activated, can create a powerful energy shield around a vehicle for 10 seconds, sufficiently capable of withstanding a full force blow from a platinum-grade novice. A life-saving card for critical moments. Efficient coolant X2 rapidly lowers engine and energy core temperatures, preventing overload, particularly effective for armored vehicle engines in a fiery fusion state. D7 District Partial Encrypted Map Fragment X1, an ancient electronic map fragment, seemingly marking a hidden area within the maintenance station, depicted on the map as a blurred storage room icon, along with information about several concealed paths in the vicinity. The shield generator and coolant. Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement. These 2 items held immense value, especially the shield generator, which was like a timely boon. Moreover, there was the hidden map. Chapter 81. Can the silver chest hold items? The entire maintenance workshop was eerily desolate, devoid of any human presence. Only the scent of rust and decaying oil lingered in the air. Lin Tian clutched tightly to the recently acquired silver treasure chest reward, his heart pounding heavily within his chest as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, sensing an unusual danger. The high-grade energy shield generator, efficient coolant, and a fragment of a map. His gaze was fixated on the ancient electronic map, an instinctual feeling whispering that this object had been deliberately left behind by the Tomb Raider for him. On the screen, a blurry icon of a storage room flickered faintly within the maintenance station's emblem, located deep within the vast workshop, near the dimly lit maintenance shafts. Was the Tomb Raider hiding in this concealed area, or had he left this as a clue for Lin Tian? A sense of uncertainty plagued Lin Tian's mind as he remained vigilant, acutely aware of an impending threat lurking in the shadows. It felt as though every move he made was meticulously tracked by an unseen adversary. The appearance of this map fragment was undoubtedly no coincidence. It was either a bait or a means to lure him to a specific location. Currently, it appeared that the map genuinely sought to guide him to an unknown destination. Could treasure chests be artificially created? Lin Tian pondered his experiences. Every chest he had opened became useless thereafter, and even if he placed items back inside, they would vanish, along with the chest itself. Now, he found himself in a state of confusion, continuously contemplating the bizarre circumstances, feeling that something was amiss. As his thoughts spiraled, Lin Tian glanced at the armored vehicle behind him, where the injured Xiao Yin awaited rescue, its vital signs steadily declining, unable to hold on much longer. Having come this far, he decided to take a risk. He was determined to uncover the nature of this enigmatic situation. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to hesitate no longer. He could afford to wait, but Xiao Yin could not, and the Tomb Raider, who allowed only an hour, certainly would not grant him the luxury of leisurely exploration. Now, he had no choice but to trust in his luck. He stowed the disposable shield generator and coolant in the most accessible spot within his space ring, casting his gaze across the vast workshop illuminated by dim yellow lights. According to the vague guidance of the map fragment, the entrance to the storage room should be near the rows of enormous, grease-stained maintenance shafts. He clutched the trap detector tightly in his hand, the screen displaying red dots marking previously scanned trap locations at the entrance and along the edge of one of the shafts. Lin Tian cautiously maneuvered around these areas, treading carefully on the slick, cold floor, navigating past the toppled machinery and mountains of debris, stealthily advancing toward his objective. Deeper within the workshop, the atmosphere grew increasingly dim, illuminated only by a few flickering emergency lights that emitted a faint crackling sound. The sporadic gleam of these lights suggested they might extinguish entirely at any moment. The already unpleasant odor in the air was rendered even more unbearable, as it mingled not only with the acrid scent of rust and decay, but also with a barely discernible hint of disinfectant. The amalgamation of these three odors rendered the air here exceedingly foul. Is there someone residing here? The presence of disinfectant led Lin Tian to instinctively suspect that this place was inhabited. It was inconceivable otherwise. Suddenly, a new red dot illuminated the ground a few steps ahead of Lin Tian, causing him to halt abruptly, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He instinctively held his breath, cautiously crouching down and taking cover behind a discarded engine, peering intently forward. What lay before him was a metal grating floor, seemingly indistinguishable from the rest. Yet the detector clearly indicated the presence of an energy trap beneath. Damn, that was a close call. Lin Tian cursed silently. Indeed, the Tomb Raider had set an intricate web of traps here, even along the route indicated by the map. This further fueled Lin Tian's suspicion that the contents of the silver treasure chest had been placed there by the Tomb Raider. The sudden emergence of danger and the presence of traps along the designated path made Lin Tian increasingly cautious, prompting him to remain vigilant, careful not to act recklessly. The area marked on the map was adjacent to a thick concrete wall, next to several deep maintenance pits that exuded a pungent oiliness and an indescribable fishy stench. Where's the storage room? Why can't I see it? Lin Tian surveyed his surroundings in confusion. The walls appeared seamless, and the ground was composed solely of grating and solid concrete. The detector scanned without revealing any new traps, nor did it uncover any obvious doors or passages. His gaze swept across the walls and valves until it unexpectedly lingered on an inconspicuous corner. There lay an old, dusty control valve wheel, seemingly no different from the other rusted valves. However, at the center of the valve wheel was an exceedingly subtle hexagonal indentation, almost perfectly matching the black gemstone he kept on his person. Lin Tian's heart raced. He recalled the Tomb Raider's cryptic message about bringing all your purified water in your special heart. This is it. He was nearly certain that this mysterious black gemstone was the key to unlocking this door. Suppressing his excitement and maintaining his vigilance, he cautiously approached the valve wheel. The trap detector pointed towards it, yielding no response. He took a deep breath and retrieved the faintly warm black gemstone from his pocket. As the gemstone neared the hexagonal indentation, a fleeting glimmer of blue light seemed to flash within the recess, as if responding to its presence. Lin Tian hesitated no longer. He aligned the gemstone with the indentation and pressed down forcefully. A series of dull, mechanical clanks resonated from within the thick concrete wall. Almost immediately, adjacent to the valve wheel, a seemingly intact section of the wall caved inward and silently slid aside, revealing a narrow, dark passageway barely wide enough for a single person to traverse. A chilling, stale gust of air, tinged with a potent scent of disinfectant and some biological agent, surged forth from the entrance of the passage. Above, a dim, dust-laden green indicator light flickered to life, casting a feeble glow toward the abyss below. Eureka! Lin Tian's gaze sharpened as he gripped his golden entrenching tool and the newly acquired shield generator tightly. Chapter 82. The Mysterious Workshop. Could anyone truly dwell in such a place? Lin Tian frowned at the foreboding passage before him, cloaked in darkness, reminiscent of a descent into hell. Its depths obscured by an atmosphere thick with terror. Merely glancing into it filled him with an oppressive dread, his heart racing uncontrollably. Clutching the entrenching tool and the exquisite energy shield generator, he remained vigilant, pondering whether to descend. The descending dark passage, indeed, resembled the very entrance to hell, instilling a profound sense of fear in Lin Tian, who dared not enter lightly. Damn it, fortune favors the bold. Let us do this. I shall discover what demonic entity lurks within. Taking a deep breath to quell the fear of the unknown, Lin Tian resolutely stepped into the passageway. The wall behind him slid back into place, plunging the already dark corridor into further obscurity as the light from the workshop vanished completely. Without hesitation, he retrieved a powerful flashlight from his spatial ring, a basic supply unearthed from a bronze chest. A brilliant beam pierced the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. The passage was exceedingly narrow, steep, and treacherous. The metallic steps were encrusted with a thick layer of dust and slippery moss, while the walls on either side were cold stainless steel, bespeckled with condensation and rust. The air circulation system emitted a low hum, interspersed with the ominous drip of some liquid, rendering the already dim space even more sinister and foreboding. Lin Tian gripped the entrenching tool with one hand, cautiously sweeping the flashlight beam across the path and the walls. The trap detector screen served as a second eye, meticulously scanning for potential perils. The corridor extended downward for approximately 30 meters, culminating in a heavy, riveted alloy airtight door. At its center was a rotating valve alongside a faintly glowing red identification panel, which upon closer inspection appeared to be operational. The shape of the panel's interface astonishingly matched the hexagonal outline of the black gemstone perfectly. Could this be the key? Lin Tian gazed at the imposing door before him. After a moment of silence, he retrieved the black gemstone and pressed it into the recess of the identification panel. Beep. Authentication successful. Access level. Visitor. The passageway opened. The cold, synthetic voice of the electronic system unexpectedly resonated, causing Lin Tian to instinctively take several steps back. With a hissing sound, the heavy alloy door began to slowly creak inward, revealing a spacious and brightly lit metallic corridor before him. Above, fluorescent white lights illuminated the area, their brilliance far surpassing the flickering glow outside. The walls were clad in white composite panels, while the floor was a slip-resistant light gray metal grate. On either side of the corridor stood several sealed metal doors, devoid of any markings, only cold numbers offering no hint of what lay beyond. What kind of place is this? Lin Tian curiously surveyed his surroundings, This was no ordinary underground repair station, but rather resembled a forgotten, high-security research facility or shelter. The blurred icon of a storage room on the fragment of the map pointed towards this core area. What could the gravedigger possibly want by bringing him here? Proceeding cautiously down the corridor, Lin Tian's footsteps echoed in the vast metallic space. In the distance, he heard the sound of dripping water. Clenching his weapon, he lightened his steps, pressed against the wall, and carefully peered around the corner. The sight that met his eyes left him momentarily stunned, disbelief flooding his gaze. Before him stood a massive glass window, behind which lay a vast chamber filled with an array of oddly shaped large instruments. These devices were entirely foreign to Lin Tian. He had never encountered anything like them before. Thick pipelines coiled like gigantic serpents across the floor and ceiling, connecting to several translucent cylindrical containers in the center. One of the containers was enormous, large enough to hold an elephant, filled with a pale green liquid. Within that green substance, he could vaguely discern something. In the container nearest to him, he could make out the silhouette of a colossal creature, its body covered in metallic armor and bony spikes, resembling the remnants of some great beast. In another container floated grotesque masses of flesh and metal haphazardly fused together. A mere glance was enough to send Lin Tian into a fit of revulsion. "Ah, you have finally arrived, Lin Tian. A tad quicker than I anticipated. It seems that the key has integrated well with you." Suddenly, a voice echoed, startling Lin Tian and causing his expression to shift. He instinctively looked up, directing his flashlight towards the source of the sound, only to find the dark maw of a speaker. Not a real person. I have been under constant surveillance. Lin Tian was profoundly shaken. Everything he had done had been monitored by this unseen presence, each of his actions dictated by their design. Lin Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the discomfort within, and inquired with a commanding tone, "Are you the gravedigger? Where's the antidote I seek?" "The antidote? Huh." The gravedigger's laughter resonated through the speaker. "Do not be in haste, young spark. First, let me assess the sincerity you bring. Hand over all the purified water, and that heart as well." Lin Tian's gaze was fixed intently on the loudspeaker, while his other hand discreetly reached for the high-grade shield generator within his spatial ring. In this peculiar location, the opponent held an undeniable advantage, necessitating utmost caution. "The water is here." Lin Tian retrieved a sealed metal canister from his spatial ring, containing nearly all of his purified water reserves. "I have also brought the gem you requested. Tell me how to save Xiaoyan." He raised the canister filled with purified water, while tightly gripping the black gem with his other hand, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. The loudspeaker fell silent for a few seconds. The only sounds echoing were the low hum of machinery and the dripping of liquid. Then, the gravedigger's voice resurfaced. "Place the purified water on the teleportation platform beside the third door to your left." Following the instruction, Lin Tian looked to the left, indeed beside the third door. There was a metal platform glowing with blue light. He cautiously approached and set the canister down on the platform. Simultaneously, the large door behind the platform opened silently. Chapter 83. The true form of the gravedigger. As the cold metal canister landed on the teleportation platform, it immediately flickered with blue light, vanishing from Lin Tian's sight as if it had never existed. Watching this unfold, Lin Tian could not help but furrow his brow, his heart racing with apprehension. Having surrendered his trump card to the other party, if the gravedigger was merely toying with him, it would spell utter disaster. Meanwhile, the metal door beside the teleportation platform, accompanied by a low hydraulic sound, began to rise slowly, revealing a much brighter space within. Contrary to Lin Tian's expectations of a storage room or an office, it resembled a workshop for modifying battle vehicles. Several large mechanical arms hung from tracks above, while the ground was strewn with various sizes of metal sheets, cables, and tools. The air was thick with the scent of gasoline, mingled with a metallic aroma that Lin Tian had never encountered before. Deep within the workshop, several colossal shapes covered by translucent dust cloths were visible at a glance. They appeared to be the chassis and components of armored vehicles, which Lin Tian recognized from prior experience. "The water has been received with acceptable purity." The gravedigger's voice emanated from the loudspeaker, seemingly satisfied. "Now, place that heart on the identification platform before you, and be swift about it. No tricks allowed." Lin Tian's gaze swept towards the recently opened door, and indeed, not far inside, There was a small hexagonal metal platform resembling the one at the entrance of the passage. Gazing at the warm black gem in his hand, Lin Tian cast a glance at the dark and frigid passageway behind him, though a sense of reluctance welled within him. There was no turning back at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward decisively and placed the black gem firmly into the groove of the identification platform. A soft beep resonated as the core key accessed the identity binding of the spark. The platform illuminated with a gentle blue glow, and the gem appeared to melt into the groove, its surface adorned with flowing red patterns reminiscent of blood capillaries. A more distinct warmth surged through Lin Tian's fingers into his body. This energy vastly different from before. Though immense, it felt significantly more comfortable. Excellent. The voice of the grave digger seemed closer now, laced with a hint of excitement. Now, bring your vehicle inside. Do you see the largest lift platform? Drive onto it. There's something you require. Following the gravedigger's guidance, Lin Tian observed a massive square opening in the ground deep within the workshop, where a heavy lift platform capable of accommodating his armored vehicle was slowly rising, aligning perfectly with the ground. The platform's surface flickered with green lights, indicating its operational status. Bring the armored vehicle inside? Lin Tian frowned, glancing back at the tightly shut passageway door, voicing his displeasure. My armored vehicle is outside. How can I drive it in? The passage I entered earlier barely fits a single person and is certainly too narrow for the vehicle. The passage has been opened for you. The gravedigger's voice echoed once more. There will be no danger. Lin Tian's expression shifted. Every move he made was under the gravedigger's surveillance. Even the traps he detected were known to him. This feeling of being entirely controlled unsettled Lin Tian, yet he bore the discomfort for the sake of his ultimate goal. Hua Hua. Returning to the armored vehicle, Lin Tian looked at Hua Hua, concern for his safety gnawing at him. In the passenger seat, the fire elemental sprite flickered weakly, barely opening its eyes to gaze at Lin Tian. Master, do you need me to fight? No, rest well, Lin Tian replied, starting the armored vehicle and glancing at Xiao Yin, who also appeared quite feeble at the moment. After gently patting Xiao Yin, he propelled the armored vehicle forward, his gaze fixed on the perilous path ahead, moving forward without hesitation. At this juncture, he had no choice but to trust that the gravedigger was not deceiving him. To retreat now would render all previous efforts futile. Just as the wheels were about to traverse the hazardous zone marked by the detector, the red dot on the screen abruptly vanished. The metallic ground at the edge of the pit emitted a series of mechanical clicks as a massive metal plate, wide enough for the armored vehicle, slowly tilted to form a descending metal ramp. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian yanked the steering wheel, and the armored vehicle roared upward onto the ramp. The vehicle tilted sharply, and Lin Tian felt as though he might be flung from his seat. He pressed the accelerator with unwavering determination, harnessing the armored vehicle's formidable power alongside the additional thrust provided by the flames, pushing forward with relentless vigor. At the end of the slope lay the underground workshop, where brilliant lights swiftly replaced the dimness of the workspace. Lin Tian's gaze immediately fell upon the massive lift platform, which stood steadily below. Drive on, commanded the voice of the gravedigger. Lin Tian deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, executing a precise drift that brought the battered silver armored vehicle to a halt at the center of the expansive lift platform. As the wheels came to a standstill, a gentle energy barrier rose around the platform, encasing the vehicle within its protective embrace. The heavy sound of hydraulics echoed as the lift began to descend smoothly and swiftly. The overhead illumination was swiftly replaced by the weighty metal ceiling, and Lin Tian fixated on the rapidly changing numbers on the control panel indicating depth. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. At last, the platform jolted and came to an abrupt stop. They had arrived in an underground space far grander than the upper workshop. Beneath a dome soaring dozens of meters high, Lin Tian beheld colossal precision machinery he had never encountered before. Control panels flickered with countless indicator lights. Thick transparent tubes coursed with energy fluids, gigantic robotic arms engaged in laser welding, and several prototypes of battle vehicles, each enveloped in a transparent energy shield, emanated powerful energy fluctuations. Some were sleek like a cheetah, others robust like mobile fortresses, and some even hovered in midair. Directly ahead of the platform stood a figure clad in a worn yet impeccably tidy dark gray jumpsuit. their face obscured by a metal-breathing mask etched with intricate circuit patterns. The figure was not particularly tall, even slightly stooped, yet the eyes visible through the mask's visor were sharp enough to pierce one's soul, calmly observing Lin Tian as he descended from the lift. "Welcome to the Tomb Workshop," sparked Lin Tian. That voice was familiar to Lin Tian. It was indeed the voice of the gravedigger. In that moment, an unnamed fury surged through Lin Tian's entire being. Chapter 84. Everything is a trap. You're the gravedigger? Lin Tian's brow furrowed, frustration boiling within him as anger permeated his thoughts. In that instant, he yearned to charge forward and deliver a few blows to his adversary. Yet, upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the gravedigger offered no verbal response, but merely nodded gently. Now aware of the gravedigger's identity, Lin Tian suppressed the tumultuous anger roiling within him, fixing his gaze unwaveringly on the figure. Enough of this chatter. Where is the antidote I seek? In this moment, securing the life-saving medicine was paramount to ensure Xiao Yan's safety. As for everything else, those concerns could wait until the immediate crisis had passed. The gravedigger's gaze shifted past Lin Tian, focusing on Xiao Yan in the back seat of the armored vehicle. A flicker of warmth unexpectedly glimmered in those cold eyes, suggesting that his true target was indeed Xiao Yan. Why does this fellow's gaze seem so unsettling? Lin Tian furrowed his brow, his expression turning somewhat grim. The gravedigger's eyes flickered with a hint of mockery as they shifted toward Lin Tian, but he quickly regained his composure. "The antidote you seek lies over there," he said, slowly lifting a hand encased in work gloves to point towards the depths of the vast workshop, where a heavily fortified area separated by thick, blast-proof glass resided. Following the direction indicated by the gravedigger, Lin Tian's expression shifted dramatically upon discerning the scene before him. In the location he was directed to, there stood a colossal container, its size dwarfing that of the surrounding vessels, filled with a viscous and bizarre substance. A mere glance at it left Lin Tian feeling profoundly uneasy. At the core of this dark red, gelatinous material floated a heart, its surface adorned with intricate metallic patterns and biological veins, resembling a genetically engineered organ born of both nature and machinery. With each faint pulse, the heart sent ripples through the surrounding crimson gel, creating an extraordinarily eerie sight that instilled a sense of overwhelming dread. "This is the heart of source blood." The gravedigger's voice resonated, patiently elucidating for Lin Tian. "It can bestow new life upon the dying, reshape flesh and blood, and achieve mechanical fusion, thereby attaining immortality. It is the singular evolutionary path for all beings in this world." Upon hearing the gravedigger's explanation, Lin Tian's breath became erratic, disbelief etched deeply in his eyes. At that moment, he finally comprehended that the gravedigger had never intended to assist him. Rather, he was merely manipulating him, leading him step by step into a trap. "To hell with this!" Lin Tian roared, brandishing his shovel in defiance, fury blazing in his eyes, ready to charge at the gravedigger and tear him apart. "I aim to save Xiao Yan, not to transform him into some monstrous being. Hand over the real antidote, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness." In the face of Lin Tian's wrath, the gravedigger remained unfazed, his gaze growing even colder. "The true antidote? Do you truly believe that such a trivial toxin is worthy of my wasting the power of the heart of source blood?" The mutated beast's veins run with the diluted bloodline of the diamond fire lion. While it is indeed mixed, it serves as an exquisite vessel for rebirth. Its near-death state is the perfect opportunity to shed its former life and embrace the baptism of source blood. "I'm granting it new life, bestowing upon it powers that transcend the ordinary." He paused momentarily, fixing his gaze back on Lin Tian with a chilling scrutiny. "And you, the spark Lin Tian, are the key. The compatibility of that core spark with you exceeds expectations, and the purity of the purified water you provided barely meets the required standards. Now, only the final step remains. Your will, your vitality, serving as the catalyst for the perfect fusion of the source blood and its vessel. Whether your companion can attain rebirth hinges upon your willingness to make a sacrifice." Sacrifice? Lin Tian felt as if struck by lightning. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He comprehended the grave intentions of the gravedigger's plan, to use his life to catalyze Xiao Yan's transformation into the creature within that vessel. The notion of saving Xiao Yin was nothing more than a trap to ensnare both him and Xiao Yin, completing this horrific experiment. The grave digger's earlier emphasis on bringing that special heart referred not to a gem, but to Lin Tian's very life force. The hell with this nonsense. Lin Tian's eyes blazed red, all rational thought consumed in an instant by overwhelming fury and despair. Caution and observation were cast aside. He let out a primal roar, his body hurtling towards the grave digger like a missile. The engineer's shovel, infused with all his strength, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Aimed fiercely at the hunched figure, he intended to tear this madman apart. Buzz! Just as the engineer's shovel was about to make contact with the grave digger, a pale blue energy shield materialized before him. Lin Tian's full force strike met an immovable wall, the deafening clash of metal ringing in his ears. As the violent recoil surged through the shovel's handle and into his body, with a grunt, Lin Tian, already gravely injured, could no longer contain himself. A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, and he was sent flying backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily onto the cold metallic ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. A wave of excruciating pain enveloped him instantly. In that moment, Lin Tian felt darkness closing in on his vision, the shovel slipping from his grasp as he was propelled away. Master! In the passenger seat, Hua Hua emitted a faint yet piercing cry, flames flickering violently, yearning to rush over and protect Lin Tian. However, the immense energy expenditure prior left him with little power to utilize. Overreaching, the grave digger gazed coldly at Lin Tian, who struggled to rise, not bothering to move a single step. To him, Lin Tian was merely a gift in his death throes, never once deemed worthy of his regard. The grave digger expressionlessly raised his hand, gesturing towards the void. Crack, 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 from the workshop's dome and surrounding walls. Several automated defense turrets that had been in standby mode instantaneously activated, their cold muzzles and laser emitters locking onto the fallen Lin Tian and Hua Hua, who was attempting to shield him from the cockpit. Surrender your resistance, Spark. Integrate willingly into the ritual. This is your final choice. As for that fire elemental pup, the grave digger's gaze flicked towards Hua Hua, his greed unmistakably evident in his eyes. Chapter 85. A desperate struggle for survival. Break free. The icy gun barrels glimmered with deadly red light, a chilling aura of death enveloping Lin Tian completely. Lin Tian collapsed on the ground, his mouth tainted with the metallic taste of blood, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain that tore through him. The engineering shovel slipped from his grasp, clattering against the floor, its sharp metallic sound echoing painfully in the stillness of the workshop. His vision began to blur, and waves of dizziness washed over him, as if he were on the brink of unconsciousness. Master! Fire exclaimed in terror, desperately conjuring a flicker of flame in an attempt to escape from the passenger seat. But the feeble flicker was easily snuffed out by the overwhelming energy field and the targeting of the defensive turrets, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. It struggled to maintain its form, let alone launch an effective attack. Give it up, Ember. The cold voice of the gravedigger echoed once more, as if Lin Tian were not a person, but merely a lifeless specimen. The ritual requires the guidance of a living will. Your resistance will only amplify its suffering. Embrace the radiance of the heart of source blood. This is your only sanctuary. Sanctuary, my foot. Lin Tian rasped, a hoarse roar erupting from his throat. The primal instinct to survive and the will to protect his companions overwhelmed his grievous injuries in that instant. His gaze shifted from the turrets that had locked onto him to the gravedigger himself. An opportunity. Just one. At the moment, the gravedigger slightly raised his hand, seemingly preparing to command the turrets to fire or forcibly commence the ritual. Lin Tian surged to his feet, summoning every ounce of strength to bellow, "Die, you bastard." He lunged at the gravedigger, activating the spatial ring to extract its contents. 2 silver metal canisters, emblazoned with a skull and marked as high-efficiency coolant, materialized in Lin Tian's hands, which he hurled toward the control panel. The gravedigger was evidently unprepared for Lin Tian's hidden weapon, and his target was not himself, but the core mechanism that governed the entire crypt workshop. His expression shifted drastically, instinctively seeking to intercept the attack. However, it was far too late. The coolant struck the control panel, and in Lin Tian's hand appeared a standard handgun, which he unhesitatingly fired. An explosion resounded as two streams of frigid, bone-chilling low-temperature currents surged forth like twin frost dragons, crashing violently against the energy interface of the control panel. Instantly, thick ice crystals formed at the interface, forcibly interrupting the tumultuous flow of energy within, ultimately resulting in an energy meltdown. Dazzling blue and white arcs of electricity erupted uncontrollably from the interface, slithering along the conduits with crackling sounds. The vast underground workshop was abruptly plunged into darkness, the lights flickering wildly as if they might extinguish completely at any moment. A piercing alarm blared, drowning out the hum of machinery, while suspended mechanical arms convulsed, frozen mid-air, and laser welders erratically scanned, leaving charred marks on the metallic walls. The pale blue energy shield enveloping the gravedigger fluctuated violently, flickering erratically before it ultimately extinguished. The automated turrets, which had been locked onto Lin Tian and Hua, flashed their crimson lights frantically for a few moments before most of them dimmed, losing their offensive capability entirely. Damn it! The gravedigger let out an enraged roar, causing the ground beneath him to tremble slightly due to the chaotic energy, which made him stumble and fall. He gazed in disbelief at the main control interface, now shrouded in thick frost and emitting wisps of smoke, then abruptly turned to Lin Tian, who lay on the ground struggling to rise. "How dare you destroy mine?" The gravedigger's voice twisted with fury. Lin Tian paid no heed to the roaring adversary. The shield had vanished, the turrets were incapacitated, and the control panel was partially malfunctioning. This was the sole opportunity he had wagered with his life and final trump card. "Die, you bastard!" Lin Tian bellowed, unleashing the last vestiges of his potential, using both hands and feet in a desperate lunge toward the nearest armored vehicle's door. He had to return to the vehicle. He had to escape this cursed place immediately. Hua exerted every ounce of strength, flames surging forth to envelop Lin Tian, propelling him forcefully towards the vehicle door. Simultaneously, another flicker of faint flame reached for Xiao Yin in the back seat, attempting to extract it. The protective barriers surrounding the lift platform had vanished due to the energy interruption, and Lin Tian crashed heavily against the vehicle door, his fingers trembling as they sought the door handle. The gravedigger steadied himself, his eyes beneath the mask ablaze with vengeful fury. He abruptly raised a hand, revealing a device resembling a remote control, and pressed a scarlet button with force. "Think you can leave?" "Not so easily." Deep within the workshop, the massive container soaked in the heart of source blood suddenly illuminated with a blinding red light from inside the thick blast-proof glass. The dark, red, gelatinous substance within began to boil violently, the veins encasing the metallic heart pulsating uncontrollably. Simultaneously, a heavy metallic closing sound resonated beneath the lift platform where Lin Tian stood. As Lin Tian pulled open the car door, ready to thrust half his body inside, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him. He whipped around sharply, only to witness the heavy alloy gate at the edge of the lift platform rising rapidly. Intending to seal the entire platform along with his armored vehicle within the underground workshop, transforming it into a colossal metal coffin. Damn it! Lin Tian's face paled. If he were to be completely sealed in here, even if the gravedigger could not deal with him for the time being, he would eventually be worn down. He summoned every last ounce of strength, diving into the driver's seat, barely having time to close the door tightly. "Hua, Mirje, charge out, ascend!" Lin Tian screamed, slamming the accelerator to the floor, the engine emitting a desperate wail as if on the brink of destruction. Hua transformed into a dim red light, merging once more beneath the hood. This time, it was not a furious propulsion, but rather a frenzy that extracted the last vestiges of vitality. The silver-armored vehicle roared like a dying beast, its rusted and frosted body lunging forward with sudden ferocity. The wheels screeched fiercely against the metallic platform, emitting a cacophony of piercing cries and acrid smoke. The armored vehicle surged forward like a released arrow, propelled by an indomitable momentum as it collided violently with a heavy alloy gate that was slowly closing. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the confined underground space. The clash of steel against steel marked a confrontation between survival and captivity. The tremendous force of impact rendered Lin Tian momentarily blind, as if his very organs had shifted. A wave of excruciating pain engulfing his body, yet his will to survive remained resolutely steadfast. The front of the armored vehicle visibly crumpled upon the fierce collision, momentarily stalling the gate's closure. Chapter 86. Escape to Freedom. Repairing the armored vehicle, a deafening boom echoed in Chun Hao's ears as the silver armored vehicle, harnessing the last vestiges of Huahua's strength, crashed into the edge of the rapidly ascending heavy alloy gate like a wild stallion ablaze with flames. The clash of metal produced dazzling sparks. The creaking and clanging of twisted metal ensued. The already battered front of the armored vehicle contorted and collapsed under the horrific impact. The silver-enhanced armor crumpled inward as if made of paper, and the safe was instantaneously torn asunder. Shattered metal fragments shot backward, clattering against the vehicle and platform. The ostensibly indestructible edge of the gate was forced into a gaping, menacing breach by this desperate collision. Yet, the formidable kinetic energy of the ascending gate had not entirely dissipated as the armored vehicle penetrated the breach. The immense weight and rising inertia of the colossal alloy gate crashed down upon the rear half of the vehicle and its cargo compartment. A muffled thud resonated as the entire armored vehicle suddenly sank. The cargo compartment fractured like an eggshell, the energy shield instantly overloaded and extinguished, losing its protective function, while the roof structure visibly bowed and distorted. Lin Tian, situated in the driver's seat, was violently thrust against the steering wheel by this double impact, the excruciating pain causing his vision to darken, blood uncontrollably spilling from the corner of his mouth. He felt as though his bones were fracturing, his internal organs being mercilessly gripped and twisted by an invisible hand, the intense agony making each breath a struggle. "Master, are you all right?" Hua's voice emerged, frail and weak. The forced fusion had already drained it, and this violent crash and compression nearly shattered its fiery core. "I'm fine, push through." Lin Tian bellowed, his eyes burning red. The agonizing sensation of his organs being displaced caused his entire body to tremble, slipping from his control. Yet, he summoned the last vestige of strength within him, anchoring himself firmly to the base. Beneath the hood, disregarding its imminent extinguishment, Hua fervently channeled the remaining power of its legendary bloodline into the engine. Boom! The system's prompt pierced Lin Tian's heart like a dagger. However, he had no time for sorrow, nor for the luxury of feeling his own pain. Clinging to the last vestiges of clarity, his gaze swept over the control panel's navigation map and the external environment with the acuity of a hawk. This was the upper workshop, a realm cluttered with discarded components and immense mechanical arms. There was no time to linger. He needed to depart swiftly. Though the grave digger was temporarily ensnared, who knew what other means he might possess? Moreover, the commotion earlier was loud enough to potentially attract other entities. Relying on instinct, he struggled to control the nearly uncontrollable steering wheel, maneuvering the armored vehicle awkwardly towards the main passage leading to the maintenance workshop, as recalled from memory. Each jolt inflicted excruciating pain, yet he gritted his teeth resolutely. As the armored vehicle painstakingly navigated past a corner cluttered with abandoned engines and twisted metal sheets, Lin Tian's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of an exceedingly faint, yet remarkably familiar glimmer. The light was obscured by thick grease and dust, hidden within the crevice of an overturned large lathe in the wall. Another silver treasure chest. Lin Tian swiftly pressed the brake, causing the armored vehicle to lurch abruptly, its frame groaning under the strain, halting mere meters from the pile of scrap metal. Unbuckling his seatbelt and enduring the searing pain coursing through his body, he nearly crawled to force open the severely deformed door. Staggering towards the heap of refuse, he laboriously cleared away the rusted iron, revealing the silver treasure chest shrouded in oil. With trembling hands, Lin Tian decisively chose to upgrade. Acquired. Silver treasure chest X1. Upgrade successful. Obtained golden treasure chest X1. Opening successful. Acquired. Advanced repair gel large X1. Acquired. Superior energy core stabilizer golden X1. Acquired. Life essence extract superior X1. 3 items appeared in Lin Tian's grasp. Advanced repair gel, silver, a viscous substance emitting a faint blue glow and a refreshing aura. System description: capable of swiftly repairing physical damage to non-energy shielded armored vehicles, significantly effective against structural impairments. Superior energy core stabilizer. Golden, a fist-sized silver sphere etched with intricate energy circuits. System description. Stabilizes and slightly enhances energy core output, alleviating overload conditions. Compatible with silver to golden cores. Life essence extract. Silver, a vibrant green liquid contained within a compact metal syringe, exuding a rich vitality. System description. Contains highly concentrated life energy, capable of rapidly healing injuries and replenishing vitality, with miraculous effects for near-death states. Heaven has aided me. A spark of ecstatic light ignited in Lin Tian's eyes. This was undoubtedly a lifeline tailored for his current predicament. Without hesitation, he upgraded the life essence extraction liquid and promptly injected the emerald green fluid into his arm. A vast and gentle surge of life energy flooded through his limbs, alleviating the agonizing pain within his body at an astonishing pace, as if quenched by a long-awaited rain after a drought. The shattered bones seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, while his depleted stamina rapidly rejuvenated. Although instant recovery was unattainable, the near-death weakness was forcibly dispelled. In Lin Tian's desperate eyes, the arrival of these resources reignited a flicker of hope. His vitality and physical strength were swiftly restored, bringing an exquisite sense of comfort. He forcefully slammed the high-grade energy core stabilizer onto the engine cover, and the silver metallic sphere seamlessly integrated into the engine, vanishing from sight. The engine, which had been belching black smoke and sparks, gradually returned to normalcy with the infusion of the silver metal, calming its previous turbulence. The system's red alerts slowly dissipated into nothingness. How wonderful! Lin Tian felt immense joy as he immediately retrieved a canister of repair gel, now upgraded to golden quality. The metallic container resembled a large fire extinguisher, chilling to the touch and exceedingly heavy, making it impossible for him to lift with one hand. He activated the spray nozzle and directed it at the damaged armored vehicle, unhesitatingly spraying the gel onto the wounded metal surface. Upon contact, the gel emitted a faint sound, swiftly spreading and permeating like a living entity. The warped and distorted metal began to repair itself at an observable speed under the gel's influence. Chapter 87. The Gravedigger's self-destruct sequence initiated. The light blue high-grade repair gel surged forth from the canister's nozzle, covering the areas of the silver armored vehicle that suffered the most damage with remarkable precision. The vehicle's roof had been severely dented and nearly torn in half by the alloy gate, while the rear compartment was almost unrecognizable. As the gel made contact with the damaged metal, a series of sounds erupted, and the edges of the twisted steel plates visibly softened and writhed. It was as if invisible giant hands were forcefully restoring them, with the fragmented steel being instantaneously bonded together under the gel's enveloping embrace, remelting at an astonishing rate. The formerly collapsed section of the roof began to rise slowly and steadily, regaining its original contour with the support and repair of the gel. What on earth is happening? Lin Tian, who had never witnessed such a scene, was momentarily bewildered and utterly perplexed. However, he soon accepted the phenomenon, realizing that this was a world of survival, unlike the one he once knew, where such occurrences seemed entirely plausible. The armored vehicle's bumper had long since vanished, and the engine cover was twisted as if trampled by a colossal beast, while the repair gel flowed slowly over it, rapidly filling every crevice. Before Lin Tian, a sudden notification from the system emerged. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved steel from his spatial ring and unreservedly cast it into the armored vehicle. The steel swiftly melded, repairing the vehicle. Repair progress. Physical structure damage restoration in progress. Estimated completion, 65. The cold, electronic voice resonated in Lin Tian's ears, akin to celestial music, profoundly pleasing. Simultaneously, the finely crafted energy core stabilizer affixed to the hood played a pivotal role. Its surface, engraved with intricate energy circuits, emitted a gentle silver glow, functioning as a precise energy regulator, delving deep into the vehicle's energy core. The core area, once on the brink of collapse and nearly erupting due to the reckless overexertion, began to stabilize. A gentle yet remarkably resilient stabilizing force field radiated outward, transforming the chaotic energy flow, which had surged like a wild stallion, into an orderly and steady stream. The exhaust pipe, no longer spewing a tumultuous blend of sparks and black smoke, gradually resumed a deep, powerful rumble. The frantically flashing overload red light on the dashboard finally extinguished, leaving only a few yellow indicators denoting minor damage. Warning: energy core overload resolved, output stabilizing. Hua, we shall soon depart from this wretched place. Observing the gradual restoration of the armored vehicle, Lin Tian felt a surge of comfort. He quickly sprayed the last remnants of the repair gel on the deeper scratches and the impact dents left by the Frost War chariot on the vehicle's side. Having completed this task, Lin Tian turned without hesitation and returned to the armored vehicle, gazing at the still form of Xiao Yan, who lay on the soft cushion, breathing so faintly it was nearly imperceptible. The little body twitched occasionally in agony. The emerald glow of the life essence extraction fluid, while dispelling his own sense of impending doom, appeared to have limited effect on the source damage inflicted by the violent diamond bloodline within Xiao Yan. It could only tenuously sustain Xiao Yan's last breath, failing to reverse the dreadful erosion. May I discover a remedy? Lin Tian gently stroked the dull, lifeless fur of the little lion, his heart heavy. Though Xiao Yan's bloodline was not high and could not compare to Hua, he held a significant place in Lin Tian's heart. In Hua's absence, it was Xiao Yan and his little brother who kept him company. Suddenly, the entire underground workshop reverberated with an alarm so piercing it bordered on the tragic. This sound was far sharper than the alarms triggered by the damage to the main console, filled with a sense of devastating oppression. The red emergency lights flashed wildly, casting a sinister crimson hue over the vast workshop. Through the loudspeakers, the enraged roar of the gravedigger echoed throughout the space, imbued with deep-seated resentment. Destroy my foundation. Ruin my ritual. Lin Tian, the spark of fire. You shall perish. 1,000 deaths cannot atone for your sins. Thinking of escaping? Dream on. You shall all accompany me to the grave. The self-destruction protocol of the base has been activated. Count down 10 minutes. Embrace the eternal slumber from the grave. Ha ha ha. Self-destruction? Lin Tian's expression changed drastically as the sensation of death enveloped him once more. A chilling wave surged from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. The gravedigger had actually initiated the self-destruction sequence of the entire underground base, truly wishing to perish alongside him. 3 minutes remained, merely 3 minutes. This fleeting time was not solely about escaping the depths of the workshop, but also about breaking free from the maintenance station and distancing himself from the core of the impending explosion. The gravedigger's underground stronghold, meticulously cultivated over the years, possessed a cataclysmic self-destruction capability. Damn it, Lin Tian roared, summoning every ounce of strength to return to the driver's seat and forcefully slam the door shut. The twisted door emitted a piercing screech as it barely closed. Gripping the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the ramp leading to the upper maintenance workshop. On the navigation map, the green cursor indicating the exit flickered frantically, as if urging him onward. Roar! The silver-armored vehicle emitted a roar that combined the sounds of metal and flames, as the repair gel enveloping its body rapidly solidified under extreme heat. Gleaming with a metallic sheen, akin to draping the battle-scarred steel beast in an urgent patchwork of blue lines. Charge! Lin Tian pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the newly repaired engine erupted with unprecedented power, propelling the heavy vehicle forward like a beast unshackled, racing towards the escape ramp from his memories, towards the flickering green cursor, towards the surface, towards the sole path to survival. The vehicle rolled over scattered debris and oil, stirring up a howling wind and the shrill screech of metal against metal. In the rearview mirror, the colossal container steeped in the eerie source blood glowed ominously under the crimson alarm lights, resembling a demonic eye, radiating a heart-stopping, sinister luminescence. The entire underground space trembled. Dust and debris began to fall from the dome, as if the apocalypse had arrived prematurely. 3 minutes. A race against death. Lin Tian's heart thundered within his chest, each beat resonating like a war drum heralding this final escape. His gaze was solely fixed on the road ahead and the approaching light that symbolized freedom. Chapter 88. In the moment of crisis, the mysterious figure appears. The entrance to the ramp was within reach, as Lin Tian desperately propelled the armored vehicle upwards. However, just as the vehicle was about to ascend the ramp, torrents of lava suddenly erupted from the openings on either side. The scalding lava was unbearably hot, instantly melting the metallic ramp and obstructing Lin Tian's path forward. The grave digger, that wretched individual, had prepared a trap here. Damn, this scoundrel had indeed left this car to play. Lin Tian's pupils constricted, and goosebumps rose on his skin. The temperature of the molten lava was sufficient to instantly liquefy steel. While the advanced repair gel could withstand impact, it would certainly not endure such relentless searing heat. My master, I am here to assist you. The feeble voice of Hua echoed once more, imbued with an unwavering determination. He would sacrifice everything to ensure his master's safety. My flames will envelop the vehicle, briefly severing all temperatures. No sooner had he spoken than a flame, dimmer than before, surged forth from the crevices of the hood, imbued with the essence of Hua's origin. It swiftly spread, akin to molten gold flowing, instantly cloaking the entire armored vehicle's exterior. Lin Tian could sense the core of Hua's flames trembling violently, the primal energy depleting rapidly. This was the true essence of life being consumed. Master, disregard me, flee first. Hua's voice was urgent yet faint. He had exhausted all his strength to shield the armored car. With crimson eyes ablaze, Lin Tian gripped the steering wheel, steering towards the relatively narrow side of a lava passage where the molten flow was less vigorous, pressing the accelerator with unwavering resolve, charging ahead. A searing, agonizing sound erupted as the armored vehicle plunged into the torrent of lava. The fiery, golden flames that enveloped the chassis collided violently with the scalding magma, erupting in thick plumes of smoke and blinding light. The vehicle quaked violently, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. The horrifying heat, even through the protective layers of the vehicle and Hua's flames, penetrated into the cabin, making the skin prickle with pain. The silver armored vehicle, akin to a solitary boat battling upstream in a river of lava, carved a path through the crimson river of death. Thanks to the brief reprieve granted by Hua's burning essence, the wheels ground over the molten metal surface, emitting a grating, twisted sound. The mere span of a dozen meters felt like an eternity. Finally, as the front of the vehicle burst free from the lava's grasp, returning to the comparatively secure upper workshop floor, the golden flames that had cloaked the car extinguished with a soft hiss, like a candle flickering in the wind. The remnants of magma on the vehicle rapidly cooled and solidified, forming an ugly, grotesque black shell. The intense heat had charred and deformed the repair gel in several places, revealing the still, glowing red metal beneath. Hua, come back quickly, Lin Tian called out anxiously. Hua, now devoid of all strength, returned to the passenger seat, his form nearly transparent, flickering weakly like a dying ember, struggling to maintain his shape, and had succumbed to silence. Master, I cannot hold on much longer. Lin Tian felt as if his heart were being torn asunder, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He dared not linger, continuing to maneuver the battered vehicle, its body marred by burns and solidified magma, racing towards the colossal roll-up door of the repair bay. Self-destruct countdown, 2 minutes. The armored vehicle, cloaked in smoke and scorch marks, roared forth from the massive main bay door of the repair station, returning to the desolate ruins of District D, illuminated by rust and the waning light of dusk. Yet, before Lin Tian could exhale in relief, a chilling wave of deadly intent suddenly enveloped him. Whoosh! A chilling and bone-piercing icicle, exuding a frigid aura, pierced the air like a harbinger of death. With a sharp whoosh as it hurtled towards the armored vehicle's cockpit with unparalleled precision, its speed eclipsed that of its predecessors. This was the frost war chariot of the cold prison, lurking like a white specter in the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal blow to its prey. The shadow of death loomed instantaneously, and Lin Tian could even discern the frost flowers formed by the frozen air at the tip of the icicle. The bulletproof glass of the cockpit, already riddled with cracks from previous impacts, stood no chance against this long-anticipated lethal strike. Just as despair began to envelop Lin Tian, a faint golden translucent energy shield unfurled before the cockpit, the exquisite energy shield generator enveloping the armored vehicle in a protective embrace at the very moment the icicle was about to strike. Bang! Crack! The icicle collided violently with the pale, golden shield, producing a deafening roar. The shield vibrated violently, its surface quickly adorned with a web of fractures, ice shards scattering in all directions. The immense force jolted the entire vehicle, and the shield, having withstood for less than a second, shattered like fragile glass. Yet, that precious moment granted Lin Tian a fleeting chance of survival. The icicle's potency was diminished significantly by the shield, and the residual force struck the already cracked, bulletproof glass of the cockpit with brutal intensity. With a resounding crash, the glass finally succumbed to the overwhelming burden, shattering completely. Fine shards of glass exploded into the cockpit like hail, and instinctively, Lin Tian turned aside, raising his hand to shield himself, as the sharp fragments carved multiple lines of blood across his arm and cheek. The icy chill, mingled with shards of glass, rushed into the cabin, the bone-chilling cold sending shivers down Lin Tian's spine. It was a desperate struggle for survival. Within the Frost War chariot, the enigmatic figure behind the mask gazed with a coldness akin to steel. He had not anticipated the presence of such a disposable defensive apparatus. However, at this moment, the shield lay in ruins, and Lin Tian was undoubtedly doomed. The engine of the Frost War chariot roared like a beast of war, accelerating towards Lin Tian, who was left defenseless without his shield. This strike would surely annihilate him. The icicle launcher atop the vehicle began to gather lethal frost once more. Self-destruction countdown, 1 minute. With formidable foes ahead and imminent destruction looming behind, Lin Tian found himself in the depths of despair. Casting a glance at the feeble Xiao Yin in the back seat and the nearly extinguished Hua Hua beside him, a sudden impulse of mutual destruction surged within him. "You want my life? Then let us perish together." With a beastly roar, Lin Tian resolved that if his adversaries sought his demise, he would take them down with him. He ceased to evade the impending collision with the Frost War chariot. Instead, he slammed the steering wheel, extracting the last remnants of power from the armored vehicle, directing its front towards the oncoming Frost War chariot for a fierce impact. Simultaneously, his right hand struck towards the emergency energy interface beneath the central console, which flickered with ominous red light. There, remnants of the subpar energy crystal cores previously inserted still linger. "Fire! Let us together vanquish them." Chapter 89. Mutual Destruction. Fire's Disappearance. Lin Tian roared within, vowing that even in death, he would take his adversary down with him. At the moment Lin Tian's roar erupted, the faint spark on the passenger seat, nearly extinguished, suddenly unleashed its final surge of energy. A terrifying blaze, mingling with the ferocious fire elements and the chaotic energy of inferior crystal cores, erupted from beneath the engine hood, the exhaust, and even the crevices of the silver armored vehicle, akin to a long-suppressed volcano violently releasing its terrifying energy. Crimson, dark purple, and ashen flames, intertwined with various violent energies, swiftly consumed a substantial portion of the vehicle's front, surging like an uncontrollable fire dragon towards the oncoming Frost War chariot. Boom! The two formidable forces collided with great ferocity, instantly enveloping the Frost War chariot's icy shield with the raging flames, as the bone-chilling cold clashed violently against the terrifying fire. A colossal shock wave emanated from the point of collision, radiating outward like a tsunami. Boom! 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 The explosive sounds reverberated for hundreds of meters as shattered metal fragments, burning flames, and frozen ice crystals mingled with the earth and rusted metal propelled by the shockwave, sweeping through the ruins in a cataclysmic storm. The silver-armored vehicle bore the brunt of the blast. Its already damaged front was utterly deformed and shattered in this self-destructive explosion, engulfed in flames, and violently hurled into a heap of discarded containers, extinguished at last, with thick smoke billowing. The Frost War chariot, caught off guard by Lin Tian's fearless charge, suffered severe damage to its front, the icy shield shattered, its body draped in a mixture of burning flames and melting ice water, emitting plumes of black smoke as it careened uncontrollably to the side, crashing heavily against a concrete wall. The mysterious figure within the Frost War chariot seemed to have been severely impacted, temporarily incapacitated. Boom! In that instant, a deafening sound, capable of shaking the very earth and sending shivers through the soul, resonated from the depths below. It was as if an ancient slumbering beast had unleashed a roar of annihilation, intent on obliterating everything in its path. The countdown for the Tomb Raider's self-destruct sequence had concluded, and a wave of horrific destructive energy rapidly spread from the underground modification workshop. Centered around the former maintenance station, The ground within a radius of several hundred meters undulated violently like waves. The solid earth buckled and tore as if it were fragile as a biscuit. Enormous fissures sprawling open like gaping abyssal mouths, their speed too swift for any reaction. The massive concrete structure of the maintenance station twisted under the horrific explosion, collapsing inward as if it were a sandcastle crushed by an unseen giant's hand. A vast chasm, measuring dozens of meters in diameter, materialized in an instant, devouring and tearing apart soil, concrete fragments, twisted steel reinforcements, and shattered equipment, all consumed by this cataclysmic force. The terrifying energy voraciously engulfed everything in its path, including colossal machinery weighing several tons, which was effortlessly obliterated. A searing wave of heat, mingled with dirt, metallic dust, and an indescribable stench of charred remains, surged forth like a tsunami, violently crashing outward. The remnants of two armored vehicles, recently subjected to the explosive shockwave, were once again hurled into the air by this more formidable force, akin to leaves caught in a tempest, cast into the depths of the desolation. A dreadful mushroom cloud, entwined with smoke and flames, slowly ascended from the abyss, soaring toward the sky, stained crimson by the setting sun, as this horrific energy gradually dissipated. The entire world seemed to fall silent for a fleeting moment in the wake of this cataclysmic explosion. Time became an abstract concept. Perhaps mere seconds had passed, or perhaps an eternity. Amidst the debris, leveled by the shockwave and strewn with rubble and smoldering remnants, beneath a pile of twisted containers, a severely distorted silver-armored vehicle lay, nearly unrecognizable as anything but scrap metal. A trembling hand pushed aside a door riddled with cracks, nearly rendered completely inoperative. Lin Tian, drenched in blood, with his face marred by glass lacerations and soot, struggled to emerge from the mangled cockpit, only to stumble and crash heavily to the ground. Coughing violently, the intense pain surged through Lin Tian, each breath a torment, as he felt the warm blood surging in his throat. Gazing up at the sinking sun, his expression was devoid of emotion, obscured only by grime and blood. After what felt like an eternity, he regained a semblance of strength and laboriously rose to his feet, making his way back to the armored vehicle. The figure of Hua had vanished, seemingly having fulfilled its purpose and departed from Lin Tian's side. Xiaoyan, battered by the tumult and impact, lacked even the strength to twitch, with only the faintest rise and fall of its chest indicating that the flame of its life still flickered. In stark contrast, Xiaoyan's brother, an ordinary little lion, could not withstand such a violent collision and had succumbed to death. Cough, cough. Hua, Xiaoyan. Lin Tian extended his hand, trembling as he sought to make contact, but the movement aggravated his wounds, causing darkness to cloud his vision. In the distance, the wreckage of the Frost war chariot lay buried beneath rubble, momentarily silent. Lin Tian cast a wary glance in its direction, fully aware that the enigmatic figure could not possibly have perished so easily. He yearned to extinguish the life of his adversary, yet at that moment, even standing was a challenge, and the distance to the Frost war chariot was considerable, making any approach perilous. To act recklessly could very well cost him his own life. Suppressing the yearning within to rush forth in vengeance, Lin Tian reclined once more on the frigid ground, gazing at the heavens marred by vast craters and billowing smoke. Fatigue and anguish, coupled with the profound sorrow of lost companions, surged within him like a relentless tide, leaving his heart in utter torment. In the next moment, his bloodshot eyes snapped open, ignited by a more fervent blaze than before, the flame of retribution. The chilling undertaker and those vile remnants were not yet finished with him. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to gradually lift his body, casting his gaze across the desolate and perilous ruins of Zone D. As long as I draw breath, his hoarse voice echoed like the growl of a wounded beast in this infernal wasteland. This debt shall be repaid drop by drop of blood. Lin Tian's eyes turned ice cold as he regarded the utterly wrecked armored vehicle before him. This vehicle had been his lifeline in this world, and now the paramount task was to devise a means to restore it. This realm was filled with wondrous things. Surely, there existed a way to mend his armored companion. In the distance, beneath the wreckage of the frost-covered war chariot, a faint sound of metallic friction seemed to emerge. Chapter 90. Seeking armored vehicle materials, Lin Tian lay on the icy ground, the waning sunlight filtering through the swirling smoke, casting a desolate dark red hue over the ruins. Far off, the gaping chasm created by the Undertaker's base self-destruction resembled a grotesque wound in the earth, its edges still belching thick smoke, accompanied by sporadic faint explosions. Coughing violently, blood mixed with filth spilled from the corners of his mouth. Every bone in his body felt shattered, and his insides burned with excruciating pain. The life essence extract barely sustained him, yet to regain mobility, he needed to devise another plan. Straining to turn his neck, he beheld the silver-tier armored vehicle beneath a heap of twisted containers, a steadfast companion that had shielded him countless times and led him through perilous escapes. Now, it lay wholly transformed into a smoldering heap of scrap metal, marred by soot and hardened lava. The front had completely collapsed and contorted, the engine hood vanished, revealing charred and twisted pipelines within. The roof and rear compartment were crushed and torn, the advanced repair gel rendered utterly ineffective in the last explosion and searing heat, exposing horrific damage beneath. All the windows were shattered, and the doors grotesquely deformed, barely clinging to the vehicle's body by a thread of metal. Despair enveloped Lin Tian. Without the armored vehicle, he was but a lamb awaiting slaughter in this treacherous wasteland. The prospect of vengeance seemed distant. Even surviving the night appeared uncertain. Hua! He instinctively called out, yet the only response was the howling wind, carrying the acrid scent of charred remains. The passenger seat was empty. The little companion who had always risen to the occasion had completely burned out in a bid to save him. Overwhelming sorrow instantaneously drowned out his physical pain. Moistening his eyes, Hua, I will surely rescue you. The will to survive ignited like a fierce flame amidst the ashes of despair. He suddenly recalled the spatial ring, his final bastion of hope. Instinctively lowering his gaze, he spotted the ring glimmering with silver sparks, and a sigh of relief escaped his lips. Fortunately, the spatial ring remained intact. However, as his consciousness swept through its internal space, his heart sank. Previously, in the effort to detonate explosives, he had nearly exhausted all his munitions. Food was plentiful enough, alleviating that concern. Yet, the fate of his engineering shovel was uncertain, and his handgun likely succumbed to destruction in the last impact, leaving him with only a few ordinary daggers. The only items of worth were some low-grade materials that had gone unused. Alas, these were far too scant to repair the armored vehicle, let alone ensure his safe departure from the area. In the chat channel, a flicker of hope ignited in Lin Tian's eyes. Gritting through the pain, he returned to the armored vehicle and glanced at the control panel, which lay completely inoperative. He was uncertain whether he could still access the chat page. The system activated the chat interface. With Lin Tian's voice resonating, a blue screen materialized, flooded with a torrent of messages filled with pleas for help, trade offers, boasts, and insults. Thankfully, access was granted. It appeared that as long as he remained beside the armored vehicle, irrespective of its condition, he could enter the chat page. Lin Tian muttered softly, continuing to browse through the myriad of messages. Collecting iron ingots, 10 units of iron ingots for 1 unit of clean water, priority for large quantities. Selling a damaged bronze-grade engine cover, durability 15100, in exchange for healing potions or high-energy food. Help! I am surrounded by a pack of mutated hyenas near coordinates X347, Y891. Who has incendiary grenades to assist me? There will be generous rewards. Long-term acquisition of various rare materials, blueprints, core components, fair prices, no deception, private inquiries welcome. The messages streamed by rapidly, and after a cursory glance, Lin Tian found nothing he sought, nor any items capable of repairing the armored vehicle. Seeking advanced armored vehicle repair kits, at least silver grade or above, potent biological healing potions, fire element cores, or related nurturing items. Anything that can swiftly mend vehicle structures or engine components. As soon as this message was sent, it stirred a ripple of excitement in the channel. Is that not Lin Tian himself? What predicament has he encountered to request such items? Lin Tian, the items you seek are exceedingly rare. Repair kits and potent biological potions are in high demand and costly, while fire element cores are a rare find indeed. However, I might be able to assist you. Fire element core? Just yesterday, I opened a bronze chest and obtained a faint ember of fire element. I wonder if it would be of use to Lin Tian, but but I need to trade it for food and water. Despite the passage of days, food and water remained hard currency, and many still struggled to satiate their hunger. The repair kit is unavailable, yet I possess an emergency welding gel, bronze, capable of temporarily bonding metals and mending minor damages. Lin Tian, would you be interested? The information at hand is scant, with only feeble remnants of fire elements, which hold no significance for Lin Tian. Even with an upgrade, it would amount to nothing more than a silver level. The welding gel is of too low a grade to be of any use against the current dire state of the armored vehicle. Lin Tian's heart sank slowly. Was he truly out of options? At that moment, a private message suddenly appeared, and the sender's ID invigorated Lin Tian. Snowfall, Lin Tian, is that really you? I've sent you numerous messages without a reply. I thought something happened to you. Snowfall's tone brimmed with shock and concern. She had sent multiple messages to Lin Tian, receiving no response, and instinctively feared for his safety. The joy she felt upon spotting Lin Tian's message in the chat channel was immeasurable. He was a prominent figure, having provided her with ample materials, and if something were to happen to him now, her aspirations to enhance her forging skills would be significantly delayed, potentially even preventing her from achieving diamond level or higher. Do you possess the materials I require? Lin Tian inquired. A few seconds of silence followed from the other end, and although Snowfall was currently managing her resources, she replied, Lin Tian, while I do not have the materials you seek, I believe I can assist you in repairing the armored vehicle. Lin Tian was taken aback and then recalled Snowfall's talents, shaking his head gently as he replied, That won't suffice. My armored vehicle is completely beyond repair, and you are too far away. Lin Tian had contemplated the possibility of repurposing components, such as the engine, to reconstruct the armored vehicle. However, he had tested that notion before, and it was utterly infeasible. All vehicles were merely dilapidated road cars that had just crossed over, and aside from these road cars, nothing else was possible. It seemed there were particular restrictions in place. Hearing this, Snowfall spoke helplessly, Then I am a loss. Chapter 91. Diamond-level items. Despair enveloped Lin Tian, leaving him in a state of utter helplessness. Snowfall was unable to assist him, despite her talent for repairing armored vehicles, as they were not in the same location. Furthermore, there was nothing in the chat channel that could satisfy his needs. Had Lady Luck turned her back on him? In his agitated state, Lin Tian found himself coughing incessantly, aggravating his wounds and intensifying his suffering, his gaze fixated on the nearby wreckage of the Frost War vehicle. He harbored deep concerns that the Frost prison had not perished and could re-emerge at any moment. With his grievously injured form, he lacked the capacity to contend with such an adversary. Just as despair consumed Lin Tian, and he felt lost without a glimmer of hope for what to do next, a terrifying aura suddenly manifested, prompting Lin Tian to instinctively turn to look. A figure, as elusive as a specter, silently emerged atop a heap of discarded metallic debris. Gazing impassively at him, clad in a dark silver bodysuit, the fabric appeared so smooth it seemed to absorb light, standing quietly beneath the veil of night. Had he not stirred slightly, Lin Tian might not have perceived the presence of this enigmatic being. A pure white mask concealed the figure's visage, revealing only the chin and lips, rendering any discernible expression invisible. The figure's slender frame resembled that of a greyhound, yet the formidable aura surrounding him attested to his extraordinary nature. Lin Tian's complexion shifted dramatically, every muscle in his body tensing instantaneously, eliciting a wave of excruciating pain from his wounds. Instinctively, he reached for his entrenching tool, only to realize it had long since vanished. Who are you? Lin Tian rasped, his voice strained, yet he forced himself upright despite the absence of his weapon. The mysterious individual regarded him through the frigid mask, casting an impassive glance at the abandoned armored vehicle behind Lin Tian. Then, with a calm gaze, it returned to rest upon Lin Tian. I cannot believe you survived such an explosion. After the grave digger's machinations, the harbinger's hunt, and the base's self-destruction, you managed to emerge, even retaining the will to fight back. Truly, you are the ember chosen by the queen. A voice devoid of any discernible emotion echoed in the night. Lin Tian's expression shifted drastically. How could this individual possess such knowledge? Could it be that he, like the grave digger, had been monitoring Lin Tian all along? What do you want? Lin Tian questioned warily, sensing the malevolence in the stranger's sudden appearance. In his current state of injury, he had no capacity for resistance. Should the individual harbor ill intentions, his demise would be imminent. The mysterious figure did not answer directly, but slowly raised his right hand, revealing an object suspended in his palm. The item, roughly the size of a fist, was an irregular, deep blue crystalline fragment, its surface shimmering with a liquid, starlit glow. This object emanated a unique energy. Even from a distance, Lin Tian could perceive its potent aura, surpassing any artifact he had encountered before, including the gravedigger's heart of source blood. Lin Tian's heart raced uncontrollably, his gaze fixated on the deep blue shard. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he sensed that this item could restore his armored vehicle in a short span. "What is this?" Lin Tian inquired, furrowing his brow. Had the enigmatic figure produced this item with the intent of striking a bargain? The core fragment of the Ark is currently of diamond grade. Restoring your wrecked armored vehicle poses no challenge whatsoever. Diamond grade? Upon hearing the term diamond level, Lin Tian could not help but be taken aback. At this stage, the majority of survivors possessed only silver or gold levels, with platinum being a rarity, perhaps solely held by him, Lin Tian. He never anticipated that the fragment before him would transcend platinum, representing the illustrious diamond level. "What do you desire?" Lin Tian compelled himself to regain his composure. After all, fortune does not simply fall from the sky, especially not in the form of a diamond level boon. The individual before him presented such a precious item. What could their intentions possibly be? Surely, there was nothing of value upon himself that this person could covet. Lin Tian pondered incessantly over what the enigmatic figure sought, ultimately resting his gaze upon his own innate talents. Could it be that they were aware of his abilities and wished to enlist his aid in upgrading this item? The mysterious figure observed Lin Tian with a stoic expression, gently shaking their head as they spoke. "At present, you need not offer anything of tangible value." Their gaze remained fixed on Lin Tian as they continued. "However, I require you to consent to one request." "What request?" Lin Tian inquired, his brow furrowed. He was gravely injured and felt incapable of assisting this enigmatic individual. Was it possible that they, akin to grave robbers, wished to use him to resurrect something? The sensation of being so coveted left Lin Tian distinctly uneasy. "It is not yet the time to disclose that to you," the mysterious figure replied, their expression unchanging. "Currently, knowing would serve you no purpose. When you elevate your strength to diamond level, the truth shall be revealed. Rest assured, I can assure you that I will not demand your life or require you to betray your most cherished values. Yet, it will undoubtedly be arduous, perhaps even perilous." The enigmatic figure gently nudged the hovering Ark core fragment forward, presenting it to Lin Tian. "Accept it, utilize it to repair your armored vehicle, and survive. Then, await my directive. Alternatively, you may choose to refuse, carrying your defiance and resentment into the dust along with this wasteland. The choice is yours." The deep blue fragment floated serenely, emanating an alluring glow. Lin Tian gazed upon this glimmer of hope, and then cast his eyes upon the wreckage of his armored vehicle and the dying companions behind him. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the remnants of the frost chariot. Hatred and hope surged simultaneously within the depths of Lin Tian's heart. In a fleeting moment, he resolved to acquiesce to the mysterious figure's request, for survival was the only path to potential vengeance and uncovering the truth. The possibility of discovering a way to save Hua Hua. He abruptly extended his hand, grasping the Ark core fragment, an overwhelming surge of energy instantly coursing through his body. The fragment felt warm to the touch, yet bore an unusual chill, an exhilarating sensation of significance. "I accept," Lin Tian declared, raising his head, his bloodshot eyes ablaze with resolute fervor. "Regardless of what you may require of me in the future, as long as it does not contravene my principles, I shall comply." Chapter 92. Constructing the armored vehicle, the enigmatic figure's gaze remained fixed upon Lin Tian, his expression remarkably composed, showing no sign of alteration due to Lin Tian's acceptance. It appeared that even if Lin Tian had declined, the mysterious individual would exhibit little reaction. With Lin Tian's response in hand, the figure displayed no further hesitation and, with an impassive demeanor, stated, "Remember your promise." Upon completing his task, he vanished without a trace, leaving no room for delay. What? He vanished instantly? Lin Tian had intended to utter something further, expecting the mysterious figure to depart gradually from his presence. Instead, the individual simply evaporated before him, leaving Lin Tian in a state of profound disbelief, as if he had uncovered the secret of spatial traversal. How does one utilize this? Lin Tian's gaze returned to the arc fragment before him. He understood that it had the capacity to repair the armored vehicle. Yet he was utterly oblivious to the method of its application. Staring blankly at the arc fragment, he found himself at a loss. Having previously wished to inquire of the mysterious figure who had unexpectedly disappeared without granting him an opportunity. Gazing at the severely damaged armored vehicle, Lin Tian was equally uncertain about where to place the arc fragment in order to effectuate the repair. He stared, utterly bewildered, feeling helpless. Damn it, why didn't he inform me before leaving? Lin Tian silently cursed, too afraid to voice his thoughts aloud, fearing the enigmatic figure might suddenly reappear. After all, the individual was elusive, and who could say whether he might materialize before him again? This item was bestowed upon him by that very person, and should he overhear Lin Tian's disparagement, it could lead to complications. Persist with the arc fragment to upgrade the armored vehicle. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? As Lin Tian contemplated the battered silver armored vehicle, pondering how to employ the arc fragment, a sudden voice resonated in his mind. To his astonishment, a virtual electronic screen materialized before him. Staring at the screen, Lin Tian found himself momentarily dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. While still mulling over how to utilize the arc fragment, he was taken aback by the system's voice, which provided instructions on its application. This revelation left Lin Tian feeling somewhat dazed, completely caught off guard. However, at that moment, exhilaration surged within him. He had never anticipated that the system would offer such a reminder. Yet, the system's prompt concerned an upgrade, and given the severe condition of the silver armored vehicle, could it truly be restored? In a state of confusion, Lin Tian tentatively uttered the word upgrade. In an instant, the fragment of the arc in his hand transformed into a multitude of energies, vanishing before him and enveloping the entire armored vehicle in a colossal web of energy. Elation surged within Lin Tian as he witnessed this scene. He had assumed that the fragment was of no real use, although it could upgrade the silver armored vehicle. He believed the vehicle, now rendered obsolete, was beyond repair. To his astonishment, it was still capable of functioning. However, as joy flooded his heart, the subsequent announcement from the system left Lin Tian utterly bewildered, causing his elation to evaporate without a trace. The armored vehicle is beyond repair and cannot be upgraded. At that moment, Lin Tian felt as though he had plunged into an abyss, his mind reeling with disbelief. When he first heard the system's voice, he had hoped the object could be restored, but now he was being told it was irreparable. Had his previous efforts been in vain? The enigmatic voice had deceived him. Overwhelmed with despair, Lin Tian sank to the ground, consumed by hopelessness and uncertain of his next move. Just then, the system's voice resonated once more, offering a solution. Initially engulfed in despair, Lin Tian was momentarily stunned by the system's announcement, standing frozen in place. Upon hearing the system declare that repair was impossible, he had been engulfed in disbelief, convinced that his fate was sealed. The night was swiftly approaching, and the darkness in this world was fraught with peril. Without the armored vehicle, death was inevitable. Even in peak condition, survival was unlikely. The night was home to many terrifying creatures. Not only would silver and gold tier beings pose a threat, but even those of bronze tier could easily obliterate him. Moreover, he was grievously injured and had no hope of contending with such formidable foes. Fortunately, a new opportunity had emerged. Input materials to reconstruct the armored vehicle. Bronze, silver, and gold steel can be used, along with glass and tires. In an instant, all necessary materials appeared before Lin Tian. If he could supply all the components of the armored vehicle, reconstruction was possible. Instinctively, he began to retrieve materials from his backpack, most of which were silver tier. He was about to proceed with the input when, in the next moment, he hesitated. Although his armored vehicle had been silver tier, the system had now indicated the possibility of utilizing gold materials. Upon investing in silver, it is highly probable that one would acquire a silver armored vehicle. Conversely, should one invest in gold, it would undoubtedly result in a golden armored vehicle. With this thought, Lin Tian swiftly approached the armored vehicle, instinctively reaching out his hand to see if he could penetrate the verdant stream of energy. In an instant, Lin Tian's hand effortlessly passed through the data energy flow. and he soon found himself before the armored vehicle, accessing the trading platform to procure high-tier silver components, due to his esteemed reputation and willingness to offer a fair price. Numerous individuals eagerly engaged in trade with Lin Tian, relinquishing their silver components to him. Within a mere few minutes, Lin Tian successfully gathered all the silver parts, unhesitatingly upgrading them to golden components, which he then cast into the energy stream to commence the construction of his armored vehicle. Chapter 93. Repairing the armored vehicle. Ascending to gold as Lin Tian infused the golden components, all the energy data pulsated vigorously at that moment, visibly assembling the armored vehicle at a remarkable speed. Lin Tian's gaze remained fixated on the unfolding spectacle, his heart stirred by the sight of the armored vehicle. When the last golden automotive component was cast into the mix, the energy surged with even greater ferocity. All the components swiftly assembled, and within half an hour, the entire structure was complete. In an instant, a brand new armored vehicle materialized before Lin Tian, yet it was no longer the silver armored vehicle. It had transformed into a golden armored vehicle. Its exterior was enveloped in a resplendent golden hue. The vehicle's contours were sleek and imbued with a sense of power, entirely cloaked in a layer reminiscent of dark gold. The critical angles and joints were adorned with reinforced armor plates that shimmered with a flowing dark golden luster. The previously bulky chassis had become more streamlined, exuding an even more aggressive demeanor. Most striking were the vehicle's wheels, which had forsaken traditional rubber tires in favor of 4 propulsion units suspended beneath the chassis, emanating a ghostly blue ion glow. They emitted a steady low hum, hovering approximately half a foot above the ground, signifying formidable levitation capabilities. The front, once dominated by a solitary spotlight, had now been integrated into a multifaceted composite sensor array, its center pulsating with an icy blue light, akin to the cold gaze of a colossal beast surveying its surroundings. The windows were tinted a profound obsidian, rendering the interior of the armored vehicle completely invisible from the outside, creating the illusion of 2 entirely distinct realms. The entire vehicle exuded an aura of futuristic technology, quietly hovering as if it were an exquisite artifact of war from a distant future. The golden armored vehicle could be acquired directly without traversing through a dungeon, thus rendering Lin Tian's misfortune a serendipitous blessing. He murmured softly, a look of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. The previous armored vehicle was merely of silver grade, yet it had been utterly destroyed. Now, the armored vehicle stands at a golden grade, vastly superior to its silver predecessor, truly a case of fortune arising from misfortune. Lin Tian hesitated not for a moment. He promptly opened the armored vehicle's door and seated himself within, noting that the interior bore no alterations from its former state. The space remained unchanged, with only 2 small lions and the adorable Huohuo present. In an instant, Lin Tian felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. After a brief silence, he reopened the armored vehicle's door and gently placed Xiaoyan back inside. Xiaoyan's condition was still dire, his life hanging by a thread. Lin Tian sought items that were nowhere to be found for sale, urging him to leave this cursed place. After a moment of contemplation, he cast a glance at the white frost war vehicle. Without a hint of hesitation, he pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle into the distance. The 4 hovering thrusters beneath the vehicle erupted with a brilliant blue glow, their powerful energy wave causing the surrounding air to shimmer. The icy blue eyes of the vehicle flared with intensity, akin to a colossal beast awakening from slumber. With the upgrade from silver to gold, the armored vehicle's speed experienced a remarkable enhancement. Lin Tian pressed down firmly, and the vehicle astonishingly surpassed 100 miles per hour. The blue hovering thrusters unleashed an awe-inspiring thrust, and the vehicle transformed into a mere blur, racing along the ground. The immense inertia pinned Lin Tian firmly against the driver's seat, tugging at his wounds, the pain rendering his vision dark. Yet he gritted his teeth, his hands clenching the control sphere with determination. Boom! At the moment the vehicle surged forward, a creature, resembling a gigantic lizard and covered in rusted metal, lunged ferociously at the spot they had just vacated, its claws carving deep gouges into the ground, sending sparks flying. In the nocturnal landscape, numerous aggressive beings emerged, attacking the armored vehicle without hesitation. However, they were merely silver and bronze grade creatures, inflicting no harm upon the golden grade vehicle. Lin Tian dare not glance back, his focus entirely on the rapidly updating holographic terrain map and platinum radar. The screen displayed a multitude of red dots, akin to a boiling swarm of ants, surging from every shadow of the ruins and every crumbling edifice, fervently pursuing this beacon radiating enticing energy waves. As the night scenery whizzed past, he forced the vehicle to sprint over 100 kilometers. Only when the threat behind him had faded from view did Lin Tian finally choose to halt. Throughout this harrowing journey, fear gripped him, a profound dread of what dangers might lurk behind. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Upon reaching a safe haven, the oppressive sensation within him dissipated entirely. Lin Tian now felt overwhelmingly fatigued, his eyelids growing heavy. He glanced at Xiaoyan, set the armored vehicle to alert mode, and retreated to his chamber to rest. Severely injured, Lin Tian was utterly exhausted and soon succumbed to slumber upon lying in bed. When he finally awoke, he had lost all sense of time. Struggling to sit up, fatigue still enveloped him, leaving him devoid of vitality. Nevertheless, his wounds had begun to heal, alleviating some of his previous discomfort. He mustered the strength to rise and made his way to the core control area of the armored vehicle, reopening the chat interface and the trading channel to check for any responses to his purchase requests. However, despair washed over him as he opened the chat, for there had been no replies whatsoever. On the other hand, Bai Shui reached out, inquiring about his current situation. Lin Tian replied that he was safe, though he had been starving for an unknown duration. He prepared some roasted meat for himself and offered a portion of raw meat to Xiaoyan. Yet, Xiaoyan remained exceedingly weak, showing no reaction to the roasted meat proffered by Lin Tian, not even a sniff. "Please eat. It will help you recover more swiftly," Lin Tian gently urged. Understanding and compassionate, Xiaoyan managed to consume a small piece of meat after hearing Lin Tian's words. "Boss, this item may be of assistance to you." After satisfying his hunger, Lin Tian intended to leave the armored vehicle to explore the newly appeared silver treasure chest when he suddenly received a message from Bai Shui. Staring at the message, he paused. It contained a crystal imbued with fire elements, classified as silver grade, and felt slightly warm in his palm. Could this possibly be of use? Lin Tian pondered, skepticism lingering as he examined the crystal. Chapter 94. The Fire Crystal's Efficacy. World Instance Fire Element Crystal Core? Could it truly be effective? Lin Tian murmured, as a crimson crystal emanating warmth appeared in his grasp. The crystal felt mildly hot to the touch, and a pure, vibrant energy of fire coursed subtly through his arm. Beside him, Xiaoyan sensed the fiery energy from the crystal and instinctively raised his gaze toward it. With all of Lin Tian's attention fixated on the crystal, he was oblivious to Xiaoyan's presence until a soft sound from the latter prompted him to turn and look. "Xiaoyan, what is it?" Lin Tian quickly approached Xiaoyan, gently stroking his head, concern etched in his eyes. The two little lions that had once accompanied him were now reduced to only Xiaoyan, the last vestige of hope for Lin Tian. He fervently wished for Xiaoyan to be free from danger. Upon hearing Lin Tian's voice, Xiaoyan let out a soft call. His gaze fixated on the fire element crystal core in Lin Tian's hand, his eyes shimmering with longing, as if yearning to possess the very core itself. Upon witnessing Xiaoyan's actions, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback and tentatively inquired, "Xiaoyan, do you desire this?" Xiaoyan, exhibiting an understanding nature, gently nodded in response to Lin Tian's words and inched closer, yearning for the fire elemental crystal core in Lin Tian's possession. Lin Tian placed the fire elemental crystal core before Xiaoyan, who then laid its entire body upon it, visibly invigorated. From an external perspective, it appeared that the torment had lessened significantly. Could this object truly possess such efficacy? Lin Tian was momentarily astonished by the scene before him. Initially, upon receiving the fire elemental crystal core from Bai Shui, he had presumed it to be devoid of any substantial effect, yet here it was, demonstrating remarkable potential. After a brief pause of contemplation, Lin Tian hesitated not a moment longer and promptly upgraded it to the golden tier. The golden fire elemental crystal core was indeed superior to the so-called silver tier. The crimson gem abruptly illuminated, its internal flow of fire elements seemingly animated, transforming into visible strands of red light that continuously seeped into Xiaoyan's form. In that instant, Xiaoyan's breath, which had been faint to the point of near cessation, suddenly grew noticeably heavier. Although still frail, this change was unmistakable. Beneath its dull fur, a faint red glow flickered momentarily. Indeed, it proved effective. Lin Tian was filled with a blend of astonishment and joy as he closely observed Xiao Yan's reaction. The energy from the crystal temporarily stabilized Xiao Yan's rapidly depleting vitality. While there remained a considerable distance to full recovery, at the very least, the flickering flame of life had momentarily ceased its extinguishing trend. Should there be more fire elemental crystals available, Xiao Yan's injuries would undoubtedly heal more swiftly, perhaps even completely. Bai Shui, procure more fire elemental crystals for me. I require a substantial quantity, specifically of silver tier or above. Presently, even the golden tier fire elemental crystals could not wholly restore Xiao Yan's body. Crystals below the silver tier were unlikely to have any significant effect, thus rendering any further delay unnecessary. Understood, esteemed one. Bai Shui readily acquiesced to Lin Tian's request. Meanwhile, in the chat channel, others began to express their curiosity regarding Lin Tian's need for such items. Some had acquired crystals themselves, albeit all of bronze tier, which Lin Tian dismissed entirely. The energy of these crystals was rather chaotic, rendering them practically unusable. Could it be that Lin Tian possessed a method to purify the impurities contained within? Just as Lin Tian pondered his next steps, a freshly posted area announcement caught his attention. Area announcement. An anomalously high-temperature energy response has been detected approximately 35 kilometers to the southeast. The entrance to the Molten Path mini-dungeon has been opened. Warning. The environmental conditions in this area are extremely harsh, populated by numerous fire attribute elite creatures and unknown dangers. The minimum recommended exploration level is gold, and the core of the dungeon is suspected to contain a high concentration of fire attribute energy sources. The Molten Path harbors a high concentration of fire attribute energy sources. Lin Tian momentarily paused, taken aback by the timely arrival of such information. It seemed that whatever he desired was instantly provided. A distance of 35 kilometers could be traversed within mere minutes at the maximum speed of a gold-armored vehicle. Lowering his gaze to the fragile little yen, whose breath had stabilized somewhat yet remained exceedingly weak, he gently caressed its slightly warm forehead, murmuring softly, "Little yen, you are saved. Hold on just a bit longer. I'll take you there." Without further hesitation, he swiftly navigated the curved holographic screen, setting the destination to the entrance of the Molten Path dungeon, 35 kilometers away. Simultaneously, he shifted the armored vehicle's power output mode from cruising to maximum thrust. The four hovering thrusters beneath the vehicle surged with a brilliant azure glow, transforming from a gentle blue to a blinding white. A fierce torrent of energy erupted, causing the vehicle to plunge momentarily before it shot forth like an arrow, slicing through the air as a nearly imperceptible golden streak, racing towards the southeast. As they approached within 5 kilometers of their destination, Lin Tian observed a transformation in the roadway. The landscape was consumed by pitch-black earth, devoid of trees or any signs of life. Is this a world dungeon? Gazing at his surroundings, Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated a unique dungeon, but it became clear that he had overestimated the situation. This was not a peculiar instance, but rather a world dungeon. As the name suggests, this dungeon is accessible to anyone, with a danger level exponentially higher than that of solitary dungeons. Suddenly, a vast, bottomless chasm appeared ahead, its jagged edges lined with dark red magma, resembling the very blood of the earth. At the center of this fissure, the space exhibited an unstable state, as if a colossal hole had been melted through by intense heat. Within that abyss, a boiling golden-red radiance surged forth. The blinding light erupted, illuminating the entire canyon entrance as if it were midday, its brilliance surpassing even the armored vehicle searchlight. A violent heat wave billowed forth from that chasm, distorting the air into visible ripples. That was the entrance to the Molten Path, a gateway to a fiery hell. Chapter 95. The Perilous Dungeon. Warning. Extreme high-temperature environment detected. External temperatures continue to rise. Warning. Current external temperature is 285 degrees. The intelligence system of the gold armored vehicle incessantly displayed red alert messages, the reminder echoing persistently in Lin Tian's ears. However, upon hearing the alerts from the intelligence system, Lin Tian exhibited not a trace of retreat. regardless of the circumstances. He was resolute in his determination to enter, solely to rescue Xiaoyan. A glance at the side revealed Xiaoyan still perched atop the fiery, elemental crystal core, albeit in a significantly improved state. However, the crimson glow emanating from the golden fire elemental crystal had dimmed considerably, indicating that most of the fire elements had been absorbed by Xiaoyan, with some recovery in his condition. Xiaoyan lifted his gaze towards Lin Tian and softly called out. Lin Tian, observing Xiaoyan, smiled gently and spoke in a soothing tone. Xiaoyan, there should be something within that can heal you. Rest assured, I will not falter. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian felt no fear before him. Even in the absence of the fiery companion by his side, lacking the ability to annihilate the golden-level dungeon, and fully aware of the potential dangers to his life, he would unhesitatingly choose to proceed. The navigation system had already locked onto the entrance's center. With no further hesitation, Lin Tian gripped the steering wheel tightly and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The vehicle's 4 hovering thrusters erupted in a surge of ethereal blue light, transforming from a deep azure to a near-blinding white brilliance. A torrent of frenzied ion streams shot forth, countering the terrifying suction and heat waves emanating from the fissure. The vehicle trembled violently before morphing into a dazzling stream of golden light, propelling forward at great speed. The closer he approached, the more oppressive the sensation became. An energy shield formed a visible pale golden halo around the vehicle's surface, crackling as it met the searing air, while energy readings plummeted rapidly. The scenery outside the armored vehicle was engulfed in flames, and as if colliding with an invisible wall, the vehicle shook violently. The dials on all the instrument panels flickered erratically, and the alarms blared sharply. A tremendous pressure bore down from all sides, seemingly intent on crushing the armored vehicle. Warning: subjected to high-intensity spatial compression, structural integrity decreased by 12. Warning: energy shield overload. Energy consumption elevated to 150. Warning: external temperature surpassing 400 C. Internal temperature control system operating at full capacity. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, relentlessly pressing the accelerator of the armored vehicle. The thrusters emitted a piercing wail under the immense strain, their bright light nearly engulfing the entire vehicle. Let me in, Lin Tian roared, pouring his final resolve into the controls. With a resounding crack, the intangible energy barrier was forcefully breached by the frenzied, golden armored vehicle. In that instant, all sensations of pressure and blinding light vanished, replaced by an eerie silence and an even more oppressive heat. The path ahead seemed to vanish as the vehicle completed a spatial leap. Entered special area, molten fire path, world dungeon. Warning: environmental status update, external temperature, 512 C base. Periodic high temperature pulses detected. Warning: high activity fire attribute energy particle storm detected. Energy shield is experiencing significant depletion. Warning: multiple life signals detected. Threat level high. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed ominously in Lin Tian's ears. Struggling against a fierce wave of dizziness, he immediately turned his gaze towards the holographic terrain map. The screen no longer displayed the familiar roads and ruins, but rather an endless, searing hellscape composed of flowing rivers of lava, immense black volcanic rocks, and crystalline sulfur hills. The sky had been scorched to a dark red, swirling with heavy fire clouds, as the armored vehicle hovered just above a slowly flowing river of dark red lava. A faint voice emerged from the co-pilot's seat, where Xiaoyan resided. After entering this world, the pervasive fire element in the air had somewhat revitalized it. The glow of the golden fire element crystal flickering sporadically, gradually nourishing its body. Lin Tian swiftly assessed the condition of the armored vehicle. The energy shield was severely depleted, yet the structure remained intact. He immediately adjusted the hover height, distancing himself from the perilous lava river below, activated a more covert low-energy cruising mode, and maximized the scanning power of the platinum radar. With keen eyes, Lin Tian surveyed the fiery inferno ahead. He must locate the high-concentration fire attribute energy source before his energy was exhausted or he was discovered by those entities. Just then, a blinding scarlet light flashed at the edge of the platinum radar, rapidly emerging from behind a massive sulfur crystal hill engulfed in ghostly blue flames. Simultaneously, a scorching wind infused with the scent of sulfur slammed against the side of the armored vehicle. Warning. High speed, high threat target detected. Distance, 800 meters. Speed, subsonic. Energy reaction, golden level, fire attribute. Warning. Target is locked onto this vehicle. It was a drastic change in Lin Tian's expression as he swiftly maneuvered the armored vehicle. The hovering thrusters beneath the golden armor vehicle instantaneously adjusted their angle, causing the vehicle to roll perilously to the side, narrowly evading a fiery column that erupted from the lava river below, resembling a molten python. In that fleeting moment of tumbling, Lin Tian caught a glimpse of the approaching Scarlet Light's true form. It was a terrifying creature with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. Its entire body was cloaked in dark red scales that appeared to be formed from cooled lava, with molten gold-red patterns flowing along the edges. Each flap of its enormous membranous wings stirred up a scorching whirlwind, and its long tail burned with unquenchable flames. Its head resembled a fusion of a lizard and a vulture, with eyes ablaze with pure golden flames, fixated intently on the rolling golden armored vehicle. It emitted a piercing shriek that reverberated through the surrounding space, shaking it to its core. The golden armored vehicle was struck violently on its side, as though by an invisible giant fist, forcibly correcting its tumbling posture with an astonishing speed and angle that exceeded physical limits. It veered sharply downward, at an angle perpendicular to the trajectory of the magma pterosaur's assault. The wide, dark red river of lava surged downward. In a sizzling rush, the flaming claws of the magma pterosaur grazed the top of the armored vehicle, leaving behind several terrifying claw marks, their edges melted by the intense heat. The energy shield flickered violently, its readings plummeting instantaneously. A close call. Lin Tian's heart raced, and the cold sweat that began to bead on his skin was quickly evaporated by the efficient climate control system within the vehicle. Chapter 96. Life and Death Crisis Sizzle. The claws of the magma pterosaur, ablaze with golden flames, tore through the scorching air, narrowly grazing the top of the armored vehicle and leaving behind 3 horrifying depressions, with molten metal still trickling from their edges. The energy shield flickered erratically, emitting a piercing overload alarm as the shield readings dropped nearly 30 in an instant. Lin Tian's adrenaline surged, overpowering the agonizing pain of his wounds. His vision was consumed by the overwhelming presence of the magma pterosaur and the boiling dark red river of death below. There was no time for contemplation. Full power. Dive. Lin Tian practically shouted, his voice hoarse. Buzz. The ethereal blue glow of the 4 hovering thrusters beneath the golden armored vehicle was abruptly replaced by a blinding white light, as torrents of frenzied energy surged downward. This force countered part of the impact energy delivered by the pterosaur's claws while imparting a terrifying acceleration that sent the vehicle plunging almost vertically. Boom! The vehicle jolted violently, crashing into the wide, dark red river of lava. In an instant, the lava engulfed the vehicle, and outside the windows, a searing gold-red inferno greeted them. Warning! Engulfed by high-temperature lava. External temperature exceeds 1200 C. Warning! Energy shields severely overloaded. Depletion rate increased by 300. Estimated remaining time, 1 minute 15 seconds. Warning! External pressure is rising dramatically. Structural integrity nearing its maximum tolerance. A series of red alerts flashed across the main control screen like a countdown to death. The sharp beeping intertwined with the groaning of the vehicle's metal under extreme heat and pressure, fraying Lin Tian's already taut nerves. The armored vehicle struggled to advance through the lava, the thrusters emitting a shrill wail under the unbearable strain, each increase in power accompanied by the sound of metal distorting. Lin Tian's gaze was fixed on a holographic screen, where the blue column representing the energy shield was visibly shortening at an alarming rate. Whimpering softly from the co-pilot's seat, Xiaoyan emitted a faint whine, the golden fire elemental core beneath it glowing nearly extinguished. Hold on, Xiaoyan. We will soon find something to save you. Lin Tian roared, forcing himself to regain composure, his hands deftly maneuvering the control sphere. He adjusted the armored vehicle's posture to optimize its advance through the molten lava, prioritizing the meager reserve energy to the thrusters and shield core. Warning: high-threat target lock remains engaged. The target is hovering above the lava river. Warning: high-energy reaction detected. The target is charging up. He cast his gaze upwards, and through the haze, he discerned the colossal silhouette of the lava pterosaur suspended above the river surface. Its burning golden eyes pierced through the roiling magma, fixating on the descending armored vehicle. The enormous membrane wings flapped slowly, a brilliant gold-red light emanating from deep within its throat. It was gathering power. The next attack would undoubtedly unleash a terrifying breath capable of penetrating the lava and obliterating the armored vehicle. Damn it! Lin Tian's forehead throbbed with veins. The vehicle's mobility was severely restricted in the viscous lava, rendering evasion nearly impossible. The energy shield, besieged by both the lava and the imminent attack, could not withstand another strike. They had to break free from the lava river or find cover. The platinum radar, compromised by the high temperatures and lava interference, had its scanning range drastically reduced, the screen awash with interference waves signifying high heat and energy turbulence. Lin Tian's eyes, bloodshot and frantic, scanned the radar feedback and the limited visibility of the lava ahead. Just then, a vague but relatively stable massive outline flickered at the radar's edge. Large solid structure detected. Location, approximately 400 meters ahead. Depth, beneath the riverbed. Structural stability, high. It was there. A spark of desperate survival ignited in Lin Tian's eyes as he unhesitatingly pushed the thruster power to the limit, disregarding the system overload warnings. The armored vehicle emitted a mournful cry, forcing its way through the viscous lava, hurtling towards that indistinct silhouette. The vehicle twisted and groaned under the dual strains of the lava's pull and the immense internal stress. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. Above them, the gold-red light in the pterosaur's throat had reached its zenith, resembling a miniature sun. That destructive breath could erupt at any moment. Warning. Energy shield remaining. 8. Warning. Target's high-energy reaction has peaked. Attack imminent. Time seemed to freeze. In that critical moment, a massive, downward-tilting black rock tunnel entrance appeared at the far end of Lin Tian's vision, like the gullet of hell. Charge in. Lin Tian summoned every ounce of strength to shout, simultaneously yanking the control stick. Boom! Almost as soon as the armored vehicle plunged into the relatively narrow entrance, composed of an unusually sturdy black volcanic rock, lava splattered around them. A towering column of crimson lava, exceeding 3 meters in diameter and composed entirely of destructive energy, plunged down like a divine spear of judgment, ruthlessly piercing the very spot where the armored vehicle had recently been positioned. The terrifyingly high temperatures instantaneously vaporized the surrounding lava, creating a vast vacuum bubble. A violent shockwave followed closely behind, crashing forcefully against the rocky walls near the entrance of the passageway. The entire corridor trembled violently, with countless massive black rocks tumbling down like meteors, striking the armored vehicle that had just entered the passage. Warning. Severe impact detected. Structural integrity decreased by 5. Warning. Falling rocks detected. Left side anti-gravity thruster damaged. Efficiency reduced by 30. Warning. Energy shield depleted. Repeat. Energy shield depleted. External environmental threats directly reach the vehicle. The armored vehicle rolled and collided within the narrow, downward-sloping corridor, the alarm blaring a cacophony of distress. Lin Tian was forcefully pressed into his seat by the immense inertia, the agonizing pain from his wounds causing his vision to darken. Yet he gritted his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to control the vehicle, desperately avoiding a catastrophic collision with the rocky wall. The headlights illuminated the jagged, menacing black surfaces of the corridor as they rolled. From the rear entrance, the furious shriek of the lava wyvern pierced through the barrier of rock and lava, echoing within the vehicle like a death knell. It was clear that it had not relinquished its pursuit, attempting to tear through the entrance with its claws and fiery breath. With the energy shield depleted, the armored vehicle was damaged, the anti-gravity thruster malfunctioning, and trapped within a perilous, unknown passage while a raging golden-level lava wyvern threatened to break through at any moment. Ahead lay only a suffocating darkness, swirling with waves of heat. Chapter 97. The Evolution of Xiao Yan. There was no time to pause. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, disregarding the alarms, and pushed the remaining 3 functional anti-gravity thrusters to their limits, continuing to delve deeper down the slope passage. The ethereal blue light flickered in the dark, narrow tunnel, which was not a straight path, but rather twisted and winding, the temperature exceeding that of the external lava river. The platinum radar, hindered by the complex terrain and intense heat, had a limited scanning range. Yet Lin Tian keenly perceived that the deeper he descended, the more concentrated and pure the fire attribute energy particles in the air became. The core lies just below. Lin Tian's expression shifted, and he accelerated his descent. Xiaoyan seemed to sense something as well, struggling to lift its head and gaze into the depths of the passage. Suddenly, the pathway opened up. At the end of the corridor lay a vast underground cavern. The cavern walls were adorned with veins of flowing crimson light, and at its center was a molten pool composed entirely of liquid flames, emanating an oppressive wave of heat. Suspended above the lava pool was a crystal, the size of a fist, pulsating like a beating heart. It glimmered with a dark golden hue, its internal liquid energy flowing, with each pulse resonating throughout the cavern, causing the magma to throb in response. The heart of flame. Lin Tian was instantly overcome with ecstatic joy. This is precisely what he sought. A potent source of fire attribute energy, sufficient to save Xiaoyan. Warning: detection of extremely high energy response. Heart of flames. Warning: guardian creature detected. Threat level critically high. The lava pool churned violently, and a colossal shadow slowly emerged from its depths. It was a giant python composed of molten rock and black crystals. Its girth exceeded 3 meters, while its length was immeasurable, with its visible portions surpassing 10 meters. Upon its triangular head, 2 eyes forged from lava burned with an icy golden flame, fixated intently on the encroaching armored vehicle. A far more ancient and malevolent aura permeated the air, far surpassing that of the lava pterosaur. The lava python. It coiled beside the heart of flames, its immense molten tail slicing through the air as it viciously swept toward the hovering armored vehicle. Evade! Lin Tian's pupils constricted sharply, his hands becoming mere blurs as they danced over the control sphere. The damaged armored vehicle drifted perilously close to the searing cave walls, narrowly avoiding the devastating tail. Boom! The tail struck the cavern wall, shattering the hard black volcanic rock as though it were mere tofu. With its attack thwarted, the lava python emitted a silent hiss, its massive body twisting violently as it opened its gaping maw, large enough to swallow the armored vehicle, unleashing a torrent of terrifyingly high-temperature, golden-red, molten breath that instantaneously sealed off all avenues of escape for the vehicle. This is it. Instead of retreating, Lin Tian pressed the accelerator to the floor, simultaneously yanking a concealed emergency lever. The remaining 3 hovering thrusters beneath the vehicle erupted with an unprecedented blinding white light, not propelling forward but suddenly thrusting downwards, generating a vertical downward force. Concurrently, the center of the polyhedral composite sensor array at the vehicle's front glowed with an icy blue radiance. Ion impact cannon, maximum power, fire. An icy blue energy beam shot forth from the vehicle's front. The icy blue and golden red energies, representing extreme cold and extreme heat, collided violently in the narrow confines of the cavern, both reaching the pinnacle of golden level power. The terrifying energy explosion instantaneously engulfed the surroundings, warping the very fabric of space. Thud! The lava python's resilient molten body was fissured with countless cracks, dark golden lava blood splattering forth as it emitted a pained hiss. Its massive form was hurled backward by the explosive shockwave, interrupting its fiery exhalation. The golden armored vehicle was violently propelled away by the shockwave, crashing into the rock wall on the opposite side of the cavern. The vehicle's structure twisted dramatically, the alarms reaching a piercing crescendo. Warning: subjected to extreme impact. Structural integrity reduced to 32. Warning: energy core damaged. Output power decreased by 60. Warning: weapon systems offline. Warning: multiple penetrative damages to the vehicle's body. External high temperatures infiltrating. Sparks flew within the cockpit as Lin Tian was forcefully slammed into his seat by the tremendous impact. A sharp pain pierced through the chest, followed by a sweet sensation in the throat, culminating in a spurt of fresh blood. With a pitiful whimper, Xiaoyan was cast aside at Lin Tian's feet, desperately nudging Lin Tian's dangling hand with its head. The excruciating agony forced Lin Tian to maintain a flicker of clarity. he struggled to lift his head. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the center of the lava pool through the cracked front window. The colossal lava python writhed in agony, its immense body thrashing within the molten depths, stirring up towering waves of lava. In an unexpected turn of events, the explosive shock wave propelled the suspended flame heart from the very center of the lava pool. It transformed into a dark golden streak, hurtling towards the armored vehicle. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Tian's eyes ignited with the last glimmer of hope as he summoned every ounce of strength to forcefully press the emergency escape button on the side of the armored car. With a resounding click, the door of the passenger seat, along with a portion of the vehicle's frame, was instantaneously ejected by the high-pressure gas. "Xiaoyan, catch it!" Lin Tian roared, exerting his final strength to grasp the feeble Xiaoyan at his feet and hurl it towards the incoming dark golden streak. Xiaoyan seemed to comprehend Lin Tian's intent. In its dire moment, it unleashed its final potential, opening its mouth to welcome the flame heart, imbued with boundless life energy. The dark golden crystal precisely entered Xiaoyan's mouth, and an overwhelming surge of fiery energy erupted from within. Its diminutive form was completely enveloped in dark golden flames, forming a dazzling cocoon of light. A pressure more terrifying than that of the lava python instantly swept through the entire lava cavern. The lava python, which had just managed to raise its head, froze upon sensing this overwhelming force, its burning golden eyes reflecting a profound fear that emanated from the depths of its soul. Its massive body involuntarily began to tremble. The remnants of the golden armored vehicle lay embedded in the charred rock wall, resembling a dying steel behemoth. Inside the cockpit, Lin Tian was drenched in blood, his breath faint. Time seemed to stand still, leaving only the pulsating sound of the cocoon and the low rumble of the boiling lava. The cocoon abruptly constricted inward, then erupted with a brilliance tenfold that of before. The blinding radiance instantly illuminated the vast cavern, rendering the roiling lava beneath it dull in comparison. As the light receded, a new figure emerged in midair. It was several times larger than the previous Xiaoyan, with a body length approaching 3 meters and a shoulder height exceeding 1.5 meters. Its streamlined form was adorned with dark golden patterns of fur, smooth yet resilient. Dark golden mane cascaded down its neck, moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, exuding a searing aura. For powerful lion-like paws stood firm in the void, as if supported by invisible flames, their tips glinting with a chilling light reminiscent of lava. Chapter 98. Rebirth Through Flames. The dark golden halo erupted, dispersing the sulfurous smoke. The newly emerged dark flame Lion King, Xiaoyan, hovered midair, dark golden lava patterns flowing across its form. Its icy golden vertical pupils fixated on the rigid lava giant python below, exuding an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain. A roar, imbued with boundless majesty and fury, erupted forth, not a whimper, but a proclamation from the king of beasts. The substantial, dark golden flames surged with the shock waves of its voice. Boom! The lava giant python, facing the brunt of the attack, bore the marks of ion cannon explosions across its cracked lava shell, shattering like porcelain under the impact of the lion's roar. Dark golden lava blood gushed forth, sizzling as it poured into the lava pool. The giant python's head thrashed in agony, its golden flame eyes now filled with terror, its massive body convulsing in a frantic attempt to sink to the pool's depths. Xiaoyan's 4 limbs momentarily touched the air, unleashing ripples of dark golden flames, its figure vanishing to leave behind an afterimage. In the next instant, Xiaoyan reappeared above the python's head, its evolved, robust forepaws entwined with highly condensed dark golden flames, tore downward with ferocity. Sizzle! The resilient crystalline head of the lava python was brutally rent apart. A vast gash formed, through which dark golden flames surged in wildly, incinerating the core of the python's fire attribute energy. The python's struggles ceased, its body convulsed violently, the golden flames in its eyes dimming rapidly, until its massive form crashed down into the lava pool, sending towering waves of fire splashing forth, slowly sinking. Instant annihilation. Having neutralized the threat, the murderous intent in Xiaoyan's eyes faded, replaced by urgency. Its colossal form gracefully landed beside the smoking wreckage of a golden armored vehicle embedded in the rock wall. The dark golden flames receded as its large head anxiously nudged the deformed door of the vehicle. A low, deep call echoed, filled with concern. Inside the armored vehicle, Lin Tian, covered in blood, struggled to open his eyes. Attempting to move, he was engulfed by excruciating pain, darkness clouding his vision. Deep within the cave, a soft red golden light ignited once more at the center of the lava pool. Warning: high-purity fire attribute energy residue detected and is coalescing. The remnants of the vehicle's system alerted. Xiaoyan let out a low growl, its enormous paw enveloped in soft, dark golden light, precisely inserting into the crevice between the vehicle and the rock wall. With exquisite control of its strength, a metallic twisting sound followed, and the severely deformed vehicle was gently extracted and laid flat on the ground. Xiaoyan turned its gaze toward the center of the lava pool. From the boiling lava, a chest radiating red golden light slowly ascended. Gore! Xiaoyan urged with a low growl, signaling to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, gritting his teeth against the pain, glanced at the chest, instantly realizing it was a platinum-grade treasure. A platinum-grade chest? He clenched his jaw and shifted his body. In that moment, the intense pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Struggling to crawl out of the cockpit, he tumbled to the ground, gasping for fresh air. He looked up at the chest floating above the boiling lava pool, suspended several meters high. Xiaoyan, help me retrieve it. Xiaoyan let out a low roar and flew closer, lowering its immense head. Lin Tian mustered all his strength to extend his battered arm, wrapping it around Xiaoyan's neck in its thick dark golden mane. Go! Xiaoyan's four limbs ignited with fire, propelling Lin Tian towards the heart of the pool. The searing heat wave was isolated by a fiery force field, hovering beside the treasure chest. Lin Tian's fingertips brushed against its scorching, smooth surface. Detected platinum treasure chest. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. Obtain diamond treasure chest 1. Would you like to open it? Open. Starfire forged steel. A palm-sized ingot of extraordinary metal, flowing with dark gold and shimmering starlight. Phoenix rebirth elixir. Epic. A thumb-sized vial containing a flickering dark gold flame, exuding immense vitality and the essence of rebirth through fire. Lin Tian immediately upgraded the 3 items. Xiaoyan, let us go. Xiaoyan transformed alongside Lin Tian into a stream of dark gold light, soaring with astonishing speed up the passageway. Moments later, they burst forth from the molten river surface, stirring a rain of flames. Lin Tian glanced back, and the lava pterosaur had vanished without a trace. Breathing a sigh of relief, a wave of dizziness washed over him. He weakly pointed towards the wreckage of the armored vehicle on the riverbed. Xiaoyan dove down, enveloping his claw in dark gold flames, swiftly and precisely excavating the remnants of the armored vehicle from the muddy riverbed and dragging it to the safe riverbank. Detected severely damaged vehicle. Golden armored vehicle. Core components partially intact. New material Starfire forged steel and geothermal furnace core detected, meeting special upgrade and repair conditions. Would you like to initiate the Rebirth in Flames program? Initiate. Lin Tian simultaneously retrieved the Phoenix Rebirth elixir, uncorked the vial, and poured its contents into his mouth. Boom! The elixir coursed down his throat like swallowing a miniature sun, an overwhelming surge of life, energy, mingling with a torrent of scorching flames, enveloped his entire being. Lin Tian curled up as visible wounds began to heal. Broken bones cracked and reconnected, while internal injuries swiftly mended. A sense of strength and renewed vitality surged within him. Within a few breaths, the scabs fell away, his complexion regained its rosy hue, and his aura ascended beyond its previous state, faintly radiating a golden-level presence. Simultaneously, the wreckage of the armored vehicle underwent a tremendous transformation. The geothermal furnace core and Starfire forged steel morphed into liquid dark red and dark gold streams, merging with the metallic remnants. A deep, resounding energy buzz filled the air. The intertwining dark red and dark gold light enveloped the wreckage, forming a colossal cocoon of light. Inside, the crisp sounds of metal colliding, reshaping, and merging echoed. The damaged vehicle frame was replaced and reinforced with Starfire forged steel, while impurities from the outer armor were purged by the geothermal furnace energy, reshaping it into a more robust and angular form. with dark red and dark gold lava patterns flowing across its surface. The damaged thrusters were repaired, and two new, larger azure ion thrusters materialized on either side of the rear. The icy blue eyes of the vehicle reignited, their hue deepening, surrounded by several rings of dark gold energy. The vehicle writhed within the cocoon of light, growing and transforming. Its size increased significantly, lines becoming smooth and powerful, exuding a terrifying sense of pressure forged in the depths of hell. Xiaoyan stood guard nearby, his dark golden eyes brimming with anticipation. As the radiance dissipated, a newly reborn, utterly transformed steel behemoth emerged. The vehicle's body displayed a profound dark gold hue, resembling solidified stars and molten lava. The robust armored plate, with its sharply defined angles, flows with dark red lava-like patterns, exuding an aura of searing heat. The frontal composite sensor array has grown larger, its icy blue pupils deep and profound, encircled by three dark golden energy rings. On either side of the array, tusk-like protrusions have been added, their tips glimmering with a cold light. The power system has undergone a dramatic transformation. Four hovering thrusters beneath the vehicle have been fully repaired and enlarged. Their ethereal blue ion glow more concentrated. Two massive thrusters have been newly installed at the rear, coiled with strength. A six-tube, suspended propulsion system. The windows are tinted, with a reinforced material that allows energy flows to traverse through. The overall volume of the vehicle has increased by 1/3 compared to before, exuding a magnificent and formidable presence. At this moment, the armored vehicle embodies an energy far more terrifying than its predecessor, radiating an unmistakable sense of advanced technology. The system's radar scans the entirety of the armored vehicle. Chapter 99. The Lava War Chariot. Vehicle upgrade complete. New vehicle name: Lava War Chariot. Core power: Earth Core Furnace Core Diamond Grade. Energy output enhanced by 500. Possesses exceptional endurance and burst mode. Main structure: Spark Forged Steel Reinforced Frame and Armor Diamond Grade. Physical strength and energy resistance elevated to Platinum Peak. Equipped with slow, self-repair capability. Weapon system: Composite Ion Impact Cannon cooldown reduced, power increased. New skill: Lava Tusk Protrusion. Detection system: Platinum level multi-band composite radar array detection range, precision, and anti-jamming capability significantly enhanced. Defense system: Lava Shield naturally creates a high-temperature force field to diminish energy attacks. Can actively activate a high-intensity energy shield. Special ability: Lava Rebirth gradually absorbs environmental heat energy for self-repair after sustaining damage. Note: the vehicle, reforged with diamond-grade materials, holds immense potential and possesses certain epic traits. Further enhancements are required to fully activate its epic capabilities. Epic prototype: the Lava War Chariot. Lin Tian advanced swiftly, the door gliding open silently. The interior was spacious, with a rational layout and a strong sense of technology. Settling into the driver's seat, the chair conformed perfectly for support. With a thought, he initiated the start. Virum. The deep, resonant roar of the engine echoed, reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening. The six hovering thrusters beneath the vehicle illuminated with a profound azure glow, while the lava pattern shimmered with a dark red luminescence, the entire vehicle floating steadily. As solid as a mountain. Xiaoyan, get in. The massive form of Xiaoyan gracefully leaped into the spacious rear compartment. Lin Tian locked onto the direction, gently adjusting the power output. Warning: high-density life signal cluster detected. Distance: 15 kilometers. Speed: supersonic. Threat level: extremely high. Identification: Lava Pterosaur Clan Golden Grade. Quantity: 12. Leader energy response: Platinum Grade. A Platinum Grade leader accompanied by a swarm of golden subordinates? Lin Tian gazed through the window towards the rear. Against the dark red skyline, a dozen flaming pterosaurs screeched, tearing through the searing air like the scythes of death itself. Xiaoyan, brace yourself. Lin Tian let out a fierce roar, and the interior of the molten war chariot was instantly illuminated by blinding red lights. Boom! It felt as if a miniature sun had detonated within the vehicle. The deep, resonant growl of the engine erupted, and the newly added two colossal thrusters, along with the original 4 hover thrusters, simultaneously unleashed a torrent of ion flames so intense they were nearly pure white. The vehicle suddenly plunged, transforming into a bolt of dark golden lightning, surging forward with a terrifying acceleration beyond anything previously witnessed. A tremendous vacuum bubble formed at the site, created by the instantaneous, superheated vaporization of molten lava, while a violent shockwave swept outward, sending several swift lava pterosaurs tumbling backward. A piercing shriek erupted from behind. The platinum-level pterosaur leader, consumed by fury, flapped its massive membrane wings, accelerating once more, tightly gripping the rear of the molten war chariot. Its throat aglow with destructive, golden red light. No thought of escape. Activate the molten shield at full power. Charge the composite ion impact cannon. Lava fangs engage. Buzz. A thick, solid layer of diamond-shaped energy shield, adorned with flowing dark red lava patterns, materialized on the surface of the molten war chariot, enveloping it securely. The jagged tips of the horns on either side of the front glowed with a lava-like crimson light, emanating a horrific aura capable of tearing apart anything in its path. 3 dark golden energy rings spun rapidly around the icy blue pupils at the front, as the center's icy blue light compressed sharply, radiating a chilling aura that pierced the soul. The platinum pterosaur leader's lava breath, akin to a divine spear of punishment, struck violently against the molten shield, causing the diamond-shaped shield to tremble violently, the dark red lava patterns flickering wildly, accompanied by the sound of fracturing under immense pressure. As energy readings plummeted at a visible rate, the spot on the shield's surface where it was struck turned a bright crimson transparency, and the terrifying heat seeped through, causing the interior temperature to surge alarmingly. Now is the moment. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Fire the ion impact cannon. A beam of icy blue light, significantly thicker and more refined than before, surged forth like a sword of judgment formed from a polar current, boldly countering the still, dissipating golden red breath. Extreme cold collided with extreme heat once more. Sizzle. Ice shards exploded amidst the dark, golden lava blood. A wretched, distorted howl erupted from the pterosaur leader, as its prepped breath was forcefully interrupted in its throat. Immense pain causing its massive form to roll and convulse violently in the air, its speed plummeting. Push through. Break past them. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian pressed the accelerator to the floor. The molten war chariot, bearing the unstable molten shield, charged like a frenzied iron beast toward the several golden pterosaurs attempting to intercept. Lava fangs activate. Buzz. The crimson glow of the horns on either side of the front surged, instantly extending into energy phantoms several meters long, resembling 2 massive, searing lava blades. Sizzle. Sizzle. The jarring sound of tearing metal coincided with the explosive detonation of energy annihilation. 2 unsuspecting golden pterosaurs, their resilient lava-scaled armor rendered fragile as paper before the starfire-forged steel horns infused with the energy of the Earth's core, were instantly torn apart. Their massive forms were shredded, dark golden blood and broken limbs scattering through the air. The molten war chariot, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, forged a path through the rain of blood and debris. The vehicle trembled violently, its shield flickering erratically. A deep growl resonated from the rear compartment, where Xiao Yin strained to rise, its dark golden vertical pupils fixating fiercely on the pursuing horde of pterosaurs, now frenzied by their leader's injury. Dark golden flames surged once more from its surface, swiftly enveloping the rear half of the molten war chariot. Warning. High concentration of dark flame energy detected covering the vehicle. Molten shield strength enhanced. Energy consumption rate diminished. External environment resistance to high temperatures significantly increased. Well done, Xiaoyan. Lin Tian felt a surge of spirit as the pressure on the shield notably lightened, and the vehicle's tolerance to the surrounding infernal heat significantly augmented. Xiao Yan's dark flame domain had now transformed into the most formidable auxiliary barrier for the molten war chariot. Hold on, there is something ahead. Lin Tian's gaze remained fixed on the terrain revealed by the platinum radar. At the end of the lava river, the earth appeared cleaved by an invisible giant axe, revealing a massive rift exceeding 100 meters in width. The edges of the rift distorted and blurred, exuding a disquieting aura of spatial turbulence, with countless tiny fragments resembling sharp glass lining its perimeter. Within the rift, rather than darkness, a continuously shifting dark, purple luminescence emerged, faintly resonating with the howl of an impending storm. Chapter 100. A new crisis. The molten war chariot roared like a steel beast amidst the searing inferno. Behind, the enraged platinum pterosaur leader, accompanied by its golden kin, relentlessly pursued Lin Tian, bellowing in fury. Inside the rear compartment, Xiaoyan unleashed a terrifying aura befitting the king of beasts. The dark golden flames enveloping the vehicle surged, transforming into a flowing lava armor. With the enhancement of its domain, the molten shield's resistance to heat and energy soared, causing the two approaching golden pterosaurs to hesitate, fear flickering in their eyes. Warning: Dark Flame Domain activated. Shield efficacy at 150. Environmental threat diminished. Warning: Target cluster accelerating. Platinum Leader's secondary breath range. Contact in 12 seconds. Damn it, why are they chasing me? Lin Tian seethed with rage, gripping the control sphere tightly. On the platinum radar, the distorted purple rift resembled a gaping maw. Xiaoyan, stabilize. Concentrate all energy to the front. Lin Tian shouted. The diamond shield's energy surged wildly towards the front of the vehicle, solidifying like a branding iron. The lava patterns glowing fiercely. Roar! The platinum pterosaur leader was gathering energy, the terrifying destructive force within its throat flickering ominously. Ion impact cannon. Maximum power. Target: fragmented space debris. As Lin Tian commanded at the moment he completed his breath and charge, a resonant hum filled the air. The ice blue pupils at the forefront of the vehicle, surrounded by a dark golden energy ring, disintegrated and reformed. A beam of absolute zero ice blue light tore through the air, striking precisely into the pitch-black passage ahead. With a crack and a rush, the extreme cold collided with spatial energy, igniting a localized energy storm. Countless fragments were frozen and shattered as the turbulent area was forcefully disrupted, briefly tearing open an unstable passage strewn with ice shards and violet turbulence. Meanwhile, the molten breath of the platinum dragon had arrived. A thunderous roar echoed as the golden-red torrent of destruction crashed violently into the vehicle's strongest shield, the explosion engulfing the war chariot in an instant. Under the enhancement of the dark flame domain, the diamond-shaped shield emitted a mournful cry on the brink of shattering. Crimson cracks spreading wildly across its surface. Warning: the molten fire shield has sustained an oversaturated impact. Shield failure imminent. Warning: direct impact on the vehicle. Structural integrity at 45. Warning: external armor severely eroded. Left front levitating thruster incapacitated. The violent vibrations and thunderous noise nearly rendered Lin Tian unconscious. He bit down on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood igniting his nerves. His vision was flooded with blinding gold and red as the vehicle trembled incessantly, threatening to disassemble at any moment. Push through. Lin Tian exerted every ounce of strength, pushing the power output lever beyond its limits, augmenting the energy capacity. With a roar, Little Yin disregarded all else, igniting a fiery domain, dark golden blood seeping from its mouth and nose, enveloping the precariously swaying war chariot. Boom! The core of the Earth's furnace emitted an unprecedented roar. The rear thruster expelled a terrifying flow of distorted spatial energy as the molten war chariot, braving the remnants of the explosion, plunged into the chaotic rift, akin to a meteor cast from the depths of hell, fiercely piercing the edge of the fractured space filled with ice crystals and violet turbulence. The shieldless vehicle was instantaneously exposed to billions of spatial fragments. Like razors slicing through the air, the harsh sound of friction erupted, sparks and armor shards flying. The vehicle shook violently on the brink of disintegration. Lin Tian felt as if his body were being torn apart. He fixed his gaze on the seemingly endless dark violet tunnel ahead. Hold on. Burst through. His roar was drowned in the cacophony of spatial noise, just as the turbulence was about to consume the war chariot. The molten patterns and starfire-forged steel of the vehicle suddenly glimmered. The molten rebirth trait was passively activated in this dire moment. The torn, minuscule wounds of the metal began to writhe and rapidly repair themselves. Simultaneously, the vehicle weakly absorbed the chaotic energy of the environment. infusing a spark of vitality into the exhausted Earth's furnace. Boom! The molten war chariot was completely enveloped in a purple halo. The dragon's piercing shriek and the turbulent entrance cut off. Inside the vehicle, an abrupt silence fell, leaving only the hum of an overloaded engine, the sound of cooling metal, and heavy breaths. Outside, the twisted purple light rushed past, the platinum dragon horde left behind. With the immediate danger behind him, Lin Tian felt his heart, which had been lodged in his throat, finally begin to relax. The armored vehicle bore the scars of battle, its armor marred by deep scratches and pockmarks. With the left front thruster completely destroyed and emitting smoke, the warning lights flickered dimly, with only the core systems operational. Xiaoyan lay exhausted, her fur dulled. Lin Tian was soaked to the bone, both his mind and body pushed to the brink of exhaustion. The platinum radar signal was weak and chaotic, rendering the exit undetectable. "We're safe. We survived," Lin Tian rasped, glancing at Xiaoyan in the rearview mirror. "Well done." After a brief moment of respite, Lin Tian steadied his emotions, regained control of the armored vehicle, and accessed the remaining self-diagnostic report, his brow furrowing in concern. The damage was severe, particularly to the power system and armor. The rebirth in molten fire was proving inefficient in the turbulent space, with the furnace core approaching overload. It was imperative to restore some combat capability before exiting the passage. Beyond the exit lay the unknown. Without the armored vehicle's restoration, any encounter with danger would be fatal. "Xiaoyan, assist me." Lin Tian spoke solemnly, looking towards her. "Gently guide the furnace energy with your flames, prioritizing the repair of the left front thruster and critical armor. Your flames resonate with the furnace." Xiaoyan struggled to rise and approach the cockpit. Closing her eyes, a faint dark golden glow emanated from her surface, seeping like a gentle stream into the heavily damaged areas of the armored vehicle. The flames intertwined with the molten patterns of the armor, producing a sizzling sound as the metal seemed to writhe. Lin Tian focused entirely on controlling the remaining power, seeking a stable path through the turbulence. His mental perception heightened to its limits, wary of spatial storms or unknown creatures. Time became an abstraction until, amidst the purple glow ahead, a stable entity radiating a faint white light emerged. Lin Tian's spirits lifted. That appeared to be the exit. Suddenly, a terrifying spatial shockwave struck without warning, like an invisible hammer crashing against the side of the armored vehicle. The vehicle was sent flying like a leaf, spinning violently towards the edge of the passage. The recently repaired left front armor shattered once more. Alarms blared. "Warning. High-intensity spatial turbulence impact. Warning. Structural integrity at 38. Warning. Right rear hover thruster damaged. Power output reduced by 40. Warning. Spatial passage stability plummeting. Exit coordinates shifting. Unknown interference." Damn it. Lin Tian's eyes widened in desperation as he fought to stabilize the vehicle. He noticed that the white exit was now ensnared by ominous black electric arcs, the coordinates blurred. "Curse be it, the exit is contaminated. We are being interfered with. A forced assault will lead to our doom." Xiaoyan suddenly lifted her head, her dark golden vertical pupils locking onto the source of the shockwave, emitting a low, threatening growl. At that moment, Lin Tian perceived that at the center of the disturbance, a massive shadow, radiating an aura of greed and chaos, was rapidly coalescing. The exit was tantalizingly close, yet felt as distant as the horizon. Danger loomed ahead, rendering any escape impossible. Chapter 101. The Unknown World. Eternal night frostlands. As the issues ahead became apparent, Lin Tian's expression darkened considerably. He gazed into the abyss ahead, shrouded in darkness, unable to discern what lay beyond. A growl erupted from Xiaoyan, sensing an impending danger. Lin Tian's eyes shifted toward Xiaoyan, his brow furrowing slightly as he inquired, "Xiaoyan, have you detected something?" Xiaoyan offered no response, his gaze fixated on the foreboding void, as if it harbored significant peril. Dread coursed through Lin Tian. What manner of entity could it be? His expression darkened, a desperate curiosity gnawing at him. As he surveyed his surroundings, he yearned for an escape, yet the path eluded him entirely. Amidst the purple luminescence ahead, an enormous shadow began to materialize. Lacking any tangible form, resembling a grotesque, writhing organism. The violet entities advanced steadily towards Lin Tian. A roar echoed within the constricted, distorted passage, Xiao Yan's growl reverberating, his golden vertical pupils fixated on the source of the tremors. Within the turbulent, dark purple currents, a semi-transparent silhouette, akin to a colossal jellyfish, rapidly took shape, its multitude of twisted tendrils disturbing the very fabric of space. Lin Tian swiftly identified the origin, a spatial distortion. The target emanated a formidable energy wave, the molten fire chariot. Relying on instinct and experience, he discerned a relatively stable spatial tunnel. To the right, at a 30-degree angle, charged forth. Lin Tian abruptly adjusted the direction sphere, simultaneously pushing the remaining 2 half-thrusters to their limits. A resonant hum followed by a thunderous roar erupted as the molten fire chariot emitted a mournful cry of impending disintegration, its body twisting violently under the immense thrust, hurtling towards the rippling distortion. The tendrils of space grazed the rear of the vehicle, tearing open a gaping wound in the already damaged armor, exposing the flickering, perilous circuitry within. Alarm lights flashed wildly. Warning: armor at the rear of the vehicle has been torn. Structural integrity has plummeted to 29. Warning: right rear thruster severely damaged. Power output reduced to 25. Warning: spatial energy erosion detected. Attempting to isolate. A low growl emanated from Xiao Yan as he summoned the dark flame. The dark golden fire spread to the ruptured area at the rear, forming a fragile energy barrier to stave off the spatial energy erosion while providing a meager energy supplement to the core. The spatial distortion emitted a silent shriek, its vast, translucent form accelerating through the turbulence, relentlessly pursuing them. Lin Tian's eyes were bloodshot, unwaveringly fixed on the path ahead. Before him, a swirling azure halo emerged. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, the lava chariot roaring forward, dragging its battered frame and the burning dark flames. The molten fire chariot plunged into the cerulean vortex. An overwhelming chill instantly supplanted the sensation of spatial distortion. The scenery outside transformed. The dark purple turbulence vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of desolate ice. The sky looms with an eternal, oppressive leaden gray, thick clouds hanging low as feather-like snowflakes dance wildly in the biting cold wind, visibility reduced to mere meters. The earth lies shrouded beneath a formidable layer of ice, reflecting the bleak light of the heavens. Warning: exiting spatial corridor. Warning: entering unknown territory. The eternal night, frozen wastes. Warning: external temperature, -89°C, baseline, super low temperature storm detected. Warning: high activity icy energy particle storm detected. Rapid thermal loss in vehicle. Warning: multiple life signals detected. Threat level high, adapted to low temperature environments. Warning: spatial distortions have been isolated. The molten fire war chariot plunged into the frozen expanse, its kinetic energy spent, leaving only a single thruster emitting a faint blue glow. The vehicle skidded across the ice for hundreds of meters, finally coming to a complete halt at the foot of a massive, partially snow-covered black rock mountain. The dark flames on the surface of the vehicle were swiftly subdued by the chilling air, leaving only faint embers flickering between the seams of the armor. Where am I? Lin Tian gazed around, his eyes filled with profound confusion, surrounded by a desolate landscape of ice and snow, utterly unaware of his location. The temperature inside the vehicle plummeted sharply, a numbing cold seeping into Lin Tian's very bones. Moo! Xiao Yan struggled to inch closer to Lin Tian, yet its large form found it exceedingly difficult to maneuver within the cramped confines of the vehicle. The dark flames enveloping its surface flickered dimly, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing entirely. Lin Tian's teeth chattered uncontrollably from the cold as he forced himself to access the system interface of the Molten Fire War Chariot. Molten Fire War Chariot status. Severely damaged, damn it. Lin Tian's heart sank to the depths. The radar, still operable, was besieged by a multitude of red dots approaching from all directions. Peering through the window into the swirling storm, Lin Tian spotted hunched figures drawing near, resembling frozen primates. Their bodies were cloaked in thick fur, their eye sockets aglow with an eerie blue spectral flame. With trembling hands, Lin Tian struggled to reach for the storage compartment. where a few remaining fire elemental crystal stones and some basic repair materials lay. Initiating the emergency repair protocol, he prioritized the restoration of one hover thruster and the fundamental energy interface, issuing commands while simultaneously inserting the fire elemental crystal into the emergency energy input. Command received. Initiating emergency repair protocol. The shrill sounds of metal cutting and welding faintly echoed within the vehicle. A dim red light illuminated the left rear section, where a severely deformed thruster casing was being painstakingly adjusted and welded by a rudimentary mechanical arm. Moo! Roar! Sensing the imminent threat, Xiaoyan strained to rise, positioning itself between Lin Tian and the most severely damaged rear of the vehicle. Its dark, golden vertical pupils fixated on the increasingly clear pale figures amidst the storm, letting out a deep, menacing roar. The aura of the King of Beasts caused the foremost frost skeleton beasts to falter in their advance. From the shadows of the pack, the golden tier frost skeleton beast leader emitted a sharp, piercing shriek. The cry dispelled any hesitation. Roar! Dozens of frost wraiths roared in unison, their ethereal blue flames surging as they advanced with alarming speed. The sounds of scraping and crashing echoed incessantly. The feeble armor plates groaned under the relentless onslaught of icy claws and tremendous blows. More fissures emerged, and frigid air gushed in wildly. The frost on the vehicle's windows shattered, revealing grotesque, twisted faces of ice. Xiaoyan, Lin Tian struggled to grasp the alloy war blade in the passenger seat. With a thunderous roar, dark golden light erupted from within Xiaoyan, who opened its massive jaws wide, instantly forming a dark golden fireball. Boom! The fireball shot forth like a cannonball, striking precisely at the three frost wraiths that were tearing at the left front door. Hiss! The dark golden flames erupted, instantly vaporizing the icy armor of the three silver-grayed frost wraiths, their bodies consumed by the core soul fire, turning into wisps of green smoke in the blink of an eye. The assault of the beast horde faltered momentarily. All the frost wraiths, including the golden leader, revealed an instinctual fear in the soul flames, recoiling in retreat. Chapter 102. Engine failure. Huff, huff. Xiaoyan emitted heavy breaths. That last strike had nearly drained its remaining strength. Its massive form swayed, unable to sustain itself, and with a thud, it collapsed onto the cold floor of the vehicle. The dark golden flames on its surface flickered like a candle in the wind, extinguishing completely. The dark golden patterns on its body rapidly dimmed, and before Lin Tian's astonished gaze, its size shrank at a visible rate. In just a few breaths, the once majestic dark flame Lion King vanished. Lying at Lin Tian's feet was a small lion, even smaller than its initial form, its fur dull and lifeless, its breath barely perceptible. Its eyes were tightly shut, with only the faint rise and fall of its chest indicating that it was still alive. Regression. A protective regression due to the depletion of its primordial power. Xiaoyan, Lin Tian's complexion changed dramatically. Disregarding the cold and danger, he scooped the weakened Xiaoyan into his embrace. The little creature's body was icy, with only a faint warmth remaining. Lin Tian immediately stuffed a spare silver-grade fire element crystal into Xiaoyan's embrace, hoping to provide it with a modicum of energy. He carefully cradled Xiaoyan, wrapping it in tattered clothing as best as he could. Although the horde of frost wraiths was momentarily intimidated, they had not retreated. The golden leader emitted an anxious low growl, its ethereal blue flames fixated on the war vehicle. The allure of food surpassed its instinctual fear. Lin Tian's gaze shifted back to the system interface and radar. Emergency repair progress. Right rear thruster shell correction completed 78. Internal temperature control unit power reduced. Energy remaining 32. Repairs were slow, and energy was depleting rapidly. Platinum radar scan. Limited threat targets detected. 47 silver grade, 1 golden grade. A plan must be devised to escape this place and seek a defensible location. Otherwise, they would surely perish here. Lin's anxious gaze darted around, seeking an escape route. Suddenly, he spotted the prominent black stone mountain, striking against the backdrop of snow and ice, with scattered stones at its base, seemingly disturbed by some colossal force. That location might offer sanctuary. Lin furrowed his brow. A slope was certainly preferable to lingering in this flat expanse. System, once the rear right thruster is repaired, can you facilitate a brief low-altitude hovering maneuver? Lin inquired urgently. Receiving command, calculating. Based on calculations, the specified command can be executed, though the engine may very well be rendered inoperable. Let be. Lin gritted his teeth. Preserving my life takes precedence. Mark the largest rock crevice at the mountain's base. Target coordinates locked. Estimated repair completion time, 1 minute and 27 seconds. Suddenly, several silver-tier frost wraiths, under the low growl of their golden leader, cautiously approached the lava war chariot, their icy claws gingerly brushing against the vehicle's surface. Upon sensing no immediate danger, their audacity grew, and they began to strike and tear at the armor with greater fervor. Time ticked away, each second a relentless torment. Lin gripped the frigid alloy sword tightly in one hand, while cradling Xiao Yin in the other. His eyes fixated on the repair progress bar and the increasingly near ethereal blue soul flames outside the window. Emergency repair complete. Rear right thruster, damaged activated. Warning, thruster state highly unstable. Please execute commands immediately. Now, Lin bellowed, activate furnace core overload mode, target sprint. The battered lava war chariot erupted with a roar as the rear right thruster emitted a dazzling yet unstable azure light, violently expelling ion streams. Boom! The chariot jolted violently, leveraging its scant, unstable power to lift off the solid ice, hovering barely a meter above the ground, trailing a cloud of snow as it careened toward the widest rock crevice 50 meters away, swaying like a drunken man. This sudden resurrection caught the encircling frost wraiths off guard. A few of the closer wraiths were sent flying by the furious gusts and the vehicle's impact. Rumble! The lava war chariot, in an almost uncontrollable manner, crashed deeply into the crevice that could accommodate its frame. The tremendous force caused the vehicle to warp violently, and with a thunderous blast, the rear right thruster fell silent. Countless stones and snow cascaded down, blocking a significant portion of the crevice's entrance. Warning, rear right hovering thruster completely destroyed. Warning, structural integrity of the vehicle reduced to 25. Warning, furnace core overloaded, entering forced cooling state, 24 hours. The interior was in disarray, and Lin was left dazed by the impact, his wounds reopening. Yet he paid no heed to this, immediately turning his attention to the entrance. The collapsed debris and accumulated snow formed an obstacle that temporarily obstructed the path of the frost wraith horde, preventing their advance. A few of the foremost frost wraiths were struck by falling stones, emitting furious roars as they frantically clawed at the barrier. However, the narrowness of the gap allowed only 2 or 3 frost wraiths to attack simultaneously, significantly limiting the numerical advantage of the horde. With a long sigh, Lin Tian exhaled, the frigid air stinging his lungs, albeit providing a momentary sense of safety. He glanced down at the little flame in his arms. The small creature remained unconscious. Struggling to move his frozen body, he assessed the state of the battle vehicle. The furnace core was undergoing forced cooling, rendering the rebirth of the magma temporarily inoperative and unable to supply any energy. The temperature control unit relied solely on the last fire elemental crystal, which would last at most another half hour. He needed to devise a way to warm up and repair the vehicle, at least enough to get it moving. Lin Tian opened the system interface and accessed the regional chat channel. Regional chat channel, unknown region, eternal night, frozen wasteland. What the hell is this place? I'm freezing to death. My bronze armored vehicle's heating system has just failed. Help! There are white-haired monsters everywhere. My vehicle is surrounded. Is there anyone powerful nearby? Seeking a team. One cannot survive here alone. Damn it. I just came out of fiery dungeon, and now I've plunged into an ice pit? Is this a joke? Who is fire? Willing to pay handsomely for a source of warmth. Food. Supplies to stay warm. Don't dream. The fire element is extremely scarce in this cursed place, and fire elemental crystals are astronomically priced. I just saw a system prompt. This place is called the Eternal Night Frozen Wasteland. The name itself sounds despairing. Brothers, be cautious of the monsters with blue flames in their eyes. They're called frost wraiths. Silver rank. They have incredibly high physical defense and are afraid of fire. But where on earth can we find fire here? The channel erupted with cries and pleas for help, clearly indicating that many survivors have been ensnared in this icy expanse, caught in a dual predicament of extreme cold and monstrous threats. Panic was spreading. Chapter 103. Crisis. Lin Tian quickly scanned through the information, distilling the key points. Frost wraiths fear fire, and fire elemental crystals are a scarce and vital resource. The price of fire elemental crystals had been driven to exorbitant heights. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian promptly spoke in the channel. Lin Tian, willing to purchase fire elemental crystals, silver rank or above, along with various repair materials and supplies for warmth. Can trade for food, water, and basic materials. As soon as his ID appeared, the channel erupted in chaos. What the hell? Is that Lin Tian? You're in this cursed place too? Heavens! It's Lin Tian. Please, take me with you. Great one. Do you still have food and water? I have a bronze rank fire elemental crystal. Can I trade it for some food? I'm freezing and starving. Lin Tian, I have a piece of cold iron, or I wonder if you'd be interested. Can I exchange it for some water? Great one. Be careful. There are too many monsters outside. My vehicle can't hold out much longer. Help. The information cascaded rapidly, revealing glimpses of hope, cries for help, and attempts at trade. Lin Tian sifted through the superfluous messages, swiftly honing in on a few valuable ones. One user, identified as Lin Tian Gao, privately messaged him, Brother Lin, I possess one piece of white silver fire element crystal and wish to exchange it for 2 units of food and 1 unit of water. My coordinates are not far from you, though a pack of beasts lies in between. Another user, Chen Long, also reached out, Brother, I have 3 basic alloy ingots and 1 damaged engine part, white silver. Would you accept 1 unit of food in exchange? Lin Tian conducted a quick assessment. His stockpile of food and water was relatively ample, having accumulated a considerable amount during previous trades for upgrading the armored vehicle. However, fire element crystals and repair materials were urgently needed. He first responded to Lin Tian Gao, agreed. Please provide your detailed coordinates and the distribution of the beasts. I will endeavor to approach you. Then, he replied to Chen Long, deal. Please send me the transaction link. After addressing the trade requests, Lin Tian noticed an urgent private message from Bai Shui. Brother Lin, how are you? I saw the system notification that you entered the unknown region of the eternal night frozen wasteland. How was the environment? Are you injured? What about Xiaoyan? Bai Shui's words brimmed with concern. Lin Tian was the first friend she encountered in this world, naturally prompting her worry. Warmth filled Lin Tian's heart as he replied, For now, I have found a crevice to hide in. The vehicle is severely damaged, and Xiaoyan has collapsed from overexertion. I urgently need fire element crystals and high-grade repair materials. It is extremely cold here, with many frost wraith beasts that fear fire. How are things on your end? Bai Shui swiftly replied, I'm still in the previous area, temporarily safe. I will acquire fire element crystals for you at a high price. I also have a piece of thermostatic stone, golden, I saved earlier, which can maintain a stable temperature over a small area. You can use it for now. I'll send it to your mailbox. You must hold on. Await my news. Shortly thereafter, Bai Shui sent the thermostatic stone to Lin Tian's mailbox. Without hesitation, he chose to accept it. A flash of light revealed a palm-sized, softly glowing yellow stone in his hand. The surface of the stone was adorned with intricate patterns, and as he grasped it, a steady warmth rapidly spread, instantly dispelling the chill that enveloped him and providing some warmth to Xiaoyan as well. Thermostatic stone. Golden upon activation, it can maintain a constant temperature of 15 C within a radius of 3 meters. With energy slowly depleting, it can absorb ambient free energy for gradual replenishment. Wonderful! Lin Tian felt invigorated. This item was akin to a timely gift in the midst of hardship, ensuring his survival in this frigid expanse. System, upgrade, thermostatic stone. Ding! Upgrade successful. Obtained thermostatic stone, platinum. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian swiftly upgraded the thermostatic stone to platinum. He promptly activated it and placed it on the dashboard. The constant temperature stone, gold once activated, it can maintain a constant temperature of 20 C within a radius of 5 meters. With energy being consumed slowly, capable of absorbing ambient free energy for gradual replenishment. The temperature had risen, activated immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian chose to activate the constant temperature stone. A gentle, warm, golden light spread forth, causing the temperature in the cramped cockpit's core area to rapidly rise, melting the frost. Although the range was limited, this warmth was sufficient to ensure that both he and the unconscious Xiao Yin would not succumb to frostbite. The fire element crystal consumed by the temperature control unit was also spared. As Lin Tian gradually calmed down and no longer felt the warmth, he took a moment to gaze out of the window. The debris and snow at the crevice entrance had been partially cleared, and two silver-tier frost skeleton beasts were roaring, attempting to force their way in. Their eerie blue soul flames appeared particularly unsettling in the dim light, their eyes fixated on Lin Tian, seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Although the warming crisis had been temporarily resolved and the constant temperature stone safeguarded the core area, a surge of murderous intent arose within him. These monsters were potential resources and sources of energy. Their pelts could be fashioned into warm items, and they could even be used for bartering supplies. He grasped the alloy combat knife from the passenger seat, the cold touch sharpening his clarity. Shaking his head slightly, he steadied himself. After inspecting the blade and confirming it was in perfect condition, he carefully placed the still unconscious but warming Xiao Yan gently at the center of the constant temperature stone's glow, cushioning her with his clothing. Xiao Yan, stay put. I will gather some firewood. Lin Tian tightened his grip on the combat knife, inhaling a breath of the warm air, and pushed open the severely deformed door, which barely opened. The biting cold wind, mingled with snowflakes, rushed in, but was halted outside the cockpit by the light of the constant temperature stone. Stepping out, Lin Tian confronted the two frost skeleton beasts attempting to invade. The icy blade reflected the eerie blue soul flames. In a narrow rock crevice, Lin Tian, armed with his combat knife, decisively struck down the beasts. The silver-tier monsters were like ants before him. He had faced golden-tier foes and even encountered platinum-tier opponents. How could he fear mere silver-tier beasts? However, unbeknownst to Lin Tian, as he received the constant temperature stone from the snowy surroundings, a system prompt that only he could see quietly flickered, detected high purity of dual ice and fire attributes in the environment. Scanning for conditions to unlock the special evolution path of the molten fire vehicle, core containing the molten core and starlight forged steel. Detected the presence of the eternal night cold essence. Special evolution path unlock conditions being analyzed. Chapter 104. Exposed frost skeleton beasts. In the bone-chilling rock crevice, Lin Tian gripped his knife tightly, expressionless, coldly observing the two frost skeleton beasts that were forcing their way in. Seeking death, Lin Tian let out a low growl, his body lunging forth like a leopard. The flash of his blade sliced through the air, instantly slaying a frostbone beast. With a crack, the resilient ice armor shattered, and the soul fire was extinguished in an instant. The creature fell without a sound, just as the claw of another frostbone beast on his right was raised. Lin Tian deftly redirected his blade, forcefully plunging it into the beast's eye socket. The soul fire extinguished with a soft pop, and the body collapsed limply. Two silver-tier frostbone beasts had been effortlessly dispatched by Lin Tian. However, gazing at the lifeless forms before him, he felt no joy. Beyond the crevice, more ethereal blue soul fires flickered ominously in the wind, densely packed and quite intimidating. Furthermore, the golden-tier leader in the distance continued to roar, urging the silver-tier frostbone beasts to attack relentlessly. Damn it, what a repulsive bunch. Lin Tian cursed under his breath as he hastily dragged the two corpses deeper into the crevice. With swift motions, he wielded his battle knife, efficiently stripping the frostbone beasts of their thick white pelts. The fur felt cold to the touch yet remarkably resilient, serving as a natural insulator. After a simple processing of the pelts, he unhesitatingly wrapped them around himself, also preparing a piece for Xiao Yan to use as a cushion. The remaining pelts and flesh were piled aside. The chill had been significantly dispelled by the constant temperature stone. Outside, the beast horde seemed inexplicably enraged, beginning to violently batter against the pile of rubble blocking the entrance. Boom, boom. The stones and snow cascaded down as the crevice shook. It wouldn't hold for long. Lin Tian's expression darkened considerably. The stone barricade at the entrance could not withstand much more. The molten fire chariot was completely incapacitated, and with Xiao Yan unconscious, he was left alone with just his blade. Facing dozens of monsters along with a golden-tier leader, he had no chance of survival. He reopened the regional channel and private messages. Lin Tian observed that Gao and Shenlong had sent trade confirmations and coordinates. However, the coordinates lay outside, separated by a vast horde of beasts. He could not rush out to trade. A message from Bai Shui appeared. Lin Tian, I have received a golden tier fire element crystal. Additionally, someone is selling cold iron essence, claiming it is a high-grade material. I have procured it for you and sent it to your mailbox. In a flash of light, a blazing golden crystal and a fist-sized deep blue mineral emanating an icy aura appeared before Lin Tian. Acquired. 1 golden tier fire element crystal. Acquired. 1 cold iron essence platinum tier. Cold iron essence? Lin Tian was taken aback and quickly grasped the items in his hands. After a brief examination of their attributes, he hesitated not a moment longer. He immediately chose to upgrade. Ding! Upgrade successful. Acquired. 1 cold iron essence, diamond tier, diamond tier. Lin Tian's heart raced with excitement. He proceeded to upgrade the fire element crystal. Upon receiving the system notification, Lin Tian's heart soared with unparalleled joy. Just as he was about to hand the fire crystal to Xiao Yin, a chilling system alert echoed in his mind. Startlingly clear. Extreme opposing environment detected. Eternal night, frozen plain. Detected vessel. Magma war chariot, containing the Earth's core furnace core, diamond level. Starfire forged steel, diamond level. New material detected. Cold iron essence, diamond level. Detected environmental energy source. Eternal night, cold essence. Criteria for unlocking special evolution path met. Shall the icefire refinement evolution program be initiated? The vessel will merge cold iron essence with eternal night cold essence, absorbing environmental energy for adaptive reconstruction. Icefire refinement? Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had not anticipated that, at such a critical moment, he would trigger the upgrade conditions for the war chariot. Truly, fate had not forsaken him. He glanced at the frenzied beasts outside, then at the unconscious Xiao Yin in his arms. His gaze shifted to the damaged, yet potent magma war chariot, finally resting on the chilling, diamond-level cold iron essence in his hand, which radiated a formidable coldness. This was indeed his last chance for salvation. He would stake everything. Initiate it now. Without hesitation, Lin Tian confirmed the command. Such a sudden opportunity could not be missed. Command confirmed. Icefire refinement initiated. Merging material, cold iron essence, diamond level. Guiding environmental energy, eternal night cold essence, buzz. The cold iron essence in Lin Tian's hand erupted with a blinding deep blue radiance. An indescribable wave of extreme, cold energy surged forth, momentarily suppressing the warmth of the constant temperature stone. This deep blue chill did not assault Lin Tian. Rather, as if imbued with life, it surged violently toward the battered magma war chariot. Boom! The remnants of the magma war chariot trembled violently. The dark golden lava patterns and the brilliance of starfire forged steel on its surface suddenly ignited, as if awakened. The deep blue current collided fiercely with the chariot's dark red and dark golden luminescence, intertwining in a breathtaking display. The entire crevice was instantaneously filled with the icy blue and lava gold-red radiance. The jarring sounds of metal distorting, merging, and reconstructing rang out with intensity. The chariot seemed to come alive, writhing in agony and transformation amidst the storm of ice and fire. The damaged sections were swiftly cloaked by a substance resembling both ice crystals and metal in deep blue. The surface of the once lava-like armor began to reveal frost-like intricate patterns, merging with the dark golden lava designs. A terrifying energy gradually seeped from the war chariot. Merging in progress, Starfire forged steel structure adapting to the ice cold. Earth's core furnace core balancing icefire energy. Armor reconstruction defense system updating, roar. Outside the crevice, the golden frost wraith beast leader seemed to sense a disturbance in the energy, an unsettling wave that provoked its ire. Instantly, it let out a furious, primal roar. No longer willing to wait, its massive form charged towards the pile of stones like a formidable tank. Boom! Debris erupted. The entrance's barrier was forcefully shattered, creating a gaping hole. Its head, engulfed in an even larger blaze of ghostly blue flames, thrust itself forward. Its icy gaze fixating mercilessly on the center of the radiant explosion and Lin Tian. The malevolence in its eyes was palpable, as if it intended to rend Lin Tian into 1,000 pieces. A hint of ravenous desire for prey even flickered at the corners of its mouth. In Lin Tian's arms, Xiao Yin appeared to be affected by the frenzied energy of ice and fire, instinctively curling its body. Evolution was at a critical juncture. Yet, the beast charged in. Lin Tian gripped his battle knife tightly, resolutely standing before the radiant, tumultuous war chariot in Xiaoyan, confronting the terrifying golden frost wraith beast leader. If it wished to harm them, it must first pass through him. Determination burned fiercely in Lin Tian's eyes. This was his final hope. It must not be shattered by the frost wraith beast. Chapter 105. The initial roar of ice and fire boom. The golden frost wraith beast leader smashed through the stone pile, its grotesque head probing through the crevice, ghostly blue flames locking onto Lin Tian. With a chilling swipe of its claws, it unleashed a gale of malevolence, intent on crushing Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation. He raised his knife to defend himself. Crack! The alloy battle knife shattered in response. The tremendous force struck him like a hammer, sending him hurtling back, blood spewing forth as he violently collided with the tumultuous war chariot. In that instant, excruciating pain enveloped his entire being. Xiaoyan in his arms emitted a sorrowful whimper. Jolted to the ground, the frost wraith beast leader let out a greedy roar, its colossal form squeezing through the crevice, its second claw tearing through the icy winds, aiming directly for Xiaoyan on the ground. No, Lin Tian was consumed by fury, yet found himself powerless to act. In a moment of dire urgency, buzz! The molten war chariot suddenly erupted with blinding light. The surface of the vehicle illuminated with intricate patterns of icy blue and molten golden red, intertwining in a dazzling display. A semi-transparent, diamond-shaped shield, swirling with dual energies of ice and fire, materialized abruptly before Xiaoyan. Sizzle! The beast's claw struck the shield, the ice and fire energies clashing violently. The shield quaked fiercely, withstanding this lethal blow. Ice and fire shield activated. Strength, platinum initial stage. Ice and fire refinement complete. New vehicle named Frost Ember Chariot. As the brilliance faded, a brand new steel behemoth appeared before Lin Tian. The body of a chariot was a profound dark steel hue, its surface adorned with intricate patterns resembling flowing lava and crystallized ice, exuding an eerie aura of coldness and searing heat. The armor was thick and sharply defined, with the front sensor array resembling compound eyes formed of ice crystals and flames, radiating ghostly blue and dark golden glimmers. The frost wraith leader staggered back from the recoil of the shield, its soul fire flickering violently, a glimmer of fear flashing in its eyes. Such a creature was beyond anything it had ever encountered. Lin Tian struggled to rise, his mind resonating with the system prompt. Ice Ember Chariot status. Reconstruction complete. Core. Earth Core Furnace Core. Diamond. Icefire Balance Mode. Armor. Starfire Forged Steel and Eternal Night Cold Steel Composite Armor. Diamond. Significantly enhanced physical energy resistance. Capable of adapting to extreme cold and high-temperature environments. New weapon. Eternal Frost Freezing Cannon. Roof. Special ability. Icefire Domain. Passive threat reduction. Active release requires charging. What an opportunity. System. Lock onto the Frost Wraith Leader. Activate the Eternal Frost Freezing Cannon at maximum power and eliminate it. Lin Tian roared, directing the system to command the Eternal Frost Freezing Cannon. The multifaceted ice crystal turret on the roof instantly pivoted, the cannon's muzzle gathering a frenzied blue glow. Whoosh! A beam of ice blue light shot forth silently, striking the Frost Wraith Leader, momentarily halted in astonishment. Hiss! An overwhelming chill erupted. The leader's thick, icy armor visibly thickened and spread at an alarming rate. Its massive form was swiftly enveloped in a layer of rapidly growing ethereal blue ice crystals, transforming into a colossal ice sculpture. Even the soul fire in its eyes was frozen. Target frozen. Duration, 15 seconds estimated. Damn, why only 15 seconds? Lin Tian frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. The seemingly formidable Eternal Frost Freezing Cannon was unable to eliminate the Golden Tier Frost Wraith. Although he felt a twinge of frustration, Lin Tian did not hesitate for long. He quickly dashed towards the unconscious Xiaoyan, pressing the Golden Tier Fire Elemental Crystal against its chest. Xiaoyan awakened quickly. Buzz! The crystal's searing energy surged into Xiaoyan's body. Beneath its dull fur, dark golden patterns suddenly glimmered with a faint light. Its eyelids trembled violently, Outside, the beast horde, bereft of their leader's command, descended into chaos. Yet silver-tier frost wraiths continued to push forward. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes as he seized the broken hilt from the ground, wielding the sharp fragment as a dagger. As a frost wraith tentatively poked its head in, Lin Tian pounced like a leopard. The jagged blade punctured its eye socket with pinpoint accuracy, shattering the soul fire within. The lifeless body of the slain frost wraith blocked the entrance, impeding the advance of its companions. Kill silver-tier frost wraith. Reward. Icebound fur 1. Soul fire fragment 1. Not fast enough. Lin Tian gasped for breath as more claws reached in. A roar, imbued with boundless majesty and fury, erupted within the confined space. It carried the heat to incinerate the world. Lin Tian abruptly turned. To his astonishment, Xiao Yin had risen, its entire form ablaze with an even more potent and fervent dark golden flame. The edges of the flames shimmered with a faint ice-blue radiance. Its vertical pupils transformed entirely into a molten gold hue, fixated intently on the agitated beast horde beyond the crevice. Icefire, imbued with the majesty of the Beast King and the dual fluctuations of ice and fire, surged forth. The blazing lion evolves into the shadow, flame, lion king state. Its primal power metamorphosing, awakening the talent. Ice and flame mastery, basic. To Lin Tian's astonishment, it had indeed evolved. Would this bloodline ascend to legendary status? The last time, Xiaoyan's bloodline was diamond. This evolution must surely be at least legendary. With a fierce roar, Xiaoyan responded, brimming with combat fervor. It inhaled sharply, its small mouth agape as an orb of energy, burning with dark golden flames and entwined with ice-blue frost rings, coalesced in an instant. Boom! The ice and fire energy sphere surged forth, detonating at the entrance of the crevice. Dark golden flames consumed. The ice-blue frost rings froze. Several frost-bone beasts crowded at the entrance found themselves in dire straits. Those ignited by the flames let out piercing wails, while those frozen in ice became rigid. The entrance was cleared of all frost-bone beasts. Well done. Lin Tian laughed heartily, overwhelmed with joy. He immediately turned his gaze towards the frozen golden leader encased in ice, a glint of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Xiaoyan, incinerate it. Roar. Without hesitation, Xiaoyan unleashed a concentrated dark golden flame column aimed at the ice sculpture. The sturdy ice crystals rapidly vaporized under the extreme heat. While the internally frozen golden leader emitted a silent scream, its soul fire dimming swiftly under the torment of the dual elements. Golden light erupted from Lin Tian's being. A surge of power coursed through him, and his injuries healed rapidly. Lin Tian looked down at himself, murmuring after the war chariot upgrade. Why does it feel like I've grown stronger? Clenching his fists, he reveled in the overwhelming strength. He glanced at the rejuvenated ice-ash war chariot, then at the formidable Xiao Yan, who wielded the powers of ice and fire. Let us cleanse this place of those insignificant creatures. Then, we shall depart from this wretched locale. Lin Tian opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. The control sphere, a blend of icy coolness and warm heat, radiated a powerful sensation. Xiaoyan gracefully leaped into the passenger seat, growling as it gazed out at the approaching beast horde. The engine of the ice-ash war chariot emitted a deep and resonant rumble, ice blue and dark golden patterns flowing across its body. Two terrifying forces gradually surged within Lin Tian. Chapter 106. What weapon do you need? Just crush them. System, scan the surrounding area and plot a course. Scan complete. In the forward fan-shaped area, there are 23 silver-grade frostbone beasts. No golden-grade units. Threat level. Low. Now, it's my turn to strike. Lin Tian murmured softly, pressing the accelerator with vigor. Whoosh! The ice-ash war chariot surged forward, the ice-blue lines standing out vividly against the icy expanse. Lin Tian's gaze remained locked ahead, clearly perceiving numerous frostbone beasts. Xiao Yan, eliminate them. Roar. Xiao Yan roared with excitement, his small mouth opening wide as a dark golden fireball surged forth, exploding at the heart of the beast horde. The icy flames wreaked havoc, and several frostbone beasts, caught off guard, were instantaneously obliterated. The war chariot crashed fiercely into the throng of beasts, and those struck by it were shattered into countless pieces. Even those fortunate enough to survive were crushed beneath the chariot's wheels. The icy fire shield effortlessly repelled the attacks of the frostbone beasts, leaving not a single scratch upon its surface. Lin Tian found no need to wield his primary weapon. The ice ember chariot itself became the most fearsome weapon. Combined with Xiao Yan's assaults, it relentlessly harvested the lives of the frostbone beasts. The chariot sped through the horde, leaving behind a grim carpet of carcasses. They were simply too weak. Lin Tian reveled in the surging golden tier power within him and the terrifying performance of the chariot beneath him, dispelling the frustration of having been pursued earlier. He soon arrived at the remnants of a bronze-armored vehicle, thickly blanketed in snow, with only a small portion visible. With great effort, the door was pushed open, and a young man, shivering and wrapped in tattered fur, emerged. It was Lin Tian Gao. Upon seeing the ominous dark steel war chariot and the imposing dark golden little lion beside it, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Lin Tian, esteemed one? Your vehicle. His voice trembled, although he was aware of Lin Tian's formidable strength. After all, he had caused quite a stir upon entering this world. He could hardly fathom that Lin Tian could possess such overwhelming power. His own survival was a pressing concern, and he had never imagined that Lin Tian's chariot would be so mighty, nor that his pet would be equally terrifying. This creature must be at least of golden tier. He mused. Trade, Lin Tian stated, tossing over 2 units of compressed rations and a bottle of water. The young man clumsily caught them and immediately handed over a warm fire elemental crystal. Thank you, esteemed one. Acquired. Silver tier fire elemental crystal X1. Lin Tian pocketed the crystal, casting a glance at the young man's dilapidated vehicle and frail state. If you wish to survive, clear the battlefield and collect the pelts and soul fire shards from the monsters. Those are the currency here. 10 kilometers to the east lies a stone forest, relatively easy to defend. With that, the ice ember chariot roared to life and turned towards the next waypoint. The subsequent transactions mirrored the earlier encounter with Chunlong. Lin Tian descended like a savior, trampling the scattered beast horde, completing trades, dispensing survival advice, and then departing without delay. Acquired. Basic alloy ingots X3. Damaged engine parts silver X1. Acquired. Golden tier fire elemental crystal X1, to be sent after high price purchase by Shueshua. Before long, several urgent transactions had been completed. Lin Tian upgraded the newly acquired golden fire crystal to platinum and presented it to Xiao Yan as a treat. The little creature's dark golden flames flared up with renewed vigor, and the icy blue glow became increasingly pronounced. System. Prioritize the repair of the power system using the existing materials. Command confirmed. Basic alloy ingot 3. Damaged engine parts gold. Insufficient materials. Repair progress. Right rear hover thruster restored basic functionality. Efficiency 65. Left front hover thruster power restored to 45. Not bad, at least it can move. Lin Tian murmured softly, not too anxious. As long as it could move, it signified a chance to escape alive. He immediately scanned the surroundings, operating at full power. Scanning. Large energy reaction point detected. Coordinates X117, Y89. Energy attributes. Ice and fire intertwined. Intensity extremely high. Scan detected. 3 anomalous spatial fluctuation points. Scan revealed. Large ice attribute life cluster, moving towards X117, Y89. The high energy point of ice and fire, along with a multitude of monsters attracted to it, caused Lin Tian to furrow his brows slightly. This place felt rather unusual. Xiao Yan, do you sense anything? Lin Tian glanced at the co-pilot. Woof. Xiao Yan looked at Lin Tian, nodding to indicate that he felt it too. Unusual places often concealed immense opportunities. Let us go see what is happening. After pondering for a moment, Lin Tian decided to investigate. He immediately set the target coordinates, X117, Y89, and charged towards a destination through the wind and snow. Along the way, he encountered numerous frost wraith beasts, yet Lin Tian did not make a move, not even stopping. He pressed the accelerator to the floor and drove the war vehicle straight through them. As he delved deeper, the surrounding environment gradually transformed. The color of the icy ground shifted to a deep blue, and an extremely faint warmth began to emerge. Hours later, a breathtaking sight appeared on the horizon. It was a vast, circular ice valley. The valley featured a towering, strangely shaped iceberg, its surface adorned with dark red lava veins that twisted like blood vessels. At the base of the iceberg, a cave, not only covered in ice and snow but also spewing flames, emerged. Arrived at target area. Entrance to the eternal night cold cave. Warning, detected ultra-high concentration of dual attribute ice and fire environmental energy. Warning, powerful life guardian response detected. Threat level, extremely high. Simultaneously, the detection array of the ice and ash war vehicle abruptly locked onto the area near the cave entrance. Standing prominently was a treasure chest entirely composed of ethereal blue crystals, within which a cluster of dark golden flames burned. Discovery: Ice Flame Secret Treasure Chest, Platinum Level. Guarding the treasure chest were several monsters far exceeding the size of ordinary frost wraith beasts. They resembled giant ice-sculpted apes, their bodies covered in thick, strange ice armor swirling with lava patterns, and the soul fire burning in their eye sockets intertwined ice blue and dark gold. The aura emanating from them reached the pinnacle of gold, even subtly brushing against the threshold of platinum. They also discovered the encroaching frost fire behemoth, which let out a deafening roar, a cacophony of ice cracking and flames roaring. Lin Tian, far from feeling fear, was instead ignited by a fierce battle spirit. He slowly pushed the power output lever past the safety line, and the engine of the Frostfire chariot emitted a deep, rumbling growl as it charged. After all, it was merely a golden-grade Frostfire behemoth. It was not insurmountable. He had previously vanquished golden-grade Frostfire beasts, and a few golden-grade Frostfire behemoths were no match for him. Simultaneously, he was eager to witness the terrifying might of the upgraded Frostfire chariot. Chapter 107. The horrific existence of Platinum Grade. Roar. The Frostfire behemoth's roar reverberated, causing the surrounding space to tremble. They glared at Lin Tian and the chariot, their eyes devoid of any fear. With their colossal bodies, they charged at Lin Tian and the chariot without hesitation. Seeking death. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Everfrost freezing cannon. Lock onto the left one. Xiao Yin. Eliminate the one on the right. Roar. Xiao Yin let out a furious roar, enveloped in an overwhelming energy. Flames and icy brilliance continuously swirled around him. Whoosh! A beam of blue light shot forth instantaneously, striking the knee of the behemoth on the left. In an instant, ice crystals rapidly spread, freezing it in place. Meanwhile, the flames emanating from Xiao Yin struck the chest of the behemoth on the right with tremendous force. Boom! The collision of ice and fire unleashed a tremendous energy, toppling the behemoth in an instant. The leader of the Frostfire behemoths remained unaffected, charging directly towards the chariot. It raised its enormous fist, imbued with an unfathomable energy, with wisps of icy flames flickering around it. Witnessing this, Lin Tian felt no fear whatsoever. Molten Fangs, activate the ice and fire shield. He commanded. Damn it. I refuse to believe that steel cannot vanquish you. Lin Tian maneuvered the lever, unhesitatingly activating all capabilities. Boom! The behemoth's fist struck the shield with tremendous force, causing the chariot to shudder violently as the shield flickered incessantly. The chariot came to an abrupt halt, the ground beneath it cracking instantly. That terrifying force could easily obliterate a high-speed train. Had Lin Tian's chariot not been upgraded, it would have surely been reduced to scrap by now. Warning. Shield strength at 65. The monster's fist had diminished the shield by 35 points with a single blow. Come on. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Lin Tian initiated the chariot with all his might, the engine roaring fiercely. The chariot unleashed a terrifying thrust, surging forward against the colossal fist. The molten fangs pierced the behemoth's massive arm. In an instant, a gash opened upon the beast's arm, dark golden blood gushing forth. Howl! The colossal beast leader unleashed a frenzied roar, no longer contesting the strength of the war chariot. It swiftly turned and fled. The power of this war chariot far surpassed that of any it had previously encountered, proving to be beyond its capability to confront. In that moment, it sensed the peril of its own existence. Did it still dare to escape? I shall not allow you to flee. The Everfrost freezing cannon, immobilize it. Whoosh! A beam of blue light shot forth, striking the beast's left leg, with icy crystals rapidly spreading from the point of impact. Xiao Yan, finish it off. Although the war chariot boasted formidable offensive power, its lethality paled in comparison to that of Xiaoyan. Roar! Having already charged forth to engage the frostbone giant beast in battle, upon hearing Lin Tian's command, Xiaoyan returned without hesitation. Enveloped in an overwhelming and terrifying blaze, akin to ice, the blue flames transformed into a projectile that hurtled towards the frostbone giant beast leader. Boom! Xiaoyan's immense strength sent the beast leader flying. Roar! Xiaoyan unleashed a powerful projectile, a terrifying shot capable of annihilating even those of golden tier, forcefully blasting the beast leader away. Crack! The moment the beast leader hit the ground, Xiaoyan swiftly advanced, sinking its teeth into the creature's neck. In mere instants, it was vanquished. Before Xiaoyan, even a frostbone giant beast on the cusp of platinum status was no match. The other ordinary giant beasts fell effortlessly before Xiaoyan, requiring no intervention from Lin Tian, who dispatched them with ease. The three guardian beasts were swiftly dealt with. Lin Tian surveyed the battleground, collecting their remains into his spatial ring. Subsequently, he maneuvered the chariot to the platinum treasure chest. Discovery: Ice Flame's secret treasure chest, platinum tier, upgrade. Ding! Ice Flame's secret treasure chest, platinum tier, upgraded successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Ice Flame secret treasure chest, diamond tier. Open the Ice Flame secret treasure chest. Icefire engine, platinum tier, engine core, circulating icy blue and dark golden energy. Spatial beacon, a silver runic metal plate marred with cracks, emitting faint spatial fluctuations. Ice Flame elixir, diamond, X3, test tubes entwined with icy blue and dark red. Upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. Icefire core engine, diamond tier. Efficiency increased by 200, perfectly adapted to ice and fire environments. Ice Flame elixir, diamond, X3 upgraded to Ice Flame holy liquid, epic, X1. The chaotic purple gold liquid churned within its vessel, emanating a staggering wave of energy that sent shivers down the spine. Just in time, Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with euphoria as he unhesitatingly commanded. Immediately replace the war chariot's engine. Engine replacement completed. Power output, 120. Shield recovery rate enhanced. Cooling efficiency optimized. New feature, ice and fire environment adaptation, all attributes 10. The engine's deep and powerful hum instantly replaced the previous noise. A surge of strength resonating through the metallic framework and enveloping the entire cockpit, as if a slumbering giant beast had awakened. Lin Tian cautiously administered half a vial of Ice Flame holy liquid to Xiaoyan. A low, contented growl emanated from Xiaoyan's throat as it swallowed it whole. In an instant, its dark golden flames erupted violently, fierce and domineering. Dark Flame Lion King, juvenile, level elevated to high gold. Ice Flame mastery talent elevated to intermediate. Observing this, Lin Tian consumed the remaining half as well. A powerful surge of energy detonated within him, rapidly coursing through his limbs and bones. His strength swiftly escalated, soon reaching the mid-gold stage. Spatial beacon detects spatial nodes, can scan stable passage. An ancient beacon levitated, projecting a delicate silver star map that enveloped the cockpit. Scanning. A terrifying wave of energy surged from directly ahead. The core area, previously guarded by numerous colossal beasts, erupted with a resounding explosion. Warning. Detection of ultra-high energy life form response awakening. Warning. Energy intensity platinum pinnacle continuously ascending. Warning. Threat level annihilation. Blinding red light instantaneously filled the cockpit, the shrill alarms nearly tearing through eardrums. A soul-chilling aura surged forth from the depths of the cavern, swiftly permeating the entire ice valley. This aura is dreadful. Lin Tian's expression shifted drastically, the shadow of death casting a sudden gloom over his heart. He slammed down on the joystick, the war vehicle's engine unleashing a ferocious roar. Xiaoyan, get in. The war vehicle raced close to the ground. Xiaoyan swiftly leaped aboard, its gaze warily scanning behind. Boom! In less than 3 seconds after departing, a terrifying breath of ghostly blue ice flame, 10 meters in diameter, struck their previous position. Chapter 108. Life and Death Crisis. The solid ice rocks were instantly vaporized, leaving behind a colossal pit covered in ghostly blue crystals. The shockwave swept wildly in all directions, sending the war vehicle, which had surged hundreds of meters away, soaring through the air. Warning, shield strength 40. Minor damage to vehicle. Lin Tian glanced through the rearview mirror, witnessing a massive shadow rise at the entrance of the icy cave behind. The lower half was a gigantic worm covered in ghostly blue crystals, while the upper half was humanoid, adorned with multiple arms, its head ablaze with ghostly blue flames. Eternal Night Ice Cave Guardian, Cold Prison Prefect, Platinum Pinnacle. Thankfully, they had fled quickly, otherwise they would have perished. Lin Tian pressed the accelerator to the floor. The war vehicle shot forward like a meteor, racing frantically across the icy plains. What on earth is that creature? Its power is truly terrifying. Lin Tian's face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In the face of this cataclysmic pressure, his mid-tier golden strength appeared as insignificant as a solitary boat amidst tumultuous waves. The recent surge of confidence from upgrading the engine and consuming the sacred liquid was instantaneously shattered. At the pinnacle of platinum, nearing diamond status. This was a force beyond human resistance, far exceeding what the current state of the Ice Ember battle vehicle could withstand. The remarkably efficient diamond-grade icefire core engine emitted an unprecedented, thunderous roar. The entire Ice Ember battle vehicle resembled a thoroughly enraged steel beast, its surface adorned with ice blue and dark gold patterns glowing with utmost brilliance. Power overload mode activated. Output 150. Icefire shield power 120. Energy depleting rapidly. The Ice Ember battle vehicle tore through the air in an instant. 6 suspended thrusters erupted with a dazzling tail flame of intertwined ice blue and dark gold, propelling the vehicle with a near bestial ferocity, carving deep furrows into the hard ice surface and stirring up a blizzard of snow as it hurtled back along its path. A roar, indescribable in words and capable of rending space itself, reverberated once more from the depths of the icy abyss. The circular ice valley, swept by this sonic wave, was engulfed in a monumental avalanche, as massive peaks of ancient black ice collapsed with thunderous might. The previously solid, ghostly blue frozen ground now shattered into fragile fragments, sending plumes of icy dust and snow swirling into the air. Deploy full defenses. Lin Tian desperately maneuvered to avoid the direct trajectory of the passage, attempting to crash the vehicle against the side wall of the mountain. Boom! The apocalyptic torrent collided violently with the entrance of the Ice Valley Passage, akin to the impact of a small asteroid. The entire circular ice valley, along with the distant land, trembled and fractured violently. A blinding explosion of ice blue and dark gold light erupted, followed by a terrifying shockwave that swept all in its path. The Ice Ember battle vehicle, not yet at peak velocity, resembled a baseball struck with full force. The rear of the vehicle slammed into the oncoming shockwave, which surged like a furious tide. The icefire shield emitted a desperate anguish wail. The diamond-shaped light shield became instantly adorned with a web of cracks. That incomprehensibly terrifying force hurled the heavy vehicle into the air. Bang! Crack! The vehicle crashed violently against the hard ice wall, producing a resounding boom. The unparalleled diamond-grade composite armor was forcibly dented and deformed upon contact with the ice wall. The multi-layered composite black glass outside the window groaned under the unbearable strain. Inside the cockpit, chaos reigned. All instrument panels were instantly engulfed in an overload of red light. Alarms blared in a haunting, continuous wail. Lin Tian was pressed firmly into the driver's seat by the immense inertia gripping the control sphere tightly, leveraging his golden tier physique and willpower to remain conscious. Xiaoyan was flung against the car door by the tremendous force, emitting a pained grunt, as the flames that had just ignited on his body dimmed once more. Warning: shield energy depleted. Severe damage. Initiating forced cooling for 120 seconds. Warning: severe deformation of the left side armor detected. Structural integrity has diminished to 73. Warning: right front levitation thruster has fractured. Left rear thruster's efficiency reduced by 40. Warning: energy supply system is overloaded. Core engine output power is forcibly limited to 80, merely brushed by the shock wave of an explosion. The Ashen battle car has sustained such devastating damage. In the distance, the collapsing peaks stirred up a blizzard of ice and snow, momentarily obscuring the terrifying abyss that exuded a breath of annihilation. Yet Lin Tian could distinctly sense that frigid, malevolent gaze, akin to a tangible spotlight, piercing through the tumultuous energy debris and swirling snow, locking onto his diminutive steel construct that still struggled to rise. Flee! He must escape further. Lin Tian urged the engine once more, and the three half-levitating thrusters of the battle car emitted a brilliant light, attempting to propel itself into the skies anew. However, misfortune compounded. Warning: high speed, high-threat targets detected. Location: both sides of the valley summit. Identification: platinum-level spatial distortions. Quantity: 3. Warning: generation of platinum-level spatial distortion fields detected. 3. Colossal, semi-transparent spatial distortions, radiating pure malice and avarice, materialized like phantoms upon the towering cliffs of the icy valley. Long tendrils stirred the fabric of space. And 3 powerful platinum-level spatial distortion fields swiftly formed, enveloping the ashen battle car that sought to ascend once more. Before him loomed the unknown terror of the icefire abyss, while behind, the platinum-level monstrosities blocked his path. The icy gorge was constricted. Retreat was no longer an option, a true deadlock. An icy despair surged within Lin Tian's chest, akin to the frigid winds of an everlasting night on the tundra. 3 platinum-level spatial distortions. They hovered like projections of death above the valley, their massive, translucent forms stirring the invisible forces of space. The descending platinum-level spatial distortion fields resembled 3 colossal nets woven from the very laws of space, imbued with an absolute intent to imprison. The hard black ice beneath the ashen battle car shattered instantly. The vehicle lurched downward, pressed into the ground by an unseen hand. The exhaust flames from the 6 levitating thrusters twisted and deformed abruptly, emitting a piercing shriek. Warning: high-intensity spatial blockade encountered. Levitation system failure. Power system restricted. Output power forcibly diminished. External pressure surging. Shields cannot be generated. Structural integrity is under extreme strain. Creaking and cracking sounds of metal distortion and fracture resonated from within the vehicle. The cracks in the severely deformed armor on the left side spread instantaneously. The dark glass of the right window finally succumbed to the horrifying pressure differential, shattering with a series of ghastly fissures. The biting cold wind, interspersed with lethal icy dust and snowflakes, surged in like a barrage of ice spikes. The temperature inside the vehicle plummeted. The warmth emanating from the thermal stone was instantly deprived of more than half of its potency. Chapter 109. The Shock of the Crowd. O Great One, have you slaughtered the gods again? In the eternal night of the frozen wasteland, snow and wind danced violently. The ice-ash battle chariot, akin to a colossal steel beast, tore through the endless curtain of snow, achieving unprecedented speeds. The roar of the diamond engine was deafening, drowning out the sound of the snowstorm battering against the windows. Within the vehicle, the thermal stone radiated a steady warmth, starkly contrasting with the frigid temperature outside, which approached -90 degrees. The frost accumulating on the windows was continuously melted and refrozen by the residual heat from the engine compartment. System, continue scanning the rear. Report the distance to that entity. Lin Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he gripped the control orb tightly, eager to accelerate further. The power of gold was rendered insignificant, akin to that of an ant in the presence of platinum's pinnacle. Not only was there no question of provoking the opponent, even a mere slap could easily end his existence. Target: Cold Prison Commander, Platinum Pinnacle. Distance: 187 kilometers, 185 kilometers, 183 kilometers. Relative speed: the opponent is slowly approaching. Estimated contact time: 1 hour and 22 minutes based on current speeds. More than an hour? So, its speed is not faster than my battle chariot? Observing the data provided by the system, a smile finally emerged on Lin Tian's face. He then turned his gaze to Xiao Yin, frowning as he inquired, "Xiao Yin, are you all right?" Roar. Xiao Yin in the co-pilot seat responded with a growl, shaking his head to indicate he was fine. In his vertical pupils, swirling with dark gold and icy blue, the spirit of battle burned fiercely. Although the flames on his surface were somewhat dimmer than at their peak, his condition was stable, showing no significant issues. The enhancement from consuming the ice flame sacred liquid, was indeed substantial. That monster is still quite far away. It will take some time to reach us. Lin Tian murmured softly, his mind racing. System, scan the terrain ahead, searching for complex landscapes or advantageous features. Simultaneously, connect to the area chat channel. Scanning. A large-scale ice erosion fissure zone detected 70 kilometers ahead, with exceedingly complex terrain. Connecting to area chat channel. As the chilling system notification faded, the chat panel materialized before Lin Tian. Area chat channel, damn. I'm about to freeze into a popsicle. The heating has completely failed. Does anyone have fire? Please. I need some. I'll pay handsomely for fire element crystals. I'll trade all my wealth for just one bronze piece. Stop howling upstairs. Fire element crystals are now strategic resources. I just saw a piece of silver being sold at an astronomical price. 100 units of basic materials plus 5 units of water, and it was gone in an instant. I'm still contemplating it. Help! I'm surrounded by a horde of skeletal creatures with blue flames in their eyes, near coordinates X45, Y112. My dilapidated silver sports car is on the verge of being dismantled. Is there a powerful ally nearby who could lend a hand? I promise to reward you generously. Bro, it's not that I won't help you. You're near the Frost Wraith's lair, right? I just barely escaped from that area, led by a golden tier boss. I'm out of here. Ha ha ha. I opened a golden treasure chest and obtained a temperature-controlled sleeping bag, silver. Though it's small in size, at least I won't be shivering anymore. Thank you, System Father. To the person above, please be quiet. I opened 3 chests, and all I got were frozen stones. What use are these worthless stones in this dreadful place? By the way, has anyone deciphered the patterns of the Eternal Night Frozen Plains map? Why does it feel like I'm just going around in circles? The sun's position has never changed. Did anyone else feel that earthquake in the southeast just now? There was an overwhelming aura that flashed by, nearly scaring me out of my wits. Is there a formidable boss awakening? Oh no. Lin Tian, are you still there? Was that earthquake related to you? I saw a dual-colored light of ice and fire shooting up in the southeast. Did you slay another god? It must be Lin Tian. Who else possesses such power? Do you need any leg attachments? The kind that can shout 666. Lin Tian's ID instantly became the focal point of the channel. Messages of fear, admiration, curiosity, and pleas for help flooded the screen. Lin Tian glanced at the chaos, dismissing the meaningless flattery and lamentations, and swiftly sent a straightforward message to the channel, advising everyone not to act recklessly. A platinum pinnacle level monster has awakened near coordinates X117, Y89, and is moving northwest. Those who wish to live should steer clear of that area by at least 100 kilometers. This information acted like a splash of cold water on a hot oil fire, causing the channel to erupt. Everyone was filled with profound disbelief. Oh no, a platinum pinnacle. Mom, save me, I don't want to die. Thank you, Lin Tian, for the warning. May good fortune follow you. Are you being chased by it? Run, everyone. Head northwest quickly. Panic spread rapidly among the survivors. Those who were initially heading in Lin Tian's direction began to adjust their routes frantically, like startled rabbits, as the channel filled with coordinate reports and cries for temporary teams to escape. Lin Tian muted most of the channel chatter, keeping only a private chat window open with "Bai Shui." Message received. I just took down a few golden pinnacle guardians and opened a treasure chest, which inadvertently awakened the big guy guarding the gate, a platinum pinnacle with dual ice and fire attributes. It's terrifying, and now it's chasing me. No sooner had the message been sent than Bai Shui's reply arrived. Platinum pinnacle? Oh my goodness. Lin Tian, how did you suddenly provoke such a terrifying creature? Snow White was truly astonished. It was not merely the peak of platinum that left her dumbfounded, but even encountering a creature of golden caliber would pose a formidable challenge. Confronted with a being at the pinnacle of platinum, survival seemed utterly impossible. It was beyond her expectations that the esteemed Lin Tian could emerge alive from such a perilous encounter with a platinum-level apex entity, which was terrifyingly close to the diamond tier. The chat group erupted in disbelief, as none had anticipated that Lin Tian had indeed provoked a being of such formidable strength. Not only had he offended it, but he had also managed to escape with his life. Did this not imply that Lin Tian's own prowess had ascended to the pinnacle of gold? In that moment, the top-tier powerhouses on the leaderboard found themselves momentarily stunned. Their current strength barely grazed the gold level. Even a confrontation with a golden apex beast would necessitate caution. as the ferocity of such creatures far surpassed that of mere survivors like themselves. The foremost elites instinctively glanced towards Lin Tian's direction, their eyes filled with profound skepticism, questioning whether he truly belonged to their ranks, and how his abilities could be so extraordinarily formidable. Chapter 110. In times of crisis. A narrow escape, the Frostfire battle chariot plunged headlong into the labyrinthine crevasses of ice. Towering ice walls jutted out with jagged edges, and the passage was narrow and winding, adorned by massive icicles hanging precariously overhead. The complex terrain indeed offered an ideal refuge from the pursuing platinum-level boss. However, it was equally fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could cost them their lives. System, initiate maximum power scanning to identify a location suitable for confronting that behemoth. Ideally a spot to ensnare it, Lin Tian commanded, maneuvering the battle chariot with fervor while meticulously surveying his surroundings. Directly vanquishing the adversary seemed improbable, yet if he could trap it, he might seize the opportunity to escape swiftly. Scan complete. A fragile ice bridge is located at the end of the right passage, with a 90-degree sharp turn 300 meters ahead and considerable thickness to the ice walls. A glimmer of hope sparked in Lin Tian's eyes as he deftly adjusted the chariot's direction, sending it careening into the narrow right passage. Behind them, the colossal form of the Frost Prison Commander, with its massive crystalline body, crushed the surrounding ice walls to force its way through. Shards of ice cascaded like rain. Boom! The moment the chariot surged across the ice bridge, Lin Tian bellowed, "Eternal Frost Freeze Cannon, unleash your fury." Fire! Whoosh! The icy blue beam struck its target with precision. Crack! The base of the ice bridge instantaneously froze solid. Rumble! As the Frost Prison Commander stepped onto the bridge, the entire structure collapsed with a thunderous crash. Countless tons of glacial ice came crashing down upon it, temporarily entombing the beast. Splendid! A surge of exhilaration coursed through Lin Tian. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a blinding azure light erupted from the collapsed ice, and a terrifying surge of icy fire energy shot skyward. Warning! Target's energy response is volatile. Warning! A colossal energy buildup has been detected, enveloping the entire rift zone. Lin Tian's expression shifted dramatically. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, hurtling the armored vehicle towards the thick ice wall after the sharp 90-degree turn. A resonant hum filled the air as the icefire energy shockwave radiated from the cold prison commander, expanding like a nuclear explosion. Wherever it passed, the ice walls crumbled in silence, and the entire rift lamented. The armored vehicle barely made it past the turn, pressing its chassis firmly against the sturdy ice wall. Boom! A cataclysmic surge of energy crashed against the ice wall. The sound of cracking echoed as the ancient ice wall instantly became riddled with enormous fissures. The terrifying impact reverberated through the ice wall and into the vehicle. Warning: undergoing extreme impact. Structural integrity, 65. Warning: left front thruster completely destroyed. Warning: energy core overload. Output restricted. The vehicle shook violently, and Lin Tian felt as though his very bones might shatter. The thick ice wall was reduced by a third in thickness. Coughing up blood, Lin Tian glanced at Xiao Yan, who was equally shaken but maintained a fierce gaze. It was not over yet. Lin Tian's eyes were fixed on the radar. The cold prison commander was forcefully clearing the collapsed ice piles, drawing closer with increased speed, so fast that Lin Tian could scarcely perceive it. Damn it, it won't die. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the accelerator once more. Suddenly, warning: high-intensity spatial distortion detected. Location: directly above. A thunderous roar erupted as the ice dome above them unexpectedly exploded, revealing a massive black hole. Emerging from it was a platinum-level spatial aberration, larger than anything previously encountered, exuding an aura of pure malevolence and greed, unfurling countless twisted tentacles like a colossal deep-sea creature. Its target was unmistakably the cold prison commander, radiating overwhelming icefire energy below. The Platinum Peak's presence caused Lin Tian's complexion to pale. With a furious roar, the cold prison commander abandoned its proximity to Lin Tian, launching several icefire energy arms to confront the descending spatial aberration. The clash between icefire energy and spatial distortion unleashed a series of terrifying explosions within the narrow crevice. Fragments of ice and chaotic energy currents swirled like a cataclysmic storm. What an opportunity! Lin Tian's eyes brightened. Truly, the heavens do not forsake those in dire straits. System. While they're preoccupied with each other, locate the nearest exit or scan for anything useful. Scan complete. Anomalous energy void detected behind the collapsed ice pile. It resembles an artificial construct. On the radar, behind the position where the ice bridge had collapsed and buried the cold prison commander, a shimmering opening, mostly encased in solid ice, flickered with a faint metallic sheen, revealed by the violent energy shock and tremors. An artificial creation? Lin Tian's heart raced. In this cursed place, the presence of artificial traces signifies either a desolate realm or a flicker of life. Charge forth, quickly. The ashen war chariot erupted with its final surge of power, darting towards the opening like a fish in water amidst the thunderous clash of two colossal beasts and the incessant collapse of icy crevices. As it drew nearer, the structure became discernible, an imposing metallic door, cloaked in layers of dense, dark ice. The surface was adorned with intricate and ancient dark golden runes, most of which were obscured by the ice. Yet the central area had fissured from the recent impact, revealing a disc etched with peculiar patterns. Warning: high-intensity energy barrier residual detected. Direct penetration not feasible. Warning: unknown energy interface discovered. An interface? Lin Tian cast a glance at the disc and then swiftly turned to his companion, Xiao Yan, seated beside him. Xiao Yan's gaze also fell upon the disc, and its dark golden flames seemed to resonate faintly with the patterns inscribed upon the disc. Xiao Yan, try your flames on that disc, Lin Tian commanded decisively. With a roar, Xiao Yan directed its mouth towards the disc and unleashed a concentrated pillar of dark golden flames. As the flames made contact, the ancient patterns on the disc ignited like a newly activated circuit, radiating a blinding dark golden brilliance. The lights surged rapidly along the runes inscribed on the door. Crack! The heavy layer of dark ice covering the metallic door began to shatter at an observable rate. A deep metallic rumble echoed. The rune-embellished metallic door, under the tense scrutiny of Lin Tian and Xiao Yan, slowly opened a narrow gap amidst heavy friction and flying shards of ice. Beyond the gap lay an abyss of profound darkness, obscuring the interior from sight, yet an ancient aura surged forth from the inky void. Behind them, the battle between the cold prison governor and the spatial aberration had reached a fever pitch, with terrifying shockwaves sweeping through, signaling the imminent collapse of the icy dome. There was no time to lose. They had to enter. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian drove the battered ashen war chariot into the unknown darkness. As the chariot plunged into the shadows, the heavy metallic door roared to life once more, beginning to close slowly. With a thunderous boom, in the final instant as the last sliver of gap vanished, the furious, icy breath of the cold prison governor and the tendrils of the spatial aberration collided violently against the firmly closed metallic door. The door remained steadfast, with only the surface runes flickering intensely and emitting a profoundly resonant thud. Within lay an oppressive silence and utter darkness. Outside, the anguished roars of the two platinum-level behemoths echoed alongside the cataclysmic collapse of the ice field. Chapter 111. Unknown Space. War machines. The ashen war chariot surged into the darkness, the metallic door slamming shut behind them. Within the cabin, emergency lights flickered with a dim red glow, illuminating the chaos of the cockpit and the labored breaths of both man and lion. Warning: entering an unknown enclosed space. At last, safety has been attained. The Platinum Pinnacle is truly terrifying. Lin Tian gasped for breath, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The recollection of the creature from the Platinum Pinnacle caused his heart to race incessantly. It was indeed fearsome beyond measure. His gaze shifted to the little flame beside him. The small creature lay exhausted, having expended considerable energy during the recent attack. The headlights illuminated the space ahead, revealing a vast underground chamber. The ground and surrounding walls were constructed from an unknown alloy, riddled with thick pipes and extinguished indicator lights. In the forefront stood several towering metallic behemoths, each over 10 meters high, their grotesque forms cloaked in heavy armor. The armors varied in design. Some resembled enormous mechanical spiders, others like multi-legged artillery platforms, and yet others appeared as humanoid mechs. Scanning, large war machine detected. Energy response, weak. Threat level, unknown. What in the world are these? Could they be akin to the previous creature's lair? This is quite troublesome, Lin Tian muttered, maneuvering the war vehicle forward cautiously, remaining vigilant of his surroundings while searching for an exit. Suddenly, several beams of red laser light locked onto Lin Tian and the war vehicle. The system's voice echoed at that moment. Warning, high-energy weapon locked on. Warning, defense system activated. Energy level, golden pinnacle. The ground before and on either side of the war vehicle abruptly cracked open, revealing 3 automated turrets with glowing red barrels. The moment the projectiles appeared, they instantly began to gather energy. Dem evit triggered attrap. Lin Tian's expression shifted, and he swiftly maneuvered the controls in an attempt to evade. The turrets offered no opportunity for response. 3 crimson beams of high energy shot forth instantaneously. Ice and fire shield activate. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian engaged the shield. If these attacks struck the vehicle, it would surely be destroyed. The residual shield expanded instantly, enveloping the entire war vehicle. Boom! The beams collided violently with the shield, erupting into a blinding burst of light. The shield trembled violently, its strength reading plummeting to the warning threshold. Boom! The beams collided violently with the shield, causing another dazzling explosion. The shield quaked under the assault, its strength reading descending to the cautionary line. Xiaoyan, eliminate the turret on the right. Lin Tian shouted fiercely, simultaneously thrusting the joystick, causing the war vehicle to swiftly pivot, evading the continuous lock-on of the frontal turret. Roar! With a swift motion, Xiaoyan opened her mouth, unleashing an energy sphere that shimmered with a dark golden interior and an icy blue exterior. It hurtled towards the base of the right side turret with a thunderous impact. Boom! The explosive fusion of ice and fire erupted, distorting the turret's base, which flickered with a crimson glow before extinguishing completely. Well done! Lin Tian felt a slight alleviation of pressure, yet the turrets on the left and front had finished charging and were locking on once more. Damn it! A fierce glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes as he pressed a concealed red button on the control panel. Lava horns, activate. Buzz. The menacing horns on either side of the vehicle ignited with a molten red brilliance, the concentrated energy bestowing upon them an indomitable sharpness. Charge ahead. Lin Tian floored the accelerator. The damaged war machine erupted with a final roar, no longer evading, but instead hurtling directly towards the turret ahead. Boom! The crimson beam collided with the lava horns, the sound of energy annihilation resonating deafeningly. The icy ember vehicle, braving the ferocious energy onslaught, crashed like a rampaging bull into the turret's core. Crack! Boom! The sturdy alloy turret was violently rent asunder by the Starfire-forged steel horns imbued with the power of the Earth's core. The crimson light was extinguished entirely. The immense recoil sent the vehicle staggering backward, the left track emitting a piercing metallic distortion. Warning, left track drive shaft damaged. Mobility compromised. Warning, shield overload dissipated. Cooldown time, 300 seconds. The remaining turret, its red light firmly locking onto the immobile vehicle, had its energy concentrated to the apex. In a moment of dire urgency, Xiaoyan summoned every ounce of strength. The faint flames adorning its surface transformed into pure, icy blue. With a chilling breath, it unleashed a frigid blast directly at the energy core of the final turret. The extreme cold instantly froze the core mechanism. The gathered energy spiraled out of control, resulting in a muffled explosion and electrical sparks within the turret, the red glow flickering defiantly before finally extinguishing. The 3 golden pinnacle turrets were forcefully dismantled in a matter of seconds, a sacrifice for victory. Silence enveloped the space once more, broken only by the war vehicle's overburdened engine and the crackle of electric sparks. Lin Tian slumped against the back of his seat, feeling utterly drained. Xiaoyan too collapsed, its recent exertion having depleted its last reserves of strength. Threat neutralized, scanning environment, detecting signal from the central control console. The vehicle's lights swept towards the depths of the space. There, elevated above the ground, stood a peculiar hemispherical control console, shrouded in dust. At its center, a recessed interface bore a striking resemblance to the core control sphere of the Ember vehicle. A control console? Lin Tian's heart stirred with excitement. This could be the key to understanding the ruins, or even repairing the war vehicle. He struggled to pry open the severely deformed door of the armored vehicle and leaped down from his war chariot. An icy chill enveloped him instantly, as the effects of the temperature-regulating stone diminished significantly outside the vehicle. He tightened the frost beast fur draped over his shoulders, drawing forth a spare alloy short blade, and cautiously proceeded ahead. Xiaoyan attempted to follow, but Lin Tian restrained him. "Stay with the war chariot. The control panel is just ahead." Lin Tian brushed away the thick layer of dust, revealing intricate patterns pulsating with a faint azure glow beneath. "Warning, an unknown high-privilege interface has been detected. Attempting to connect poses risks." "Risk? At this moment, I fear nothing more than the prospect of risk." He turned back towards the war chariot, exerting all his strength to forcibly detach the icefire core control sphere, the size of a basketball, connected by numerous wires to the driver's seat. "System, prepare for a force connection. Take all non-essential systems offline. Energy will prioritize the core sphere's protection." Holding the heavy control sphere, Lin Tian painstakingly made his way back to the control panel. "Command confirmed. Core protection activated. Force connection protocol ready." Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian aligned the icefire pattern control sphere of the war chariot with the central interface of the control panel and pressed down with force. A blinding blue-white light erupted from the interface. Chapter 112. Annihilation of the Platinum Boss. A powerful surge of energy rushed into the control sphere through the connection. "Warning. Unknown data stream impact detected. Firewall under attack." "Warning. High-privilege command override attempt detected. Core protocol resisting." "Warning. Energy overload. Core sphere temperature rising sharply." The blue-white energy surged wildly between the control sphere and the ancient interface. Lin Tian pressed down hard on the searing, trembling sphere, his arm muscles straining as he gritted his teeth to resist releasing his grip. "Warning. Data firewall collapse imminent. Core protocol is being rewritten." "Warning. Energy backlash. Sphere temperature approaching critical threshold." "Warning. Detecting underlying authorization protocols. Attempting forced override." Override failed. Initiating backup plan with biological feature scan. The volume of the alarm surged, and an invisible light enveloped Lin Tian in an instant. In that moment, he felt as if all his secrets were laid bare before the world. In the presence of this light, not a single secret remained concealed. The power he had just attained at the golden level, along with the imprint of the icefire tempering shared with Xiaoyan, and even the thoughts within his heart seemed to become part of this data stream. Biometric certification meets the minimum standards of the seed sequence. Lower-level permissions partially granted. Highest command, conflict in the Guardian Arc Directive, temporarily redefining permission bindings. The frenzied data stream and the terrifying energy shock vanished without a trace. The luminous aura enveloping the sphere gradually stabilized, and the temperature swiftly diminished, revealing ethereal blue patterns akin to those of the central control console, intricately interwoven with fiery ice motifs. The hemispherical console flickered wildly in an instant, illuminating the entire space with its radiant glow. The once dormant colossal war machine seemed to be influenced by the console, as its indicator lights momentarily blinked before vanishing without a trace. As Lin Tian stood there, somewhat bewildered, a voice unexpectedly resonated through the darkness. "Who?" Lin Tian's expression shifted, his vigilance heightened as he scanned his surroundings. "Scanning in progress. Relic codename. Watchtower Station No. 7. Status. Severely damaged. Energy depleted. Detected bound vehicle. Ashen war chariot. Detected external high-threat targets. Platinum-level life forms X2. Highest priority directive activated. Eliminate threats. Safeguard the Ember. Execution plan. Initiate defense protocol. Initial fire." Before Lin Tian could react, a virtual operational interface, composed of energy, materialized before him. The interface appeared intricate, yet Lin Tian distinctly noticed a crimson button. Simultaneously, he sensed a connection between this virtual interface and the control console of the war chariot in his grasp. Through the virtual interface, Lin Tian also observed the situation outside the base. The Frost Abyss commander was relentlessly assaulting the metallic door, which teetered on the brink of collapse, seemingly poised to be breached at any moment. Above, the platinum spatial aberration coldly surveyed the base, searching for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Tian. Initial fire. Lin Tian fixated on the scarlet button, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. This was the relic's final struggle, a last resort for mutual destruction. Once activated, all remaining energy within the relic would be instantly drained, transforming into a cataclysmic strike. The cost would be the complete obliteration of the relic, and they would lose this temporary sanctuary. It seemed I had no choice. Lin Tian's gaze hardened. Without eliminating those two outside, they would inevitably perish here. Target locked. Fire. Lin Tian bellowed, summoning all his willpower to press the button on the virtual interface. All remaining conduits blazed with intensity, extinguishing the feeble lights within the space. Energy surged frantically toward the depths of the console. Buzz. A beam of indescribable color erupted forth, akin to the first light that split the heavens, effortlessly piercing through the formidable metallic door. Outside, the Frost Abyss commander, consumed by its relentless assault on the door, abruptly turned its flaming blue ice head toward the source of the beam. It sensed the looming threat of death. It yearned to flee, to tear apart the fabric of space. Yet it was too late. The beam of light instantaneously pierced through it. The body of the Frost Prison Commander, imbued with the essence of ice and fire, was silently dissolved by this radiant force. Its form disintegrated into the most minute particles of light, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. The terrifying might of the Platinum Pinnacle appeared as fragile as a soap bubble before this initial flame. With but a single strike, the Frost Prison Commander of Platinum rank was utterly erased from existence. The residual force of the beam, undiminished, swept across the icy expanse behind the commander, carving a bottomless chasm that exuded the remnants of terrifyingly high temperatures. This molten ravine extended to the horizon. In the high skies, the Platinum Spatial Aberration entity sensed the specter of death. Without a moment's hesitation, it rent the fabric of space and vanished without a trace. Objective 1, elimination. Objective 2, escape. Final defense protocol executed. Energy depleted. Outpost number 7 of the Watcher's Bastion permanently offline. The cold synthetic voice seemed to have consumed all its energy, fading into oblivion. The console's brilliance extinguished in an instant, and the virtual interface dissipated. The entire underground space plunged into a profound darkness, illuminated only by the dim emergency lights of the Ashen War Chariot and the final flickers of indicators on several massive war machines in the corner. At long last, it is resolved. Lin Tian collapsed to the ground, exhausted, clutching the now-cold control sphere, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. As he gazed at the two red dots that had completely vanished from the radar, the pressure dissipated like mist. The terrifying power of Platinum rank had completely overshadowed his golden rank. This was an instantaneous annihilation. One could only wonder how formidable this base was at its peak. Lin Tian muttered to himself, reinserting the control sphere back into the Ashen War Chariot. Control unit reconnection summary. Unknown permission protocol override detected. Partial functions unlocking. Vehicle file updated. Ashen War Chariot bound to temporary permissions of the Watcher. Obtained incomplete star chart data. Acquired encrypted information fragment. Coordinates of Arc Base soon. A plethora of information appeared on the War Chariot. Gazing at these details, Lin Tian murmured softly, "Arc Base? Is it akin to this one?" He wondered if it harbored formidable war machines. If it possessed machinery as powerful as those in this base, that would be remarkable. An entity capable of instantaneously dispatching a Platinum Pinnacle boss. Its might is nothing short of terrifying. Chapter 113. The Gift of Ruins. Encountering the Platinum Beast again, what on earth? Why has it suddenly become so cold? A wave of chill surged forth, penetrating the frost-hair hide of the frost skeletal beast. The final energy of the ruins had been depleted, leading to the loss of the internal life support system, as the frigid temperatures of the eternal night tundra swiftly infiltrated this cold metallic space. Warning, external temperature, 88°C, continuously decreasing. Warning, internal temperature control unit operating under overload, energy consumption escalating. Remaining energy of thermal stone, 42, a method to depart must be devised promptly. Otherwise, even if the monsters do not claim my life, I shall succumb to the biting cold. Lin Tian activated the thermal stone, and the surrounding temperature rose slightly, alleviating the frigid atmosphere. System, prioritize the repair of the hovering propulsion unit using available materials to ensure basic mobility. Scan the entire ruins for usable resources or exits. Command confirm. Available materials analysis. Wreckage of automated turrets, containing a small quantity of high-conductivity alloy. Non-load-bearing structures of the ruins. Unknown alloy. Commencing disassembly and recovery. Auxiliary smelting and furnace core initiated. Estimated repair time for right front propulsion unit to basic functionality. 1 hour and 17 minutes. Comprehensive scanning in progress. The faint sounds of metal cutting and smelting echoed in the vast expanse as the system worked to restore the damaged war vehicle. Seizing the opportunity during the repair, Lin Tian steeled himself, grasping his alloy combat knife, and cautiously exited the vehicle, exploring the immense underground hangar within the limited illumination of the emergency lights. Towering war machines loomed like silent steel titans, casting grotesque shadows in the darkness. Lin Tian approached a war creation resembling a colossal mechanical spider. One of its mechanical legs was the size of the icebound war vehicle, heavily armored and adorned with robust energy weapon interfaces. However, at this moment, it was devoid of luster, encrusted with a thick layer of frost and dust. He attempted to touch the frigid armor, greeted by a bone-chilling coldness and a profound sense of deathly weight. Scan. War Unit Ground Spider Type Annihilator. Status. Energy core depleted. Weapon systems offline. Structural integrity high. Activation requirement. High purity energy core, diamond level or above, with complete watcher authorization. A diamond level energy core? Lin Tian shook his head in resignation. He was severely lacking even the golden level materials necessary for repairing the war vehicle. Complete authorization was even more out of reach. He inspected several other machines, including multi-legged heavy artillery platforms and humanoid assault mechs, all requiring terrifying amounts of energy and authorization to operate, now mere cold metallic tombs. After a thorough exploration, apart from confirming that these formidable toys were temporarily unusable, Lin Tian found a few palm-sized, dust-covered basic energy batteries, silver, and 2 cans of long-solidified, high-efficiency coolant gold in an abandoned repair station corner. It appeared this place had indeed been drained dry. Disheartened, Lin Tian returned to the war vehicle. The only gain might be the reassurance that no other living threats lurked here. As each second ticked by, the cold intensified. Right front propulsion unit repair completed. Basic mobility restored. Warning: overall condition of the war vehicle is extremely poor. High-speed travel or sharp maneuvers are not advisable. The 3.5 remaining thrusters of the Frostfire battle chariot ignited with an ethereal blue glow, allowing the vehicle to hover in the low air. Finally, the moment to depart had arrived. Lin Tian felt a surge of determination and promptly returned to the chariot, his cold, stiff hands gripping the reconnected control orb. System. Scan the structure of the ruins and identify an exit. Structural scan complete. Main passage entrance blocked by collapsed metallic structures detected. Ventilation duct network found. Dimensions insufficient. Secondary maintenance passage discovered. Narrow but passable for the chariot. Exit unknown. A maintenance passage? That will have to suffice. Lin Tian thought without hesitation. Although he was unaware of the dangers lurking outside, it was certainly preferable to being trapped within. He maneuvered the chariot, slowly steering toward the scan passage. There stood a heavily rusted alloy door, partially ajar, leading to a steeply inclined, dimly lit corridor, barely wider than the chariot itself, lined with thick cables and pipes. Hope surged within him. Lin Tian inhaled deeply and pushed the power output to the current safe limit. The Frostfire battle chariot emitted a deep, resonant roar, akin to a metallic worm struggling to navigate through the intestines of a colossal beast, laboriously squeezing into the narrow maintenance passage. The vehicle's body scraped against the frigid, rough alloy walls, producing a piercing screech, while shards of ice and rust cascaded down. The passage was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the chariot's headlights, which barely illuminated a short stretch ahead. The incline grew steeper, causing the chariot to jolt violently. Lin Tian focused intently, pushing his mental acuity to the limit, attuned to every twist and potential obstacle within the corridor. After what felt like an eternity, faint glimpses of light and the howling winds of a snowstorm reached his ears. An exit. A flicker of joy ignited within Lin Tian, but it was swiftly overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of impending doom, far more chilling than his previous encounter with the cold prison supervisor. Warning: High-intensity spatial distortion detected. Warning: multiple platinum-level energy signatures detected. Identification: spatial distortion entity collective. Quantity: 5-liter energy signature, platinum high tier. Location: outside the exit. Spatial blockade, field generating. Damn, those fiends from earlier have returned with reinforcements. Lin Tian's complexion turned ashen, an icy dread surging from his feet to the crown of his head. Trapped ahead and with no retreat, having just escaped the jaws of tiger, he now found himself ensnared within a more perilous wolf pack. The Frostfire battle chariot found itself caught in the narrow passage, oscillating between advance and retreat, while the distorted ripples of space at the exit resembled the sinister grin of death. Behind him lay a cold metallic tomb. Lin Tian's heart plunged to the depths of despair, his hands clinging desperately to the searing control orb. The chariot's condition was dire. Its shield was disabled, weapons destroyed, and only 3.5 thrusters barely maintained its levitation, rendering high-speed maneuvers impossible. How could he possibly break through the blockade of 5 platinum-level spatial distortion entities? Regardless of whether he retreated or advanced, it seemed a certain death awaited. Warning: the intensity of the spatial blockade force field reaches 758085, nearing completion. Warning: target boss, platinum high rank, has locked onto this vehicle, preparing a spatial rift attack. The system's alerts flickered erratically, just as the war vehicle was on the brink of being attacked. Lin Tian's mind was suddenly flooded with fragmented information streams that had surged in during the force connection to the control console. Among these fragments was a description of the energy core of the Watcher Fortress, Outpost Number 7. The core of the outpost utilized a dual circuit of void ethereal energy and geomantic magma for power. The ethereal circuit governed spatial stability and transition, while the magma circuit was responsible for offense and defense. The convergence node of the dual circuits was the void furnace, whose residual core possessed a faint ability for spatial interference. Chapter 114. A desperate strike, a fortunate escape. Xiaoyan sensed the threat to his life and struggled to rise from the passenger seat. He let out a deep, defiant roar towards the exit, his dark golden flames flickering weakly. Once again, flames ignited around him, though they were feeble compared to before. Ethereal void energy. Spatial interference. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened, akin to that of a hawk, as he swept over the control sphere, now displaying the recently acquired fragmented star map data, an encrypted information fragment, coordinates of the Ark base. This information was stored in the core database of the war vehicle in a non-corporeal energy form. A nearly frenzied idea rapidly crystallized in his mind. System: immediately extract all data regarding the Ark base coordinates and the fragmented star map from the vehicle's database. Forcefully import and overload the icefire engine, simulating the fluctuations of void ethereal energy. Create a directional spatial disturbance resonating with the engine and the residual nodes of the void furnace. Command confirmed. Executing high-risk operation. Data stream import in progress. Forcibly overloading engine to simulate characteristics of void ethereal energy. Scanning and locking onto the location of the relic core's residual void furnace node. Lock successful. Located 178 meters directly beneath this passageway. Energy resonance shock commencing. The ice ash battle vehicle trembled violently, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. The vehicle's sensor array, with its intertwining ice blue and dark gold hues, erupted in an unprecedented dazzling light, no longer a mere blend of ice and fire, but infused with a profound, ethereal purple that distorted space. A wave of pseudo-void ethereal energy, not originating from the vehicle itself, but rather forcefully simulated, surged forth, unstable and rife with chaotic tearing sensations. Like an uncontrollable drill, it drove fiercely into the hard alloy floor of the passageway, targeting the deeply buried relic energy core. The void furnace node that had long since been depleted, yet theoretically retained the last vestiges of spatial law's imprint. Boom! The entire maintenance passage, along with the vast relic itself, seemed to shudder at that moment. At the exit of the passage, 5 spatial anomalies, engaged in the final consolidation of the spatial blockade, emitted anguished and astonished shrieks simultaneously. These entities possessed an acute sensitivity to spatial energies and the sudden, Chaotic disturbance of spatial origin struck their finely tuned sensory networks with a brutal force. Particularly affected was the leader, which had previously encountered the relic's void furnace. It experienced the most intense shock, its imminent spatial rending attack abruptly interrupted as its massive, translucent form writhed in agony. The spatial blockade, which had just coalesced to a strength of 90, trembled violently, warping and flickering, becoming exceedingly unstable, revealing vast energy voids and weak points. Now it was the moment. Xiaoyan unleashed the ice and fire impact. Strike at the weakest point of the blockade. Lin Tian's eyes blazed crimson as he summoned every ounce of his strength to roar, simultaneously pushing the power output lever beyond its limits, shattering the safety limiter in the process. With a fierce leap, Xiaoyan transformed into a source of ice and fire. The internal dark gold flames surged while the external ice blue frost spiraled at high velocity, merging into a torrent of energy akin to a primordial chaos beam, crashing toward the violently fluctuating weak point of the blockade that Lin Tian had targeted. The collision between the torrent of ice and fire and the unstable spatial field was explosive. The chaotic spatial energies, the ultimate cold, and the all-consuming flames converged in a frenzy of annihilation. That fragile point shattered like delicate glass, creating a massive breach with a diameter of several meters, its edges flowing with turbulent spatial currents. Charged through, the remaining 3 half-thrusters of the ice-ash battle chariot emitted a desperate wail on the verge of explosion as they expelled a blindingly bright tail flame. The vehicle surged toward the newly opened breach at a suicidal speed. The vehicle's body scraped violently against the turbulent edges of the breach, the ear-piercing sound of tearing metal and the explosive echoes of energy annihilation ringing in the air. The severely deformed left armor was abruptly stripped away, revealing internal wiring and structures flashing with dangerous sparks. The recently repaired shield of the right front thruster detonated under the impact of the turbulence. Warning: structural integrity of the vehicle. 41. Warning: severe damage to the right front thruster. Warning: high-intensity spatial energy erosion detected. External armor is continuously disintegrating. Lin Tian clenched his teeth, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth, relentlessly squeezing the last vestiges of power from the engine. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan curled up in the co-driver's seat, its surface flames extinguished, plunged into a deep coma, having exhausted its final source of energy with that last strike. Just as the rear half of the battle chariot was on the verge of completely passing through the breach, the platinum tier spatial anomaly leader, recovering from its agony, unleashed a furious, piercing shriek, a pitch-black tentacle, embodying the terrifying power of spatial cutting, sliced through the chaotic energy currents, instantaneously traversing space to strike mercilessly at the vulnerable engine compartment of the chariot's rear. Within the core engine compartment of the Ashen War chariot, the last remnants of the frenzied, chaotic, purplish energy, a consequence of forcibly simulating a void psychic overload at the relic node, were abruptly ignited by the lethal stimulus of spatial rending. Boom! The turbulent, purplish energy surged forth violently from the damaged section of the engine compartment, colliding fiercely with the severed black tendril. Hiss! The two spatial energies, akin in nature, yet fundamentally distinct, clashed with ferocity. The tendril, capable of cleaving platinum-grade armor in two, was momentarily hindered by the chaotic energy flux, disintegrating a portion of its mass. Though it did not completely thwart the assault, this critical obstruction afforded the Ashen War chariot a fleeting fraction of a second. Thunderous, dragged by billowing black smoke and scattering fragments of spatial energy, the war chariot, akin to a severely wounded behemoth, finally broke free from the spatial blockade. It crashed heavily onto the frozen surface of the eternal night tundra, skidding for several hundred meters before coming to a halt, carving a deep trench through the ice that emitted wisps of smoke. The surface of the vehicle was marred by horrific gashes and scorch marks. The left side was nearly sheared away, while the right rear billowed smoke and sparks. The remaining left rear and the barely functional right front thrusters extinguished their light, rendering the chariot utterly immobile. Warning: the icefire engine has suffered unknown energy backlash and severe spatial damage. Critical damage. Warning: power output has plummeted to 0. The furnace core has entered deep sleep. Warning: all systems offline. The war chariot has completely lost power. The cockpit lay shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the dim red glow of emergency lights, casting a pallor upon Lin Tian's face, which was ashen and stained with blood at the corners of his mouth. He felt as if his very organs had shifted, and darkness encroached upon his vision. Chapter 115. The beastly encirclement, the absolute output of energy, had rendered the ashen war chariot nearly inoperative, leaving it a cold remnant of steel upon the boundless ice plains. The cockpit was engulfed in silence, as Lin Tian sat feebly in the driver's seat, utterly powerless in that moment. The biting cold seeped through the damaged armor, insidiously invading his being. Coughing, Lin Tian struggled to expel the pain that coursed through him. He turned his gaze toward the co-pilot's seat, where Xiao Yin lay motionless, having succumbed to excessive energy depletion. Yet again, he found himself in a painfully familiar scenario. When would he cease to engage in battles beyond his level? Lin Tian felt exasperated. Since arriving in this world, he had been perpetually fighting enemies well beyond his capabilities. Initially, he could manage against bronze and silver-level foes thanks to his formidable talents. But as the monsters' levels rose, such encounters became increasingly daunting. The disparity between gold and silver-level creatures was stark, while the gulf between platinum and gold was insurmountable. Surviving thus far against platinum-level monsters with his mid-gold strength was nothing short of a miracle. The energy consumption prior had nearly rendered the war chariot a relic of the past. The sole path to survival now lies in the restoration of the war chariot. He plunged his consciousness into his spatial ring, rummaging through materials capable of mending the vehicle. Previously salvaged fragments of high-conductivity alloy from the dismantled turret, efficient cooling liquid, the icebound fur harvested from the frost wraith, soulfire shards, and that golden fire elemental crystal procured through trade with Snow White. Aside from provisions, these constituted the entirety of his remaining assets. System. Initiate the war chariot's repair. Lin Tian commanded, extracting all the materials. Prioritize the restoration of the furnace core. Ensure fundamental energy supply and temperature control. Command confirmation. Usable materials detected. High conductivity alloy fragments. Efficient cooling liquid. Golden fire elemental crystal. Analysis. Furnace core severely overloaded. The self-repair function of the Starfire tempered steel and Eternal Night cold steel composite armor has stagnated due to core dormancy. Initiating core emergency awakening program. Injecting energy from fire elemental crystal. A faint stream of energy surged into the depths of the war chariot through the maintenance port, akin to delivering a jolt of electricity to a dying heart. A subtle glow emerged on the surface of the kinetic geothermal furnace core. Warning: insufficient energy, awakening failed. This is frustrating. Lin Tian's expression darkened. The energy from a single golden crystal was utterly inadequate to rouse the gravely damaged diamond core. He glanced at the last upgraded platinum fire elemental crystal nestled in his embrace. This was his final asset, and once expended, it would be irrevocably lost. Never mind. Upgrading is paramount. The war chariot currently holds far greater significance than Xiao Yan. If need be, he could assist Xiao Yan in enhancing his strength later. Lin Tian inserted the platinum fire elemental crystal into the maintenance port. Continue the awakening. Injecting platinum-level fire elemental energy. Core damage intensity. 68-65. Weak vitality of the furnace core restored. Output power. 1. Temperature control system activated at minimum power. Warning: output extremely unstable. Unable to support chariot movement or weapon systems. A faint warmth finally radiated from within the vehicle, elevating the internal temperature significantly alongside the constant temperature stone. Sensing the gradual rise in body heat, Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief. At this rate, he could temporarily stave off the threat of freezing to death. Lin Tian gazed through the window at the raging snowstorm and the sporadic red dots on the radar, all indicating silver-level frost wraiths. However, there were also formidable golden-level beasts among them. It was imperative to restore the chariot's mobility swiftly. Otherwise, the arrival of these beasts would drastically escalate the danger. His gaze shifted to the salvaged, efficient cooling liquid. These were golden-level materials and might be capable of repairing some external damage. Upgrade. System. Analyze whether the cooling liquid can be utilized to mend the armor and thruster interfaces. Detection. Efficient cooling liquid platinum level. requires thawing and activation of its rapid thermal conduction properties. Can utilize furnace core output power and ambient low temperatures for icefire quenching activation. If it can be activated, then proceed immediately. Lin Tian acted without hesitation, immediately acquiring high-level materials in the global chat channel, which quickly drew the attention of many. His reputation, coupled with his generous nature, made numerous players willing to engage and trade with him. As Lin Tian procured the materials, the war chariot gradually underwent repairs. Armor structural integrity restored to 53. Right rear thruster base interface repair completed. Connection to spare thruster unit can be attempted. External repair required. Lin Tian gazed at the twisted remnants of the right front thruster outside the vehicle. He tightened his icy fur coat, grasped his alloy dagger firmly, and gritted his teeth as he pushed open the severely deformed door. The blizzard instantly lashed against his face, causing a sharp sting. Battling the frigid wind, Lin Tian painstakingly climbed to the mangled thruster. He pried with his knife and pulled with his hands, forcibly dismantling the relatively intact internal energy conduits and levitation magnetic ring components. Acquired. Damaged levitation thruster core, gold grade. X1, returning to the frigid interior of the chariot. Lin Tian felt as though he were on the brink of freezing. He shoved the disassembled parts into the maintenance port. System, connect to the right rear interface. Restore as much functionality as possible. Connection successful. Severe damage detected. Efficiency significantly reduced. Right rear levitation thruster has regained basic levitation capability. Activate. At Lin Tian's command, the icy war chariot shuddered slightly before wobbling and levitating from the icy pit, barely a foot off the ground. In that moment, a glimmer of joy surged within Lin Tian. Thankfully, the chariot was not completely wrecked, or he would have been doomed. Basic levitation functionality restored. Current maximum movement speed, 5 kilometers per hour. Not bad. At least it can move, Lin Tian murmured softly. Although the speed was excruciatingly slow, it allowed him to leave the original spot. Remaining there was akin to awaiting death. Lin Tian observed the multitude of small red dots appearing on the radar. The silhouettes of frost wraiths. His expression darkened, his eyes filled with profound, killing intent. However, he refrained from taking action. He felt utterly miserable and needed time to recuperate. Forcing a confrontation would likely exacerbate his condition, rendering it a futile endeavor. Under Lin Tian's control, the war chariot lifted off the ground and began to move slowly towards the distance. The frost wraiths, upon witnessing the chariot attempting to escape their hunting ground, surged forward in a frenzy. Food lay before them. How could they allow it to slip away? They were determined to seize this opportunity. Chapter 116. The charge of the beasts. Is this speed really just 5 kilometers per hour? At the moment the chariot began to move, Lin Tian was utterly stunned. This pace was far slower than even his walking speed. He had anticipated that 5 kilometers per hour would at least help him escape this place. However, it now appears that Lin Tian had been overly optimistic. The pace was excruciatingly slow, rendering his desire to leave this place utterly impossible. His gaze fell upon the little lion lying beside him, which had expended too much energy earlier and had yet to recover, leaving it incapable of further combat. Thus, in this moment, the resolution of the ferocious beast behind him rested solely upon his own capabilities. Lin Tian fixed his eyes on the battle vehicle before him, then glanced into the rearview mirror, where he beheld a multitude of beasts, all of which were of a low rank, predominantly silver tier. Presently, Lin Tian's strength was at the mid-gold level, granting him an overwhelming advantage over these silver-tier creatures. Even in his days as an ordinary human, he had been able to vanquish silver-tier beasts. Now, as a mid-gold warrior, dispatching them would be extraordinarily effortless. Not to mention, even gold-tier foes were beneath his consideration. System. Is automatic driving still available? Yes. Upon hearing the system's affirmative response, a satisfied expression finally graced Lin Tian's face. Did this not signify an opportunity to eliminate the beasts outside? Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the automatic driving feature and promptly climbed atop the vehicle. Since his last encounter at the dilapidated base, Lin Tian had not wielded the golden barret, but now it manifested in his hands. He gently caressed the barret, his gaze coldly fixed on the nearby beasts, murmuring to himself, "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." In that moment, Lin Tian ceased to waste time and unhesitatingly squeezed the trigger of the Barrett. Bang! The bullet erupted forth with an unfathomable force, hurtling towards the silver-tier skeletal frost beast. It pierced through the creature's skull, obliterating it entirely. The power of the golden Barrett effortlessly annihilated silver-tier beasts. Even silver-tier bosses would not dare to act arrogantly before Lin Tian. At that instant, all the beasts instinctively halted, their eyes fixed in shock upon Lin Tian, unwilling to advance another step. The Barrett in his hands possessed the capability to slay them effortlessly. Before Lin Tian, their lives held no value whatsoever. Lin Tian's cold gaze scrutinized them as he remained poised atop the vehicle, watching intently. Should any skeletal frost beast dare to approach, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger and end its life. All the skeletal frost beasts regarded Lin Tian with trepidation. They had previously encountered him, and his combat prowess was indeed fearsome, surpassing their understanding. After all, even before his vehicle had been upgraded, he had already claimed the lives of many of their kind. Countless companions had perished at his hands, including their very leader. At this moment, they found themselves hesitant to act recklessly in the presence of Lin Tian. Observing that the frost corpses no longer advanced and remained motionless, a satisfied expression emerged on Lin Tian's face, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Deep down, he harbored a genuine fear that these frost corpses might rush him, leaving him utterly defenseless. Fortunately, these creatures seemed intimidated by him. "Let us hasten our departure from this cursed place," Lin Tian murmured softly, his lips paling slightly. The frigid atmosphere was overwhelming. While he had felt little discomfort inside the armored vehicle, the biting cold winds outside were beginning to take their toll. Thus, Lin Tian earnestly wished to leave this place swiftly, not wanting to linger any longer. Along the way, he encountered numerous discarded war machines, yet he refrained from making any rash moves towards them. His sole desire was to escape quickly, with no thoughts of anything else. This location was perilous, particularly after his previous encounter with the Platinum Beast. Should it reappear, his demise would be inevitable. Therefore, it was crucial to avoid detection at all costs. Lost in thought, Lin Tian struggled to suppress his anxiety regarding the terrifying platinum creature. If a confrontation were to occur, he knew he would stand no chance and would be easily dispatched. The priority now was to leave this place without delay. Suddenly, as the frost corpses stood frozen in place, their eyes fixed on Lin Tian, a thunderous roar erupted from behind them. In an instant, the previously inert beasts seemed to receive a command and charged wildly toward Lin Tian. Their speed was astonishing, surpassing that of the vehicle beneath him. "What on earth? Why are they suddenly pursuing me?" Lin Tian's expression darkened at this unforeseen turn of events. He had believed he had subdued them, certain they would not act so brazenly. To his astonishment, they charged recklessly forward, undeterred by fear. Faced with these ferocious beasts, Lin Tian masked his apprehension and forced himself to remain calm. Drawing a deep breath, he coldly declared, "If you seek your demise, do not blame me." Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed his weapon ahead and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew forth, instantly obliterating one of the frost corpses. Had this attack occurred earlier, the creature would undoubtedly have frightened its companions, causing them to hesitate in their advance. However, the other skeletal frost beasts were utterly unaffected, not even glancing at their fallen companions, as they charged forward with unwavering determination, their eyes filled with profound murderous intent. That sound seemed more terrifying than death itself. Could it be that the Golden Leader had not perished? This seemed rather implausible. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tian's expression turned exceedingly grim, leaving him at a loss for what to do. With so many ferocious beasts rushing towards him, he knew he could not withstand them alone. Chapter 117. Diamond-grade frost dragon gazing at the approaching beasts, Lin Tian's countenance darkened, momentarily frozen in place, utterly unsure of how to react. What on earth did these wretched creatures intend? They had previously halted their advance, and now they suddenly charged forward, truly maddening. With a scowl, Lin Tian relentlessly fired his sniper rifle. Although he managed to eliminate several skeletal frost beasts, their numbers were overwhelming, far beyond what he could count. The sheer volume of these ferocious creatures surging towards him had entirely surpassed Lin Tian's capacity to cope. He turned his gaze to his war vehicle, but Xiaoyan was still recuperating and could offer no assistance whatsoever. Thus, in this dire moment, Lin Tian had no choice but to rely solely on himself, as no one else could provide aid. Damn it, if death is to come, let it come for us all. I shall see who leads this horde of beasts. As he regarded the relentless creatures charging at him, Lin Tian's expression grew increasingly somber. At this point, he had no other recourse but to advance. He could only watch as these beasts rapidly closed in on him. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew forth, claiming a few more skeletal frost beasts, which collapsed into pools of blood, motionless. Yet the skeletal frost beasts were swift, and many had already reached Lin Tian, opening their sharp jaws to bite at him directly. With the beasts so close, and not just one, even if Lin Tian fired his weapon, he could not resolve the situation. He wore a grim expression as he resolutely grasped his golden sniper rifle. Bang! With a forceful swing, Lin Tian sent two beasts flying, failing to stir even a ripple before him. His gaze remained icy, observing everything without a hint of reaction. These beasts appeared to him merely as experience points. Earlier, he had felt a twinge of fear, but now, having made up his mind, there was nothing left to fear. He would simply fight with all his might. He was eager to see how these creatures would behave in his presence. This was the sentiment within Lin Tian's heart at that moment. Roar! In that instant, a deafening roar erupted from behind the skeletal frost beasts, and a massive figure suddenly soared into the sky, quickly flying towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his gaze, and his expression instantly soured. The figure before him was none other than a frost giant dragon. Its immense white wings flapped in the air, each beat unleashing a tremendous gale that surged toward Lin Tian with alarming speed. Wherever the winds swept through, all frost beasts were sent flying. Not only the ordinary silver tier frost beasts, but even the golden tier ones appeared no different from mere insects in the presence of this formidable creature. Witnessing this scene, Lin Tian's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Furrowing his brow, he muttered, "How could there be a frost giant dragon here?" His countenance darkened, reflecting his utter disbelief at the unexpected presence of such a creature, which surpassed all his prior knowledge. The oppressive aura emanating from it was far more terrifying than that of the previously encountered platinum tier monsters. Is this a diamond tier beast? He thought incredulously. How did such a fearsome entity suddenly appear? Although Lin Tian was unfamiliar with the frost giant dragon, he recognized its essence and understood the gravity of the situation. The encounter left him visibly shaken, feeling utterly at a loss. At that moment, he could barely contend with a peak golden tier adversary, let alone a diamond tier frost giant wolf. His face reflected his dire predicament, as uncertainty clouded his thoughts. Meanwhile, inside the battle vehicle, Xiaoyan seemed to sense something amiss and awoke from its slumber. It quickly leaped to the back of the vehicle, its gaze fixated on the frost giant dragon behind them. Upon witnessing the creature, a chilling resolve filled Xiaoyan's eyes. Clearly perceiving the frost giant dragon as an adversary, reacting swiftly, Xiaoyan emitted a sound that promptly captured Lin Tian's attention. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's voice, Lin Tian's expression turned to one of confusion, his gaze instinctively shifting toward Xiaoyan, filled with a sense of bewilderment. "Xiaoyan, what is wrong?" he inquired, taken aback by Xiaoyan's sudden awakening and evident discomfort. In response, Xiaoyan focused intently on Lin Tian, expressing its inner thoughts through sound alone. The urgency displayed by Xiaoyan suggested a fervent desire to engage in battle with the frost giant dragon, and a powerful energy began to emanate from its being, surpassing the golden tier and reaching the platinum level. Observing this, Lin Tian's confusion deepened, and he instinctively asked, "Xiaoyan, do you wish to fight it?" Though incredulous, a thought took root in his mind, sensing that Xiaoyan was indeed eager to confront the formidable foe before them. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Xiaoyan gently nodded. At that moment, he was indeed filled with a desire to engage in battle, yearning to vanquish his opponent. However, Lin Tian, upon hearing this, promptly dismissed the idea, stating, "Xiaoyan, the adversary is of diamond rank. You would merely be courting death." Yet, as soon as Lin Tian articulated these words, the frost giant dragon had already soared toward them, its terrifying diamond aura bearing down heavily on Lin Tian. Confronted with such overwhelming pressure, Lin Tian's expression darkened. Yet he found himself powerless to act. The oppressive might of the diamond rank far exceeded his comprehension, proving insurmountable. Roar! Sensing the oncoming giant dragon, Xiaoyan, With a grim expression and cold eyes devoid of hesitation, charged forward. Despite being merely platinum rank, he felt no fear in the face of such a ferocious diamond beast. In the heavens above, Xiao Yan's form rapidly expanded, and a colossal fiery lion materialized behind him, embodying an immense and formidable power. Undaunted by this might, Xiao Yan pressed onward. Bang! The two collided instantaneously, unleashing an unfathomable force. The terrifying energy erupted like a nuclear explosion, propelling Lin Tian away. Even the diamond rank war machine could not withstand this force and was sent flying alongside Lin Tian. High above, Xiao Yan seemed to keep a vigilant watch over Lin Tian's position as the beasts on the ground lunged toward him. They were incinerated by a single breath of flame from Xiao Yan. Silver and even golden beasts, in the presence of Xiao Yan, were no different from mere ants. Master, you must leave at once. Just as Lin Tian was engulfed in confusion, suddenly, he heard Xiao Yan's voice resonating from above. Instinctively, Lin Tian looked up at the sky, furrowing his brow as he asked, Xiao Yan, is that you speaking? Lin Tian was genuinely bewildered, never anticipating that it was indeed Xiao Yan who had spoken. Upon hearing his question, Xiao Yan instinctively nodded, affirming, it is I, master. Xiao Yan in the sky fixed his gaze upon Lin Tian, and a significant change occurred in his eyes. They now shimmered with both icy blue and flickering flames, each eye reflecting a different essence. Witnessing this transformation, Lin Tian's expression mirrored his confusion as he furrowed his brow, murmuring, is it truly you, Xiao Yan? For reasons unknown, Lin Tian instinctively felt that this Xiao Yan was no longer the familiar companion he once knew. There was an unsettling strangeness about him. Although he could not precisely articulate this unfamiliarity, he was acutely aware that something was profoundly different. Master, this place is perilous. You departed ahead, promising to explain later. The little flame in the sky did not engage in further conversation with Lin Tian, but urged him to leave swiftly, for the circumstances were perilous. Should Lin Tian linger, it would inevitably lead to a grave threat to his life. Upon hearing the little flame's words, Lin Tian comprehended its intentions and, without a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement. Although he was unaware of the little flame's current level, he recognized that the frosty dragon above was of diamond rank. Remaining there would be tantamount to courting death. At that moment, Chun Hao was not inclined to embrace demise. Thus he resolved to depart expeditiously. Lin Tian hastily returned to the battle vehicle and, without hesitation, activated it. The cold voice of the system echoed at that instant. Proceed. The vehicle obeyed Lin Tian's command, continuing its forward journey, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. Observing this sluggish speed, Lin Tian's expression grew complex, feeling utterly powerless. Though he yearned for the vehicle to accelerate, it could only travel at that meager velocity, leaving him bereft of any recourse. I never expected to encounter you here, the frosty dragon remarked, its gaze fixed upon the little flame, radiating a chilling menace. It seemed as though it had anticipated the little flame's appearance. In response, the little flame, with an equally frosty demeanor, replied, I too did not foresee meeting you in this place. Witnessing this exchange, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, struggling to fathom the situation. The tone of their dialogue suggested deep enmity, yet the specifics of their animosity remained elusive to Lin Tian, as the information at his disposal was scant. He could only observe from a distance, gradually losing clarity on their conversation. At that juncture, the frosty dragon's gaze unexpectedly shifted to Lin Tian, its cold stare piercing him as it coldly remarked, I am surprised you would accept an insect as your master. The contempt in the dragon's eyes was unmistakable. To it, Lin Tian was but a mere insect. Upon hearing the dragon's derisive words, Lin Tian's temper flared, and he retorted without hesitation, What do you think you are, daring to speak to me in such a manner? Confronting the frosty dragon, Lin Tian displayed no courtesy, treating it with utter disregard. What do you think you are, speaking to me like that? Do you believe I won't retaliate? If circumstances were different, Lin Tian would not have dared to be so audacious. He would have fled as far as possible. However, at that moment, Lin Tian was not contemplating escape, for he was acutely aware that the frost dragon had come for him. Unless a rare opportunity presented itself, fleeing was an impossibility. Furthermore, he was oblivious to what had transpired with Xiao Yan, who now stood defiantly before the frost dragon. What was there to fear? If the creature was displeased, it could confront him directly. He had no intention of being cordial. This encapsulated Lin Tian's current mindset. Having made up his mind, there was no need for hesitance. In his eyes, the frost dragon was merely an insignificant pest. Lin Tian anticipated that after uttering such words, the frost dragon would undoubtedly attack him without hesitation. However, he was taken aback when the dragon exhibited no desire to engage. This left Lin Tian utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. As he stood there in a daze, he heard the frost dragon speak, its icy tone cutting through the air. "You wish for me to act?" Yet, the frost dragon seemed entirely oblivious to Lin Tian's words, never casting a glance in his direction. To the dragon, Lin Tian was no different from a mere insect. Since he was deemed insignificant, there was no reason to squander time. "Master, though it appears as a mere diamond, it was once a being beyond that," Xiao Yin quietly explained, observing Lin Tian's displeasure. Upon hearing Xiao Yin's words, Lin Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had initially dismissed the dragon, never imagining its profound background. This revelation was beyond his comprehension. Who could have fathomed that the frost dragon was a being of a higher echelon than Diamond? What lay beyond Diamond, legendary or epic, Xiao Yin did not clarify. Chapter 119. The frost dragon strikes. Upon hearing the frost dragon's words, Lin Tian's heart surged with fury. The wretched creature had disregarded him entirely, igniting a profound anger within. Yet, at that moment, the frost dragon paid Lin Tian no mind, leaving him utterly powerless. Despite the tempest of rage within him, he found himself rendered immobile, forced to witness the unfolding events. As time passed, Xiao Yan's aura grew increasingly formidable. Though it had previously been at the pinnacle of gold, merely a step away from platinum, it now surpassed that threshold, achieving the level of platinum. Indeed, it possessed the strength to contend with the platinum foes he had encountered earlier. Witnessing this transformation, Lin Tian's eyes filled with deep confusion, unable to grasp the unfolding spectacle. At this moment, he was enveloped in profound confusion, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. His gaze remained calm as he observed everything around him, his mind preoccupied with the reason behind the frost giant dragon's unexpected presence. Previously, he had traversed this very locale without encountering the frost giant dragon, although he had indeed come across numerous frost beasts. Could it be that the frost giant dragon sensed Xiao Yan's presence and was drawn here? In an instant, such a thought flashed through Lin Tian's mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that these entities were summoned here by Xiao Yan. Otherwise, why had they not appeared earlier? However, Xiao Yan had been at his side all along, never straying far. Why then was the frost giant dragon fixating on him now? As Lin Tian gazed at Xiao Yan in the sky, he fell into a deep silence, utterly at a loss for what to do. Time passed, and Chen Hao's expression suddenly shifted, as if a realization struck him. Fixating his gaze upon Xiao Yan, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Xiao Yan, something is amiss." "You're not Xiao Yan. Who exactly are you?" Sensing the increasingly potent aura emanating from Xiao Yan, Lin Tian abruptly comprehended that the figure before him was not Xiao Yan, though he remained uncertain of its true identity. He instinctively felt that this being could not possibly be Xiao Yan, yet he could not articulate what it truly was. He understood that Xiao Yan's strength could not reach such heights. Although Xiao Yan had consumed various artifacts, his power could only peak at platinum level, while the entity before him continued to ascend ominously towards diamond level. The diamond level pressure of the frost giant dragon bore down upon it, yet remained unaffected, further solidifying Lin Tian's instinctive belief that this creature could not be Xiao Yan. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the figure in the sky instinctively turned its gaze toward him, furrowing its brow slightly, lost in contemplation. After an indeterminate period, it finally spoke, murmuring, "Indeed, I am not like Xiao Yan." At this revelation, Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. Although he had harbored doubts about the figure's identity, he had not fully committed to the notion that it was not Xiao Yan. However, upon hearing its admission, disbelief washed over him. He had not anticipated that it was truly not Xiao Yan. If this was the case, where had his Xiao Yan gone? Lin Tian's eyes remained fixed on Xiao Yan, awaiting an explanation. If this being was not Xiao Yan, then where could his Xiao Yan possibly be? As the frost dragon in the sky heard Xiao Yan's response, it did not wait for Lin Tian to utter a word before it took the initiative to mock. Did you see that? The other party does not even acknowledge your identity. Even if you recognize him as your master, he will not admit you as his battle pet. Such is humanity. Upon hearing the frost dragon's words, Xiao Yan's expression remained unchanged. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Tian, and with a calm and indifferent demeanor, he spoke. Master, although I do not know what you truly think, regardless of whether I am Xiao Yan or not, you will always be my master. Now, I kindly request that you leave. Xiao Yan wished to say more, urging Lin Tian to depart swiftly from this perilous place, for his presence would not only be unhelpful, but could also endanger his life. However, upon hearing the assertion that he was not Xiao Yan, Lin Tian immediately became furious. His gaze bore into Xiao Yan as he coldly demanded, If you are not Xiao Yan, then where is my Xiao Yan? Where has he gone? Bring him to me. Once accompanied by 2 little lions, only one remained at Lin Tian's side, and he was unwilling to relinquish his companion. For whatever reason, Lin Tian was determined to retrieve Xiao Yan. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to take drastic measures. The onlookers fell into a profound silence upon hearing Chun Hao's words, staring blankly at him, unsure of how to respond. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Yan took a deep breath and shook his head. He is fine. Chun Hao, upon hearing this, was filled with skepticism, unable to believe Xiao Yan's words. He coldly fixed his gaze upon him and demanded, Hand over Xiao Yan. You speak too much nonsense. Faced with Lin Tian's inquiries, Xiao Yan truly did not know how to respond. Meanwhile, the frost dragon was unconcerned, opening its maw and instantly gathering energy. A massive surge of icy energy surged toward Lin Tian in an instant. Observing the frost dragon's attack, Lin Tian's expression changed dramatically. The power emanating from the frost dragon was overwhelmingly formidable, and he realized that relying solely on his own strength would be futile. This is it, I am finished. As he gazed at the imminent icy assault, Lin Tian's face turned ashen, feeling utterly helpless against such a fearsome attack. With the icy strike drawing near, Lin Tian found himself powerless, realizing that his mid-golden strength was no more significant than that of an ant before the diamond-tier frost dragon. Chapter 120, Xiao Yan vs. Frost Dragon. In that fleeting moment, facing the frost dragon's onslaught, Lin Tian felt as if death was beckoning him. The prowess of the golden rank pales in comparison to the formidable might of the diamond rank frost dragon, leaving Lin Tian devoid of any inclination to resist. His gaze remained coldly fixed on the unfolding events, devoid of any reaction. After an indeterminate passage of time, as Lin Tian closed his eyes in quiet resignation to his impending demise, he was taken aback to discover something obstructing his path, an imposing figure that effortlessly shielded him from the imminent attack. This sudden apparition was none other than Xiao Yan. Previously, it had stood before the frost dragon, a considerable distance away, perhaps 2 to 3 kilometers. Yet in a mere instant, it traversed that vast expanse and appeared directly before Lin Tian. This bewildered Lin Tian, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. Unable to fathom how Xiao Yan could have covered such ground with such astonishing speed. In less than a second, Xiao Yan had materialized before him, effortlessly deflecting the frost dragon's onslaught, its form ablaze with flames. It turned to Lin Tian and gently inquired, Master, are you unharmed? Lin Tian, still in a state of bewilderment, took some time to process the situation. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, he instinctively nodded, replying, I am fine. However, he remained utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend how Xiao Yan had arrived there or the nature of its sudden appearance. As Lin Tian contemplated these questions, the frost dragon's voice rang out from above. To save such a mere insect, you dare to forcibly elevate your power. It seems you truly wish to court death. Forcefully elevate power? What does that mean? Lin Tian mused, confusion swirling within him at the frost dragon's words. Why would it pose such a question? What could it possibly signify? His gaze shifted entirely to Xiao Yan, seeking clarity from it. Yet, Xiao Yan remained fixated on the frost dragon, offering no explanation. Suddenly, it turned to Lin Tian, locking eyes with him as it stated, Master, I shall first ensure your safe departure from this place. Wait, Lin Tian instinctively began to question, desperate for understanding. However, Xiao Yan showed no willingness to grant him that opportunity, resolutely advancing to strike Lin Tian with determination. As Lin Tian gazed at Xiao Yan's enormous claw descending upon him, His expression darkened with an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Instinctively, he sensed the threat of death looming near. Indeed, the earlier intervention by the frost dragon had merely delayed his fate, as it seemed that Xiaoyan sought to extinguish his life. Come me, he thought. Having survived in this world for so long, Lin Tian had long since come to terms with death. He had no desire to squander any more time. If Xiaoyan wished to end his life, then let be done. At that moment, Lin Tian found himself indifferent to the prospect of living. Each day had been a struggle for survival, devoid of any peace, and perhaps death would be the ultimate release. However, just as Lin Tian resigned himself to his fate, Xiaoyan's claw made contact with him. But instead of pain, he felt enveloped by an inexplicable force, as if he were being cradled in its embrace. Confusion clouded Lin Tian's eyes as he tried to comprehend the situation. He instinctively opened his eyes to behold the massive claw before him, as colossal as a truck, wreathed in flames yet devoid of aggression. In an instant, he was propelled away by a formidable power, vanishing from his original location. Even the nearly wrecked armored vehicle he had been near disappeared alongside him, and when Lin Tian reappeared, he found himself over 100 kilometers away. Looking up, he saw no trace of Xiaoyan and was baffled by the sudden absence. Bewildered, he murmured to himself, "What just happened? Where's that figure? Where is Xiaoyan? What the frost dragon?" His gaze swept around, confusion evident in his eyes as he struggled to grasp the inexplicable turn of events. Moments ago, both Xiaoyan and the frost dragon had been right before him, yet now they had vanished without a trace. Where could they have gone? Lost in thought, Lin Tian's brow furrowed with perplexity, yet he was afforded no opportunity to ponder further. From a distance, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, spreading over an extensive area in an instant. The sheer magnitude of the energy engulfed everything within its reach, including Lin Tian's position, overwhelming all in its path. He beheld the formidable force, realizing it originated at least 100 kilometers away, annihilating everything within that range. Even Lin Tian, despite his considerable distance, was swept away by the terrifying energy. This overwhelming force surpassed anything Lin Tian could comprehend, far beyond the limits of his current capabilities. Confronted by this formidable energy, Lin Tian's eyes were filled with profound bewilderment as he muttered to himself, "What on earth is happening?" Could it be that the terrifying energy emanated from the battle between Xiaoyan and the frost dragon? The combat energy was distinctly discernible, one blue and one red. The frost dragon's attack energy was blue, while Xiaoyan's was red. Lin Tian yearned to understand the nature of the chaos unfolding before him and the reason for such overwhelming energy. However, such thoughts were fleeting, for the source of the energy was far too terrifying, far beyond Lin Tian's comprehension. He longed to approach, but found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Chapter 121. Seeking automobile parts, sensing the cataclysmic energy, Lin Tian fell into a profound silence. His complexion was exceptionally grim, leaving him at a loss as to how to proceed. The impending danger was frightful. Both the frost dragon and Xiaoyan could effortlessly annihilate him. Perhaps it would be wiser to first prepare the armored vehicle, though he was intrigued by the distant combat energy. The thought of investigating was soon quashed by Lin Tian himself. Given his current strength, making a reckless advance would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to remain where he was, feigning ignorance of the turmoil. Once the battle concluded on Xiaoyan's side, it would return to him, at which point he could inquire about the events that transpired. As for other matters, there was no need for further discussion. After all, his own power was woefully insufficient, and even if he approached, it would change nothing. It was better to act as if he were unaware of everything. This encapsulated Lin Tian's thoughts at that moment. His gaze shifted toward the severely damaged armored vehicle, recognizing that the paramount task was to restore it completely. Should he fail to do so and encounter a fearsome creature, he would be left with no chance of survival or resistance. This was the contemplation occupying Lin Tian's mind. However, at this moment, Lin Tian possessed no repair materials. His options were limited to searching for treasure chests in hopes of acquiring materials or purchasing them through the chat channel. Casting his eyes around, he found himself surrounded by a desolate plain, devoid of any visible resources or treasure chests. Hence, the most sensible course of action was to open the chat channel and see if anything he needed was available. Without hesitation, Lin Tian accessed the chat channel, and soon a flurry of messages appeared. Which brother can lend me a hand? I'm at XXX location, willing to offer a gold tier engine. Is there anyone willing to sell pet potions? Preferably silver tier. I have some. Message me privately. I require platinum grade materials. Gazing at the information within the chat channel, Lin Tian could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Currently, the majority of players have ascended to silver rank, with armored vehicles reaching gold rank, and a select few attaining platinum rank. As for the diamond rank, Lin Tian stands alone as the sole individual to have achieved such a feat at least. During his prolonged observation, he had yet to witness anyone seeking to acquire diamond-grade materials. The highest he had encountered was merely platinum, and he had seen only one instance of that. Lin Tian watched the unfolding events with a tranquil demeanor, exhibiting little reaction. These materials held no allure for him. What he truly required was a complete set of materials for the armored vehicle, with a minimum standard of platinum grade, though diamond grade would be preferable. Should he succeed in acquiring such, it might propel his war machine to diamond rank. With this thought in mind, Lin Tian promptly announced in the chat group, acquiring all platinum-grade materials. Prices via private message. At this moment, Lin Tian was uncertain of the market value for platinum-grade materials, rendering it imprudent to offer a price arbitrarily. If he were to undervalue, the seller might refuse. Conversely, if he overvalued, he might not be able to afford it. Thus, private messaging for negotiation emerged as the most prudent course of action. Wow, it's the esteemed Lin Tian again. Wasn't he being pursued by a platinum-grade beast? Truly impressive. He can take down a platinum beast with ease. Lin Tian, you're amazing. Are you aiming to break through to diamond? How could one hope to ascend to diamond without procuring platinum materials? Indeed, platinum materials are essential for reaching platinum rank, not diamond. Did you not know? To break through to diamond, one must collect all platinum components. I was aware. Platinum-grade materials are exceedingly rare. What price will you offer, esteemed one? With Lin Tian's entrance, the chat group erupted into a flurry of activity, as everyone seemed eager to tag him and respond to his inquiry. Observing the messages with a calm and detached demeanor, Lin Tian remained unfazed. He had not yet acquired the materials he sought, and thus felt no inclination to engage with them. Esteemed one, I possess a platinum-grade vehicle radar. May I inquire what price you would offer? Upon seeing the mention of the platinum radar, Lin Tian instinctively considered declining, as his current radar was already of platinum grade, having been upgraded from gold, thus precluding further enhancement. However, realizing that a platinum radar could indeed be upgraded to diamond, he reconsidered. 100 gold coins. The seller stated without hesitation, offering their price confidently. Lin Tian's brow furrowed slightly in response. The price is too steep. A bronze-grade radar typically fetched 1 gold coin. A silver-grade radar, 5 gold coins, and gold-grade materials hovered around 15 gold coins. Thus, the seller's initial demand of 100 gold coins was somewhat difficult for Lin Tian to accept, if it weren't for the fact that only the most inferior items could be purchased in the marketplace. Lin Tian would have certainly desired to acquire something from the system shop. What price can you offer? Lin Tian inquired, furrowing his brow. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stated no more than 30 gold coins. Upon hearing this, the other party fell silent for a moment before responding, that is far too low. The price of 30 gold coins was simply unacceptable, although he felt that 100 gold coins was a bit excessive. He could only afford to lower the price to 80 gold coins at the very least. It was crucial for him to retain this item for his own use, and had it not been for Lin Tian's high offer, he would never consider selling it. How much do you want? Provide your lowest price, Lin Tian pressed. After pondering for a moment, the other party replied without hesitation, the lowest I can go is 80 gold coins. If that works for you, I'll sell. If not, I'll keep it. My friend, if it weren't for your interest, I would truly be reluctant to part with it. Lin Tian discerned the other party's thoughts from the message. It became clear that the individual intended to keep the item for personal use. Lin Tian pondered deeply before shifting his gaze to his own platinum radar. After a moment of silence, he asked, "You wish to retain it for personal use?" "Yes, indeed." Lin Tian felt a sense of relief upon receiving the response. He then proposed, "I can exchange my used platinum radar for it, along with an additional 10 gold coins." Chapter 122. Acquisition of the diamond radar. The person on the other end was left dumbfounded upon receiving Lin Tian's message. He rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was hallucinating or misreading the information sent by Lin Tian. However, after rubbing his eyes and looking again, He confirmed that Lin Tian's message had not changed in the slightest. What was happening? The individual stared in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. After a moment of bewilderment, he furrowed his brow and asked, "My friend, you must be joking, right? You not only wish to trade a platinum radar with me, but also offer 10 gold coins?" Chen Haofei gazed at the message, his eyes filled with disbelief. It felt as though he were caught in a dream. Lin Tian, upon reading Chen Haofei's message, showed no hesitation and quickly responded, "Indeed. The platinum radar is at its highest level and cannot be upgraded further, rendering it useless in my hands. It is far better to pass it on to you, as it would save me dozens of gold coins, which I could then use to purchase other components." Chen Haofei, upon receiving Lin Tian's message, was enveloped in disbelief. At that moment, he was utterly perplexed, completely unable to grasp the situation. After a few seconds of being lost in thought, he asked in confusion, "My friend, why is this so? Why would you want to exchange your platinum radar when you already possess one? Is there perhaps a flaw with your platinum radar? Other than personal reasoning?" Chen Haofei could scarcely fathom another motive that would compel Lin Tian to trade his platinum radar for his own. Even if it were secondhand, it still retains the value of being a platinum radar. The worth is evident. Unless there is an underlying issue, it would be improbable for Lin Tian to propose such an exchange. Upon hearing Chen Haofei's inquiry, Lin Tian promptly replied without the slightest hesitation, asserting that there were no issues, merely that it had been used. "If you do not believe me, I can demonstrate by handing you the radar." Lin Tian then directed his gaze toward the system interface and softly commanded, "Dismantle the platinum radar." The system, upon receiving Lin Tian's directive, exhibited no hesitation whatsoever and immediately proceeded to dismantle the platinum radar. All components of the vehicle are designed to be removable when not in use. They can be taken off and replaced with a new radar. As Lin Tian held the radar in his hands, he experienced no hesitation whatsoever and promptly transferred it to Chen Haofei. Concerns about being deceived did not trouble Lin Tian. His reputation alone safeguarded him, and any attempt to swindle him would come at a cost. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would recognize the folly in attempting to deceive him. Chen Haofei gazed at the platinum radar Lin Tian had sent him, then glanced at his own war vehicle, eager to install it. However, the vehicle was incapable of accommodating the radar. To mount a platinum radar, the war vehicle must at least be of gold tier, or at the very least, fully outfitted in silver components. Currently, his war vehicle consisted mostly of silver parts, with some components merely bronze. Even if he managed to install the platinum radar, it would remain inoperative. Caught in a dilemma, Chen Haofei found himself at a loss. Yet, as he scrutinized the platinum radar in his hand, he muttered softly, "Since Lin Tian dares to provide me with a platinum radar at this juncture, it must be genuine. Otherwise, a simple test would expose any deceit." Moreover, considering Lin Tian's stature, it seemed highly unlikely he would resort to trickery. After pondering for a moment, Chen Haofei chose to place his trust in Lin Tian. He truly could not conceive of any rationale for Lin Tian to deceive him. Given Lin Tian's prowess and standing, there was no necessity for such an act. Should Lin Tian choose to betray him, his reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Having come to this realization, Chen Haofei quickly declared, "Very well, esteemed one. I shall present you with a platinum radar forthwith." Without further hesitation, he handed over his own platinum radar to Lin Tian. Lin Tian examined the platinum radar he received. It appeared identical to the one he had traded to Chen Haofei, yet he could not ascertain whether it was indeed new. Nevertheless, he possessed a method of verification and harbored no fear of Chen Haofei's potential deceit. Upgrade the platinum radar. Upgrading the platinum radar. Upon the successful upgrade of the platinum radar, congratulations to the host for acquiring a diamond-level radar. Soon, Lin Tian's talent shall elevate the platinum radar to success, granting him the coveted diamond radar. This comes at the cost of 10 gold coins. Should anyone possess additional platinum-grade components, feel free to reach out to me, and I shall offer a referral fee. After receiving the 10 gold coins from Lin Tian, Chen Haofei immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed one. I have acquaintances and will contact you at the earliest opportunity." Following his application to add Lin Tian as a friend, he promptly initiated communication on Lin Tian's behalf. In this perilous world, aligning oneself with Lin Tian is undoubtedly advantageous. At the very least, maintaining a connection with him may prove invaluable in future crises, potentially even securing his assistance. Lin Tian pondered quietly, uncertain about when he would be able to gather the remaining components. Currently, everyone's levels are still quite low, making the upgrading of components a formidable challenge. However, Lin Tian found himself at an impasse. At this stage, he could either open chests or wait for others to procure items to sell to him, specifically seeking those of platinum grade, as he had no interest in anything beneath that tier. Has the battle concluded? After an indeterminate period, Lin Tian's gaze drifted towards the distance, where the combat energy had nearly dissipated. He couldn't ascertain whether the battle had indeed ended, nor did he know the fate of Xiaoyan. Lin Tian mused softly. Despite Xiaoyan's earlier admission of not being who he claimed, in Lin Tian's heart, he remained undeniably Xiaoyan, a fact beyond question. Suddenly, a terrifying roar erupted, and a colossal surge of energy rushed towards Lin Tian, as if intent on engulfing him entirely. This ominous energy surpassed anything he had previously encountered in its ferocity. Chapter 123. Xiaoyan, the unashamed one. What transpired? Why did such a dreadful energy erupt so suddenly? At this moment, Lin Tian gazed upon the unleashed energy with profound disbelief. He yearned to understand what had occurred, what had caused such terrifying energy to manifest at this time. As he looked ahead, his eyes widened in sheer incredulity at the fearsome energy that appeared before him. Run! In that fleeting instant, a thought surged through Lin Tian's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, for escaping this place was the only path to safety. That terrifying energy could obliterate him in an instant. However, at the moment Lin Tian turned to flee, a terrifying surge of energy surged towards him, lifting him off the ground instantaneously. Confronted by this formidable force, Lin Tian found himself utterly powerless to resist. Even his battle vehicle was hurled hundreds of meters away. As he struggled in midair, seeking a point to land, an inexplicable loss of momentum suddenly overtook him, causing him to plummet rapidly towards the ground. In a fleeting instant, he crashed onto a massive boulder, rendering him unconscious before he even had a chance to react. Lin Tian wished to curse, but no sound escaped his lips as darkness enveloped him. In the distance, the area where the frost dragon and Xiaoyan stood erupted with an unimaginable force, obliterating everything in its vicinity. The very fabric of the surroundings was effortlessly annihilated. The central zone, where they stood, appeared as though the heavens had been rent asunder, with countless bottomless craters gouged into the earth by their unleashed energies. Within a radius of several dozen miles, all creatures, whether golden or silver, were eradicated, leaving only the platinum beings barely clinging to life, though they were grievously wounded and on the brink of death. Xiaoyan, too, bore injuries. The flames upon his body flickered precariously, threatening to extinguish at any moment. The frost dragon, perched above, fixed its indifferent gaze upon Xiaoyan and spoke with an icy tone. You are at your limit. The previous battle has drained all your energy. Surrender. The dragon's words dripped with disdain, for it was acutely aware that Xiaoyan could no longer endure. Continuing to resist would only lead to certain demise, and thus the dragon was convinced that surrender was inevitable for Xiaoyan. Yet, upon hearing the frost dragon's proclamation, Xiaoyan's eyes gleamed with defiance. He regarded the dragon coldly and replied with a stoic expression, If I surrender, will you truly spare me? This question caught the frost dragon off guard, as it had not anticipated such a query. However, it quickly dismissed any lingering thoughts, erupting in a laughter. That is certainly out of the question. However, should you choose to surrender, I might consider granting you a more merciful end. As for your insignificant master, I can arrange for him to accompany you. The frost dragon's gaze turned towards Lin Tian's unconscious form, and even from a great distance, it could distinctly perceive his location. Particularly upon witnessing Lin Tian succumb to a deep slumber, a profound disdain flickered in the eyes of the frost dragon. Such a pitiful creature, akin to an insignificant ant, had managed to survive until now. Indeed, it was a stroke of extraordinary luck. In response to the frost dragon's words, Xiaoyan, having overheard, spoke coldly. If a battle is to ensue, let us engage without further ado. Although he was not a match for the dragon would find it no easy feat to vanquish him. Should the frost dragon seek its demise, Xiaoyan was prepared to oblige. for mutual destruction held no terror for him. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's declaration, the frost dragon, with an expression devoid of emotion, retorted, "Why do you care for such a mere ant?" The frost dragon was genuinely perplexed, unable to fathom why Xiao Yan would go to such lengths for a mere human. If he wished to flee with his formidable strength, the dragon knew it was improbable that even he could slay Xiao Yan. Yet, this creature was willing to engage in a fierce battle for the sake of a human, even at the cost of his own life. This bewildered the frost dragon profoundly. He could not comprehend what secrets lay hidden within that human, compelling such a proud beast to care so deeply. Surely, that human could offer no assistance to Xiao Yan. Our matters are beyond your comprehension. In times past, you ascended to a divine dragon through your humanity, yet ultimately, you consumed your own master in pursuit of immortality. And what are you now? Reduced to mere diamond. Unable to progress further. Xiao Yan's words ignited a greater fury within the frost dragon, which bellowed in rage. Silence. Were it not for you, I would not be in this state. Were it not for you, I would have achieved immortality. Enraged by Xiao Yan's audacity to care for a human, the frost dragon resolved to eliminate Lin Tian first. The dragon's wounds, reopened by Xiao Yan's taunts, fueled its fury as it coldly regarded Xiao Yan. Choosing not to strike him at that moment, given its current strength, slaying Xiao Yan would not be a simple task. It was more prudent to seize this opportunity to dispose of Lin Tian. In that instance, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly be thrown into chaos, providing the dragon with an optimal chance to strike. How infuriating! A being of myth dares to engage a mortal, oblivious to the potential tarnishing of the frost dragon's reputation. Yet, perhaps it mattered little, for he had already devoured his master. What reputation remained? Xiao Yan swiftly pursued the frost dragon, determined to prevent any harm from befalling Lin Tian. However, having sustained injuries, his strength paled in comparison to that of the frost dragon, and his speed was equally unmatched. In a mere heartbeat, the frost dragon surged forth, arriving before Lin Tian, its monstrous jaws agape as it prepared to unleash an attack upon the unconscious figure. The terrifying breath of frost froze everything in its wake. Even the air itself succumbed to its icy grip. Xiao Yan reacted swiftly, yet ultimately, it was too late to counter the assault of the frost dragon. He could only watch helplessly as the attack descended upon Lin Tian. Chapter 124. Not the true body, damn it. There was simply no time. Xiao Yan erupted with a dreadful speed, racing towards Lin Tian with all his might. He even contemplated using his own body as a shield to protect Lin Tian from the impending strike. However, Xiao Yan's speed proved insufficient. He would not arrive in time. The frost dragon's attack loomed before Lin Tian, who could only stare in despair as he was enveloped by the frigid onslaught. Faced with the formidable frost dragon, there was not a single strategy at his disposal. "I will kill you." In a fit of rage, Xiao Yan, realizing he could not save Lin Tian, ceased his advance towards him and instead turned his gaze towards the frost dragon above, his entire being transformed into a fiery projectile, hurtling towards the frost dragon with reckless abandon. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. He must slay the frost dragon to avenge Lin Tian's plight. Boom! Just as Xiao Yan was about to reach the frost dragon, a dreadful sound reverberated across the land, and a surge of fiery energy materialized, violently throwing both the frost dragon and Xiao Yan aside. This terrifying attack exceeded their comprehension. What is happening? Both the frost dragon and Xiao Yan were engulfed in profound confusion, unable to fathom the situation. For reasons unknown, the frost dragon suddenly sensed an overwhelming threat of death, an experience too horrifying to endure. Amidst the astonished gazes of the two beasts, a terrifying surge of fiery energy erupted from the unconscious Lin Tian, ascending into the heavens and igniting the sky with a brilliant glow. The chilling energy of the frost was instantly obliterated upon contact with the flames, vanishing without a trace. The silhouette of a fire giant emerged from Lin Tian, towering over 100 meters, its cold gaze fixated on the frost dragon. "You despicable ant, dare you lay a hand upon me?" The fire giant, without hesitation, raised its hand, and an overwhelming force surged forth, charging towards the frost dragon. Faced with the blaze, the frost dragon possessed no capacity for resistance. It hastily conjured an ice wall in a desperate attempt to shield itself from the fiery assault. Yet, the moment they clashed, the ice wall disintegrated into oblivion. This horrendous attack surpassed the frost dragon's understanding, sending it hurtling backward. As a diamond-grade creature, it found itself utterly powerless against such formidable energy, sustaining severe injuries in mere moments and nearly losing all ability to fight back. Its colossal form plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily upon the ice, shattering it instantly and causing the fracturing to radiate outward at an alarming pace. Such formidable power, Xiaoyan, witnessing the sight of the frost dragon, was enveloped in profound disbelief. The assault from the flame giant was exceedingly fierce, capable of inflicting severe damage upon a diamond-tier frost dragon, indicating that its strength was at least beyond the diamond level. It is essential to recognize that the frost dragon belongs to the draconic lineage, inherently endowed with unparalleled might. Its defensive capabilities far exceed those of beings of the same rank, placing it among the pinnacle of existence. Very few creatures of equivalent level could injure a frost dragon, and the ease with which this entity had grievously wounded the frost dragon suggested a presence of at least epic caliber. Why then did such a level of power reside within the master? Xiaoyan's gaze shifted towards the flame giant, and a sudden realization struck him, prompting a frown as he inquired, "Are you Brother Hua?" Previously, when Hua had vanished, the master had relentlessly sought opportunities to resurrect him, never anticipating that Hua had remained by Lin Tian's side all along. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's voice, Hua turned his attention towards him, gazing with an expression of perplexity. After a moment of silence, he frowned and asked, "Are you that little lion?" This lion before him was unfamiliar, yet instinctively, he sensed that this little creature was indeed the same one from before. In response, Xiaoyan, hearing Hua's words, quickly replied, "Brother Hua, it's me." To his astonishment, it was indeed he who had saved the master. Staring at Hua, Xiaoyan felt a sense of incredulity. Deep down, he had unconsciously believed that Lin Tian was doomed, and thus he contemplated perishing alongside the frost dragon as a means of avenging his master. Never did he anticipate a reversal in the situation, with Hua suddenly appearing just as Lin Tian faced mortal peril. Who is this being? How could the master have offended a dragon? Hua's gaze turned to the frost dragon, filled with confusion. Given Lin Tian's current strength, it was inconceivable that he could have provoked the frost dragon. Why was this frost dragon present at this moment? What were its intentions? Currently, the frost dragon lay prostrate on the ground, engulfed in excruciating pain, lacking even the ability to flee. In response to Hua's inquiry, Xiaoyan exhibited an awkward expression and quickly stated, "He came for me." "Your enemy?" Hua regarded the frost dragon with an impassive demeanor and said, "Then let us eradicate it." Raising his hand, he prepared to annihilate the frost dragon. Since it was an adversary, it could not be spared. "No, you cannot kill me." Upon sensing the imminent threat of death, the frost dragon instinctively lifted its gaze towards Hua. In that moment, it became acutely aware that Hua's prowess surpassed its own, possessing an epic level of strength. Such caliber of power was beyond the reach of its current diamond-grade capabilities, rendering it no more than a slightly larger insect. The frost dragon could scarcely fathom that Lin Tian would command such a formidable battle companion. Had it known of Lin Tian's potent ally, it would have refrained from its previous arrogance. Indeed, how could a mere human possess the charisma to attract a creature of such formidable stature as Xiaoyan? However, at this juncture, the offense had already been committed, and any desire to amend the situation was futile. The only recourse now was to proceed cautiously, one step at a time. "Oh," Hua, upon hearing the words of the frost dragon, regarded it with a stoic expression and slowly inquired, "Why should I refrain from slaying you?" Hua was eager to see what the frost dragon might articulate in response. The frost dragon, undeterred, replied, "I am but a mere avatar, not the true essence. Should you choose to end my existence, my true form would undoubtedly seek retribution against you." There was an unmistakable hint of menace in its words. Chapter 125. What does strength matter if one can be slain? Listening to the frost dragon's declaration, Hua did not exhibit a significant reaction, but turned to Xiaoyan, frowning as he asked, "What does that mean?" At this moment, Hua was filled with confusion, struggling to comprehend the implications of the frost dragon's statement. This was not the true form. Could it be merely a projection? Yet it felt undeniably real, not all like a mere avatar. Xiaoyan nodded in response to Hua's inquiry, saying, "Brother Hua, it is indeed not the true form. It is merely an avatar, more accurately described as a projection of its will. As the sworn adversary of the Frost Dragon, Xiao Yin was well aware of the current predicament. Upon hearing Xiao Yin's explanation, Huahua's eyes reflected profound perplexity as he sought clarity from Xiao Yin. Could you elucidate what you mean? Not the true form, merely an avatar, or even a projection of will. How can such a powerful entity exist as just an avatar? How formidable must its true form be? Pondering deeply, Huahua then cast a glance at the unconscious Lin Tian, questioning in confusion, is he responsible for the Master's current state? Xiao Yin affirmed, yes, indeed. The reason Lin Tian is in this condition is, without a doubt, attributable to the Frost Dragon, while I bear some responsibility as well. Anyone not devoid of reason would likely acknowledge that this matter pertains to me. After all, before the Master, I am insignificant. If Hua were to truly understand the connection between this incident and me, I would face dire consequences. Upon hearing that Lin Tian's unconsciousness was indeed linked to the Frost Dragon, the murderous intent in Huahua's eyes was unmistakable. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon Lin Tian, then shifted to the severely injured Frost Dragon, and finally settled on Xiao Yin. With an expression devoid of emotion, he inquired, what would be the consequences if I were to slay it? Xiao Yin, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. The repercussions of killing the Frost Dragon were indeed considerable. It could jeopardize their future plans and potentially summon the Frost Dragon's true form. Given their current strength, even if the Frost Dragon had not fully recovered, its arrival would likely spell their demise. Before the absolute power of the Frost Dragon, they had no chance of resistance, and a moment's carelessness could lead to their untimely death. Well, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from taking action. Let it go. If its true form were to arrive, we would stand no chance, Xiao Yin implored, casting a helpless glance at Huahua. Presently, they were only dealing with a mere avatar, the strongest of which was merely at the diamond level, and even without Huahua, he could manage it. However, if the true form were to descend, they would be no better than ants. Meanwhile, the Frost Dragon, which had previously sensed the impending threat of death, felt its fear dissipate upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. It fixed its gaze upon Huahua and coldly stated, did you hear that? Release me at once. Or else, before the Frost Dragon could finish its warning, Huahua acted decisively, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged towards the Frost Dragon. The creature had no opportunity to defend itself and was instantly engulfed by the flames. Xiao Yin watched in disbelief, unable to process the scene before him. He had not anticipated Hua Ji's fiery temperament. Without hesitation, he had obliterated the creature. Observing the Frost Dragon thrashing amidst the flames, Xiao Yin resignedly remarked, Hua, it's nothing, let it be, Hua interjected. Even if the Master were awake, he would not hesitate to let me finish it off. Although Hua had not known Lin Tian for long, he had already discerned his character. If given the capability, Lin Tian would certainly not hesitate to eliminate any threats. Having already made an enemy, why should they retreat? It was simpler to dispatch the creature immediately. As for what lay ahead, that could be dealt with later. It was not a matter of great concern. If the true form arrived, they would face it together. No matter how powerful it was, Hua felt unafraid. After all, death was not a new experience. What was there to fear? Xiao Yin gazed at Hua, expressing his helplessness as he spoke. Brother Hua, are you aware that the Frost Dragon's true form is among the most formidable in this world? Its essence is divine. Suddenly, just as Xiao Yin was about to elaborate on the Frost Dragon's power, the sky erupted with a series of ominous thunderclaps, as if the heavens were cautioning him against further words. Hua, a creature of great strength and knowledge, lifted his gaze to the sky and recognized this as a warning from the world's will. He turned to Xiao Yin, incredulity evident in his eyes. Could it be that the Frost Dragon's power has truly ascended to the divine? Indeed, it has, Xiao Yin replied with a subtle nod. In that instant, Hua fell silent. Though he understood that the Frost Dragon was immensely powerful, he had only considered its might to be legendary. He never imagined it could reach such an extraordinary realm, a level far beyond his own capacity to contend with. Even her master would find it insurmountable. Well, it is done. Regardless of our intentions, it would not spare us. Hua spoke with resignation. The deed had been committed, and regret was now futile. Thus, the only course left was to proceed with cautious steps. Take good care of our master, Hua suddenly directed at Xiao Yin. Brother Hua, what do you mean? Xiao Yin was perplexed, Sensing Hua's demeanor suggested an impending departure. Hua, with a hint of resignation, replied, I require time to recuperate. My emergence has already strained my spirit. Hua needed a considerable amount of time to restore himself. Had it not been for sensing Lin Tian's imminent danger, he would not have manifested. Now that Lin Tian was safe, Hua naturally sought to retreat and rest. Understanding the situation, Xiaoyan nodded gently. All right, Brother Hua. I will ensure our master is well cared for. You focus on your recovery. Upon hearing this, Hua nodded lightly before transforming into a beam of light that merged into Lin Tian's body. As Lin Tian lay in a stupor, he felt an infusion of energy, gradually stirring from his unconsciousness. The moment he awoke, he was startled to behold a colossal lion before him, nearly causing him to panic. However, upon recognizing it as Xiaoyan, his fear subsided. Chapter 126. A being not of this world, Xiaoyan. How have you returned? What the frost dragon? Lin Tian distinctly recalled Xiaoyan battling the frost dragon, only to be overwhelmed by a surge of energy that rendered him unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, he found Xiaoyan before him, but the frost dragon was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that Xiaoyan had vanquished it? This seemed highly improbable. Given Xiaoyan's strength, defeating the frost dragon was beyond the realm of possibility. The frost dragon possesses a power of diamond caliber, while Xiaoyan, although also of diamond rank, falls slightly short in comparison, rendering him incapable of defeating the frost dragon. Could it be that Xiaoyan paid a grievous price to vanquish the frost dragon? It is dead. Xiaoyan spoke softly. What? You mean the frost dragon is dead? Lin Tian, upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, was engulfed in disbelief. Initially, he assumed that Xiaoyan had employed some peculiar means to drive the frost dragon away. He never imagined that the creature had actually perished. This revelation left Lin Tian in profound incredulity, questioning whether he had misheard. Indeed, Master, Xiaoyan affirmed with a nod. The frost dragon is truly dead. Its corpse lies there. He stepped aside, revealing the lifeless body of the frost dragon for Lin Tian to see clearly. As Lin Tian beheld the corpse before him, a deep sense of disbelief clouded his eyes. How could Xiaoyan have possibly slain the frost dragon? Given Xiaoyan's current strength, it seemed utterly implausible for him to have achieved such a feat with a mind rife with confusion. Lin Tian gazed intently at Xiaoyan, furrowing his brow as he asked, Did you kill it? No, Xiaoyan responded without hesitation. With his present capabilities, it was nearly impossible for him to slay the frost dragon. Even a sneak attack would hardly suffice to bring it down. At most, he could have merely compelled it to flee. The frost dragon's formidable power was no trifling matter. Had it not been for the intervention of Hua, not only would Xiaoyan have been unable to slay the frost dragon, but he might have even met his own demise at its hands. Then how to die? Lin Tian inquired, his brow furrowed in perplexity, struggling to comprehend the situation. Why had the frost dragon suddenly perished and not at Xiaoyan's hand? I cannot disclose that, Xiaoyan replied, shaking his head. I made a promise not to reveal the details. Moreover, given your current strength, it is better for you not to know too much. It would serve you no benefit. Regarding Hua, revealing anything to Lin Tian would be ill-advised, as Xiaoyan was wary of the implications should inquiries arise. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Lin Tian chose not to pursue the matter further. Although a flicker of discontent lingered in his heart, he acknowledged the truth in Xiaoyan's statement. He was still too weak to deserve such knowledge. There are certain matters best left in ignorance. While Lin Tian remained silent, Xiaoyan continued, Master, you could upgrade the war chariot to become the ice dragon chariot. Xiaoyan's suggestion was straightforward. It involved utilizing the body of the frost giant dragon to enhance Lin Tian's war chariot, thereby elevating its power. In that era, the might of dragons was formidable, and their bodies served as excellent materials. If harnessed properly, this could indeed elevate Lin Tian's chariot to new heights. But how could this be accomplished? Previously, Lin Tian was aware that materials from ferocious beasts could be used to forge equipment. Yet he had never considered the possibility of employing them for a war chariot, nor did he know how to do so. The idea of crafting a chariot from a giant dragon was simply beyond his imagination. The war chariot possessed a soul function. Once activated, it could devour the souls of ferocious beasts to enhance itself, thereby inheriting the abilities of those beasts. What is this soul function? Why have I never heard of it before? Lin Tian looked at Xiaoyan in confusion. He He had never contemplated such matters and was indeed perplexed, unable to grasp the situation. In response, Xiaoyan quickly explained, "I'm not entirely certain either, master. You may inquire with the system." Regarding these topics, Xiaoyan had limited knowledge, and if Lin Tian sought to understand, he would have to consult the system, as Xiaoyan could not provide the answers. Much of his memory was fragmented, and he could not offer Lin Tian a satisfactory explanation. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Lin Tian promptly returned to the war chariot and asked, "System, what is this soul function? Why have I never encountered it?" Reply to the host. The soul function is a feature unlocked when the war chariot is upgraded to diamond level, allowing it to consume the souls of ferocious beasts for its own use. It required diamond level. Currently, he was still some distance away from achieving that rank, meaning it could not yet be activated. The body of the frost giant dragon was too large to be contained within his ring space. Perhaps it would be best to remain here and upgrade to diamond level before departing, Lin Tian mused quietly. With Xiaoyan's presence, he could unleash diamond level strength. Thus he need not fear danger and could linger here for a considerable time. Lin Tian opened the chat interface and discovered various trading information. After locating the trades he required, he reposted his purchase request. He then returned to face Xiaoyan, gazing at the colossal figure of the creature, and furrowed his brow as he inquired, "How do you possess such extensive knowledge?" Lin Tian recalled that when he first met Xiaoyan, it was merely a commonplace little lion, the most ordinary of its kind, not even a low-tier black iron ferocious beast. Although he had aided in its transformation into a ferocious beast, it seemed implausible that it could be so powerful and knowledgeable. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan gazed at Lin Tian, momentarily a loss for words. The matter at hand was something that Lin Tian could not be privy to, as it would serve no beneficial purpose for him. "I hope you do not deceive me. I wish to hear the truth." Contemplating these thoughts, Xiaoyan fell silent upon hearing Lin Tian's words, fixing his eyes on him, and said, "Master, I do not wish to mislead you. I am adversarial to the frost giant dragon. We are, in fact, sworn enemies, and neither of us hails from this realm." Chapter 127. We are all gods. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's statement, Lin Tian was enveloped in profound confusion. He questioned whether he had misheard. Did Xiaoyan just assert that he was not a being of this world? Was this a jest? Overwhelmed by uncertainty, Lin Tian furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean? You claim you are not a creature of this realm? What is the meaning of this? Are you not the Xiaoyan I rescued?" The only explanation that Lin Tian could fathom was the unsettling possibility of Xiaoyan being usurped. In swift response to Lin Tian's concerns, Xiaoyan shook his head vehemently, asserting, "Master, I am still Xiaoyan. I have not been usurped." Listening to Xiaoyan's explanation, Lin Tian could not suppress his frown, his eyes clouded with deep perplexity. "If you are indeed Xiaoyan, why then do you assert that you are not a being of this world? What is the truth of this matter?" Lin Tian's gaze remained fixed on Xiaoyan, patiently awaiting a clarification, sensing that a monumental secret lay concealed within, though its nature eluded him entirely. In that moment, he hoped for a satisfactory answer. Xiaoyan, returning Lin Tian's gaze, pondered momentarily before speaking, "Master, do you know what reincarnation is?" At these words, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiaoyan possessed knowledge of such concepts. After a brief pause, he tentatively asked, "Are you also a traveler from another world?" Upon hearing Lin Tian's inquiry, a look of confusion flickered in Xiaoyan's eyes as he frowned, questioning, "Traveler? Master, what does that mean?" At this juncture, Xiaoyan was utterly bewildered, having never encountered the term before, rendering him incapable of grasping its significance. Lin Tian's gaze remained fixed upon Xiaoyan, observing every nuance of his expression. Noting Xiaoyan's shake of the head to indicate ignorance, Lin Tian responded with a slight shake of his own, "It is of no consequence. How is it that you are aware of the concept of reincarnation?" To Lin Tian's understanding, those who possess knowledge of reincarnation are typically travelers, while the indigenous beings of this world would be unlikely to comprehend such a notion. Lin Tian gazed intently at Xiaoyan, patiently awaiting the latter's response. Should Xiaoyan be able to answer the question, Lin Tian would gain insight into what manner of being Xiaoyan truly was. Was he a traveler from another realm, or perhaps connected to one? "Master, although I am uncertain how you comprehend the concept of reincarnation or the essence of a traveler, I can assert that I am indeed a reincarnated individual." Xiaoyan spoke softly, Neither I nor the frost dragon belongs to this world. We hail from another realm. As for the nature of that place, I cannot articulate it clearly. According to this world's terminology, it is referred to as the divine realm. Xiao Yin raised his gaze towards the sky, as if the divine realm resided above the clouds. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Lin Tian felt a profound confusion wash over him. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you suggesting that you are a deity? Or perhaps a reincarnation of a deity sent to the lower realm to experience life?" Listening to Lin Tian, Xiao Yan gently shook his head and clarified, "Master, that is not the case. I did not descend to this realm for the sake of experience. To be precise, I died and then was reincarnated in the lower realm." Xiao Yan fell into contemplation, reminiscing about past events. Meanwhile, Lin Tian instinctively turned his gaze to the horizon. After a silence that felt interminable, he suddenly spoke. "The frost dragon is akin to you?" If Xiao Yan had come to the lower realm for experience, it stood to reason that the frost dragon shared a similar fate. Otherwise, their paths would not have crossed. Lin Tian pondered how Xiao Yan might have offended the frost dragon. In response, Xiao Yan shook his head, stating, "He is not. He descended to hunt me down." This revelation left Lin Tian even more bewildered. The frost dragon had come to pursue Xiao Yan? Surely this was no jest. Both were of the diamond rank. Why would one seek to eliminate the other? Was it possible that their ranks concealed an even greater power? Yet, the combat prowess displayed by both Xiao Yan and the frost dragon had only been at the diamond level, leaving Lin Tian perplexed. Observing Lin Tian's silence, Xiao Yan continued, "In truth, we were once gods, each with our own master. However, in pursuit of a higher realm, the frost dragon killed his master." "What?" Lin Tian's eyes widened in shock, his gaze fixated on the frost dragon. Disbelief etched across his features. He questioned whether he had misheard. The two had once been companions, and yet the frost dragon had slain his own master. How could this be? Lin Tian stared at Xiao Yan, incredulous, doubting whether Xiao Yan was deceiving him. How could a battle pet possibly slay its own master? From any perspective, this seems highly improbable. Take myself and Xiao Yan as an example. Xiao Yan's power far surpasses my own. However, even if Xiao Yan wished to take my life, it would come at a tremendous cost, potentially even leading to his own demise. Similarly, should the frost dragon desire to slay its master, it too would incur significant repercussions. Lin Tian's gaze was fixed upon Xiao Yan, his eyes filled with skepticism as he furrowed his brow and questioned, "Are you jesting?" In that moment, Lin Tian instinctively sensed that Xiao Yan was merely making light of the situation, that this was not a reality to be taken seriously. Xiao Yan met Lin Tian's gaze and shook his head, affirming, "Master, I am not deceiving you." Yet Lin Tian remained unconvinced and retorted, "But a battle pet wishing to harm its master must pay a heavy price, does it not? Surely the frost dragon has faced such a cost?" Xiao Yan nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, it has paid a price, though not excessively severe. I do not know from where it acquired a formation that forcibly severed our contract. It did suffer a backlash. Yet the consequences were not too dire. Merely its physical form was annihilated. I should have perished alongside my master, but before his demise, he dissolved our bond. Though I miraculously survived, I am left with little more than fragments of my soul and memories. Without my master, I would not have awakened." Chapter 128. The frost dragon is edible. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Lin Tian was engulfed in profound confusion. He gazed intently at Xiao Yan, meticulously reflecting on the implications of his words. In an instant, understanding dawned upon him. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you implying that my awakening is entirely contingent upon you? That it was I who facilitated your revival?" Xiao Yan nodded gently, affirming, "Yes, that's precisely it, Master." This revelation left Lin Tian even more bewildered. He scrutinized Xiao Yan, his eyes brimming with perplexity, struggling to comprehend the situation. It appeared that he had not truly aided Xiao Yan in any significant way. Why then did Xiao Yan believe that his own awakening was linked to him? Reflecting on his past actions, he realized that none were directly connected to Xiao Yan. In that moment, Lin Tian's heart was steeped in confusion. At that juncture, a message from Bai Shui unexpectedly arrived. "Lin Tian, I have received the platinum engine you requested." Upon opening the message, Lin Tian discovered that Xiao Shui had procured the platinum-grade engine for him. A wave of joy surged within Lin Tian as he gazed at the nearly defunct battle vehicle and promptly commanded, "Upgrade to the platinum-grade engine immediately." With the successful activation of his talent, Lin Tian's engine instantaneously transformed into a diamond-grade marvel. Before him materialized an engine that sparkled like countless stars, reminiscent of the cosmos itself. "Master, is this a diamond-class engine?" Xiao Yan gazed in disbelief at the diamond-class engine that had materialized in Lin Tian's hands, utterly astonished that Lin Tian possessed such a remarkable piece of machinery. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Lin Tian nodded gently and replied, "Indeed, this is the diamond-class engine." He then commanded the system to install the diamond-class engine. Lin Tian turned his attention to the derelict war vehicle and promptly fitted the diamond-class engine, which subsequently enhanced the restoration progress of the entire vehicle. The engine is the heart of the war machine. With it, even if everything else were to fail, one could still escape this place. However, the diamond engine merely provided propulsion. Other components still required repair. Yet, with mobility restored, Lin Tian's gaze shifted forward as he declared, "Let's first investigate the frost dragon." Though the corpse of the frost dragon was visible from afar, it lay at least a kilometer away, presenting a considerable distance to traverse. Moreover, with Chunhao injured, covering such a distance seemed nearly impossible. Furthermore, the remains of the frost dragon could only be utilized by the war vehicle and would not elicit much reaction from him. Returning to the vehicle, Lin Tian started it up, and they made their unsteady way to the frost dragon's corpse. The remains lay before them, blue blood seeping into the icy expanse, rendering the already frigid landscape even colder. Lin Tian fixated on the frost dragon, his eyes narrowing slightly, a glint of coldness flickering within them. Although he had yet to examine it closely, his instinct suggested that this frost dragon was formidable. Even in death, its corpse represented a tremendous fortune. If utilized correctly, it could yield immense wealth, precisely the kind of treasure Lin Tian cherished. How should he handle this frost dragon now? Lin Tian turned to Xiao Yan for guidance, as he had never encountered a being as powerful as the frost dragon before, leaving him uncertain about the appropriate course of action. After a brief silence, Xiao Yan glanced at the frost dragon and inquired, "Master, are you afraid of the frost dragon's essence? That is a true divine dragon." Although they had already provoked the frost dragon's essence when Hua defeated it, Xiao Yan was eager to gauge Lin Tian's reaction. How would Lin Tian react to the slaying of the frost dragon? Would he fear incurring its wrath? If Lin Tian were frightened, they would be in grave peril. For Hua was Lin Tian's battle companion, and the essence of the frost dragon had already developed a hatred for him. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's question, Lin Tian responded without a trace of hesitation, "Why should I be afraid? If you truly succumb to fear, will your adversary spare you?" Having traversed this world for quite some time, Lin Tian has encountered numerous experiences. As for fear, it indeed exists within him. However, when confronted by an enemy, Lin Tian has never known what it means to be afraid. He understands clearly that even if he were to feel fear, his opponent would not show him mercy. Given this reality, what is there left to fear? He would rather engage in a direct confrontation, fighting to the bitter end, even if it leads to his demise. After addressing Xiao Yan's inquiry, Lin Tian suddenly pondered something, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Why do you suddenly bring this up?" From Lin Tian's perspective, it seemed unlikely that Xiao Yan would pose such a question without ulterior motives. Could it be that Xiao Yan had some warning to convey? "Master, the frost giant dragon is of diamond rank, and not just any ordinary diamond rank. Its flesh can significantly enhance your strength. It may even elevate you to the pinnacle of gold," Xiao Yan declared. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes brightened instantly. He had been contemplating ways to bolster his power, striving to reach a higher realm. He had never expected that someone would proactively assist him in enhancing his strength at this moment. Overwhelmed with joy, he immediately inquired, "How can I achieve this? Must I consume it?" Lin Tian glanced once more at the frost giant dragon, which was immensely massive, seemingly weighing at least 100 tons. He mused that if he were to consume it alone, it would take an eternity. Nevertheless, just a fleeting glance made him gulp. The flesh of the frost giant dragon was tantalizing, compelling him to lunge forward and take a hearty bite. Xiao Yan responded, "Indeed, every part of the frost giant dragon is a treasure. Its flesh can enhance your strength, while its hide and bones can elevate the grade of your armor." Lin Tian turned his gaze towards the frost giant dragon, drawing his knife and aiming a fierce strike at it. Crack! The golden blade shattered instantly. Chapter 129. The blood of the frost giant dragon, is it truly that resilient? Staring at the two broken pieces of the golden knife in his hand, Lin Tian was utterly bewildered, his eyes filled with disbelief. The sudden turn of events left him dazed, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Looking at the fractured golden knife on the ground, he helplessly turned to Xiao Yin and remarked, "How am I to deal with this? This hide is indestructible. Even a golden knife cannot penetrate its dragon scales, and I currently possess no more formidable weapon." Thus, Lin Tian found himself at a loss. His gaze fixed on Xiao Yin as he awaited a response, eager to see if Xiao Yin had a solution. At this moment, he found himself utterly helpless. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Xiao Yin promptly responded, "Master, allow me to handle this." Without further ado, Xiao Yin advanced to confront the frost giant dragon, striking its scales with a powerful claw, shattering them with ease. The sharp talons also pierced the dragon's skin, revealing its interior flesh, which was entirely blue, starkly contrasting with human blood and radiating a captivating azure glow. The blood that fell to the ground intensified the coldness of the already frigid surroundings, enveloping Lin Tian, who, despite being a golden-level warrior equipped with a temperature-regulating stone, felt an overwhelming chill. Instinctively, he took a step back, maintaining a cautious distance from the frost giant dragon. The atmosphere was too icy, and he yearned to escape this place. Noticing Lin Tian's demeanor, Xiao Yin furrowed his brow and inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" Xiao Yin was somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend Lin Tian's sudden retreat. Why, in a seemingly calm situation, would he step back? Could it be that the frost giant dragon presented some hidden threat? Xiao Yan's gaze shifted back to the dragon, which was unmistakably lifeless, devoid of any imminent danger, leaving him puzzled about Lin Tian's intentions. "It's exceedingly cold here. The dragon's blood chills me to the bone," Lin Tian remarked, his brow knitted in concern. He sensed a perilous aura emanating from the frost giant dragon's blood, reminiscent of liquid nitrogen from his past life. Any contact could result in severe frostbite. For the sake of his own survival, he resolved to maintain a safe distance, even if it was merely a corpse. Failing to do so might endanger him in unforeseen ways. He could not afford to act recklessly. Listening to Lin Tian's words, Xiao Yin felt a twinge of confusion, struggling to understand the situation. In his view, the frost giant dragon was already dead. The blood flowing from it posed no threat to him. In a moment of bewilderment, Xiao Yin stepped forward and took a sip of the dragon's blood. Instantly, a wave of chilling energy surged within him, igniting a fierce blaze around his body, which fervently scorched the icy blood. The cold liquid inflicted no harm upon Xiao Yin. Instead, it transformed into nourishing sustenance within him. As he sensed the changes in his body, satisfaction gleamed in Xiao Yan's eyes. As Lin Tian ingested the blood of the frost dragon, he became acutely aware of the terrifying icy energy it contained. Even beings of platinum rank would struggle to withstand such power, and his master, Lin Tian, was merely of golden rank. Consuming this blood would undoubtedly have a profound impact on him. In that moment, Lin Tian understood that he must not partake of this blood. Little Yin, too, realized why Lin Tian instinctively took a step back upon encountering it. The blood truly posed a significant threat to him. "Master, allow me to assist you with this blood," Little Yin thought, eager to express the importance of the blood, which might even enable Lin Tian to break through to the platinum rank. However, the icy energy within was exceedingly potent, and a moment's carelessness could endanger Lin Tian's life. Thus, Little Yin hoped to devise a solution for the predicament. Yet, instinctively, as Little Yin concluded his thought, he suddenly grasped the situation. Being a flame beast, he inherently commanded fire, and with the presence of Fire Brother within Lin Tian's body, he could assist in refining the frost dragon's icy blood. Thus, at this juncture, Lin Tian was indeed capable of absorbing the cold blood. With this realization, Little Yin ceased his hesitation, concentrating his formidable energy to envelop the frost dragon's blood in flames, fervently refining it and dissipating its icy energy. Once a substantial portion of that energy was consumed, he presented the refined blood to Lin Tian, stating, "Master, it is now safe to consume. While some icy energy remains, it should not harm you." Little Yan's words trailed off as he hesitated to continue. However, Lin Tian observed all of little Yan's actions and, sensing his unease, understood that there was more to be said. Without delay, he encouraged, "Please, speak freely." Lin Tian felt an underlying secret in little Yan's demeanor, suspecting that the frost dragon's blood still harbored dangers, yet little Yan refrained from disclosing them. It was unclear whether it was reluctance or an inability to articulate his concerns. Little Yan had initially withheld his thoughts, fearing it might deter Lin Tian from consuming the dragon's blood, which could ultimately affect his strength. However, confronted with Lin Tian's inquiry and the need for transparency, he resolved to voice his concerns. "Master, there remains a fragment of icy energy within the dragon's blood. While it poses no threat to your life, it may bring you considerable suffering. I fear you may not be able to endure it." Little Yin spoke softly, conveying the trepidation that lay in his heart. Although the residual icy energy would not endanger a golden-ranked being, it could still inflict significant pain, thereby impacting Lin Tian's overall well-being. He worried that if Lin Tian were to learn of this, he might refuse to consume the frost dragon's blood, ultimately jeopardizing his own power. Thus, the reluctance to disclose the truth to Lin Tian stemmed from this very reason. Even if Lin Tian were to confront him later, he would remain resolutely silent. Chapter 130. Strength Enhancement in the Late Golden Stage. Once Lin Tian comprehended the situation, he no longer hesitated and promptly consumed the substance. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Tian's speed was astonishing, leaving him no time to react. By the time he regained his wits, Lin Tian had already ingested the frost dragon's blood. He wished to say more, but it was far too late. The taste was surprisingly pleasant. After finishing the frost giant dragon's blood, Lin Tian wiped his lips, which were stained blue. The flavor of the frost dragon's blood was delightful, surpassing any beverage Lin Tian had ever tasted, compelling him to crave another sip. With this thought in mind, Lin Tian turned to Xiao Yan and requested, "Bring me more." The blood of the frost dragon was a substantial supplement for him, and he needed to secure it without delay. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan instinctively shook his head, saying, "Master, your body is too weak." Before Xiao Yan could finish, Lin Tian was suddenly engulfed by excruciating pain, instinctively releasing a cry of agony. A terrifying energy erupted from within him, sweeping over his entire being, as a heart-wrenching pain overwhelmed Lin Tian. This immense suffering tore through him mercilessly. Faced with such a formidable force, he had no opportunity to resist. In a moment, Lin Tian writhed on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. The pain felt akin to ancient ice, relentlessly enveloping him, and he was utterly at a loss on how to combat this terrifying energy. He shivered violently, his teeth chattering, trying to speak, but no sound emerged. The chilling temperatures made Lin Tian feel as if his very soul trembled, and the agonizing pain rendered him voiceless. The intensity of his suffering soon caused darkness to envelop his vision, and he lost consciousness. Observing Lin Tian's unconscious form, Xiao Yan softly remarked, "Brother Hua, it is your turn to intervene. You have been too impulsive." Suddenly, a voice resonated from within Lin Tian's body. It was Hua's voice. In an instant, flames erupted from Lin Tian's still form, engulfing him entirely, melting the ice that clung to him and gradually raising his body temperature. There was no choice. Their enemies were too formidable, and their talents limited. They could only strive to enhance their master's strength. The stronger their master became, the more secure their future would be. In the face of Hua's inquiry, Xiao Yan exhibited no signs of retreat, as this represented their current opportunity, and Lin Tian was their final chance. They felt compelled to exert every effort to enhance Lin Tian's strength. Only by augmenting his abilities could they hope for a better chance of survival. Otherwise, their demise was unequivocally assured. Previously, Xiao Yan, who had been vocal about his fiery spirit, fell into a reflective silence upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. As he harbored similar thoughts, at that moment, nothing else occupied his mind. They had become entrenched in their circumstances, with little hope for a promising future. Lin Tian's emergence was their greatest prospect. Should Lin Tian's power be amplified, there remained a possibility of navigating through the impending crises. Otherwise, survival was utterly implausible. "I shall ensure the safety of the master," Fire declared, as the flames enveloping Lin Tian gradually subsided, restoring his body temperature to normal. Once all was settled, Firefire's figure began to fade, yet not before imparting a final piece of advice to Xiaoyan. As long as they could enhance Lin Tian's strength, they must exert every effort to do so, for he would safeguard Lin Tian's life. "Thank you, Brother Fire," Xiaoyan expressed, his heart brimming with joy at such a promise. He had long awaited this assurance. To secure Lin Tian's safety, he recognized that it could only be ensured through battle, as he could not inhabit Lin Tian's body like Fire could. Being a beast, he had a physical form, while Fire, as an elemental entity, lacked a corporeal identity. The distinction between the two was profound and significant. At that moment, reliance on Fire for Lin Tian's protection was imperative. It seemed Fire had not heard Xiaoyan's response, offering no further reply, instead observing the scene with calm detachment. Time passed, and, eventually, Lin Tian awoke from his unconsciousness. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was engulfed in pain and confusion, struggling to comprehend his situation. "Master, you are awake," Fire exclaimed, a wave of joy washing over him at Lin Tian's revival. Lin Tian's gaze fell upon Fire, his eyes clouded with bewilderment, and he furrowed his brow, inquiring, "How did I end up here?" At this moment, Lin Tian realized he was not on a boundless ice plain, but rather within a vast cavern, where a campfire flickered, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that Xiaoyan was responsible for all of this? "Master, it is quite safe here, fear not. This is the meat of a frost dragon," Fire explained, presenting a piece of roasted frost dragon meat to Lin Tian. The enticing color and aromatic scent of the meat made Lin Tian's mouth water. Since his arrival on the ice plains, he had not tasted a morsel of roasted meat. At this moment, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. His stomach growled with hunger as he gazed at the roasted frost dragon meat before him, without a moment's hesitation. He seized it and began to devour it voraciously. As the dragon meat entered his stomach, it transformed into energy, gradually fortifying Lin Tian's limbs and bones. This meat was far gentler than dragon blood, causing Lin Tian no discomfort whatsoever. In his perplexity, Lin Tian turned to Xiaoyan and inquired, "Why does drinking dragon blood make me feel unwell, yet consuming dragon meat elicits no significant reaction?" Upon scrutinizing himself, he found no signs of discomfort, which only deepened his curiosity about the matter. Xiaoyan, having anticipated Lin Tian's question, nodded slightly and replied, "This is because your strength has already ascended to the mid-golden tier." With a sudden realization, Lin Tian instinctively assessed his own power and discovered that he had indeed progressed from the mid-golden tier to the late golden tier, significantly stronger than before. Chapter 131. Conditions for upgrading to platinum. Congratulations, Master, on your advancement to the late golden tier. Xiaoyan had been by Lin Tian's side, steadfastly guarding him throughout. Seeing Lin Tian's considerable elevation in strength filled him with joy. Lin Tian clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming sense of confidence as he recognized his newfound strength. Drawing a deep breath, he turned to Xiaoyan and asked, "If I continue consuming, could I possibly break through to platinum?" The distinction between golden and platinum levels was substantial. Previously, when he was merely at the mid-golden tier, he had been powerless against even the early-stage platinum beasts. Golden and platinum were fundamentally different realms. Although Lin Tian had now reached the late golden tier, he felt that he was still no more significant than an ant in the presence of a true platinum being. Upon hearing Lin Tian's inquiry, Xiaoyan fell into silence, refraining from answering. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Master, I believe that even if you were to consume the entire frost dragon, it would still be unlikely for you to ascend to platinum." At this statement, Lin Tian was filled with confusion and gazed at Xiaoyan, asking, "Why is that? I merely consumed some blood and meat to advance from mid-golden to late golden. Why can't I elevate to platinum even after consuming all the dragon meat and blood?" His eyes turned towards the colossal frost dragon, stretching hundreds of meters long. He realized that it would take an eternity to consume it all. In Lin Tian's estimation, to finish the frost dragon would require at least several years. How could it be that such an extended period would not suffice to reach the platinum realm? "Master, prior to attaining platinum status, one merely requires energy support. However, beyond that threshold, certain special conditions must be met. Each ascension thereafter necessitates unique prerequisites. If the master wishes to ascend to platinum, one must conquer the dragon soul." At this juncture, Xiaoyan paused, refraining from divulging further details. as the ensuing matters were fraught with peril. He did not wish for Lin Tian to become embroiled in such dangers. Yet at that moment, Lin Tian was consumed by immense curiosity and yearned to uncover the truth. Fixing his gaze upon Xiaoyan, he urged, "Please continue." Although he was a traverser and possessed a system, his knowledge was quite limited. Most matters required elucidation from Xiaoyan. Upon hearing Lin Tian's request, Xiaoyan did not respond immediately. Instead, he remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "Master, do you truly wish to know?" Xiaoyan needed to ascertain Lin Tian's willingness to confront the inherent risks, as revealing this information could potentially expose him to grave danger. If Lin Tian harbored any fear of peril, it would be prudent to withhold the truth from him. "Please continue," Lin Tian insisted without hesitation. His intrigue regarding this world was profound, and everything here was shrouded in mystery for him. Thus, he fixed his gaze on Xiaoyan, patiently awaiting his response, eager to discern what revelations might shape his future. Upon hearing Lin Tian's determination to know, Xiaoyan ceased his concealment and continued. "Once you conquer the dragon soul of the frost giant, you will be able to ascend to platinum status. Alternatively, you may clear a platinum-level dungeon to achieve the same. However, Master, your current strength is merely at the golden level, and the frost giant will not detect you. Should you elevate your power again, there exists a risk of exposure." Xiaoyan softly articulated the entire sequence of events for Lin Tian's understanding. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian comprehended Xiaoyan's concerns. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively asked, "Can gods traverse this world?" Faced with the concept of deities, he felt utterly powerless, resigned to a passive stance. Yet, if gods were unable to enter this realm, then there was no cause for alarm. "What?" Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback by Lin Tian's inquiry. He had not anticipated such a question. After a brief silence, he finally replied, "Based on my understanding, gods should not be able to enter this world. The mightiest of this world is merely a legend." Xiaoyan organized his thoughts and quickly provided Lin Tian with a satisfactory response. Once Lin Tian received the answers he sought, he ceased his inquiries, speaking without hesitation. "Since even the divine cannot approach, what is there to fear? If they wish to come, let them do so. I shall await them here." Lin Tian's visage remained impassive, devoid of any trace of trepidation. Having already offended, he resolved to persist in his defiance until the end. "Then, my lord, please continue your consumption. Once your power reaches the pinnacle of gold, we may depart from this place." Xiaoyan continued to guard Lin Tian, refraining from interruption. "Bai Shui, how is the collection of materials progressing?" Lin Tian inquired as he returned to the armored vehicle and opened the system interface. During this period, he had been exceedingly busy and had entrusted these tasks to Bai Shui, unaware if she had procured the necessary items. "I have acquired some," Bai Shui promptly responded, sending over the components, which consisted of simple parts, but the core components had yet to be found. Lin Tian expressed no frustration. Instead, he softly urged, "Continue." He understood that leaving this place would require time and a gradual accumulation of resources. With Xiaoyan's diamond-level protection, he had no concerns for his safety, and dragon meat served as his sustenance, alleviating any fears of hunger. In the ensuing days, Lin Tian occupied himself with either refining dragon meat or journeying toward it. A mere fortnight swiftly passed, and he had consumed a significant portion of the dragon meat. Gazing at the remaining two-thirds, incredulity filled Lin Tian's eyes. He had anticipated that depleting this supply would take years, yet his digestive prowess was astonishingly potent, surpassing his expectations. Chapter 132. The Wrath of the Frost Dragon King in the Divine Realm. Atop Divine Dragon Mountain, a roar resounded. The Dragon King's bellow reverberated throughout the mountain, compelling countless dragons to instinctively gaze skyward. That was the abode of the Dragon King, high above the clouds. What could have stirred the Dragon King to such fury? The myriad dragons looked upward, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Dragon King, their eyes reflecting profound confusion. The Dragon King's might was terrifying, pressing down upon them with an intensity that left them almost incapable of resistance. The Dragon King was a true deity. Countless dragons were perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Their Dragon King was within the Dragon King's palace. Why had he suddenly erupted with such wrath? "Damnable ants, I shall eradicate you." The voice of the Frost Dragon King echoed throughout Divine Dragon Mountain, drawing the gazes of innumerable dragons toward the Dragon King's palace. Sensing the terrifying pressure from their king, countless dragons prostrated themselves upon the ground. In the next moment, a phantom of a frost dragon soared forth from the Dragon Emperor's palace, casting its gaze over the expanse of the earth. With a cold voice, it addressed the multitude of dragons below, were the fire dragon and the black dragon. "At your command," responded the summoned black dragon and fire dragon, hastening to stand before the frost dragon emperor. They bowed their heads, daring not to meet the gaze of their sovereign, an exalted being whose presence demanded reverence. Countless dragons lay prostrate on the ground, too fearful to raise their heads or even make the slightest movement. You are to immediately proceed to the human realm. Should you encounter any remnants of the human race, you must eradicate them. The human realm? Annihilate the humans? The black dragon and fire dragon exchanged bewildered glances upon receiving the directive. Had not the human race been extinguished long ago? What could possibly warrant the Dragon Emperor's insistence on their extermination? The two divine dragons were deeply perplexed, yet dared not defy the orders of the Frost Dragon Emperor. The moment the Emperor spoke, they were bound to carry out the command unconditionally. "Yes, Your Majesty." Regardless of the nature of the decree, they were compelled to act without hesitation. Without further ado, the fire dragon and the black dragon approached the portal to the human realm. As they gazed at the entrance, the fire dragon furrowed his brow and inquired, "Black dragon, why do you think the Emperor has commanded us to obliterate the humans? Did they not perish 100,000 years ago? The lifespan of our kind spans at least 10,000 years, and with the enhancement of strength, it can extend to 100,000 years or even millions. A century ago, the human race incurred the wrath of our Emperor and was subsequently annihilated. Thus, there should be no remnants of them in the current world. The battle of that era was one they had witnessed firsthand, having seen every last human obliterated. Perhaps a few managed to escape, the black dragon pondered. But they are merely humans. A false dragon could easily eradicate them. The black dragon, too, was confused. They were true dragons, beings of power surpassing the diamond tier. The once mighty human warriors had been vanquished, and the current humans were feeble, posing no threat that required their intervention. There could scarcely be any who exceeded diamond status among them. "Let us first investigate the human realm," the fire dragon murmured. The Emperor's command had been issued, and they must comply, lest they incur the Emperor's wrath and face dire consequences. As the two dragons conversed, they disappeared into the portal, vanishing from sight. In the Dragon Emperor's palace atop Divine Dragon Mountain, the lingering spirit of the Frost Dragon roared silently with fury. "Those accursed humans! I shall have your bodies torn asunder. You have destroyed my reincarnation, and for that, you must die." In its quest for revival, it sought a vessel in the human realm, confident that with cultivation, it could reclaim its former glory. In no more than a fleeting 10,000 years, he could ascend to his former pinnacle once again. However, he never anticipated that his reincarnated self would be obliterated by a mere human. Astonishingly, that very human even consumed his reincarnated form. The infernal flame, Divine Lion. Do not expect to return to the divine realm. In the span of a fortnight, Lin Tian's armored vehicle had undergone significant repairs. It had regained its power and was poised for departure at any moment. Rising to brush off the dust from his attire, Lin Tian declared, "Let us seek out the treasure chest and explore the realm of breakthroughs." At present, his strength stood at the peak of gold, merely a step away from ascending to platinum. The only opportunity for him to elevate his realm lay within the confines of the Platinum Secret Realm. With the presence of Xiao Yan, Lin Tian felt little trepidation regarding his ability to navigate the secret realm. His primary focus was to locate the treasure chest and acquire the materials necessary to restore the armored vehicle completely. This was the plan Lin Tian had meticulously crafted for himself. "Very well," Xiao Yan responded without further ado, returning to the passenger seat. A position once occupied by Hua Hua, now claimed by Xiao Yan. Observing Xiao Yan's demeanor, Lin Tian softly murmured, "I wonder when Hua Hua will be revived." Throughout this time, Lin Tian had been preoccupied with thoughts of Hua Hua, continuously seeking opportunities for his resurrection. Yet, with his own survival uncertain, he lacked the capacity to protect Hua Hua. Thus, despite Lin Tian's fervent desire to revive Hua Hua, he found himself utterly powerless in the moment. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Xiao Yan instinctively wished to respond, to inform Lin Tian that Hua Gu resided within him. However, in an instant, Xiao Yan fell silent. He understood well that Hua Hua did not wish for Lin Tian to know. Had Huahua been inclined to share, he would have made his presence known long ago. Perhaps, should Lin Tian encounter peril in the future, Huahua would then reveal himself. For now, it was best to remain oblivious. After all, when the time came, if Lin Tian were to discover the truth, he could attribute it to Huahua's guidance. As Lin Tian settled into the armored vehicle, he was suddenly alerted by the blaring of a red warning signal. Warning: endure until the legendary colossal dragon emerges. An apocalyptic crisis looms. This message reverberated throughout the entire survival world, reaching every survivor. In an instant, disbelief enveloped the realm, as all gazes reflected profound incredulity. Upon hearing the alarm, Lin Tian instinctively surveyed his surroundings, glancing at the vehicle's radar, which was now of diamond grade, significantly superior to the previous platinum-grade radar. Yet, Lin Tian found no anomalies displayed upon it. Within a 10-mile radius, not a single unknown entity was visible, not even a hint of danger. Master, the frost dragon has made its move. It has sent its subordinates, Xiao Yin promptly explained upon witnessing the situation. Chapter 133. The legendary dragon. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's response, Lin Tian found himself momentarily bewildered. He stared at Xiao Yan, struggling to comprehend the situation. After a brief pause, he inquired, "What do you mean? Did you not assert that the frost dragon cannot traverse from the divine realm to the mortal realm? How could it possibly interfere in our affairs? If it were merely an ordinary dragon, even one of diamond rank, Lin Tian would not have pondered so deeply. Yet, he was utterly astonished to learn that it was, in fact, a legendary dragon, merely a step away from ascending to the mythical tier. Such a formidable being certainly exceeded Lin Tian's understanding. What does it mean to confront a legendary entity? He could hardly fathom how he would contend with such a presence. In response, Xiao Yin shook his head and remarked, "Master, while deities cannot descend to the mortal realm, beings beneath them certainly can. However, it comes at a cost, and their powers will be suppressed." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian replied, "Even with their powers curtailed, they remain legendary beings of immense strength. Currently, there should be no creature in the mortal realm capable of opposing them, correct? What sacrifices must they make?" At this juncture, Lin Tian was acutely aware that no creature in the mortal realm could stand against a legendary being. He pondered the necessary sacrifices they must undertake. Xiao Yin, shaking his head, responded, "I am not entirely sure of the specifics. However, due to the suppression of their powers and their status as beings not of this realm, they cannot act freely." Xiao Yin quickly provided his insight. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes brightened, as if a glimmer of hope had surfaced. He eagerly exclaimed, "So you mean they cannot act at will? That ensures our safety, does it not? If they cannot act freely, then we have little to fear. We can proceed with our plans without concern." Observing Lin Tian's sudden sense of relief, Xiao Yin surmised his thoughts and cautioned, "Master, while they may not strike first, it does not imply they will refrain from inciting other beings to act on their behalf. If it were merely diamond-tier beings, I might manage, but those above that rank are beyond my capability." Xiao Yin spoke with calmness, articulating his innermost thoughts. Lin Tian, however, displayed little emotional turbulence. As long as it was not two legendary dragons engaging in conflict, he felt little apprehension. If they were to challenge him, he would confront them directly. It was of little consequence. In that moment, the entire chat group erupted with excitement. "Have you heard? There exists a legendary being. Goodness, a legendary being? That is merely a step away from ascending to the mythical." The chat channel buzzed with excitement as participants speculated about the legendary dragon. What are we worried about? The system merely indicated the existence of a legendary being. It never stated that it intended to engage us. Exactly, it hasn't threatened us. So what is there to fear? Lin Tian, esteemed one, do you have any insights into this matter? Do you think this legendary being is somehow connected to Lin Tian? Many in the channel speculated that Lin Tian was involved, given that he often orchestrated events within the game. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was engrossed in conversation with Xiao Yin, seeking opportunities to ascend to platinum status while searching for scattered chests. However, Bai Shui, upon seeing the messages, couldn't help but envision Lin Tian's figure. Whispering to herself, could this truly be related to Lin Tian? At that moment, an instinctive feeling arose within Bai Shui that the situation was indeed tied to Lin Tian. After all, it seemed improbable that anyone else could conjure such an occurrence. Without hesitation, she reached out to him. Esteemed one, is the legendary dragon connected to you? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback by Shue's message, filled with curiosity and confusion. How did you come to know this? He asked, bewildered. He struggled to comprehend how Bai Shui had obtained this information. Could she have been monitoring him? That seemed unlikely, as they had never met, and she had never provided him with any special items that would suggest surveillance. So, how'd she learn of this? Bai Shui, while suspecting Lin Tian's involvement, still held a degree of uncertainty. Upon hearing his response, disbelief washed over her. Even though she had entertained the idea earlier, it was hard to fathom now. Esteemed one, is this truly connected to you? How did you offend a legendary being? Her disbelief lingered as she stared at his message, struggling to grasp the situation. Previously, Lin Tian had crossed paths with a platinum-level entity, which had already seemed incredible. Now, to think he had provoked a legendary being was astonishing. How did you come to know this? Lin Tian did not elaborate further. Defeating a diamond-level entity was indeed an extraordinary feat at this stage. Players can at most defeat those at the gold level, and encounters with platinum-level opponents are exceedingly rare. Without the assistance of Xiaoyan, it would be impossible for me to overcome a platinum-level foe. Therefore, there is no need for extensive explanations, as doing so would only complicate matters. I shall simply inform Bai Shui that it was merely an inadvertently triggered quest. Bai Shui, not probing further, promptly remarked that the chat channel was rife with suspicions linking this incident to me. It was only upon viewing the information in the chat channel that I began to suspect my involvement. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian immediately opened the chat channel, and the multitude of messages flooded his vision. A wave of embarrassment washed over him as he found himself at a loss for words. He never anticipated that these individuals would suspect his connection to the matter. It seems prudent to adopt a more discreet approach in the future. Chapter 134. Black Dragon. Are humans so weak? In the past, I had been too ostentatious, and now, even my attempts to be inconspicuous feel futile. Lin Tian murmured softly, resignedly closing the chat channel. At this moment, he had no desire to provide any explanations, for he understood that the events had already transpired, and any attempt at clarification would be futile. It would be wiser to feign ignorance, diligently collect his platinum-level components, and strive to repair his armored vehicle, aspiring to elevate it to diamond level. Within a vast dragon valley, the black dragon and the flame dragon made their appearance. Their colossal forms loomed like massive hills. Before them stood several gigantic dragons, the majority of whom were of the platinum level, with only one or two reaching diamond level. Ancestors, what commands do you have? The Dragon King gazed at the flame dragon and black dragon, his eyes filled with profound trepidation. They had never anticipated the arrival of these two dragons at this moment. Given their power, they were not of this world. Why had they come here? The black dragon fixed its gaze upon the Dragon King, its expression impassive as it spoke. We have come to discern whether humanity still exists in this realm. The Dragon King, taken aback, struggled to comprehend the black dragon's intent. He expressed his confusion. Ancestor, has not the human race been extinguished by our dragon clan? It is unlikely that any remnants of humanity remain in the present world. They presided over the entire dragon lineage, and due to the dragon's proclivity for slumber, they had remained in the Dragon Mountain, seldom venturing beyond its confines. Thus, they were not well informed about current affairs in the human world. However, within their understanding, humanity had been entirely obliterated by their clan. Uncertain of the motives behind the ancestors' inquiry, the Dragon King pondered their intentions. I know about that ancestor, a gold-level thunder dragon suddenly interjected. Its strength is not particularly formidable, yet it is enveloped in a tempest of lightning, a veritable thunder dragon. Oh, the black dragon, upon hearing this, directed its gaze towards the young thunder dragon and inquired, have you encountered humans? All the dragons instinctively turned their eyes towards the young thunder dragon, their expressions filled with confusion. They had never heard of, nor even laid eyes upon, the human race. How could this young thunder dragon possess such knowledge? Could it be that it had secretly ventured out? The young thunder dragon, rather than responding immediately, shifted its gaze to the Dragon King, the sovereign of the dragon kin, who had previously decreed that dragons must not leave the Dragon Mountain lightly. By departing from the Dragon Mountain, the young thunder dragon had indeed defied the Dragon King's edict, which would warrant punishment. At that moment, fear gripped its heart, rendering it hesitant to speak further. The black dragon, observing this exchange, swiftly comprehended the situation. With an expression devoid of emotion, it commanded, "Speak." Simultaneously, a legendary aura of draconic power surged forth, causing all the dragons to prostrate themselves upon ground. The black dragon, an ancient entity, wielded an absolute dominance over them through its bloodline. In its presence, they possessed no capacity to resist. "What are you lingering for? Hurry and inform the ancestor." The Dragon King, witnessing this scene, was struck with terror. It urgently urged the young Thunder Dragon to disclose the matter to the Black Dragon. If the Black Dragon was not informed soon, they risked being crushed under its overwhelming might. "Yes, I have seen humans," the Thunder Dragon replied, no longer daring to say more, promptly nodding in affirmation of its encounter with humanity. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King interjected, "The ancestor is present. You must not speak carelessly. The human race has long been extinguished. How could you possibly have seen them?" Since ascending to the throne as Dragon King, it had not witnessed any humans for over 10,000 years. Meanwhile, the Thunder Dragon had only existed for a mere 500 years. How could it have encountered humanity? Such a notion was utterly implausible. The other dragons, upon hearing this, were also filled with trepidation. Should the Black Dragon ancestor become enraged, it would pose a fatal threat to them. The wrath of the Dragonkin would bring about severe repercussions. "Dragon King, I do not deceive the ancestor. I truly saw humans," the Thunder Dragon asserted. They were seated within metallic contraptions, moving with remarkable speed. The Black Dragon and the Flame Dragon immediately understood the implication. The metallic constructs piloted by the humans were, in fact, automobiles. Only humans possessed the ingenuity to create such marvels. No other race had such capabilities. The Black Dragon regarded the Thunder Dragon and asked, "You discovered humans. How did you manage to return unharmed? Did they not slay you?" The Thunder Dragon, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Ancestor, those humans are like ants. I could easily crush them with a single swipe. Even if I stand still, they could never slay me." The Thunder Dragon exuded absolute confidence. His gaze filled with perplexity as he observed the Black Dragon and the Flame Dragon, his eyes reflecting profound confusion, struggling to comprehend their intentions. To him, the human race appeared no different from mere ants. Why did they seem so terrifying in this context? What is there to fear from such insignificant beings? Are you certain what you encountered was indeed humanity? Upon hearing this, both the Black Dragon and the Flame Dragon were momentarily taken aback. Although the human race was feeble, it harbored formidable individuals, including divine entities. Even their dragon sovereign seemed to have human adversaries, unable to contend with them. Had it not been for certain circumstances that led to the demise of that particular human, their dragon sovereign would have remained a slave to him for eternity. "Indeed, it is humanity," the Thunder Dragon affirmed with a resolute nod. "What is your perspective?" The Black Dragon, uncertain, turned his gaze towards the Flame Dragon, seeking his opinion. The Flame Dragon, upon hearing, furrowed his brow and replied, "I am also at a loss for how to elucidate this. We are constrained by this realm. It is wise not to act recklessly. Since this young one has discovered a human, let him capture one for further examination to ascertain their true nature." The Black Dragon nodded in agreement, saying, "That is a sound plan. Young one, since you have encountered humanity, go and bring one back." "Very well, ancestor." The Thunder Dragon responded promptly, soaring out from the Dragon Mountain without hesitation. He had long desired to venture forth, but had refrained due to the Dragon King's edict. Now that both ancestors had spoken, he felt compelled to take action. To remain idle would be to betray his own aspirations.